Peace and respect to you all. Welcome to Demolished Doctrine, the beginning of the end of religions. And I do mean it's not an option. It's actually what the ancient religions are describing is the end of our superstitious thinking. All the religious people. It's so ironic. The religion is describing the end of religion. Go figure. Today, our special guest, you guessed it. Remember, Sammy Jenkins.
What a welcome. Thank you. Thank you. Good to be here, sir.
Good to be hearing your voice. So, all right. So, a show dedicated to you.
Shit, don't say that.
No, it's really true. Actually, just anything at all. And yes, Simos will be opening it up after a minute. Peace and respect, Native Atheist, Halcyonic Kaiju, and Sandy, of course. Yeah, we'll be opening it up after a few minutes or whenever Sammy feels like he needs somebody to jump in and say something. So I know how to cause conversations, Sammy, if you want me to.
Yeah, please.
All I have to do is make an assertion. All I have to do is say something that I think is true about these ancient scriptural stories, and I would think you're going to have thoughts and objections. What do you think? Is that going to work?
Yeah, assert away. I was going to say assert away, sir. That was a little
assert
tricky.
Away. Okay, let me think of one. I guess you've already seen the syllogisms that I'm presenting recently.
Which specifically?
Well, I've got several of them. There's one on when the Sabbath must be, the Sabbath of God. There's one on that.
Okay, yep, I've heard that one. Yep.
Okay. There's one that Jesus is confirming something people didn't believe 2,000 years ago. That's an interesting one.
People didn't believe 2,000 years ago. I don't believe I've heard that one.
Yeah, in ancient Judaism, there was not an idea of rooms in heaven, mansions, however you want to say it, houses. There was no such idea. In fact, they thought that the idea of heaven was something to be imposed upon by the Mashiach through Yahweh onto the earth. They thought they'd stay on the earth forever. So there was no idea of a separate heaven. That didn't exist. And yet Jesus confirms to a crowd and says, as you already know, this thing about heaven, where there's mansions in it, is true, and I would have told you if it weren't true. Well, how do you confirm something that's not believed?
Well, I do also personally believe that biblically, I agree with the idea of they thought they were going to stay on Earth.
Right.
I'm interested to hear your syllogism, though.
Yeah, okay.
How you're presenting it.
Yeah, let's do that. Okay, I'm going to share it just so we can go over it one step at a time. Okay, premise one. Until John 14:2, there was no direct evidence of mansions being in heaven. Just like the history of the Jews and especially early Christianity, they just didn't believe that. It wasn't until perhaps the ascetics that said, all fleshly things were bad and the earth is evil and all things we do is evil, which is I think mostly centered on Paul's writings, that people started saying, "Oh, well, there must be this other thing." So we know historically that's true.
Yep. Yep.
Okay.
I'm on board.
Yet, in that verse, Christ Jesus confirms what followers already knew before anyone had heard of John. This is pre-writings of John, and he's confirming something based on John, which didn't exist when he says it. Does that make sense? I mean, the writings of John followed Christ's existence, right?
Yeah. Yep.
Okay, historically. So how can he be
Yep.
confirming something that you wouldn't read of until it was written in John? It's nowhere.
So, what is it that Christ is confirming?
He's confirming
Precisely.
John's assertion that there are mansions in heaven.
And how does Jesus confirm that?
He confirms it because the people say it's true, and he goes, "Yep, it's true." Just like you already know. I would have told you if there weren't. Do you want me to read the scripture?
Is it John that's saying this?
It's written in John, and it's supposed to be a quote of Christ, who said it before John, who's supposed to have said it before John ever wrote it down. That's the way these, historical accounts are supposed to go. Is someone says it, then you write it down.
Okay, yeah. So, to accept this premise, we'd have to accept that Jesus did say it.
Yes, it is an
Okay.
internal critique. Yes.
Yeah.
Do you see the time problem there? It's really obvious. I think.
Yeah.
I don't know
Yeah.
how
Yeah.
Christians
No,
don't see this.
it's pretty obvious. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Peace and respect, Mac the human who changed your icon, and also Brojo who did not. Sorry, I'm thinking about. I don't even know what to call the poor guy anymore. This one guy, Tog, null a void, which is not an expression anywhere in any language. Null, and now what is it? Womp womp. But I guess it depends on what day of the week it is. I don't know. I objected and said, "Hey, man, am I going to get to call you the same thing for a while?" And he says, "Oh, yes, this is permanent." And it was null void at the time, and that's 2 names ago. But anyway, okay, so here it is.
So Tog. Bridger has a good question.
Really, where?
Which Jesus? So
Right. Perfectly correct, John. That's the question.
because if this is already written, but our
Yes, sir.
Christ hasn't come yet, this must have been a
Yes, sir.
pre-Christ, a pre-earth Christ.
Correct. Pre this earth, at least.
Yeah.
Yeah, that logically follows. Now, it's not a tradition anywhere, and Christians don't believe that. But look at it. Okay, so here it is in its entirety. Until John 14:2 was no direct written evidence of mansions in heaven. Christ Jesus confirms what followers already know before anyone had heard of John, right? Because the scriptures were not yet written. Thereby, Christ Jesus is speaking to late Christians in the text. In other words, it's a recent idea, right? It's an idea less than 2,000 years old. He's confirming that the crowd believes something that people won't believe until much later. At least 140 years later. So how does the crowd believe something that's not going to be believed for about 140 years?
Yeah. I trying to put my Christian hat on, but
These are the kinds of things that are just evident to an atheist in the text who reads it without a Christian mind frame. That's what all these syllogisms are about, is just making really fundamental, concrete observations about what the text is saying about itself. That I mean, I see no church fathers talking about this. I see no Christians. I see no atheists. Nobody's talking about this. Which is not, it's not a statement. Don't mistake that for a statement of pride. These things were shown to me. I just realized they're true. Peace and respect, Christian Carpenter. Welcome. So we can all see the rational problem here, yeah?
Yep.
Okay. So what am I really trying to point out, or what's trying to be pointed out in this syllogism? This is not talking about 2,000 years ago. It just can't be. Even within itself, it can't be.
Or houses in the clouds.
Well, let's say there was a house in the clouds. Like up in the sky is this place where you can lay down and take a nap. Well, that's a really far out idea, you know. In fact, the whole idea of things coming down from the sky, people coming down from the sky, there being lightning and thunder caused by something coming down from the sky, it emitting jets of flame. Oh, I'm sorry, that was poisoning the well to say jets.
Jets.
Pillars of flame. All of this stuff is a really, really far out idea unless you just say alien life. And all of a sudden, oh yeah.
Yeah, it makes a lot more sense to be alien.
I mean, consider this. What was I going to say? And then I had to look for a button, and my brain went, "Oh, squirrel!" Gosh, I hate my brain, man. We're just saying. Let's see. Ancient stories, aliens is a good explanation for what they're trying to describe, although they didn't have that word. Oh my gosh. All right, help me out. You say something.
I
Maybe my
said
brain will find itself.
aliens is a far better explanation than angels and biblical angels, Christian angels, sorry, and a floaty man in the clouds, and
Oh, houses in the sky. That's what you said. Yeah.
yeah,
I mean, we now have a word for a house in the sky. We just call it spaceship.
yeah,
I mean, astronauts
or
sleep.
space station.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the space station, the International Space Station, is a really, I mean, as far as its steering is concerned, its path is concerned, very boring. Now they're doing really interesting stuff up there. It's essentially a test laboratory, is what it is. A space lab. And that's, they do really interesting stuff. But if you looked at just where it's going next, that's extremely predictable and boring. It's just falling sideways real fast.
Yeah, it's not really going anywhere.
Yeah. So, but what if it was intelligently steered? What if whoever was in it could pilot it and go out away from the Earth and come back and circle again and do something interesting in the way of where it's going? Well, that would defeat the purpose, because the idea is to keep it close but have it in space. So yeah, astronauts sleep and poop and stuff, right? And they're literally, at least while they're up there in the ISS, they're literal alien to the planet, even though they're from here. They're literally alien to the planet at that time.
Yeah.
Sorry, you're
No, I'm with you.
okay. All right. So how did we get from the syllogism to here? I'm not really sure. Okay, this show, you got a hot mic and you got a human in the background, Sammy. Or you did.
We haven't got to the what's the oh, I'm blanking. What's the last bit called?
In a syllogism, the conclusion.
Of a syllogism.
Are we experiencing a big delay? Is that what's going on here? It's possible. We are half a world apart from each other here, roughly speaking.
Oh, there we go. I was having audio issues. Sorry.
Roger that. It's okay. Life happens.
Yeah, what comes after the premises? The
Conclusion.
conclusion. Yeah, that's where we were up to. We haven't got to the conclusion. Although it's pretty
Oh,
obvious, but
it should be. As soon as you say it, like I mean, that's the whole idea of a syllogism is that the conclusion will necessarily follow. You know, you should be able to say to someone, even if they've never heard of this, if they understand the idea behind it, you should be able to say, all humans are mortal. Socrates was a man. They should be able to come up with the conclusion by themselves just from the two premises. That would be a good syllogism. And I think this is obvious and unavoidable that Christ Jesus is speaking to late Christians in the text. That just has to be true.
and have you spoken to many Christians about this yet?
Yeah, they don't like it. Not that I care what people like. I really don't care. I mean, person's personal preferences are their own, and they can have them. But that has nothing to do with logic, But they get upset, and then they say things that have nothing to do with this,
Hmm.
or
That's what I was going
things
to say. Do
that
they
seem
actually?
related. Yeah.
So they don't actually have pushback.
Well, there's no way to push back against things that are true. There's just no way to do that, you know. So what people will do is their brain, out of desperation, will try to find things that are closely associated to it that they can argue with, and they'll argue that.
You
Like you
haven't had,
should watch. Go ahead.
but but God, Christ is God, and God is outside of logic.
Oh my gosh, that is so
Like Jill.
ridiculous. Yeah, I've heard people say that. Here's the problem with that. If God made everything, God made logic. If God made logic illogical, then God is illogical and the God of confusion, which is against the Bible. There's the problem with that.
Or if he can break.
Start it again because your mic cut out.
Oh, sorry again. Um, yeah, but specifically, if he could break logic, then he is an illogical God.
Right. Well, for that matter, what about the cosmological constants? What about physics?
Yeah. And it's just special pleading to say things like, well, he can do what he wants without affecting those.
Yeah, it's exactly special pleading. In fact, you're completely right. They go, oh well, it's not hurting something else because it's God. Well, I'm sorry, but I mean, that's just not rational whatsoever. And that's not even to mention, which I said earlier on in someone on a different show. Peace and respect, based Oracle. Thanks for coming by. I said on Chris Mallard's The Damn Show, I said to somebody,
Oh yeah.
actually it was since he's a public figure in this way, God equals the square root of -1, which
Yep.
the answer to that, of course, mathematically is it's 0. It's a non-thing. That's the answer. So, his moniker is saying that God's a non-thing in a very intelligent and complex way, but that's what he's saying. And I commented to him that he must be right, because there's no logical way to have the quad omni God, because some powers would defeat other powers. So you could never have a logically consistent quad omni God. That can't happen. Sorry, Aquinas. I mean, I feel bad for you, but you really didn't think about it because of your biases. I'll have to talk to him about that when we get to heaven. But there's, at least in an internal critique, there's no way to say, oh, this God has all of these powers. It can't be true. It literally can't be true. And if it could be true, then it's the breaking of logic. And if it's the breaking of logic, you have a God of confusion. So, no matter what, the full circle thing, it doesn't work.
I'm just trying to decipher. And welcome, Odine. Man, what a crowd you got tonight, Richard. This is really
Peace and
good.
respect, Steve, as well, and Brother Timothy.
And Steve. The problem with this argument is that I think it's meant to be, don't know all logical possibilities that can exist in our reality.
We don't know all logical possibilities that could exist in our reality. Okay, there may be undiscovered cosmological constants. Fair enough. There might be something else to add at the end of the periodic table. That's fair. Sure. There could be that we haven't exhausted all of logic to know everything that's necessary. Fair enough. Science is not complete. Fair enough. Fair enough to all that. However, there are certain things that we know can't be. Like, for instance, if I say this statement is false. What do you think, Sammy?
What do I think about you saying that?
Yeah.
I think that is false.
Well, no. It's true because it's false and it says so.
Hang on, I'm lost now.
That's the whole point of it.
Is it true or false?
Well, it's true because it's false, but which makes it false?
Yeah.
Because it's true. You see? So we can actually form a sentence, an idea, that universally can't be true no matter what. Well, what does that mean? It must mean that there are things that are universally true. If there can be something that it has to be false, then there must be things that have to be true. Or else the word false makes no sense.
Does that necessarily follow?
Yeah. Yeah, it does. It can be shown that must be true. In other words, because I can say something is categorically false, then it has to be categorically untrue.
Yeah.
Okay.
Which is categorically true.
Jill says it's not a true dichotomy. Yeah. There are things that are trolls.
What about through
I'm creating a false dichotomy.
There's also through.
Yeah, there's fleuths and there's trollsity.
Oh, the fleuth. Yeah.
Yeah, there must be a fleuth and there must be a trollsity. Okay. Peace and respect to Seven's Pattern. Thanks for coming by. Hey guys, well, I got you all here, and actually a fairly decent amount of viewers for such a small channel. I'd like to ask you guys, and I'm not going to harp on this on a regular basis, but I should mention it every once in a while at the beginning of each of these videos, there is a PayPal QR code. If you want to, I'm not going to like bring up your name and glorify you and I'm not going to like make a big deal out of it and stuff. But if you think that what I'm saying may be true and may be valuable, you might want to donate to it, because if enough of you did that, I'll retire and do nothing else. And it won't take much to retire me. Not very much at all. The present viewers could retire me with a small donation per month. And I mean small, really small, because I'm that close to retiring anyway. And if you wanted to promote the channel because you think it would help someone else, and maybe you know a specific someone else, that would be lovely too. After all, what I'm trying to do here is dispossess obvious things that must be false to Christians, to dispossess them of those false things. And simultaneously, it empowers the atheist to make better arguments against the Christians. Things that they don't have written down in a book that they've practiced 300 times in a script. And I've been against some of the best for script quoters, like Darth Dawkins, who just had no idea what to do with brand new arguments. These are brand new arguments. Think about that. This is a 2,000-year-old thing to argue, and these are brand new arguments. Nobody's ever heard of them. Nobody. That alone's weird. And that doesn't make me special. What it means is there's a very good chance I actually did pray, and the angel said these things to me. Because I'm just not that inventive. In fact, I've never been an inventive person. I've always been very, very literal. Peace and respect to Peter W. That depends.
Antichrist.
No. Welcome. Peace and respect to Peter W.
Depends what you mean. Yeah.
Well, I know what he means by Antichrist. I do. And I could say something like, Peter, you could be right, because Paul says if someone quotes a different gospel, they're an antichrist, right? So definitionally, according to standardized churches, I am an antichrist. Peter's not wrong, you know. He's not wrong. He's biblically sound, unless they've got it wrong, which makes them antichrists. So what's more likely? Your God's not a God of confusion, but your church is a church of confusion, and your church agrees with the God, or someone's pointing out the logic of the text in keeping with the Bible, making it not the God of confusion, and the churches are wrong. Which one's more likely, guys? Yeah, that was a little condescending. Sorry, I shouldn't do that. But
Cindy says it's in the name. An anti-doctrine channel.
True story, Sandy. True. And your powers of observation are just amazing, apparently. And nobody else could notice that. Yeah, I try to make it as obvious as possible what I'm doing here. I really do. I even opened the show with "Welcome to the End of Religions." I mean, can't make it more obvious than that. Yes, John, it's only some kind of dwelling place. The mansions is an okay translation. House, hut, hovel would all be fine. Premise one is not false because of the word mansions, John. Do you want me to change it? I'll change it. Here you go. Let's see. Let me go back. Exit slideshow. Here we go. H-U-V-E. How do you spell hovel? H-U-V-V-E-L-S.
Well, you could.
I'm bad at spelling.
I thought it was actually hovel. H-O.
H-O, 1-V,
Hovel,
E-L?
yeah.
Hovels?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. We'll go with hovels. There we go. He should be happy now.
And O'Dean says, if an entity shows itself in a particular or multiple ways that we don't see normally, do we reject our experience?
No, we should investigate it and find ways to eliminate it and figure out what is most likely the true thing. Sorry about the hiccup. Interesting thing. My brother cured me of hiccups when I was 13. I won't hiccup again. Um, not in a
Mm.
regular, predictable way. I mean, some time in the future I'll hiccup again, but it won't be right now. And I can teach anyone to cure their own hiccups through the same process. Anyway, I, I should be scared that someday it'll catch up with me and I'll just hiccup forever. Because since I was 13, I haven't had 3 in a row.
Yeah.
Yeah. I
Oh,
mean,
you'll get
what's
to
the death
heaven
sentence on that?
and
Just
you'll get to heaven and they'll be like, yeah, you know how you haven't hiccuped for like 40 years?
yeah, you need to make up for that. That's a sin.
You have to go in the hiccup room and we'll see you in about
No,
6 months.
not hiccups. People have died from hiccups. Do you know that?
Yeah.
Couldn't eat, couldn't sleep, just died. Interesting.
Well,
Which is funny
I
because I
was
think it's a
taught
preventable disease.
how to stop them when I was young, and any
Really?
time that they've appeared, yeah, I just I actually have multiple methods, and they all sort of work because I guess I
Yeah,
figured
but what does
out
that
that
mean?
the key is not the process, is distracting your
Yes.
brain
Yes, distracting your brain. Right. The brain is the source of the hiccup. That's
of
right.
the hiccup, not the stomach.
Okay, but
Yeah,
can you wiggle
or
your ears?
no,
Can you curl your tongue?
yeah,
Can you make the Spock live long and prosper sign? Can you do that?
yep, I
Can
can
you
do that one.
you
Yeah.
have coordination. You just need to find the right part of your brain.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Like
Okay,
it's
so
like
here's
the
what a
people
hiccup
that can
is.
slow their heart rates
Yeah. Oh yeah, I
on,
can. Yeah, anyone can do
on
that
will,
too.
at will.
Yeah, I can slow mine or bring it to a full dead stop, but then I get scared and I let go of it and let it go back to beating. You have to oppress it on purpose because it naturally does it. You don't have to think about it, but you can make your brain make your heart stop. But I bet you won't do it for more than 30 seconds. uh,
No, that's pretty scary.
that's scary as hell. That's like, oh, I'm killing myself here. Bad idea. Yeah. So this is so far off topic, but hiccups. Okay, so here's what a hiccup is. Um, your lungs are I'm sorry, your chest cavity, your ribs are a rigid frame like a bird cage, right? And imagine that the bird cage is all sealed up. It's lined with plastic, right? And at the bottom of it is this uh, big rubber manifold's the wrong
Diaphragm.
word. Diaphragm. Well, it's a diaphragm. Yes, I was trying not to use
Yeah,
the word diaphragm and find a substitution.
uh,
Bladder. A big,
a
a big
bladder.
sheet, a big sheet of a big sheet of rubber. Okay, so the lungs' natural position in their relaxed state, they're fairly small, and then your diaphragm pulls down on the bird cage, and that creates a vacuum, and that's what causes air to be pulled into your lungs. Okay, so the relaxed state is with the diaphragm upward toward the lungs. The tense state is where the diaphragm pulls downward and expands the lung. Okay, so what's a hiccup? A hiccup is a convulsion of the diaphragm. It's a
A
muscle twitch.
spasm. A
Yeah,
spasm.
spasm.
Yeah.
That's good. Uh, it's not a diaphragm. It's a giant sloth. I love Steve. This is the weirdest things. Um, okay, so if it is true that what runs your muscles is your brain, and if it's true that your consciousness is in charge of your brain, and if it's true, like I can wiggle my skin in weird places that no one would bother to wiggle their skin, you know, because we still have twitch muscles like the rest of the animals do. You've seen a cow's skin twitch and shake a fly off because it was biting it. Well, guess what? Your brain can do that too. It's just we don't use those muscles very much in a developed society, so we're no longer used to using our twitch muscles. Doesn't mean they don't exist. But just like wiggling your ears, can you wiggle one ear? I can wiggle one ear.
um,
There you go. I don't know. You probably have
no,
to like make it bigger, but I'm wiggling only my left ear right now. Here, I'll do just my
I
right. There you go. I'm wiggling just my right. You have to increase the picture size, but I'm wiggling just my right ear. There you go.
no, it is one thing. And when I was younger, I sat there for hours
To do what?
in days to learn to wiggle my ears, but no, they never been able to.
Let's see if we can fix that. The muscle is actually behind the ear, going down toward the top of the spine, at the top of your neck. That's where the muscle is located. Now, the idea is that it pulls your ear backward, right? It pulls your ear
Yep.
back and downward, right? And why did we need that? We need that because our eyes are in the front, and we wanted to be able to better hear things behind us. So you can actually angle your ear that way, just a little bit. Okay, so if you can't find the muscle, pretend something is behind you and it can kill you, and then try to hear it. Try to hear it as best as you can, and chances are your brain's going to use that muscle. There's two different ways to approach it. What do you think? Give it a shot.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I actually just did have a funny little twitch in the right one.
Good job, bro. Good job.
And
So there's a little bit of
I can feel the muscle that you're talking about in the back as
good,
well,
good. Okay,
which
now
is
another
totally
disadvantage that we
different
have,
than
another disadvantage that we have in our body structure against survival is our eyeballs can't see straight up very well. You know, like a lot of animals, their eyes are kind of on the side, and then
Yep.
they're kind of tilted inward like fish, and they can see above them real well. And we suck at that. So now pretend something's going to
Yeah.
something an animal is jumping out of a tree to kill you, and you want to hear that, and you can move your ears upward.
Wow. Yeah.
Did you do it?
I'm gonna yeah, yeah. It did.
Okay, cool.
They both did
Now you found the
one
muscles.
little
You just need to
involvement,
develop it.
one little movement at the same
This is
time
how literal I am. I can
upwards.
say weird stuff like this because it just makes sense to me.
Yeah. And I thought it was like one of them genetic things.
No, sir. You have those muscles. You can do it. You just need to think about it the right way.
Mm. If you can wiggle your ears, you can pilot a steamship. Prove me
Absolutely
wrong.
true, because those those things are so closely related. Everyone knows that Steamboat Willie actually used his ears to turn the helm. Yeah, absolutely. Of course, mice do have large ears compared to ours, and a lot of dexterity in their ears that we don't normally develop.
Horses.
Horses have independent steering ears. They do.
Yeah. Watching their ears turn in like different directions at the same time is
Yeah.
quite astounding.
Yeah, you can actually do the same thing, but just yours won't turn as far. Okay, where
No.
were we? All right, so let's see, hiccups and ear wiggling. Yeah, all you need to do is find in your brain the muscle or muscle group, and you can relax it or stress it on purpose. So if a hiccup is a convulsion of the diaphragm or a muscle twitch or even like a muscle cramp kind of thing, a real quick muscle cramp, if that's what it is, you can find that in your brain. And all the distraction methods are just two steps. I'm not saying they don't work, but there's like an extra step there that you don't actually need. Like going and
Yeah.
finding a cup and putting some water in it and then bending down to drink upside down with your chin in the cup. You just don't have to do that stuff. You can just quit it.
Yeah.
All right. So that
Do you know what if you're interested, Richard, to know what my little trick was, I would
sure.
and it works both ways, back and forwards, but I would either say the alphabet like audially in my mind. So
Yeah.
I would hear A, B, C. But as I would say each letter, I would visualize the corresponding letter. Oh,
right?
number,
Yeah,
or whichever, the opposite of whichever I said. Um, and by about F, they're gone.
right on.
Just
Why do
from
you
my
think that
brain.
it's about S?
No, F.
F. Why do you think it's
Yeah,
from
yeah.
about F?
I think now because I'm just better at the process of getting rid of them. Like it only takes me, you know, it used to take till right through the alphabet or even twice or but
But you
now it
became
only
more
takes me,
practiced at it.
yeah.
Cool beans. Well, I'm glad that worked for you. Don't get
But
me wrong.
and the tricky part is not letting yourself, even though you know what you're doing, you are trying to distract your brain. So you are trying to trick yourself in a way, and it's very hard to consciously trick yourself. So you
It
have to
is.
half not think about it. And the half
Right.
that's not thinking about it is the bit that you trick.
That's correct. Yeah, I totally agree with you.
I don't know if that
Um,
made
to,
sense, but
to bigzebra.com, does that funny alphabet trick explain Sammy's accent? Yes, and when he visualizes the alphabet, because he's in Australia, the letters are upside down.
exactly. And have you ever tried talking long periods of time upside down?
Okay, that sounds tiring. I don't know how you guys have the energy to talk so much. No, I've
That's
never
why
tried that. But upside
that's
down
why
compared to
we
where?
that's why we abbreviate everything.
Oh, why you got nicknames for everything? Cause it's exhausting to speak upside down.
And wow, Sandy had well, we called him Punchinello when we were kids. He said Punkinella. There was a song, um, what can you do, Punchinello, funny fella? What can you do, Punchinello, funny you? And whatever position the person
Brand new to
would
me.
be in, the rest of the children would copy that person. We'll do it too, Punchinello, funny fella. And I think Sandy was making fun of that I could wiggle my ears now. It made her think of,
Yeah, right on.
we were like little kids playing Punchinello.
Yeah, well, sort of, but that's not bad.
It's funny.
So I guess, and I've never heard that song in my life. I've never heard of that game in my life. We didn't play that when I was a child. Never heard of that. But I'd assume there would be some rotational as to who was up next to do something funny with their body that everyone else could imitate, right? And
Yeah.
then I assume because of that, there would be some children who tried to hog the stage and never get down, which means I assume there'd be arguments amongst children.
Of course.
Human nature stuff. I've never
Oh,
seen it, but I'll bet you all that happens.
yeah.
Um, I think the angels, the reason that the text is descriptive but not too specific is because it's observations about human nature and also allowing a little bit of self-expression and freedom in the intended reader. And I think that's the reason that there's more than one gospel: Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, and you could say Paul. Um, there's more than one set of examples of what goes on, who says it, who says what, and that there's differences between them. Like one, Jesus' last words are, "Forgive them, Father, they know not what they do." Another one's last words are, I tell you right now that you will be with me in heaven. And so it's like allowing for some personal expression and freedom, and that they don't have to be Darth Dawkins. just constantly quoting this script when they do the job, which I think is actually really considerate and freeing for the intended reader, that they don't have to just like shallowly repeat lines, which would suck.
Um, Funny you chose that as the example, because the Gospels is probably the one example actually where you could actually say that they were all literal, and yes, they're all different because there has been 24 Jesuses,
Right.
and
It's so funny.
they were all telling a different Jesus's last words.
Well, of course. Yeah, there could be up to 24 gospels and all of them be true and say different things. I wouldn't have a problem with that at all. I don't think it's coincidental. It's necessary. I should do a syllogism on this. God says, I sent no speaking prophet in the past. Then he says, I send a speaking prophet, and that prophet tells the truth, and those things will be, right? And then the Bible has 24 prophets in the Old Testament. Do you know that? 24?
No, I didn't know that.
Yeah, it's 24 prophets and 24 elders. Yeah. And he says, I only send one prophet, then there's 24 of them. I need to do another syllogism.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Hey, Michael says that sounds like a very Swedenborg approach. I don't know who Swedenborg is.
Well, first you're saying it wrong. It's Swedenborg, but
Oh.
I'm just kidding. I can't. I don't speak any foreign languages. Peace and respect and welcome, Michael. Don't think I've seen your specific icon with moniker before, so I could assume this is the first time you've been here, or maybe you haven't been very often, or changed your name, or changed your symbol. But welcome, either way. Thank you for showing up here.
Do you know who Swedenborg is?
Yeah, it's a human. That's all I got. I don't.
Not what?
Oh, who? Famous human?
Possibly.
I purposefully don't educate myself. You ever thought about that, Sammy? Like, I've had more than a decade to like read all the scholars and the church fathers and all the theologians. I've had more than a decade to do that. I don't do it. You know why? Can you guess?
Well, I can't see that there would be a great deal of value in it for you.
Yeah, I don't think so either. I mean, if they did a better job than what I've been shown in prayer, I'd be happy to read them. But that would make them better than angels, which they aren't.
Well said.
Sounds like this Punkanella guy is a groomer.
You
God,
just
Steve.
saw that.
God, Steve. Oh, my goodness, man. What a weird, interesting brain you have, my brother Steve, you oddball. That really threw me badly. Yeah, I don't study those people because I don't want to know. And I'm really convinced that since the things they said, like started with a Q, the quad omni God, since it's not possible, then these theologians are saying things that are not possible. So why should I believe Aquinas on anything if he can't even sort that out? And I'm not saying the man was less intelligent than me. I don't think so. I think he's a hell of a lot more intelligent than me. But there are a lot more than 24 prophets in the Old Testament. Okay, count them and get back to me. I never did double check it. I heard a professional say that, and I've been quoting it since. And if that's wrong, then I'll autocorrect at your recommendation if you can show it. But until you actually show it, I'm going to believe that professional scholar who's been doing this for 50 plus years. I'm going to believe him. I'm sorry. I suppose I should double check things. It would be more responsible. No, I didn't just make it up. Let's see, what is that guy's name? Now it sounds stupid that he goes by the nickname Skip. It never mattered to me before, but right now I go, oh crap! He goes by the name of Heitzig, Skip Heitzig. That's beside the point. Okay, so where were we? Help me out. I got distracted again.
Oh yeah, bloody Peter. Ozbible.com, prophets in the Bible.
Yeah, I could just do it like that, right?
Oh, did I do that?
One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. 18, 19. Let's see. Got a chart here. Maybe that'd be easier to count them. You still there, Sammy? You're awfully mic clear
I'm
and
here.
quiet. Okay. Sorry, I'm off screen, and well, you're not using a cam anyway. But anyway.
It says that is a list of 60
you're looking
some
it up too.
prophets. No, I was reading the chat.
But then people's opinions on who's a prophet and who isn't is going to differ. Like you have minor prophets and major prophets, and was Moses a prophet? Everyone's going to say yes. But if you ask if Elisha
I thought
was
24 was a high number, but 60 or 80?
I don't know.
Is there even 80 characters in the?
Oh yes.
I'm being slightly hyperbolic, but 80 prophets in the old, just in the Old Testament.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8,
Yes.
9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 listed there in that list. 16 Old Testament prophets.
That's what I sort of grew up thinking was around that.
Well, I don't know who Skip is including that's not on this list, but opinions are going to vary, I suppose. I should be able to back up the argument. I mean, Peter makes a good point either way. I should be able to back up my argument. Right now, I can't. Still a good point. Okay, I'll stop saying it until I research it.
Yeah.
Fair enough, Peter.
Yeah, Big V, I'm pretty sure you're not a prophet.
I don't know. He sort of is. He's just not a prophet of the God. He's still a prophet, though.
Well, you're right. If you've ever foretold anything and it happened,
that's the definition of prophecy.
Oh, there you go. Sandy's just put in chat. Start singing. The sun will come out tomorrow.
Michael is doing his taxes, thereby determining profits. That makes him
Ah,
the decider of what a profit is.
well, unless you enjoy that sort of thing, I'm sorry, Michael, that you're doing taxes.
Most people do not enjoy it, especially if you like
No,
start doing the more complicated forms of it.
yeah. I mean, especially if it's going more the government's way and less your way.
Yeah. So tell me what I'm thinking of poorly. That's what's interesting to me.
Mm.
Because, like I said,
See,
in like studying the scholars and the theologians and church fathers and stuff, I don't, because I don't want them
mm,
flavoring what I think is true. I don't want to adopt what people on this earth say, um, specifically because there's one Bible verse that says, don't do that. It says the wisdom of man is minstrel, uh, dirty, disposable minstrel rags. It's trying to be as gross as possible and talking about
mm.
something you should throw away, you know, uh, or at least clean it up, right?
Yeah,
So
that's
in the
the
King James,
whole.
it comes out filthy rags, but if you look into it, it's actually minstrel rags.
Okay. Are you saying minstrel or
Menstrual,
menstrual? Oh,
menstrual, not
right.
minstrels, not minstrels like
Okay.
entertainers
I was,
who use
yeah,
blackface. No, not that.
I was trying to figure out what a minstrel rag was.
Yeah, I'm talking about the modern, yeah, the
Yeah.
modern word, menstrual. Yeah, I know someone who says, who is it? I think,
Wow, that's pretty.
yeah, it's trying to be really explicit to make a point, and it often does.
See, and as far as telling you what you're thinking of poorly, I always struggle um because I've known you long enough now and seen the logic behind what you present.
Yes.
Um oh, look at that. It just went an hour. Maybe it's a good time to open it up if you want to. If
Yeah, but
anyone.
first, please finish your thought.
No, well, that was kind of it, that I don't really have anything I can think of that I think you think of poorly. I used to have the whole um, cloning aspect of um,
Of heaven, our
of
bodies in
heaven.
heaven being clones of self, if that
Yeah.
person had physically perished on the earth and had to be replaced. Peace and respect, Caucasian Sasquatch, and also GS, the generally specific one.
But I've come to realize that that's not even really pushback. That's just an emotional response
That's right.
um, to what is still on, it's better that it was for something than for nothing.
Expound on that. I got lost in the sauce. What do you mean
So
something is better than? Go ahead.
it's even if it's that you're only not you, that only a clone of you gets to exist in heaven, and the
Right.
original person doesn't. Um, it's still better that their living and suffering and dying was for something than having been for naught.
Gotcha. Yeah, that's
That there
better. It's
is.
better justification than if it, let's say that only the people who lived in the flesh and lived through, and the King James translates it persevere through end times, were the only ones that made it to heaven. Well, they're going to have memories of people who died before them. grandma, grandpa, uncle, etc., auntie, and they're going to be in heaven going, man, I miss them. What would they have said right here, right now? If it's someone that they thought was worth honoring. Well, they'd rather have a clone that's perceivably grandma than no grandma at all, right?
Yeah. Um, no, even like whatever way you go with it, even in the Christian idea of a heaven and a soul, um, it it still brings up all the questions of, well, how would you be never sad? If say your family didn't go to heaven, they went to not heaven, if there is such a place. If
Yeah.
Christians believe in hell. Um, if you're going to have your tears wiped away, well, then you're going to either be okay with them being eternally suffering or made into some sort of robot. So it still
Right.
brings up the same ethical problems as.
I think there's a solution to this. Tell me what you think. Um, when I was 5 and I fell off a bicycle, it was the worst pain in the world. And that just seems obviously
Yeah,
true. It always is for every kid. And no one has ever been in that amount of pain before, and no one will ever be in that amount of pain again. And it's just insane. And I'm going to just lay on the ground and cry and hold my knee. That's what I'm going to do. But time goes on, and now I'm at work, and I notice that there's something sticky on my hand. And I go, why is my hand sticky? And I look down, and there's blood between my fingers that's already half dry. And I go, where the hell is this blood? And I start checking for places on my hand, and I always find some place that's bleeding, and I don't know how I even got cut. I don't
yeah,
even remember what
yeah.
happened. I didn't even notice that I'm pretty damned injured. Well, how can that be true? I certainly don't burst into tears as soon as it happened because it's the worst thing ever. Okay, so what if what's being described there is such a perspective change from where we are right now that we can barely even understand, which is obvious we don't understand it. That's why we have arguments about it within Christianity. What if it's just such a perspective change that you wouldn't cry? Not that your memory was wiped of all of those things, or that you're some kind of a angelic robot, a angelic robot thing that doesn't feel sorry for others. What if it's just such a perspective change that you would not mourn it? You'd actually go, well, actually,
Mm.
all that makes sense to me, and you'd just be okay with it, not in
And
denial,
that's
and not that wouldn't be
yeah.
sad.
And I think that's why um the idea of hell is such a defeater for Christianity, because they they have to justify exactly what you just said, that we're not robots in heaven, it's that we understand more, we're wiser, we're more whatever. But you're still saying, so you're okay with it, you're just that there's some level of um wisdom or enlightenment that you could be at that justifies eternal torture.
Justifies eternal torture. Okay, so I see. You'll forgive me, but you know that I espouse on a regular basis that people are cursed by their religious upbringing, and it has nothing to do with them and their intellect, or it's just those are not the deciding factors. The deciding factors are how were we taught to think about some certain topic. That's the deciding factor, and it's really hard to break out of. I'm not saying that someone. I think everyone has the ability, almost everybody has the ability to break out of an indoctrination, and I really recommend that. And I see atheist agnostics working hard to break out of an indoctrination, and I see them failing, flipping miserably. They do not get out of it. They just object to the indoctrination that they're already swimming in. But they don't get past it, which is sad to me, and they could get past it. So there's two hidden assumptions in what you just said. I can think of three. First hidden assumption: hell's forever. Right? You just assumed that, right? So that's a church doctrine thing. It's
Well,
not universal, right?
before that it exists, I think is the first
That's
assumption.
another one. Oh, okay. You want to do them in order of import? I was doing them
Oh, no,
in
no,
order
no.
of.
Sorry. Yeah, go on.
No, if you want to do it in
Any
import, that's
honesty.
fine. Okay, that there is a hell. Okay, so that would be the most fundamental thing, right? Not everybody agrees
Yeah.
on that. And that the hell is torture. That's nowhere in the Bible. That's not what it says. It says it's separation from God, which is love. It's separation from love, and things like logic. It's separation from those things, the immaterial constructs that are God. It's separation from spirit. It's really interesting. I knew a guy that had what psychologists thought was a problem. That he was entirely too empathetic of other people, and he would actually have imaginings of conversations happen in his head based on the emotions of people around him. Okay, and it was just bugging the crap out of him, and he spoke to his parents about it. This is when he was preteen and teen. And they took him to a psychiatrist, I think, can prescribe medications, who gave him some kind of a psychotic antipsychotic medicine, right? And he
Yeah.
started taking it, and it built up in his system over time, and he stopped experiencing that. It worked. Unfortunately, it also made him feel utterly alone at all times, even in a crowd. He was unable to sense
Mm.
other people. And he weighed
Mhm.
those two in his experiences. Which one's worse? These crazy ideas and voices in my head. That's one set of the scales. Feeling utterly alone at all times. That's on the other side of the scales. So he weaned himself off of his medication. Started throwing it in the trash. Never telling his parents till he grew up and left the house. So, I mean, by my experience and by that chemical experience that he described to me, it is the same thing that I believe that we pray to each other, and sometimes I get your ideas if I invite them in. And the more I love someone, the more I'll invite in them, and the more of them I'll feel and understand, or empathy. You can say it that way, right? And the worst thing ever is to be separated from that. That's the most insane thing. Like imagine that you weren't a psychopath, and then you become one, and you just lose all sensation of human feelings. Wow. Yeah, you'd notice that. What do you think?
Yeah. Yeah. Um, I think that's really cool, and um, I don't know what to say to it.
Well,
I
that's the
can't.
biblical description of hell is separation. Separation from all things godly. Things like love and compassion and empathy and blah 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 blah.
Oh, that's right. That's yeah. Okay. Um, that makes a lot of sense to me. Yeah.
And
Um,
that's plausible in reality. Like
it
if you
it
just did a certain damaging brain operation to me, and just took a scalpel and just scarred up a certain chunk of my brain, I would stop feeling for other people. That would just end.
yeah. Um, there's all sorts of conditions where people don't feel things. Narcissists are like that.
True.
Um, People with autism
Sometimes, yeah.
have trouble. Yeah, you know. Um,
Yeah, my
mm,
next eldest brother, in his teenage years, and he was very hormonal and trying to figure things out. Oh, he's diagnosed Asperger's now. But it was obvious to me there was something very very different about him than all of the other humans I knew. Um,
yeah,
because he would like practice being a human. I saw
yeah,
him practice looking human so many times. Like
yeah,
like I'd go into the bathroom and find him in front of a mirror practicing a smile.
yeah.
Like what? Who
And
does that?
th- do you know, like, I'm old fashioned. I still say Asperger's and stuff like that. That's what my younger brother was diagnosed with.
Right.
And I believe my father had it, but he just would never be diagnosed. He would never go
Yeah.
to a doctor. But um, that doesn't, they don't call it Asperger's anymore. There's no Asperger's is gone. ADD is gone. There's now only
Really?
ADHD, yeah.
It,
And
it's all it's all
um
just autism spectrum, right?
they
That's what they
just
say
say
now.
autism spectrum disorder. Yeah.
Right.
Because they all overlap so much. Like what you were describing there to me, is something I do, but I don't have any real symptoms of Asperger's, but apparently I do because there's certain aspects of social interactions that I had to learn and practice where other humans don't even know they're doing it. It is that natural. Like eye contact.
Right.
That should have been a big red flag. Is every human I would ever make eye contact with was an awkward interaction for me. It was okay, we're making eye contact. Oh shit, we're still making eye contact. Should I look away? Has it been too long? They're still looking. They haven't looked away. Okay, well, I'll keep
Well, if it
looking
makes you
and
feel any better, experts say that the psychopath stare, um, it, the psychopath themselves doesn't realize at any point that they're doing something inappropriate.
mm. No, well, this is like the complete opposite of that. So much so, right, that they'll go, okay, you got that? And I'll go, no, you're gonna have to go back to the start. I didn't hear a word you said. I was focused on how long I should make eye contact.
Yeah, it was funny. He was like, I was like 11, he was like 14, and something in the fam. We had a big family, but something in the family was funny, and people were laughing. And in my mind, in my memory, it's like I know he was standing near people, all the rest of us, and was interacting. I remember that, but to my mind, it like zoomed out and singled him out, and he went way off into the distance and got really tiny. And in my memory, he's like sitting there going ha 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 ha, like like really, because he noticed some people shrug their shoulders move up and down.
Yeah.
So he was like practicing that.
Oh,
And I just went like a puppy. I just went, what? What the hell are you doing, man?
the poor man.
Oh, he's grown up a
I
lot
I,
and
fe- I
become a
feel
lot
his
more
pain.
more able to look human. He's a lot better than he used to be, but during those years, man, it was rough for him.
Yeah.
Anyway, all right, where are we at?
Um, I'm gonna respond to Michael here. I would agree. Oh, did I lose audio?
Not yet, but if
No,
we
not
keep
yet.
talking, maybe
Um,
maybe we'll get lucky.
Narcissism, I agree. can come from a survival adaptation and ADHD as well, but autism, and that's why I still like to use all the names because they are different. Autism can be a physiological thing in the brain, and some kids are born with it. I know that firsthand.
Oh,
It's not really anything to do with neglect. And actual clinical narcissism is usually a psychological disorder that, is from birth as well. It's not what we call narcissist, and narcissism is a colloquial type of person that just is selfish or nasty or whatever. But actual clinical narcissists, like, you know, um, I don't know what I'm saying, but yeah, they're a bit more extreme, I guess. They have no, they like people with autism and stuff, I guess, have to learn how to function around their narcissism. 'Cause it's something that you can't really get rid of. Like Richard said, you can medicate yourself, which, um, if you're going to take away one part of yourself or one part of your emotions, you're obviously going to lose other parts. Um, so a lot of people just have to learn to what I call live around it.
it's really interesting. My next eldest sibling has those kinds of attributes, and my youngest sibling has those kind of attributes. Now, in the case of the older brother, he had a lot of responsibility piled on him, in the demands and encouragements from dad. And mom made a huge, one of the few mistakes, but a huge one. When dad left us all, she says, "Well, you're the man of the house now," and she said that to an autistic kid. Uh,
Uh,
and I'm sure she didn't mean it like he took it, but he became the punisher. He became the disciplinarian, even for children older than he was, because there was two girls older than him. He thought that he was supposed to be the disciplinarian. So he started acting like the dad, which his example of the dad was a war vet who was really screwed up and had extreme PTSD and violence problems. So you got this big, strong, taller than average, autistic, brilliant kid who thinks he has to be like a war vet. Uh,
well,
wow. That was screwed up,
yeah,
man. That was screwed up. My left ear is still ringing. That's how screwed up that was. Um,
yeah. Well, even when um, me and my siblings were growing up, like in the 80s,
mhm.
my mum took my brother and got him diagnosed and stuff. But my dad, and I think a lot of it probably came from him, but it was just a societal thing as well, still. None of us took it serious or believed it. Um, he was just a naughty kid to me. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
He didn't have ADHD. Does like what is that? This new thing that the doctors are saying all the naughty kids have. Um, now we understand like how many people have it,
Yeah.
um, and that they're
I,
not
I
just naughty kids; they were just different kids.
I don't know. I mean, if I take myself as an example of my own experience, and what the hell else would I do? Um, when I was a kid, and I mean all the way up to age 13, I was like the perfect student. I got 100% on everything. I did all the work. I was there in class holding up my hand, asking whatever question before the other kids ever did. I was tentative. I thought it was important. You know, I got absolutely highest possible scores. Um, Always, constantly, until I was 13. And then one day I went and said, my somehow some part of my brain said, when are you going to use this? And I went, holy crap, never. I'm going to use this never. What the hell am I doing here? What is even interesting about this? Am I making other people happy? Yeah, apparently. My mom's real happy. My dad's real happy. Everybody pats me on the back and tells me how awesome I am. That's all great. Don't get me wrong. We need love and acceptance from others. But what the hell is this? Am I ever going to use this?
Yeah.
Um, and here's the terrible part. I was right.
Yeah.
I
No,
still
you
don't
were
use
spot
that
on.
crap.
Yeah. Yeah.
I still don't. Every once in a while, I'll misspell something. Fine, you know. Whatever spelling words were higher than grade level 8, I'll misspell things. Um, but does communication happen if I misspell things? Well, it's usually close enough that a person can read that and go, "Oh, he meant this." So does the spelling matter? No, no, it's fine. It's good enough. What about mathematics? Well, being in construction, I multiply compound fractions in my head. I can do that. I didn't learn how to do that in school, though. Learned how to do that on the job.
Well,
Uh,
I remember teachers saying to me, like mobile phones weren't a thing in high school, or they were a thing, but like
but
the
rare.
the Nokia 3410, the original brick phone that sort of swept the world. I was 18 or 19, so I was out of school already. But I remember my maths teacher telling us when we would say, "What are we going to use this maths for?"
Yeah.
Or why can't we use a calculator? Because you're not always going to have a calculator on you in life.
Yes,
Well,
you are.
wasn't she wrong? I have I have a calculator, I have a dictionary, I have the encyclopedia, multiple encyclopedias, all the encyclopedias.
Yep.
I have instruction manuals and videos. I like I- I'm not sure what school is really for anymore. It should be more focused on teaching kids how to be decent humans than
Well,
too
what I
much
wish it
of it.
was, what I wish it was first and principally and most importantly, what's logic and how do you apply it? That should be the first thing
Yeah.
about school. That should be
And
the
critical
first thing. Everything
thinking.
else should
Yeah.
fall under that. I mean, imagine how good of our society would be if everyone who went to just like the lowest grades of school, even up to just like grade 6, what if they really understood logic and how to apply it? Holy
Yeah.
crap, that would eliminate so much stupidity.
It but people in power would quickly lose that power. And so that's
That's why
why,
they took it out of school.
yeah,
In the United States, that used to be taught in school something about 60 years ago. They taught basic logic to young'uns and kept teaching it to them. They quit doing that.
yeah.
Well, it's not an
The
accident they took that
only
out of the
sort
curriculum.
of logic that you would learn in high school maybe is in like senior mathematics, like mathematical logics and stuff. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, and logic,
Not
like classical logic, is an elective at a college level now. Yeah.
yeah.
Yes, Peter W. True education would be teaching how to think,
With
not to deliver
philosophy.
information to be retained. That's correct.
And it has been, uh, I don't want to make make it sound too negative, but it's been lumped in with philosophy. And that's fine to someone like me that holds philosophy in high regard, but
Sure.
people dismiss the importance of something like logic because they think, oh, it's it's like
Oh,
philosophy,
it's
it's all
just
that.
philosophy. I actually heard
Yeah.
and I'm gonna have to wrap up this show. And thank you so much for the idea, and thank you for coming and being where you said you'd be when you said you'd be there, and all that gorgeous jazz. And for everybody that showed up, and everyone who will ever watch this in the future as well, thank you all so very much. I can't repay, but I can tell you I appreciate it. Yeah, I know an intelligent man who actually said to, no kidding, and on a regular basis until it was pointed out to him how self-defeating the idea was. He said, I hate philosophy because it's useless. Everybody catch that? He made a philosophical
Wow.
statement
Yeah. About, about philosophy
about
being
philosophy
useless.
being useless, which he just exercised, which he just discredited in his statement. Wow. And that's how poorly we're written. Not a stupid guy, just
Yeah.
not taught how to think.
Those are the parts of our education system that um revered, like mathematics.
Bond, you misspelled useless. It's OOS. OOS. In following the rules from the first word.
Was that Pine Creek?
What?
I'm not
Pine Creek?
sure.
He's not here.
Someone else.
Oh, Our Dying Sun wrote, was that Pine Creek? Was it Pine Creek that was? No, it was not. It was not. By the way, the gentleman was pointed out to him how goofy his statement was, and he did autocorrect. He did accept that. Okay, so
Junior.
my nicotine pouch, my nicotine gland is very depleted,
Yes.
and my bladder from having huge vehicles of coffee is full, which means we're stopping
M-
the show unless somebody comes in to keep talking to you. If somebody hits that link, I'll
yeah.
let you guys go on without me. But I've got to go take care of physical things.
And my cannabinoid receptors are tingling.
Yes, there's another problem. Yeah.
So, oh,
Okay,
there's a
so
ding.
we have beep. Peace and respect. Long time no see. How you been?
Clockwork. Haven't seen you for ages.
Oh yeah, I've been busy. Been busy. Am I coming through okay?
Yeah, and your voice
A
is
little
remarkably
soft.
likable, which you always knew.
Well, thank you very much. Hey, go take care of your bladder and your smoke, and yeah, I'll occupy Sammy because
Good
yeah,
deal.
I'm
Thanks.
around. Yeah, more than welcome. Yeah, I'm just sitting here having a beer, smoking on a little bit of the devil's lettuce.
Devil's lettuce.
Mm-hmm. Well, it seemed appropriate. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But yeah, man, I've been freezing my ass off. Y'all are having summertime down on the other side of the earth, right?
Yeah, it was 37 today, which is fuck, what's that in Fahrenheit?
Oh, hang on, let me switch this on. Well, how you been, man?
37 degrees Celsius is equal to 98.6 degrees Fahrenheit.
Yeah, in American units, damn it.
There you go. It's at 100 degrees.
Well, it was. Let's see, what is it here now? It snowed Saturday. We got like a quarter inch of fucking snow. Y'all
Wow.
know what snow is down that way, do you? No, well, I
Yeah,
mean, yeah, I suppose you get some.
yeah, we get snow. Actually, because we've got the mountains, on the east coast, so we get sort of snow from about the middle, of the east coast right down all the way to Tasmania. Tasmania gets snow like
Hmm.
like Britain, or I don't know, there's somewhere that gets lots of snow. The States.
Oh yeah, any kind of weather. Give it 5 minutes and it'll change up here. So, well, more
Sandy
specifically
says
where I yeah, this
Sandy
particular
wants
point
to know, did your state ever open for recreation?
is my state. What? You're kind of breaking up a little bit.
Well, yeah.
Okay, it might be mine. Hang on, let me switch something.
Is that any better?
Who did what now?
Is that any better?
A little bit, yeah. It was my end too. I had it set for music instead of speech on the TV. Yeah.
Sandy was asking, did your state ever open for recreational use?
Oh, parts of it after the hurricane. Yeah, parts of it. Yeah, that Helene hurricane, man, that tore everything down. Everything. If it could get blown down or would fall over because the ground was soft, it did. So,
Is she asking about weed recreational?
Andy, it's cold here. Hey, Rex, did your state ever open for a? Oh yeah, it's legal here. It's illegal to buy, sell, and possess and smoke or eat edibles or whatever. Yeah, it's all legal in this state. Yeah, which I really didn't trust the street dealers anymore because they can put whatever they want on it. Fentanyl, they could lace it with fentanyl or fucking meth or yeah. I mean, so
Yeah.
I would much rather go to a dispensary and get shit I know ain't tainted like that than buy some shit off the street. No.
And speaking of Helene, I don't know if you've been around, but Sandy's, all around Sandy's was absolutely destroyed.
Well, is it legal anywhere in Australia, or is it still just like no?
Medical. We have
Medical?
medical. Yeah.
Okay.
So if you have a prescription, you're all good.
Well, that's how it started in my state of Virginia. But eventually, like 5 years ago, I think the legislature finally fucking passed. Yeah, the let's not worry about pot. Let's worry about all this other hard shit. Yeah. So
Yeah. But yeah, no, I was saying, the hurricane ruined Sandy's forest, basically.
oh, excuse me. I had to come and take a bowl of it. Oh yeah, I go into the fucking dispensary. They got any kind of. The last I got was called birthday cake. I don't know. They give them all these fucking weird names. Now, ooh, this is special. No, it's fucking pot. Okay, just
Yeah.
give me the best you got. Yeah.
Blueberry sherbet.
Well, like what?
Blueberry sherbet was the last one. Oh, you're echoing.
Oh yeah, there are all kinds of legal places near the border between North Carolina and Virginia just across the line. But if you go, look, here's the thing. If you go from Virginia to North Carolina and you have a joint on you, that's $1,000 fine and 6 months in jail. I'm just saying. But yeah, there's, depending on where you're at in North Carolina, yeah, you can pretty much just cross the border and then, you know, get what you need and just keep it hid once you get back into Carolina. Well, if you know where Cana is in Virginia, I mean, that might be too far. I know where the dispensary is, so that's kind of close. But yeah, good shit.
Can you cross borders if it's two legal states?
Oh yeah, they haven't federally made it legal, so yeah, it's state by state. It's like the whole abortion thing now
But
in America.
what I'm saying, if there's two states side by side where it's legal, then you cross that border.
Oh sure, you can, but I mean, you know, once you get back to a state where it's totally illegal to possess use, or, yeah, then you're subject to their law. In Virginia, it's, you know, as long as you ain't doing it in public, then you're fine. What, you can't walk down the fucking sidewalk smoking a joint, is what I'm trying to say. Yeah.
Yeah.
You can't do it while you're driving. And, you know, I mean, standard alcohol rules apply to marijuana now. Like, you can't walk down the sidewalk drinking a fifth of bourbon or whatever. You can't walk down the sidewalk smoking a joint. You can't drink and drive. You can't smoke and drive. So. Oh yeah, in Virginia, the cops quit giving a shit about pot a long time ago, like before it was legal. They're like, "Oh, you got a little pot? Well, let me dump it out on the ground." And I was like, "No." Is that all you got? I said, "Yeah, that's all I got." You just fucking ruined my buzz. So.
Thanks.
And the weird thing about the smoke I got from the dispensary the last time, it smells like a birthday cake. It doesn't taste like a birthday cake, but you smell the bud, and yeah, that smells like a birthday cake.
That's what I found. They smell like what they say, but they don't taste like it.
Well, I got some one time called Baby Yoda, and it smelled like a skunk. So, like Baby Yoda from The Mandalorian. I was like, is that what Baby Yoda smells like? Okay. It smoked good, though. It made me one with the Force. I was one with the Force, and the Force was with me. So. But yeah, I've just been doing my thing, man, and farming and harvesting, and you know, if you got a pumpkin on the east coast of the states, it probably came from one of my patches back around Halloween.
Nice.
Yeah, it was a fucking ton. No, it was a fucking.
How big is your property?
What'd you say? Sorry.
How big is your property?
Oh, some of them were, well, not prize winning, but some of them it took two
No.
on the trailer.
Your property.
Huh?
Hang on, let me see if this helps.
Maybe turn your gain down a little bit, just a little bit. It buzzes when you speak up sometimes.
Is that any better?
That's a little bit better. Yeah, there you go. You're not buzzing in my head. So, okay. But what conversation did I miss earlier?
Um, I was trying to tell you that Sandy's forest got destroyed in the hurricane.
Oh, okay.
Like destroyed. Um, she's
It's funny
devastated,
that it.
absolutely devastated.
Well, it's funny that you're calling yourself an apostate now. My mom always called me a heathen growing up. So yeah,
Did
quit
she?
acting like a heathen. I was like the mom.
I am one. But yeah, did you miss that again?
Oh, well, are you talking about the property, Sandy, that my house is on, or are you talking like pumpkin patches and cow pastures, and a bunch?
Yeah, I was asking how much property did you have?
Oh, okay, okay, yeah. More than I like to talk about and fucking pay taxes on, but you know,
Yeah.
but it's mine. I mean, the government comes and rattles its cup, and I got to pay them property tax, which is fucked up. I already paid for it. Well, I got to pay you so I can keep it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So you're a
but
proper farmer.
oh yeah, oh yeah, cows and goats and fucking chickens. I hate chickens. I like to eat them. I don't like to take care of them. Yeah. Well, if you ain't paying attention, they'll come up and pick you in the ankles, and then you kick them, and then there's dinner, I guess. So,
Yeah.
oh yeah,
So
never turn your back on a goat either. The little ones will try to fucking kneecap you, and the big ones will just headbutt you in the small of your back, and then you might be fucked after that. I'm just saying. So you got to keep them in front of you.
I've recently learned um, chopping a chicken's head off is not the best way to kill it.
Well, y'all have like
Just-
kangaroo farms and shit down there, don't you?
Is that correct though?
Oh,
Is there a better way to kill a chicken?
What? The best way to kill a chicken?
Yeah, I recently learned that chopping their heads off is not really how it's done because
what's
it's
the best way to
messy.
kill a chicken?
They run away. I'm thinking, how else do you do it? Maybe ring it
I can
some,
tell you how
but
mom had us doing it when I was a kid.
You
We had,
ask them a question. Yeah. Sorry.
go ahead, Clockwork.
No, I was just saying we ask them a question, and they usually just run around like a chicken with its head cut off. I'm
I
just
see you like that because that's how my dad did it when I was really little. So I thought that was normal.
Oh, well, that is normal for a chicken. And that is
yeah.
normally how people kill them. It's just not the best way.
Oh,
We had clothes drying lines stretched out across the garden. We get a piece of twine, catch the chicken, tie its legs together over the clothesline, hang it upside down. Take a small paring knife with a blade about that long, about that wide, and pry open their mouth, squeeze the jawbone of the beak so the mouth stays open. There's actually a slot in the top of their roof of their mouth. Stick the knife in that slot up into the brain and twist sideways and let go. Walk away. Wait for about 5 minutes.
well, yeah,
No
fair
more,
enough.
no more struggle, and you recycle the blood.
Well, fair enough. That's just the way great grandpa
Recycle the
told me.
blood.
You just chop their head off with the axe, let them go, and they run around for about 5 minutes, and then it flops over, and then dinner. So, yeah.
Yep. Had a rooster with an exceptionally good neck nerve bundle, base of the neck nerve bundle, secondary brain thing.
Oh yeah, like a dinosaur. Yeah.
Well, yeah, chickens all have that, but his was exceptionally good, I guess, compared to most chickens. He didn't just run around in circles and act stupid. He actually like ran to the fence and ran into the fence, and then from there, that secondary brain knew where it was. So with no head at all, ran down the fence, ducked under the other fence, ran over to the creek another 20 feet, which was a left-hand turn, on the path the whole time. Jumped across the 3-foot creek with, 3 or 4 flaps of the wing at the same time, ran over to the chicken coop, jumped up into the chicken coop, which is about 16-inch jump, went up 8 rungs and stood in his and turned around on the top rung, standing in his normal place. Of course, when I went to get him, and this was why Mom came up with an alternative method. When I went to get him, he didn't see me coming because he didn't have eyeballs, and I was able to just grab hold of his legs real easy. But he was standing where he belongs. That's where he was.
Yeah, he went to his perch. Yeah.
Yep.
He went, this is my hill, and this is where I want to die. So.
But this is why I have trouble, like, understanding how people struggle with the idea that there's no soul. Just look at shit like that.
Well, what do we mean by soul?
Alive.
Yeah,
Shit can be alive with nothing but some meat and a few electrical impulses.
Oh, yeah.
No soul required. Kind of.
Well, we're the same right now as that chicken without a head. It's just we only have one main brain, and we're walking around and saying things and eating and sleeping and all that stuff, as if that's miraculous.
Yeah, it's not. It's really not. If you took out the part of the brain that we like think with, and what's the back part, the medulla oblongata, your heart would still beat, you would still breathe, your blood would still flow, but you wouldn't be conscious of it. You don't have to be conscious of shit like that. Imagine if you had to think about making your heart beat. Holy fuck, that's what you would do all day long. You know what I'm saying? You wouldn't think about much else.
I'm pretty sure that chickens and worms don't think about it, even though they're much simpler than we are.
Oh, fair enough. Well, I mean, you can cut a worm in half and it'll grow 2 worms.
Well, it depends on which kind of worm.
Well, yeah.
Some worms, yeah, sure. Not all. And it depends on where you cut them, how you cut them.
Yeah. Yeah, if you just cut a little piece off, it's not going to.
Yeah, I know.
Now, there are creatures that you can cut a little piece off and they will grow.
Yep.
Isn't that like flatworms or something that they do that too?
There's a freshwater. It's considered an animal because of its complexity, and it has a gut tube. I can't recall the name of it right now. If anybody knows, please put it in the side chat. You can cut them. You can cut them in half or approximately half lengthwise, and then they'll just heal. They'll just make 2 of it.
Oh yeah, it's kind of like what is it? Pulling off a salamander's tail and it'll grow back. They're like designed or evolved to do that. So the rest of it,
well,
you know what? I don't know if it's I'm thinking it's a salamander, some kind of salamander, but
it's not just salamanders. It's actually everything. The reason that a human being who has an amputated limb, has to have a prosthetic changed over time to fit is because they're trying to grow the limb back.
What? Well, I don't see. Look, how much of a stretch is it to genetically engineer like a cream or something? Look, just rub some dirt on it and it'll be all right, and it grows the fuck back. Yeah.
but that's what I'm saying. Human beings grow limbs back. It's just too damn slow.
Yeah, it takes a while. Yeah.
Yeah, it's too slow, and you're probably not going to live long enough to grow the whole thing back.
No.
But then there's critters that live, hundreds of years, like tortoises and such. and they'll grow
dude.
it back because they have time to. And then there's anomalies where they have a really, really short lifespan, but they grow things back really quickly, like you're mentioning, like a salamander will.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. I tried to get down the wrong pipe. Hey.
Yeah, there are 30 animals on this planet that are completely regenerative, that essentially do not age. There's even a mammal, I think it's called the North Atlantic whale, that essentially does not age. It just keeps on going. Something has to kill it.
Yeah, I've heard about that. I was thinking lobsters and jellyfish and shit, but yeah, I've heard about that whale.
I understand lobsters have a maximum size because when they molt and their shell is soft, they can weigh so much that the shell can't support their weight, and
Right.
then they get easily injured and they become a food source and they can't hide well.
Oh, that's fascinating. I actually learnt that each shedding, the shell gets thicker, and eventually the shell is so thick that they actually can't break it, and they essentially,
Oh, maybe that's it. I'm probably
Yeah.
misquoting it. You're probably right.
Well, yeah, it's like a spider. You know, a spider has to molt, and right after they've molted, they're defenseless. Basically, all they've got, is speed. So, until that shell.
I had a pet tarantula when I was a kid. I can vouch for that being true. The first time it molted, I thought it died and dried up. So I found the outside shell. I thought, oh man, I did something wrong and it died. No, I did something right and then it grew.
Mm-hmm.
Found it hiding in a corner underneath some sawdust.
Yeah, that's what they'll do until that shell hardens again. They're like, don't fuck with me. I'm having a moment, you know. But yeah, when a tarantula molts, I had a friend that had a pet tarantula. Mom's scared to death of spiders. I couldn't have a pet spider or a pet snake, so there was that. He had one that it molted, and it's all like the old shell like shrivels up. It does look like a dead spider, and then you pick it up, and it's like, wow, it's all hard and shit. Yeah, it was crazy looking. Yeah.
Yep. My mom was a fan of biology and entomology and lots of ologies. And so, when I was like 6 through 9 years old, I was bringing home samples and saying, "Hey, Mom, what's this?" And a lot of those samples were indigenous snakes in the Appalachian Mountains: copperhead, cottonmouth, black snakes, bull snakes, these things.
Well, I've seen rattlesnakes up here, timber rattle.
Yeah, I never found one of those.
Well, I heard the rattle, and I was like, "There's a motherfucking snake around here." Let me back away slowly.
An Appalachian bull snake, which is a rat-eating, non-poisonous snake, will vibrate its tail against the ground, against leaves and twigs and such, and make a rattling-like noise.
Okay. Hey, look, me and Dad were out working the fields one day. This was several years ago before you died. We came home, and Dad said, "Who left that fucking black hose laying in the yard?" It was a 10-foot black snake, fucking 10 feet long. And Mom was in the house, and she didn't know nothing about it, and she didn't need to know nothing about it. He said, Dad looked at me and said, "Don't say nothing. She'll leave here and never come back because of this." Yeah, and that's how phobic she is of a snake.
Well, a lot of humans are, yeah.
Well, I can't really blame her, because apparently she told me this story back when she was young. Her brother found a big old black snake and threw it around her neck, and that just, That just freaked her out. So I understand, but it's still
That'll
like,
do it.
yeah, it's some kind of weird. It's a phobia. She has a phobia of snakes now. So.
Well, it's not it's not an irrational fear, because before there was technology and development and things like that, when we were a much simpler creature, snakes were a real threat to us.
Oh, sure. Yeah. Yeah. Hey, look, you know what is a big threat in the Appalachians now? The cougars, the mountain lions. There's a video. It's on YouTube somewhere. Fuck, I'll find it. Of a cougar or mountain lion, whatever you want to call it, stalking a person. She had cubs, and he got too close to one of the cubs, but he didn't even realize it. But that mountain lion was like stalking his ass. She was following him, and if he hadn't heard it, yeah, that could have been bad. Yeah.
Yeah, those are predators, and they can kill a human, no problem.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, that's another place where the Bible is not true yet, but it could be true in future in heaven. Saying that we have dominion over the animals. That's just not true. Animals do not have respect for us. A lot of them will eat you, kill you.
Yeah. Go try to pet a great white shark. See how that works
Good luck
out.
with that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
See how that works out for you. Oh, sorry, Sammy. Are you gonna say something?
No, I just laughed.
Fair enough.
At
Oh, hey,
overall
Matthew.
stuff.
Haven't seen you in a while, man. Yeah. Well, you know about great white sharks down there in Australia. I mean, that's where they fucking hang out.
Yeah, you ain't petting it for sure.
Do great whites have a maximum size or just a maximum average size?
It depends. It depends. There have been whales that have been found with like humongous, almost megalodon sized chunks taken out of them that have washed up on the beach. So
Yeah,
they can get pretty big. They can get bigger than Jaws. I'm just saying. And I mean, it depends on how deep you go.
I think like the most official record is 19 feet, but
19?
there is a story of a 24-foot beast.
Yeah, that's bigger than Jaws. Yeah. Yeah. How big was Jaws? Hang on. 20 feet, I think. But yeah, imagine, look, let's go way down deep in the bottom of the ocean and find the giant octopus, basically the kraken. You know what I mean? The fucking huge octopus and huge squid and shit like that we've never seen. Yeah. Well, we kind of have, but not really. It's like a UFO picture. It's a fuzzy fucking picture of it, but yeah, that thing was humongous and it was weird. Just saying.
We've discovered the kraken. The giant squid was just a myth until I think the 80s or
Hang on. I think I got a video. Well, I think I've got a video of one of them on my community page.
Yeah, start sharing screen. These claims.
Yeah, hang on. Let me look at this. I think it's on my community page.
Their stuff is their eyeballs are as big as a dinner plate.
Oh yeah.
Eyeballs as big as reminds me a quote from Marco Polo.
Oh. Huh.
And he was already rich and famous for being a historian, so he didn't have any good reason to lie. Although it could have been not true. He said that he got because of his fame, he got audience with the premier of China,
Oh, right.
Back in his day, and he claimed in one of his historical accounts, his historical account of that, he claimed that they had dragons, and then he went on to describe the dragon, how many paces long it was, how big its eyeball was, how big its teeth were, and it sounds like he was describing some kind of what do they call it? Quadruped dinosaur is what he was describing.
Well, yeah, I mean, fuck, I can't find it. It's way the hell down. Give me a minute. But yeah, there were all kinds of dragon legends in China that were totally different from the ones in England. You know, who was it Saint George that slayed the dragon? Supposedly, the last dragon in England.
Yeah.
Believe you're right.
I think it was. I think it was Saint George.
Yeah, the problem I have is with churches declaring so and so as a saint, and I kind of just dismiss the whole thing, going, "Yeah, no."
Oh, I do the same thing. Who was that kid that became a saint not too long ago? He was like 13 or something, and the Catholics said, "Oh, he's a saint." Saint, I don't know what his name was.
I expect appropriateness. Peace and respect, Wesley Curry. How you doing, sir?
Doing okay yourself?
Better than I deserve since 2012.
I just wanted to give you all some intelligence and hope that you'll have a few minutes. I don't know how many minutes to hear what I have to say.
I've never known you not to, so the floor is yours.
Thanks.
Yeah, I'll mute while I look at this, but yeah.
You're going to want to interrupt, I'm sure. All right. What I want to tell you is something that is going to be put upon you. This shall happen. And I want to tell you how it shall happen. In scripture, there's Jesus writes that there'll be a delusion put on mankind, a strong delusion. Now, many people will try to, without coming out and saying it, say that the dreams and visions that Jesus shows are the delusion. They aren't. The delusion will be that $32,523 and a branded barcode is your salvation. That's what the delusion shall be. Now, the 32,523 is written in scripture as a thing called the Emerald and the city of Babylon. It comes with the thing called the blotch of Egypt, the abomination of the desolation, the mark of the beast, the omnibar. Yeah.
Got a question for you. I'm trying to get from scripture where you got that number from, where I understand that emerald is an ancient word for hemorrhoids. So I don't know what hemorrhoids have to do with money.
Emerald is in the verse that states, "The Lord shall smite thee with the blotch."
With mice, with rats, and emeralds, yeah.
No. With the blotch of Egypt, the emerald, and the itch and the scab. That's a complete verse. The Lord shall smite thee.
How do I spell emerald?
Emerod. It's in the Old Testament.
That's what I was talking about.
Yeah. The Lord shall smite thee with the blotch of Egypt, the emerald, and the itch and the scab. That's Jesus, who put in the Old Testament what he also put in Revelation, that no man shall be able to buy or sell having not the mark. The beast will cause that you have
Why?
his mark to buy or sell.
Seriously sounds
And
like
the
an
noisome,
accident.
bothersome sore that comes from the bowls of wrath.
Oh, look, man.
Can you spell that for me one more time? I forgot. I'm sorry.
Sure.
Hey, Sam, we might as well just shut up.
Merod.
I found the video.
What I'm going to get to is Trump is going to be one of the 10 horns of Satan and force the mark of the beast on you.
Oh, okay.
Well, people were saying that about the COVID vaccine.
So this will happen in the next 4 years.
Well, I mean, they were. That's not a joke.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to tell you how Trump is going to become one of the 10 horns. It begins with the first day of hell, which will be a nuclear bomb in Chicago. That nuclear bomb will cause the U.S. military to blame Russia, and that same day, when you read in the news on YouTube or national news that a nuke went off in Chicago, you're going to within the hours of that, you're going to hear that USA bombed Moscow. And then you're going to hear that Russia retaliated and destroyed Washington, D.C., New York City, and Huntington, West Virginia. That's going to all happen in one day. I don't know what day that's going to happen soon.
No one's going to happen in
a 24-hour period. Chicago, then Moscow, then Washington, D.C., New York, Huntington, West Virginia, possibly Atlanta. I'm in Huntington. So anyway, that's the first day of hell. That day, Satan gets cast out of the sky, and he's going to be put on the earth in the flesh, and he's going to have to shit and piss like the rest of us.
Hey, why doesn't Australia get nuked that day? Fuck, I guess you're safe, Sammy. I guess you're safe.
Well, that's okay. That's part one of my little intelligence. All right. So what's all that nuclear destruction of D.C.? No more government checks being sent out. No more Treasury. No more White House. No more Capitol. No more Supreme Court. Wiped out. No more New York. No more stock exchange. No more all the management that the city of New York does throughout the United States, with their phone calls and their computer intel. No more management of all their businesses nationwide. So there'll be an incredible destruction to the economy. And that will affect the whole world. That's the first day of hell. Satan gets thrown to the earth that day. The first thing after I meet Satan and tell him the vision and Satan murders me, then Satan is going to go to the Emerald. Sure.
I just looked up the word emerods. It does mean hemorrhoids or piles. And I have a question. After Satan kills you, murders you, are you going to be permanently dead? Are you going to be restored? When would you be restored? Would that restoration have flesh?
You can't kill me. Jesus is going to say, come up Eliakim, and I go to heaven. My new name in heaven will be Eliakim. Eliaikim. It means God raises him. That's going to be my name. My new name is going to be, when I'm in heaven forever in paradise with Jesus and eternity, when people say hi, they won't say hi Wes, they'll say hi Eliakim. So I go to heaven that day. That's the first. Now Satan is going to go meet with the Emerald. People also think the city of Babylon is buildings and is New York or is L.A. Where Jesus is going to fall, the city of Babylon. It's not a city built by hands of men. Satan is going to go to the Emerald. What is the Emerald? It is Arab oil bankers. These bankers when you go to the gas station and you spend your money on the gas, and so does everybody in the United States.
Emirate. That's emirate. You're literally confusing emirate with emirate.
I'm not speaking in terms of mankind's definitions.
Well, what are you speaking then? That's all we have.
Because
Man,
then you're just making up your own definition. Now.
Intelligence. Mankind's not intelligent.
You're not speaking in simple terms that everyone can understand.
All right, Satan's going to go to the guys with the cash in Saudi Arabia and convince them he is God. And he's going to convince them to spread Islam by giving away all that money you've been spending on gas. And that money will be $32,523. They'll say it's free money. That all you have to do is be branded with the mark of the beast to get that money.
Well, at least this explains to me how emeralds became money.
Fair enough.
It'll be electronic money. It's not going to be free. You can't freely use it. You have to be branded with a barcode to use it. You can't loan it to your parents if they need $20 or $100. You can't send them a check for it. You can't type it. And you can't use it if you're not branded with the Omnibar barcode. So Satan's going to go to the Arab oil bankers and he's going to convince them he is the false god Allah and that they are going to, he wants them to.
Do you know what? Do you even know what the word Allah means? Do you know what the word Allah means in Arabic? It means God. It means God.
Allah. It's a dead frog with two fangs.
Look, okay. Thanks for presenting this. Do you want to see a big fucking squid?
I'm almost done. If you
you're not. No, you're not.
Because I want to bring in experience that you have had so that you will know how the 10 horns were made.
Okay, fair enough. I mean, there's no audio to this video. This is under an oil rig.
Yeah, I know. You've got a silly little childish thing that you can play your little goofy game with. Okay, let's watch. Let's all watch you play your goofy, silly game.
Oh, it's not a goofy game. It's just a.
I'm not playing
an
the game.
ocean.
I'm playing a video.
It's just
this
an
is
ocean
under
animal.
An oil rig. Yeah, this is under an oil rig. And there's a blue barrel you'll see in the video. That's as big as a Volkswagen Beetle. That's how, yeah. So yeah, that's under an oil rig. So
Sweet.
yeah,
Okay.
there's big fucking shit out there that we don't know about.
After that, Satan, 10 world leaders, with all the destruction to the economy from the nukes in those cities, they're going to meet in a summit. 10 world leaders. Trump will be one of them. And in that meeting, Satan will be there secretly for 1 hour. When those 10 leaders meet privately in a room, he's going to be allowed to go into that room. And he's going to overtake their minds. And he's going to make them his 10 horns. And the 10 horns are going to be of one mind. And they're going to give all their power to Satan. Trump's going to give the presidency to Satan. And how is he going to do that? Satan entered your mind and told you these words.
He already did it. He already did it.
Satan told you, I will turn and toss you violently like a ball on October 10 in the year 2005. Satan told you, don't tell the vision on March 31st in the year 2020. That is the fire Satan pulls down, and it felt like an electric shock to your body.
That's really interesting. The word Emirates, you could translate that to mean countries of princes.
Territorial competence, completeness. Wait a minute, what's that word?
The competence of any emir. Emir, loosely prince.
Well, yeah.
And that's what the word Emirates means is it's countries of princes.
Well, in the Old Testament, the emirate is the Arab oil bankers and the money they release.
Well, they didn't have oil in the Old Testament.
Where did that come from? In the Bible, and the word emirate was hemorrhoid.
Look, the city of Babylon.
The word emirate.
That money is the city of Babylon that Jesus shall fall in.
Well, you're jumping between the Old Testament and the New Testament. So it's
and different languages, and making audible associations that don't exist.
The voice that told you don't tell the vision, that's what Satan's going to do to the 10 world leaders.
Where's the Antichrist working to all this? I'm just
Satan
asking.
is the
Or
Antichrist.
friend.
And in
No,
that
Satan is Satan, and the Antichrist is the
I
son of
tell you what, listen, you either listen to me and shut your stupid mouth, or I'll just go
Oh, okay. I'm the fucking
you
stupid
go get
Okay.
branded. And
I'm the fucking stupid one.
you
All right, give me a little timeout, everybody. Give me a little bit of timeout here. Thank you so much.
You're a drunk, childish, arrogant brat.
Well, name calling. Fair enough. Hey, look, name calling.
Wait. Let me just suggest something, Clockwork.
Yeah.
What if your deepest suspicions about Mr. Curry are actually true? Because I think that my opinions on him are well founded in his acts and his thought processes and what he expresses. Okay.
Well, I mean, he came up here and didn't even take a breath. Number one.
Right. That he doesn't do that. He thinks these things are true and important, and you should hear them, and he's saying them to your benefit. That's what he believes.
Well, if that's what he believes, fair enough. But I don't have to listen to him. You know
fair enough. But what I'm suggesting is maybe you're completely right about his mental processes.
Well, look.
What if you're right? I mean,
what if I'm right? I feel bad for him. Yeah.
Me too. That's why I let him up. That's why I let him say his piece pretty much uninterrupted. Although I do try to point out the inconsistencies. You know, that those things that, like Sammy said, a hemorrhoid is not the Emirates. It's not.
Well, what is it? The United. There's like a league in the. I get where he's fucking going off the rails and shit, because all the oil countries are the United Arab Emirates. Isn't that what they're called? Yeah.
Yes, sir.
And he's found a word that sounds like that.
Couldn't quite hear you, Sammy.
Looked it up. Huh?
Couldn't quite hear you. Could you try again, please?
I was just saying, you actually went and looked it up.
Right.
That didn't matter. You know?
Right. I'm hoping it matters in some small way. I mean, if your grandpa thinks that the radio's speaking specifically to him alone, or thinks that the Bible has got a personal message for them for their part of their life, they're obviously believing something that isn't true. Okay, and I would, as Ben Shapiro does, that we say, look, Grandpa, that's not true. With respect and as nicely as possible. Yeah. You know, but also not feeding into what is evidently an issue.
Well, yeah, I tried to be quiet and be nice for as long as I could. But when he started jumping between the New Testament and the Old Testament and this and that and this and that and this, I was like, that's not how the shit works. It's not how it works. It's not how you're supposed to read.
And that's where you're a better man than me, Richard, because I struggle with the last bit you said, the without feeding into the delusion. With people like that, I actually like to engage them and ask questions and like really get to the bottom of it. You know, like I want to know. He keeps saying you. Jesus said, like, told you something about some secret. Who is you? Every single human on the planet?
Everybody?
That's what he's asserting. I mean, personally, I think he's projecting onto the general population, and the problem that I have with that is evident in the text, that there must be an intended reader or else it doesn't make sense. And that was actually a fine example of it.
Exactly. Oh, hey, I wanted to ask you, how is your brother doing? I haven't seen him around in a while.
My youngest sibling is extremely angry with me because I treated them as though they were what they claim. That is
Oh,
to say, specifically, more than twice a week for an hour to 2 hours at a time for 9 continuous weeks. I sat down and was almost boring and monotone as I could be, saying, yes, I understand, but why don't you think about it this way? While they screamed at their top of their lungs at me, getting closer and closer and closer to me until I'm being sprayed with spittle.
oh, Jesus Christ.
And after that amount of time and that amount of occurrences, I decided that wasn't working. So I stood up. Now, let's say you were a man and you're screaming in another man's face for hours and they stand up. What does that mean to you?
Hours,
Yes,
seconds,
hours.
seconds. And I would expect him to
It would
hit
take
me.
normally only seconds, but this is my blood.
Yeah.
So hours. I
Yeah.
sat there for hours.
Yeah,
Probably
if you got,
collectively around 30 hours of this.
if you got that close to me, I'd be like, hey, look, you need to step back a couple of feet. You know,
I said
and
that.
we can talk about it. Yeah.
I
Don't
said
get
that.
in.
Look, you need to step back. You need to calm down. You need to check yourself. You need to stop this. This is more than I'm willing to put up with. I said those things. And like in that voice.
Well, yeah. I mean, family is different than like,
Sure. You might be
yeah.
more patient with your direct blood relatives. But let's say two brothers were having that interaction. One sitting down and trying to stay calm and is the obviously bigger and stronger one. And the smaller one, which is a younger sibling, is screaming in the face of said brother. And the bigger brother stands up. What's going to happen next?
In my family, my older brother, he would have given me a flying headbutt. He wouldn't have even
Right.
lifted his hand up. He would have just went bang with his head.
Yeah, no warning probably. I
Yep.
mean, just saying chill out and then standing up. It should be hint enough.
If he'd warned me, there's no warning after the 10th warning.
Right.
Hey, look, yeah, I don't like to repeat myself. You know what I mean? If I gently push you backwards, I don't shove you. I don't shove you away from me. I gently push you back and say, look, don't get in my face. And they do it again. That's when you get shoved.
Well,
Like,
you had more patience than I did. I stood up, 2 open palms against the shoulders, and shoved into a clear flat wall.
well, I give them one chance. Like I said, gently shove them back. If they step up into my face again, then they get shoved. Maybe to the ground. Probably to the ground. So.
Yeah, but my question is, would you sat there and taken it for 30 hours?
Oh, fuck no.
You would have done it long before. Okay, so it's a trade-off. I sat longer. You gentle push away first. I didn't. I guess that's a trade-off.
Well, yeah. I mean, look. There are 7 wonders that we all experience, and there are also 7 terrors that we all experience, and they're individual to the person. It's not a general blanket thing like fucking dude wanted to say, oh, it's a blanket rule. Yeah. No, it's not. It's individual to the person. Oh,
right.
Sorry. I'm going to choke.
No, that's pretty good. It depends on culture and things like that. And I agree with you. And it's a smear. It's not real clear exactly what you're supposed to do. But I think I made it fairly clear that should be the end of it. But it wasn't the end of it. Instead, a wrestling match ensued, which, again, I'm bigger and a lot stronger. So not a challenging wrestling match, really. Where I didn't hurt my youngest sibling at all. I just tied them up and made them stop, which ended with them seated on the ground and me arresting their legs with my arms. And invited them back to the work site for the next day. Pointed out that they were just being really negative all the time, and that's not what we were there to do. but actually, accomplish work on a construction site. I mean, I was losing maybe 6 hours a week every week to this occurrence. And that's not meeting goals set by the customer, which I had agreed to, which is not good. Not to mention that they suck at construction. I had to fix a bunch of stuff they did. That's not even mentioning that. That's just petty.
Fair enough.
I was having to chase behind and fix things, but that's beside the point. That's just complaining. Yeah. So I thought I did the best I could to be reasonable as long as I could stand. And then because I treated them like the male they claimed to be, all of a sudden I'm horrible. In retrospect, in comparison, I got absolutely physically abused to where I was bruised over much of my body at least once a week by my next older brother who pubed too early and would just beat me up so he didn't have to do chores. And he and I are great friends. I mean,
hey, life is weird. It's fucking weird.
I shoved Beck once. That's it. And I'm just dead to Beck forever, I guess.
Well,
if you want to claim you're a boy in my family, sorry, I owe you about 3,000 ass kickings.
Well,
that's what I owe you.
Brother beat the shit out of me, and I used to beat the shit out of my younger brother. And we all get along.
Yeah, sure. Of course you do. You grow out of it. You go, well, we were kids, and
Oh yeah.
If anything, you feel bad about it. Like I feel bad about, the floggings I used to give my little brother.
My family not real big about feeling bad about it, though.
Yeah,
we just shrug it off and go, well, that's how it was. So what?
Yeah.
I don't know about my brothers, but I'm a big sook.
Well, I mean, I understand holding a grudge because my sister, look, you cross her in like any real way, she will never, ever forgive you.
That's kind of my point, Clockwork. That's something women do. That's a woman thing.
Well,
men don't do that.
Well, I have a couple of people I haven't forgiven.
Well, hold on. What did they do? Have a wrestling match with you? Is that what happened? With you
can't forgive no. Well, we'll talk. It
was about bigger than that, wasn't it?
Well, yeah. Well, no, not really. Not with my sister, brother. Well, okay. My sister and her friend did kick the shit out of me once. But the funny thing was, I was laughing the whole time.
Yeah.
And it made them madder. And I didn't know what they were mad about in the first place. But, they just both jumped me and kicked the shit out of me. Yeah.
Yeah, my family was very sexist when I was growing up. Girls could hit girls, and girls could hit boys, but boys couldn't hit girls. We weren't allowed to pinch, prod, poke, punch, nothing. That was not allowed.
My dad told me once. If I ever hear you hitting a girl, I will beat the fuck out of you. Yeah. So.
Yeah, and you don't want a man beating you up when you're a teenager. That's not gonna go well.
I think I was like 10 when he told me that.
Yeah, preteen. That's worse. Yeah.
There you go. There's something all our dads did right. Because my dad taught all us boys the same thing. And we all all grew up with a lot of respect for women.
Yes. That was actually a big problem I had in my early dating years. Is I really put women on too high of a pedestal that they didn't really deserve. And because of that, I had expectations that weren't realistic. So, there's a give and take there.
Yeah. That's what I mean. When I say respect for women, I mean in the most general sense of respect for the fairest sex.
Hey, look, I try to.
If you can't reach it, I'll reach it. If you can't open it, I'll open it.
Well,
if you can't pick that up, I'll pick it up for you. I'll do that for strangers at hardware stores.
Yeah.
You know,
Like an old
some
lady.
woman had a teenage boy load up, 300-pound of decorative rock, and
Oh,
she's got to put that in the back of her car. And I'm like, yeah, can I get that for you?
yeah.
Because that doesn't look like it's going to be a good time for you.
Holy shit. You just
Yeah,
remind
I think that testosterone is not only a great advantage, but a social responsibility.
Yep.
Well, yeah, I'll help an old lady.
Yeah.
Let me help you with the groceries. And she's just like, yeah, barely fucking. She's like moving in slow motion and shit. I'm like, no, let me hear it. There you go.
How old are you, Clockwork? Because I perceive you got a couple years on me, but I could be wrong.
I am 51.
Oh, you're a few years younger than me.
Oh, okay.
56.
Oh, okay. Hey, 5 years, it's not a big deal once you get past 30 or 40.
No.
It's
It's not a big
it's that whiskey and cigarettes, right? Clockwork.
I'm a what?
No.
Did you call me an old fuck? You just called me an old fuck.
No, I said it's
He said you
whiskey
rode
and
hard and put away
cigarettes.
wet. He didn't really say you're old.
Well, that's
It
happened a few times. I'm just saying.
gives that voice that extra bit of raspiness.
Fair enough.
You sound like a Christian radio announcer. I know you're not that person,
Oh,
but
do I?
your voice is very similar to his. Very similar accent, very similar pitch, approximately the same amount of gravel, or today, what do they call it? Vocal fry.
Oh, dude, they call it. I call it gravel. I've always called it gravel. Yeah, I'm like
That's because you
gargling
and I are
gravel.
about the same age. We call it
Yeah.
gravel, but they call it vocal fry today.
Well, I did work in radio for a while, but
Did
the
you?
radio stations, the radio stations that we had
Wow,
were like
I love
country
it.
stations. They were like country stations and bluegrasses. I don't fucking like that
No
shit.
kidding.
Yeah, I had to sound all happy and upbeat. I just got tired of it. I was like, look, I'll do something else. Yeah,
I don't even like this music.
yeah. This music sucks. But yeah, I wanted to do like a WKRP in Cincinnati kind of thing and just throw it to the wind and do rock and roll. I was like, no, that'd get me fired real quick. So I wrote it out.
You do the posh British thing where you actually pronounce the silent H. You say while.
Wow. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, hey, look, can I present that? Since dude was talking over the fucking giant squid video that I was showing.
You want to do it again? We'll do it again. It's fine.
Yeah. It's real short and there's no audio. And
I don't know if I've told you guys this or not, but the name Madsen. Oh, go ahead. Describe what we see here.
It's a giant. Look, it's beneath an oil rig. They had a camera down there checking on shit, and this fucking giant, whatever the fuck you want to call it, kraken or squid. Yeah, there's a look when they pan down. That blue barrel is as big as a fucking Volkswagen Beetle, and this motherfucker floated by just unexpectedly, and they were like, "What the hell?" I mean, it's not a kraken, but yeah, I wouldn't
Back it
want
up, show it again, because I missed the blue barrel looking thing. I don't know what you're referring to.
It's when they pan down to the lights. Okay, hang on. Give me a second. You can
Can
see
you pause it
it.
when you get to the spot you're talking about? Pause it.
Okay. Hang on. They're like, what the fuck is this? Which is what I would say. But
I've never
sometimes-
seen a giant puppeteer squid. I'm going to call it a puppeteer squid because it looks like it's holding a cross with strings on it.
Well, look how long its fucking legs are. This was before the AI bullshit came along. Wait a minute.
Yeah.
This.
Okay, now where's the blue barrel looking thing? Or what are you talking about for the size comparative? I don't care if it's blue. I don't care if it's even shaped like a barrel. What are you talking about?
These things.
Okay, those look yellow-green to me, but that's okay.
Okay, well, I'm colorblind, so yeah, they kind of look bluish.
Oh,
Okay.
okay.
So, but yeah, this thing is fucking huge.
So what, those are some kind of floats or something like that on cables? And those are the size of Volkswagens.
Yeah.
So this thing is like
Of
the
course.
size of a semi or even longer.
Oh yeah, at least a school bus. At least. I mean, the tentacles on the thing, and it's some kind of squid because they got that. Squids have that thing on their fucking.
On their head. Yeah, their
Yeah.
propulsion's on their head. Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, this creeped me the fuck out when I first saw it. I was like, no way, this is some kind of fake shit. No, this was real shit. All right, hang on. Wait a minute. Let's get a good look at it. All right, all this up here and shit is the telemetry from the camera. All this shit down here is like the depth.
Sure.
But yeah, that fucking shit. No, no, not ever going in the ocean again.
Why? That thing wouldn't even try to eat you.
Well, yeah. And I actually think this was filmed under a platform in the Gulf of Mexico.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Can you read the depth? Because I can't make those numbers out.
Oh, wait a minute. Hang on. Let me see. I think it might explain it. This is the original video from whatever kind of squid, filmed at the shell drilling site in Paradillo, whatever, in the Gulf of Mexico. This is probably the most famous big fin squid. Okay, that's what. Okay, well, why didn't you say that in the fucking first place? Likely due to the eerie feeling of odd green light.
The link I shared by accident as you, Richard.
You will notice that many re-uploads of this cross YouTube.
So this is only 5 years ago, apparently.
Oh, 2007. Okay. 250 meters. I mean, 2,500 meters, or a mile and a half. Shell drilling site in the Gulf of Mexico.
All right.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, it's yeah. It's probably gotten bigger. I'm just saying.
I mean, by now, what's going to eat it? It's too damn big to eat.
No shit.
I can tell you what will eat it.
Humans will eat it. We'll eat anything.
No, play the video. I shared it as you in the public chat.
Oh,
Play
super
the
size.
video and-
Oh, wait.
Let's
King
see.
Kong
Hold
would
on.
eat it. Yeah. Godzilla got it. Yeah. Fair. But yeah, there's weird shit down there that we have never seen. It's like the James Webb Space Telescope is showing us shit and breaking our fucking understanding of the universe that we thought we knew. That's broken now because there's something else going on.
Yep. I'm telling you, man, it's steady state. That's what's going on. That's the reality of it. Eventually, they're going to figure that out. The universe has always been, it just changes in little tiny pockets. So here's the one Sammy was going to share.
Oh,
Just a
sorry.
second.
Oh, that's some kind of octopus right there.
Yep.
No, don't.
Into the deep. Giant squid captured on video. They're claiming it's a squid, not an octopi.
Okay.
Into the deep on the search for the giant squid. It's a deep ocean creature. It's elusive, and it more than lives up to its name. For the first time, the giant squid was captured on video in U.S. waters.
This happened in the Gulf of Mexico, and tonight we are meeting the self-proclaimed ocean explorer who's explaining how her team finally found it. Here's CBS 4's Jim DeFeedy.
Giant squid astern, sir.
I think we've all seen the Disney Jules Verne version of the giant squid.
We'll be fighting at close quarters with the most tenacious of all sea beasts. Stay clear of the tentacles. They'll seize anything within reach and hang on to the death.
You can't ask for a much better monster than a giant squid. And it's got 8 arms and 2 extremely long lashing tentacles that can grasp onto anything. It's got a parrot's type beak that can rip flesh. It's got eyes that are bigger than any other eyes in the known animal kingdom, the size of a human head. And it's got a jet propulsion system that goes equally fast forward or backwards. It's got 3 hearts that pump blue blood. I mean, it just doesn't get any better than that.
A deep-sea explorer and founder of the Ocean Research and Conservation Association, Edith.
Comments? Someone say something.
I would prefer more images of the squid.
Twitter had long wondered why off by the light.
Recorded a giant squid, which was kind of considered the holy grail of natural history cinematography.
This year, with funding from the National Oceanic and
which was kind of, and we recorded a giant squid, which was kind of considered the holy grail of natural history cinematography.
This year, with fun.
Say it again. Clockwork.
Oh no, they've got those great big eyes, so they can see dim light sources, and that's what attracted it. They had that bright light, and it was like food. No, not food.
Yeah, something. They had something luminescent down there. I don't know what the heck that is. And NOAA, NOAA, National Oceanic and Aeronautical Association. That's what NOAA is. Great source of information.
Off looking at the video.
Witter recalls the moment Robinson walked into the ship's dining room.
He didn't say anything, but his eyes were just about popping out of his head. So I knew something important was on the video, and I followed him back into the lab. And there it was, this tubular shape kind of in the distance, swimming along. And I mean, that was exciting enough because I could tell it was a squid, and then it attacks. And it comes out of the gloom straight at the camera. And it was huge.
The video of the 20-foot giant squid, 100 miles off of
20 feet, is that all?
Yeah, I don't know how fucking big that output look.
I'm very disappointed, Sammy.
Mine's better. I'm just saying.
Mine's
longer. Mine's not as thick, but it's long. I'm just saying.
There's a better look at one in the private chat. It's only 30 seconds. Japanese fishing.
Give me a sec. I'll be right back. This is great.
Okay, but now I'm skeptical.
Of whether they exist.
What'd you say?
What are you skeptical of?
I'm just kidding. That it's going to be impressive because the last one was only 20 feet.
Yeah, no. Probably not impressive.
All right. And here we go. Ready, go.
Whoa. Look at it next to the dude. You have to be impressed.
I can't see the dude. Oh, gosh.
Yeah.
There's the dude right here, from here to here. There he is.
Let's say 6 foot.
Doesn't look very aggressive though.
No, that was about to die, if not dead.
Oh yeah, that one looked like it was at the end of its rope. Yeah, so to speak.
But did you see that? Let's just say, let's be generous and say the dude was only 5 foot.
Well,
That was at
No,
least
to be generous, you
5
make
of
him as
that
tall
big.
as possible. Let's say he was 6.5 feet tall.
No, I mean generous to not exaggerating the size of the beast. Let's
Right,
say the
which
dude
means
was
you
only.
want the scale to be as big as possible, so the beast is as small as possible, so you're most generous to the size
Oh,
of the right.
okay. Yep. I'm backwards. Yep. So
Oh, hey,
let's say 6.5.
you got to remember, Sammy's thinking in meters, not
He's
feet.
thinking in Australian. That's the problem. It's
Yeah.
upside down.
And that's
Yeah.
not dead.
Fair.
She gets it. But that's what? 3 sixes is 18, and a couple of halves, 20. Oh, yeah. Still,
Yeah,
you
look
saw
like
that.
whatever height that guy is, even if he was like 6.5 feet tall, which is better than average for a human being. It was how many times longer than he was? How many hymns
Oh,
to make that up?
I reckon 4.
I thought more like 6.
Really? Yeah. Did you see it, Clockwork?
Oh, did I say something? Oh,
No, we're asking you to
No.
say something.
I was in a discussion about whales with somebody the other day, and I did make a mistake in the discussion when I said whales don't have teeth. Most whales don't have teeth. Well, what was Moby Dick? He was
A fictional animal.
well, I mean, but he was a type of whale.
Fish.
A whale's not a fish.
Good to see you, Simon.
Hello.
Hey, Simon.
Hey, how you doing?
Oh, generally, I forgot to call you. Sorry, this was a spur of the moment stream. I didn't think about it. Welcome, Simon Funk. How are you
Thank you very
today,
much.
sir?
Yeah, pretty good, pretty good. Living in my mansion. Or is it a hovel? Not really sure.
I don't know, but it's your heaven either way, isn't it?
It is. It really is. It's my ziggurat.
Right on.
Sperm whale. It was a sperm whale. Sperm whales have teeth. Yeah. There you go.
Very much.
So, yeah, I was wrong. And I admit, I was like, look, most whales are filter feeders, but sperm whales have teeth. Made an absolute statement that was incorrect, and I realized it. Shit, I'm choking on my head. But yeah, I was wrong, and I admitted it. It's not that fucking hard, and it's not that big of a deal.
Every time I'm wrong, there is a growth opportunity there.
Yeah, that's what I say to my girlfriend.
Fair. That's a fair statement. Sorry. Look, baby, it'll work.
I'm wrong, baby. Now,
Yeah.
suck it.
Motion of the ocean and all that. Yeah.
Simon, you might be
Hello.
able to save me looking it
Oh,
up.
hello.
Yeah, sure. If I can, I will. If not,
Is
we'll look it
the
up together.
colossal-
I don't know. Look.
Is the colossal squid modern or from the past? Is it
Well,
extinct?
I think it's. I don't know. I don't know. Colossal sounds big.
I don't know, we
Squids,
changed the names of things, but I think those things have always been here.
squids are an ancient breed. I mean, they are like an early life form in the sea.
Oh no, what is it? The horseshoe crab. That's been around for millions and millions of years, and they have blue blood.
It is
They
so
don't-
crazy. Do you know their blood is a secondary system? It's a backup system.
Yep. They
It's so
harvest.
weird.
Yeah, and they harvest the blood and use it in surgery. Something.
Yeah, it's like an iridescent blue. It can be used as a culture. It apparently doesn't hurt them if you bleed them completely out.
Oh yeah, throw them back in the ocean. They're good to go. Yeah.
Apparently, yeah.
Okay. Who wants to learn?
I do.
Reaching combined body and tentacle lengths of up to 46 feet, weighing at least 1,100 pounds, the colossal squid is a very large deep sea predator. Well, duh. And yes, they have been photographed and filmed
Recently.
several times recently.
Obviously, film that means
So,
they're still around, yeah.
wow, those giant squid we were just watching were only 20 feet. So imagine twice that.
Hey, look, if you don't talk in American units, I don't understand what the fuck you're talking about. How big? Meter.
I did. I said
That. Well, it's
46
basically
feet.
it's basically 3 feet, 3.5 feet, something like that. So, in American units, in freedom units, sorry, I'm sorry, that was bad. That was bad.
So how
46.
things going in wonderful Aussie land?
Oh, upside down.
Yes and no.
Yeah. Our Prime Minister
Oh, yeah.
wants to bring in, or has brought in, I don't know if it got
I think
passed.
wants to bring in, but yeah.
Yeah. You know about that? The no social media till you're
No, so, yeah,
16?
yeah. Or 15, I thought it was, but 2 or 15. So yeah, below 16. Yeah, okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds like a dumb idea. How you gonna police that? I'd have no idea. I mean, can you imagine the parents going, "No, you're not allowed to have one," to like a 12-year-old, probably the point they're going to be nagging so badly. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Make
They
puberty the worst
already
thing ever.
can't police, you know,
Yeah,
the ages of kids on the internet. Just
yeah.
click of a
Well, I mean,
button. Are you 18?
yeah, yeah. Well, no, they were saying that they're going to. Well, from what I was understanding, and I only got this off Bearing, so I don't know whether that's how true it is. But yeah, no, they were saying that they were going to ban IP addresses and shit. So they were expecting the parents to police it.
Oh,
Yeah.
Wait, what? I blinked off for a second. Sorry about that. Hang on. You probably can't fucking hear me either. Damn it.
bit muffled. It's Orwellian. It's it's bizarre that it's happening in my country.
And like, they sell games through those like social media accounts now, don't they?
Yeah.
Like Xbox and whoever
There's
else.
YouTube for kids, right?
Oh yeah.
Like it shows for kids like as little as 2 and 3 with Peppa Pig
Yeah.
and stuff.
Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, it's. I don't know where they go saying shit.
Wait,
Or
thing
or
on?
if anything, parents will just let the kids use their details.
Well, I mean, the kids have the power, really, don't they? That's the point. They're going to just go, okay, well, I'll just wait for you to go to bed, and I'll go in with your account, because, or I don't know,
Smarter than you with
use the
technology.
VPN that the dad uses so he can watch things without getting caught.
Yeah. We'll go with that. Yeah, run with that. Yeah, because Dad wants to watch the game. Okay. Sorry, can you hear me now? My shit fucked up. I don't know what happened. Yeah, I missed half of the last conversation, so I'm sorry.
Oh, fuck. Here now.
Wait, what?
I said, yeah, now.
Oh, you know what you know, and you know that I know what I know. You know.
Brilliant. Yeah, I was taking the mickey out of another YouTuber from Australia. I wasn't really taking the mickey, actually. But I basically said, this coming from somebody who lives in a country where the most used phrase is a literal contradiction. And he went, huh? And I went, yeah, nah. I know it's not an actual contradiction because it's not meant that way, but it sounded funny at the time.
Hey, it worked.
It's a juxtaposition, would you call it?
No, it's just what do they call them?
Not an oxymoron.
Oh, just a phrase. A colloquialism, slang. No, there's a word for it.
You was taking the piss out of it, Governor.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm?
I was, yeah. In a nice way. You know what I mean? In a British way.
Yeah.
Like when we take the piss out of the British, we go, polish your knob, governor.
Hey, look.
Sixpence, governor.
Sixpence. Punts.
Sixpence. That's it.
Yeah.
Hey, this is why I like Australia so much. The states were founded by a bunch of England rejects, and so was Australia. Except those rejects were prisoners and not a bunch of religious fucking fanatics that we've got up here. Yeah. There's a little bit of difference, but yeah, we were all England rejects. We were like,
you told me how.
Yeah.
What I found, and I think England's the same, because they don't give a shit about religion. But somehow we still have the same issues like in the States. It's just that people don't really use religion as the reason.
Well,
if that makes sense.
Fair enough. Yeah, it does. They do it in like a backdoor sort of way. Backdoor. Hey, look, like a backdoor. Yeah. But
like
here in the States,
Prime Minister in our Liberal Party, like our left party, trying to stop kids having social media till they're 16. What the fuck is that? That's something like I'd expect from right-wing religious fanatics. Like,
well, see, that's the problem in the States. Everybody's got a hell God. Fuck that. That's why I never ran for office in the States. because I wouldn't say hell God or whatever. God bless America. No, you know what? God bless the world. Okay, if you believe in God, God bless the world. Fair enough. But I wanted to ask you, don't you get fined, Sammy, in Australia if you don't vote?
Correct.
How much? In kangaroo?
$50.
What, 60?
50 kangaroo dollars.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah,
That's
we call them buckaroos.
That's what I was gonna say, man. How many fucking kangaroo ball sacks are that? Yeah, can you convert that from kangaroo ball sack? I'm just saying.
That is about 37 freedom dollars.
Oh, fair enough. Okay. Freedom bucks. Yeah. In God we trust is on our money because, yeah, I mean, you know.
Because fuck separating church and state.
No, I
right?
mean that is the perfect representation of America, isn't it? It's like we don't trust anything.
Except the almighty goddamn dollar. Exactly. That is America in a goddamn nutshell. Well, not America, but the state. That's how we run shit here. It's like a big mafia. It really is.
Yeah, and now Trump's the big don.
Yeah, the Don.
Hey, look, we're getting shit done.
Wow, I didn't even see what I did there.
I know. It was a good one.
Fair enough. Hey, look, I joke, I kid, you know. But, you know, we're getting ready to ride the wave once Trump gets sworn in for another 4 years. Hey, look, get it all taken care of now. And once Trump gets in for his last 4 years.
Yeah,
Look.
I mean, look, I would look on the bright side.
Yeah.
It can't get any worse.
Every cloud has
And
a silver
you've
lining.
only got 4 years to wait.
Yeah.
And it can't
could
happen
get
again.
worse.
Can't happen again,
yeah.
though, can it?
So,
that's it. After 4 years, you're done. That's the end of that.
That's another question I wanted to ask Wes. I'm like, well, if Trump's one of the 10 horns of the devil, blah, 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 does that mean all this shit's going to go down in the next 4 years?
Probably.
Should I, like, be trying to tick off my bucket list?
I wouldn't bet against it.
Yeah.
I would assert that what that means in the deepest sense is that Mr. Curry is a liberal. That's what it means.
Wait, what? Who?
Mr. Curry, Wesley Curry II. When he asserted that, it's because he's a liberal. It has nothing to do with anything else.
He's been saying that for a number of years anyway, to be fair. So
What? That Armageddon
it's just around the corner.
about to happen?
Well, I mean, I don't think he puts a time on it. He's not that. Well, I mean,
I think this kind of ties into it. The idea of Armageddon or end times happening is right around the corner. I think this leads into that those two things are connected. I think eugenics is only the logical conclusion if there's no heaven. If there's a heaven, there's no need for eugenics.
I think
I'm
they
gonna seek clarification on that.
Well, if the idea of eugenics is to perfect the human genome, and the idea of heaven, a part of it is that the human genome is perfected, then one replaces the other.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
I'd just say eugenics, mate.
Say it again, Simos.
I'd just say eugenics.
I'd just say eugenics.
Yeah, genics. Eugenics.
Eugenics.
Yeah.
You're saying me genics or I genics.
Oh.
I'm saying eugenics.
I'm so slow sometimes. Yeah.
So
Okay,
it's fine. I'm on a like a
Fair.
silly tangent. That's all.
Hey, look,
I'm just not a very creative person.
Oh no, I wouldn't say that. I would say that
No,
is
I'm
not
really
true.
not, actually.
No, you really are.
No,
You really
you
are.
think I am because what I espouse, but
No, look
I don't think
behind
it's
you.
inventive at all.
Yeah.
not all art is music and drawing and painting, shit like that.
But Richard does draw and paint.
It's an art. Yeah.
I just try to perfectly copy what's already there. I don't create art.
There's still a skill in that, Richard.
That
I
is
can't
art.
copy to
Believe it or
save my life.
Okay, you can call it that if you want, I guess.
Thank you.
You are.
Whatever
can I say-
is behind you is art.
That's the thing. We're all individuals here. We see things the way we see them. Like I see Sammy going out and like hunting fucking platypuses and shit. Yeah, so I mean, I'm kind of weird like that. You okay?
You're weird like that, or I'm weird like that. Hmm?
Oh, and I picture Simons going out and detectiving up the Hound of the Baskervilles. Shit. Yeah.
Oh, hang on.
Oh, that's pretty good. That's not bad.
Hold on a second. Let me get my settings. There we go.
Oh, I see. Yeah,
That's
Interesting.
12,000 volt DC with liquid semiconductors between the electrodes. That's how I create
Oh,
that.
wow.
That's art.
You did that
See,
electricity. That's cool.
I'm not sure it's art though, because horny toads really exist.
That doesn't matter, man. That's your representation of one. That is art.
Right. It's my representation of a thing that exists in reality, which thing I actually do not perfectly. So
Let me ask you a question. If I go take a picture of an actual horny toad, is that art?
Clockwork, you sound like you're underwater and your voice is coming up in bubbles.
That's not me.
And you need to refresh, bro.
Oh, it's you.
Sandy said, "Oh, there's a truck outside. I apologize."
That's framed art. Deal with it.
Deal with it.
What's framed art mean?
Something with a
Art
frame.
with a frame around
Anything with a frame around it, basically.
And why is that different from some other art? I'm sorry, I'm just trying to understand these terms.
Look, I mean,
it's not.
It's art is a malleable term, shall we say?
Okay.
But what Sandy is being as matter of fact as you can possibly be, like, because you're saying you don't call it art. She's saying that is not only art; it's framed art.
Oh, is that extra good? I built the frame too.
It's just matter of fact.
Pretty creative to build the frame as well.
Yeah. Well, I'm a construction guy. Building a frame's pretty easy.
Yeah, it doesn't mean it's not good, though, does it? Easy.
Oh well, the seams are nice. I used a very nice saw to do the angles and.
Then Richard, I challenge you to deny this. You may not be an artist, sir, but you are an artisan.
Okay. Yeah, I can live with that. If people perceive it as art, it's art. Liquid semiconductors. What I mean by liquid semiconductors is I used distilled water, and then I added metal salts to the water, and I tried different metal salts you get different conductivities, and you get so so you can take a paintbrush wetted with a semiconductor and cause the electrical path between the electrodes by having very sharp electrodes and actually sticking them in the wood, and then you can guide the electricity with liquids. That's how I did that.
Oh, okay, nice. Yeah, there's a fantastic quote which I've always liked about art, which goes something along the lines of, I can't remember who said it. I can actually. It was one of the guys that did a comedy program called The Young Ones. But anyway, he said Jimmy Page didn't write Stairway to Heaven until he was 22. I could play it when I was 8. I think that says something.
You broke up for me. Someone who wrote The Young what?
The Young Ones.
Oh, was that from The Young Ones?
It wasn't from The Young Ones. It was from another program that they did called I can't remember the name of the comedy program, but the comic strip. It's called The Comic Strip. You look that up. There's quite a few, and that particular one was from a one called The Bad News Tour.
Yeah.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, much better.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Look, shit's fucking up around here.
Such is life.
Mr.
Kerry O'Kee writes, Euphrates River is another sign of Armageddon. Okay, so here's what happened when they translated it into the English. The Hebrew had a word that referred to the Euphrates River. People knowing that translated it Euphrates. Unfortunately, the word doesn't mean the Euphrates River. Or the phrase does not mean the Euphrates River. It's not what it means. In fact, all of the description of the Garden of Eden, if you actually translate the untranslated words or mistranslated words, like Pishon, Heshon, Tigris, Euphrates, gold, onyx, all of these words, it turns out to say, instead of what you read in the English, it turns out to say a spinning pearl orbiting a light where there is clean air and sparkling water and house building block sons and childbirthing daughters. In other words, it's the whole planet. When the Bible's talking about the Garden of Eden, it means the whole planet, not just some place, which is why we can't find it. It's not a place on the planet, it is the planet.
Maybe.
I'll hear objections.
Well, no, I mean, it's an interpretation. It's not an objection. It's an interpretation, which is the one that I heard, which was that it's a place that existed before Sumeria, or at least the cities of Ur and Uruk were formed, and it's further downstream, which is now in the whatever it is, the Gulf of somewhere or another. Red Sea.
Yeah.
I can't remember.
From what I understand, those rivers don't have a singular head.
No, they don't. But they all
never could have.
They all flow into the same place, which is the Red Sea.
Yeah, so they don't have a singular source, and that's what the text is. I mean, in the translation, that's what the text is saying. It does have.
Really?
Is a singular
okay.
head.
I thought it said the 4 headwaters and then named them all. So
I'll have to go back and review again.
All the 4 rivers converge into the Garden of Eden, or as the Sumerians refer to it as is Dilmund.
Well, wasn't there?
Dilmund. And it's basically the bit of land that existed lower down in the what would have been a valley at the time.
Yeah, of course I've heard that explanation before.
Yeah,
and which means that you're not the only one, and you're doing a good job of quoting what other people have asserted, and I didn't think it was your assertion in the first place.
No, of course not. Of course, I don't. I wasn't there.
Well, where would Eden's garden be but in her valley?
So there's two things that support it. A, there's a map, and B, it's a creation myth of the first cities of Sumer. So that's the two thing, and the creation myth of Sumer, or at least Ur, is that people came up from Dilmund after a big flood.
Yes, the famous flood narratives.
Banks of the Euphrates. One of, there's a couple. Babylonian and Akkadian myth. But that's the Sumerian
wait,
one.
are we going to talk about the Anunnaki now? Please don't. Please don't fucking
And
talk
if you want.
Oh, well.
You're the one that brought it up. I mean, if you really didn't want to talk about it.
Well, I mean, you said the Akkadians, and I was like, the Anunnaki jumped in my head. I was like, Planet X really? Okay.
I knew a girl called Eden. I spent some time in her garden.
The thing about it is this Abraham obviously came from didn't he? Is that right?
Ur?
Yeah, Abraham from the land of Ur, which is a Goy region of heathens.
Oh, okay.
With false gods. Yeah.
I thought he came from the city of not a region.
Which is referring to the whole earth right now, and how we have like a god for every day of the year, like Paul says.
Well, we do, but they're Norse gods.
Well, there's some Norse gods in there too, yes, of course, and everything else.
Well,
some things I don't even know about.
Well, Sunday is the sun's day. Monday is the moon's day. Tuesday is Tyr's day. That's a Norse god. Tyr is a Norse god. Wednesday is Woden's day, or Odin's day. We all know who Odin is. It's fucking
Sure.
Anthony Hopkins, that's Odin. So, and Thursday is Thor's day. You know who? That's Chris Helmsworth. Is Thor.
Right, of course. Chris Helmsworth Day, yeah.
And Friday is Frigga or Freya, because they were twins who had, you remember the big wolf in Thor Ragnarok?
Yes.
That was their pet. That was their pet. Frigga and Freya, who were twins, are Fridays. And then Saturday is unique because it's Saturn's day.
Yes. Well, Saturn's a god, not a planet,
Well, both. Either or. Take your pick. Yeah.
Well, from the correct time frame, it's a god, not a planet.
Yeah. Well, I can't remember the Greek name.
So it's not that exceptional. It's just another god.
It's Roman. Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah.
Okay, so here's the actual words, each and every one of them.
Mm-hmm.
And the direct translation. I looked them all up. And I mean, if I just read the untranslated definitions, there's that: sparkle, cheerful, mankind, pleasant, furnished a potion, hedged about, realized, time, people breaking forth, extant, sprawling, chief time, etc. And then if I made that into English sentences: sparkling mankind to be at a pleasant place, was furnished a potion to be hedged about, for when the time is completed, people breaking through to exist scattered for the chief time in a primary and spiraling timely place, where there is shimmering. This is a misprint. I don't even know what that word was supposed to be. Earth of him. And earth made good, and them there to be divided as a pearl, to be stones and family building blocks, to be blanched. That means affected by the sun. to build family of the recognizable name, a sparkling duplicate of shining people to burst forth for him. He will surround the whole earth with blackness, so him of the recognizable name will shine in comparison. The triad will sparkle rapidly as he walks toward the project himself eastward, successfully making cheerful those sprawled out, cheerfully breaking forth. So that's I mean, that's not a
Couldn't Blanche
translation, that's a
mean
transliteration. What's that?
couldn't Blanche be cooked gently in hot water?
Yeah, it can. It can.
Fair enough.
That's
Maybe,
a form of blanching, but the word blanching, as you just used it, is referring back to something being sun bleached.
maybe that word that you is sized. In.
I don't know. I'd have to go back and look again what that was supposed to be. Let's see. Shimmering, between shimmering and earth. Shimmering.
Sized earth, maybe. Oh, sky, maybe. Shimmering sky earth.
Oh, yeah, that should have been sky.
There you go. Okay.
Anyway, I don't know how it ended up with that typo, but I am a horrible typist. So that's a transliteration of it.
But where did you get all the words from to make that transliteration?
Jusinius and Strong's.
No. Not how you translated the words, but where did you get the original
Torah.
words from?
From Torah.
And those are all words which are in a row in the Torah, are they?
Yes, they are.
Wow. Could you just click on that maybe so I can see how the Torah?
Well, I mean, we did the best to get to.
You want me to bring up Torah?
Yeah, the original word, or the translation of the words.
There it is. The word in the English, when you read it, it reads river. Oops, sorry.
Yeah.
It reads river, flood, Eden, water, garden. That's what you read in the English with conjunctions. They did their best to make it make sense in English.
Okay.
If you want the King James translation instead, or
yeah, that would be nice. So I could see where it's translated from.
Well, yeah, Simus is an Englishman. He's got to have the King's version.
Yes.
Well,
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Okay. Crap.
Sorry.
Hold on. I'm working on it. It's just a lot of switching screens and stuff.
Is it going to be Genesis, is it?
Look, do you want me to play a song to get us by?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, hang on. Let me find one.
Genesis.
This is an indie band. They have like 2 videos, but this is pretty good. Well, I mean, at least I thought. But where's it at? Damn it! There it is.
I'm gonna have to go and locate it. I don't remember where things are located in the Bible.
Yeah, I know that.
specifically.
I know that, dude. That's all right. That's okay. I think you mean the bit where it says about the 4 headwaters, do you?
Yeah.
Yeah. I think that might be in Genesis 2, but I'm not.
Hey, this is a play for time. I'm just
worse
saying.
than you on
Yeah.
knowing where things are.
I didn't figure it out. I've had to do that before. But yeah.
I think Havilah only appears once in the Bible. Yeah, here we are. There's the right section. Genesis 10.
Oh, you got it. Okay, fair enough. We'll play that later.
Genesis 2, yeah. I thought it was.
Genesis 2, yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay.
So here it is. In the English, in the King James translation, the part I was just showing. And a river went out of Eden to water the garden.
Oh, okay.
So
That's
that
weird.
means it's of one source out of Eden.
Yeah, no, you're right.
So
you're absolutely
if
right.
it was
yeah.
and it became and it parted into 4 heads.
Yeah.
In other
yeah,
words, it had a singular source, like there's a lake there or something. There's not; those rivers do not connect to a singular lake.
Yeah,
There's
no,
the,
absolutely. It would
there's the spring.
also place the Garden of Eden in Turkey, right? Modern day
It
Turkey.
would, yeah,
Yeah.
that would make more sense because that would be uphill of those rivers. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I don't accept that very scholarly, don't get me wrong, explanation. It's also a very Christian assumed explanation because, like, where it says right here, gold, that word
gold
right
there.
there actually means, yes, the Jews use that word to refer to gold, but what's it really mean? Sparkling like clean water. That's what it actually means. It doesn't mean gold. It's just gold is one of the things you could refer to as sparkling like clean water. The word bdellium and onyx. The reason onyx is used right here is, aside from the green shades, onyx is all the colors of human beings, from black through bright pink, and the word stone right here means a family building block sun.
Interesting.
So I think the translation is just presuming a lot and kind of lazy or malinformed. So that the slide I did there, that was Genesis 2:11 all the way down to 2:15.
Interesting.
Like the names of these rivers are spinning pearl orbiting light. Those are the names of the rivers.
Right. Worried about what are the names? What's Assyria?
What's the word Assyria? Let's see, that's right here. Assyria, Hiddekel of Assyria, the land of Assur. In the sense of, it's the word successful. That was the part where it says, and God will successfully claim the people on the earth. That was that part. Ashar. To be straight, to make straight, to be used in the widest, especially level, right, happy. Yeah. To go forward. Why does it mean to go forward?
That's really interesting. Asher. Yeah. Okay.
You know, like causing honesty, prosperity, those kinds of ideas.
Mm-hmm.
So Assyria means, you know, the people who are led forward into prosperity.
Right.
Right, which obviously has not happened.
Right. Assyria, that's where modern day Jordan is that right?
Well, yeah, but they used the actual places and people and names to tell the story. That's why the stuff is so weird and historically inaccurate.
Yeah.
Is because it's using the meanings of those things and the way the Hebrew people thought of it to tell a story. The thing's not true in history at all. What do you got, Clockwork? You're sharing screen.
Am I on deck? Oh,
go ahead, boss.
Oh, look, that just reminded me of a line in Bram Stoker's Dracula. Our ways aren't your ways. But fair enough. Here's another song.
Red light, reach out for a hand.
Yeah, you got to pause that occasionally. Is this like a strike about to happen? Come on, you got to like talk about it or something, bro. What is this? What's this song? Who did this?
This is an independent band. Yeah, they're like just on YouTube. This is their only video that I've seen on their channel. So yeah, this is like a out of left field somewhere band. But yeah, I had 2 strikes on my channel and now they're gone. I thought I was gonna get my shit taken down, but the 2 strikes disappeared. So
You can play anything, but pause it and do the commentary stuff. And follow TOS if you would, please.
Well, I mean, fair enough. I just like this song because of the bass line. It's
it's nice.
heavy. Yeah, it's fucking heavy. But let us continue for a bit. It's a 4.5 minute, almost 5 minute song.
That's long for a song, isn't it?
Only need a plan. I only need some time. Where do I go? What do I do? What do I know? Do I know you are nothing like I?
Yeah, I mean, they like sync together when the drums and the guitar and the bass all kick in together.
Yeah, what do you mean by that?
It's like
I don't understand music. Please describe.
It's like they're in sync. You know what I mean? Their synchronicity.
No, I think you're wrong. NSYNC is a completely different band.
Well, look, don't get technical with me. I'm just talking.
I'm just trying to find stuff to say.
No, it's funny. It's funny. Look, I'll be 3PO and you be R2. Okay. So yeah, don't get technical with me. But yeah, it's like it flows together good. You get what I'm saying? Yeah. Like the chick's voice and the band all flow together good. I don't know if they're going to do another song, but this one I liked. I stumbled across it. It popped up in my feed, and I was like, what the hell is this? Hazard lights? Okay, fair enough. Let us continue.
You far away from my car. Is this how it all starts? Will I be torn apart? I don't know where to start. I don't know the cool art of using broken parts of thinking smart. Where do I try? What's in my mind? Are you alive? Why can't I find a shadow hide with some people of mine? People of mine. How can I tell those faces?
Okay, that's a long continuation there. Simos Funks, thanks for coming by. Sorry you had to go. Hate to see you go, but love to watch you leave. Yeah, I think that's enough of the video, if you don't mind. I think it's a great example. If you want to, you're certainly a mod on this channel, aren't you?
I don't know.
Put something in the side chat.
Okay.
Peace and respect, Jody D, and welcome.
Yeah. I mean, I have weird taste in music. I'm just saying.
Is that something? I don't know that that's weird.
Well, I stumbled across it. It was like, what is this?
What do you mean? Your computer was lying on the floor while that played and you tripped? I don't. What do you mean you stumbled across the video?
It came up in my feed, and I was like, what is this? Yeah. But, yeah.
Clockwork, put something in the chat.
Oh, okay. Give me a second. Hang on.
And you can share that video, and other people can judge it too.
Yeah, fair enough.
Maybe they could tag you in comments under this video, and you could communicate about how awesome that song is. You guys could do stuff like that. It's possible.
Oh, hang on. We'll do this.
Rojo with the whataboutery. By the way, gold is panned in rivers, so the gold could actually be there. Yeah, that area not famous for gold. That is just not so. Peace and respect and welcome. GS, my brother. Well, how you doing?
I'm doing okay. Getting set up.
Oh,
Good
GS.
Sorry I didn't call you. This was kind of an off-the-cuff thing.
That's all right. I was watching shows with the wife, and luckily she was
Aw.
falling asleep too. I'm not a real big fan of sitting there quietly watching a show. It puts me to
You know,
sleep.
I never was either, but I sure watched a lot of stuff on TV because of the wife that I just didn't care about.
Mhm. No, I mean, we were watching this. It's called Arcane on Netflix. It's animated.
Uh-huh.
It's really actually really interesting. A lot of artistry and stuff like that. Great storyline. But I wanted to come up and say hello, hello, hello.
Thank you for doing so. Clockwork, you can put a link in the chat for that video if you should so desire.
You like my jellyfish? You guys are talking about the deep ocean. My wife bought me a
What?
couple of.
Oh, hey, look.
What, those are living critters there you got in the background? Bring it up close to the camera. Is
No.
it plugged in? Is it
Yeah,
battery
it's plugged in.
operated?
It's
Ah.
plugged in now. But it's like a mood. They're mood jellyfish, so you can tell when I'm melancholy apparently. But I don't even know how it would look if I turn this light on. Let me see. You probably can't even see them.
They kind of fade out of existence and clarity when the light's on. Yeah.
There you go. Is that a little better? You can kind of see them swimming around back there.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah. Okay. I see it. Okay.
All right. Not so bad. And it's
So
not
it's got
so bad.
it's got a translucent base and a color change LED, which, by the way, color change LEDs work by voltage. There's a voltage regulator variegator on that circuit, and that's what causes them to change color. It's
So is it about inhibiting and allowing? That's what decides the frequency of the color?
Yep. That's it.
Interesting. All right. Not too bad for an English nerd to understand a little bit of the concept of
I think it's really interesting when a person's brain can say, well, if that's true, these things are necessary. That's really important ability.
I heard it was all about the flux capacitors.
Yes, that's absolutely false, and in every way not true.
So it's kind of like if this is allowed, then these other things are not necessarily disallowed, but perhaps not given permission at the time. Right?
But you go, and stroke their beard and be like, what the fuck? Yeah.
Well,
No, I'd put a black light on your jellyfish and see how that works.
That'd be interesting.
They might fucking glow, yeah.
But if you think about it for a second, like to what Richard's saying, and this is all stuff that's way out of my area of expertise, but it kind of tickles my brain a little bit. That he's basically that if the light is a frequency of sorts based on voltage, adjusting the voltage would include or exclude certain spectrums, right? So just because it's allowed at this voltage doesn't mean it's disallowed ever. It's just disallowed until it's allowed, right? But I wonder if some things are disallowed. Like I'm guessing that can LEDs go to the ultraviolet scale?
No.
Okay, so
that's
then
exactly what is disallowed. Yeah, the ultraviolet and infrared scale are not part of it.
Oh, it's so good to talk to people that have some freaking brain cells. Oh, thank you, Jesus.
Yeah, you have to use like a fluorescent bulb to get black light, or yeah.
That was good necessary extrapolation. That's what you did there. You extrapolated. If observation 1, that is interpolation, you interpret the thing. Okay, if observation 1 and observation 2 and observation 3, then necessarily that leads out to that's extrapolation. Like if I say, and this is all great stuff because it's really important in logic and understanding and our understanding of life. Okay, so interpretation is that's a tree. Interpolation is look, there's another one. Here's how they're different. Extrapolation is there must be seeds.
But also difference and the same at the same time, perhaps, like meaning they're different, yet they're similar enough to be different
compared
but
to
the
each other. Yeah.
same. Yeah, that's
Right.
interesting. And then therefore that must have a different seed than that one, and thus and thus and thus, and perhaps cross pollination happens.
Right. All of that.
So like a white violet, or what do they call those little flowers? The mountain flowers, they're white, and then there's purple, and then there's pink. If you know what I'm
Believe that.
talking about.
I think I do. Yeah.
I got some like right out behind my house. Yeah, that's interesting. Thanks for sharing that.
Sure.
So, like, are you interested in science, or are you just interested in logic across the board? Like, what's your raison d'etre?
Oh, okay. So sciences are a form of philosophy using a specific set of logic to answer the question, what is the most likely truth? What is most likely true of this thing? That's what science is. My mom was a science teacher and a huge fan of logic. And I mean, I just grew up in a household where logic was always spoken of and was always granted the best way to think about anything. So logic is not separate from the sciences or from anything. Just logic is necessary good thinking about everything, and the scientific method using a specific form of logic.
Well, what's interesting, because I heard you talking, and I'm sorry to interrupt, but I heard you talking earlier about your mom having a very severe fear of snakes. Now, is it logical to be afraid of a snake that can't harm you?
You have to ask Clockwork that. That was Clockwork.
Oh, that was Clockwork.
That was me. Yeah.
I think the question
is it
stand
logical? Is it logical? No, I don't think so.
Mm-hmm.
But is it logical to be afraid of a poisonous snake? Yes, but like a black snake that's not poisonous? I mean, no, not really.
I'm going to say it's all logical. Here's why. First of all, the evolutionary process was from such a time that we didn't have language. So we couldn't say, well, that one's poisonous and that one's not. So all of them were deadly. Because you're better to default to a lie and survive and be able to reproduce. Thereby, your children are more likely to believe lies as well so that they can reproduce. And because people who will accept a convenient and healthful lie are more likely to make it to adult age than someone who rejects everything and gets killed. So there's a naturalistic process right there. And it's not until we discovered which ones are poisonous and which ones weren't and had language to express it that we could say something like the fear of a black snake is irrational.
Well, it's interesting because I just saw a video not too long ago of some baby that was surrounded by snakes and blocks and different things. And the baby had absolutely no fear of the snake at all. It was grabbing it, was touching it. And they hypothesize that it's because it's a learned situation, right? It's a learned behavior.
Right.
And I find that to be kind of fascinating. To the point where Sammy or whoever was a Clockwork was saying that his mom had one wrapped around his neck, or her neck rather, and that probably caused the
brother. Her brother threw a big black snake around her neck. Yeah. So
right.
I mean, I understand.
Right. So, well, I mean, technically, if it's a black snake, she had no fear of dying from it. So I wouldn't technically understand, but I'm sorry. I just want to finish this thought so that you guys can adjust it. It's not an attack, not a defense or anything like that. It's actually kind of an observation that is it because, to Richard's point, when we were earlier in our development as humans, everything was potentially dangerous and could kill us. Therefore, there was maybe more of a natural phobia to these things. Whereas nowadays, it seems like perhaps we're so bubble wrapped that a baby could be surrounded by snakes. And as long as there's not a human around to say you should be scared of that, then it won't have that reaction. Can we explore on that? Not to attack your mom. I personally, if someone threw a snake around my neck, I probably wouldn't react too well either.
Pretty sure mom doesn't either. But yeah, I mean, I get what you're saying. Look, and it could be we make a pheromone response.
Mm.
Fear pheromone response, animals can pick up on. They smell that shit. To put it, simply, however they detect it with their tongue or with their nose, or if you're afraid, an animal knows it. They can. Yeah.
I'm sorry. Go ahead. I thought you paused.
No,
But
no.
it's interesting you talk about pheromones because we also can smell pheromones, and perhaps the reason why kids can be scared of snakes even before a mom or dad might react to it in a negative way is that we are putting out a pheromone, a fear pheromone, and they can detect that before. That's interesting. I like that observation that you just made.
Oh, well, look, I came upon that because horses do not fucking like me. Okay? It's something about how I smell. That's the only thing. Yeah, it's some kind of pheromone. Horses will always try to bite. Always.
Interesting observation. Have you ever been downwind of a horse and it acted that way toward you?
Yes.
How did it smell upwind?
Well,
I'm
I don't
sorry,
know.
how did it smell downwind?
Yeah. Hey, look. Hey, I don't know.
If they can't.
Well, I mean, I don't know. It just fucking looked at me real fucking weird and like pawed the ground, and I was like, no, I'm not going near that horse. And
Yep.
I was away from it. But
This is
it
the
looked
problem
like
I have with the scientific assessment that what it is pheromone because it works in any wind direction. It's just not true.
Well, look, hey, look. I smelled funny. It's the best I got. That's the best I got.
No, that's a rational explanation unless there's a good wind and you're downwind of them. No animal can smell downwind. It's just impossible.
Well, okay, bro.
I suggest a different thing that there is some kind of connection between higher consciousness animals and they intrinsically know things about each other.
Well, I mean, I said I work with cows and goats and chickens. I didn't say nothing about horses. Look, your horse is your horse and it's not my horse, and I'm not going near any horse. I'm just saying. But my cousins are my neighbors now, and they're talking about getting horses, and I'm like, please don't get horses. Yeah, go the other way. Please find something else. Yeah.
See, but I'm not invalidating your experience whatsoever. I've experienced the same thing.
Yeah. They just don't like, for whatever reason.
So, Clockwork, what you were saying is the baby around the serpents did not have that reaction because it had not been taught to have that reaction, thereby would not loose the pheromones because it wasn't experiencing fear.
Yeah.
And the snakes would not be able to pick up on something that is obviously not there. Is that generally correct?
Fair enough. Yeah. Close enough. Yeah. Yeah, it wasn't afraid because it had never seen a snake before.
Right.
And perhaps there wasn't the social cue of other humans to react to it. Matter of fact, I saw another video where, and fathers often do this, whereas mothers will tend to elicit, like a shock kind of like fearful kind of response out of infants. But I watched this other video where a baby had fallen over, bumped its head, like not very far, but it had fallen over and kind of like, hit his head a little bit. And the father looked at it and started laughing, like, and the baby looked at him for a second. Then the baby started laughing. So it was looking for a social cue of, am I supposed to be afraid of this? Or am I supposed to cry? Am I supposed to be upset? And this is interesting because we see this in social media. Facebook will farm your emotions. It'll keep feeding you things that'll keep making you more and more upset or angry. They actually came out with this, 5-6 years ago, where they were doing psychological experiments on groups of people based on the kind of stuff that they would have in their feed. And they were trying to figure out if they can make them happy, sad, angry, mad, all these different emotions.
Seems evident that would work.
Yeah, but it's interesting about it's the social. A lot of us think we're all rugged individuals, but at the end of the day, I think we're kind of a little more like a bee colony than we realize. Perhaps.
Yeah, that's true to some extent. Yeah, I love it when people share screen on their stream. I always look at the videos that are in the queue
Mm-hmm.
when they go to share something, and it tells me a lot about who they are and what they look for.
Oh,
But
fair enough. Look, go ahead.
I just
Don't
always
look at
trouble
my
myself
shit,
to
man.
notice. That's all I'm saying.
Quit hacking my browser history. Okay, stop it.
I don't have to. You hacked it yourself. You showed it to me. Yeah, you'll see like if I go to share a video before I make it center screen in my feed, you'll see like all these religious arguments.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, fair enough. Hey, look, can I show you guys and everybody in the chat and everybody just lurking in the background? Can I show you something funny for Thanksgiving?
Sure.
Okay, hang on. Give me a second.
Okay, you're the narrator.
Oh, wait. Unmute it. Hey, look. Happy Thanksgiving, everybody.
Get out of here!
Six 21.
333 pound like 1045.
There's a turkey there.
Turkey attacking my cruiser. 10-4. He has no fear.
Take video. I want to share this shit for video. Yeah.
333 West 20.
Turkey don't give a fuck.
I'm guessing it's seeing its reflection and it's reacting to that. It's probably a Tom and season.
On Evergreen, A Meadow, and Grand Chute.
What noise does a turkey make?
About the same as that siren.
Exactly.
I don't know what they're gonna do.
Our coverage is made possible because of sponsors like Morgan and Morgan. Over the years, we've brought you mind-boggling video of crashes like these, but what happens to the victims? Apart from sometimes serious injuries, they can face months of paperwork, enormous medical bills, and life-changing car crashes like these. Like for Yvette Torres, who was hit Global free trial offer and were able to win Torres a whopping $11.9 million at trial. The best part, their fee is 100% free unless you win. It only takes a few minutes to see if you have a case. Remember, not all law firms are the same, and
You're
Morgan is
making
the
us
biggest
watch it,
for a
eh?
reason. They win a lot. You can start your
Yes,
claim
he
now by
hates
going
us,
to
actually.
forthepeople.
Yo! Yeah! Yeah!
I just want to say, if a turkey's going to attack some human, I'm glad it's a police officer.
Fair enough. This is hilarious. Okay. Well, what? 2 minutes in, and it's fucking 8 minutes long. Oh my god.
3 minutes on like the 333 response.
They're all laughing at him.
333. Do you need backup emergency for the turkey attack?
The turkey attack. No. Look, I gotta hear that again.
333. Do you need backup emergency for the turkey attack?
The turkey attack.
Yeah, 1040 is good. I'm trying to de-escalate.
Yeah.
Currently negotiating. He is pecking at my tire.
He said he's escalating. Stop resisting.
De-escalating.
Wait, did he just say stop resisting to the turkey? Hang on. I gotta, no, look, I'm sorry. I gotta back this up.
See if you can do it again exactly the same place.
Stop resisting.
Well done. He actually thought it was the cop.
Bye.
Sorry, 13.
13-1.
Better check his giblets.
Leave.
But all you need to arrest a turkey is some heavy cotton twine. At least when I've seen them, that's what they were arrested with.
Hey, look, I need to grab you and
Get out of here.
right now. Huh. God damn. 2 squad cars for a fucking truck.
Oh, he don't like that.
See, it's the horns. It's the
Leave, buddy.
noises.
Come on. Shoo. Get out of here.
Ring around the cop car.
Oh, look, I'm gonna stop it for a minute so we can talk shit about it. Because this is fucking hilarious. Yeah, he
I
told
think he
me
should pat down the turkey, especially around the giblet area.
Do you have anything that's gonna poke or stab me on your person? Oh, I'm sorry. Okay,
Well, it's just barnyard negotiations. Turkeys trying to deal with pigs.
Sometimes you gotta look them in the eye and scowl at them, and they'll get the point. But sometimes there's the few that don't. There you go.
No, he's over there.
All right.
No, he don't like you. Pull off to the side. I think he'll be all right. Go, 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 go. Get out of here.
Go and get out of here. Sir, I'm pretty sure that it's a she you're addressing, but you know, that's just me.
Get out of here. Well, that's no good. There's a fence here.
You should be careful. That turkey could be concealing a baster.
Mornings I've sat under a tree trying to get them close to me, and now I can't get them to go away. Shoot! Scram!
Motherfucker won't go away.
He don't like cars.
It's not a he.
Is that a hen? I thought it was a tom.
Okay.
Well, no,
No? 333. Fond du Lac. I'm currently in a foot pursuit.
I'm gonna
be eastbound. Male. Hi.
It's not a male. It's fucking tall.
About 2 feet tall.
Whatever. Okay.
Short beard.
Male about 2 feet tall, short beard.
He's behind you. Mostly brown.
Mostly
That's
brown.
funny. He starts
man.
describing
Yeah,
the suspect.
yeah, look.
Well, at least he started to have fun with it.
Well, yeah. I mean, I'm that was fucking hilarious.
I do have to go, guys. I appreciate you, Richard. 1 second here.
Oh, you gotta get out, GS?
Yep, I'm
Yeah.
heading out actually. And I will see you soon. Thanks for having me up, and I appreciate you.
Love on them as much as you can in every way that you can.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
I agree. Was it teach your children well?
Well,
There it is. You got it.
Father's house will surely go by.
Yeah, there it is. All right, guys. Y'all take care. Peace and respect.
And feed them on your dreams. Absolutely.
Sorry, I'm still fucking giggling over that shit. I'm sorry.
It's pretty giggly.
Yeah. I mean, you know, if you didn't see it in life, it was real. You wouldn't believe some shit like that would happen. Yeah. But it did. And there's more. But I didn't mean to come.
Didn't mean to what? Say it again.
Oh, I didn't mean to step on what y'all were talking about earlier.
That's what I heard anyway. I was trying to translate for everyone else.
Same.
Peace and respect, nerdy. Okay, so there's been a lot of times recently that I brought people up on the channel, and here's the shame of it, Sammy. I actually get better views. If there's some people and some of them are not getting along so good and they get very heated and it goes nowhere, it actually gets better ratings.
Yeah. That does suck.
And I made the observation to someone else and should take my own advice. If you don't like what you created, that's your fault. So, yes, Richard is wrong about probably about a million things I just don't know about. So I think I'm going to have to start declining anything non-religious topic, or else this channel is going to be something I never wanted it to be. Talking about things, people showing up for the wrong reason, people subscribing for the wrong reasons. And I don't know, that's probably being somewhat of a jerk. But I don't know what else to do.
Well, I mean, this is your channel. You do what you want with it.
Well, I'm doing what I think I should, and that's part of it. So I mean, I still want to welcome everyone, especially, you guys and several others. But I want to stay to religious arguments. So I would, again, cue another conversation. Clockwork. Is my memory failing me, or did you once have a delusion that they're some kind of a Christian delusion of some kind at some time?
A Christian delusion?
Yeah, did you have one of those? A religion?
Well, I was raised as a primitive Baptist, which isn't the same as a Southern Baptist. But, yeah, for a while.
Tell me the difference.
It's like Baptist and Catholic squished together and like mixed up, and yeah, it would take a while to explain it. They do the whole foot washing thing, and you've got to be baptized in running water. It can't be like sprinkles on your head like a Catholic. It's got to be you baptized in running water, like a creek or not a lake, because that's not running water. It's got to be moving water that you're baptized.
Now, why they insist on moving water? Obviously, it's something from the text. Would you know exactly what?
No, not really. Not right off the top of my head. No, I don't.
I love nerdy rodent. I think washing your feet is a reasonable thing to do. Or licking them, should you be a rodent.
Yeah.
Either way.
You start from the top down when you take a shower. And yeah, that's how the shit works.
Yeah.
Well, I don't even know if a shower would be considered running water.
It's not naturally flowing water. It's artificially imposed flowing water.
Yeah. It's weird.
It is really weird. Would you happen to recall their notion of baptism and what the biblical word baptism means?
What it means and like the old.
I guess it means they meant fully submerged in running water. I guess to them that's what it meant.
Yeah. It's weird. I'm just telling. But yeah, I kind of rejected. If I can't see it and feel it and smell it and taste it and whatever.
Well, would you agree with me that there's a large population of people on the planet?
Have we got to 8 billion yet?
It's something around that. I mean, do you think that's a large number?
Yeah.
I mean, I do. I can't even really fathom, like, if there was 8 billion pennies in front of me, how much space would that take up? How much would it weigh? My brain can't. I don't know. It's just too damn much to calculate.
Yeah. Okay. Let's think of it. We were talking about money earlier.
Yeah.
How much is $8 million? Because that's 8 billion.
I don't know.
8 million? How big is a million? I really can't fathom that.
No, neither can I.
Million.
Like, I can't even picture like something I know that's really standard and fairly small, like a million toothpicks. I don't know what that means. I can't picture that in my head.
Well, okay. If you're let's discount all this flat earth bullshit. It's 9.8 billion miles to the sun. Million miles to the sun.
Okay.
That's okay. It takes when the
I can kind of understand the number, like hypothetically or theoretically. But it doesn't really mean something to me because it's just too damn big of a number.
Yeah. Well, it takes a particle of light that comes from the surface of the sun.
8 light minutes.
Yes.
And 1 AU or 8 light minutes. Yeah.
Yeah. We're seeing the sun as it was, not
8 minutes ago.
Yeah. It could have blew up 8 minutes ago, and we might just find out here like 2 minutes later.
Well, that's how it goes.
Yeah.
There's a time delay. Yeah. As things travel, they take time to travel through space. It's one of those standard things. Okay, so here's what's interesting. Okay, so New Testament, the idea of baptism is written in the Greek language, right? And so it's just a very, very literal language. It's a very mechanical language. It's very useful, but it's not very poetic, Right. So when you write something in Greek, it's hyper literal. But the better question, I think, is what did the early Christians think about it? And that's because that's what it's referring to, is early Christianity. And to get to the early Christians, what I really need to look at is like Hebrew and Aramaic and how that word's used in those languages, right?
Well, I mean, the New Testament was written in Greek originally, right?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
But it's not a
Hebrew.
Greek religion.
Well, I know that. I understand
Right.
that. But Hebrew and Aramaic were the languages of the Old Testament, right?
Yeah, and the general language of the people, including the Christians that the Greek was writing about. They weren't Greek Christians. That doesn't even make sense.
Well, yeah, I get that. But
So that's why I'm saying we need to look back at those words from the Old Testament and from the Aramaic and see what they meant. So you'll see in the New Testament the word waters is overly pluralized, and in the Old Testament the same word waters. There's a definition for that, and it's mayim. That's the Hebrew word mayim, which I understand is also very close to an Aramaic word, and that's a common word in the Semitic languages. With just Semites aren't just Jews, by the way; it's the whole area. If somebody didn't know that.
Well, that's a good place to start with water, because everybody has a word for water.
Sure,
of
course.
Yeah, yeah. And sometimes, yeah.
In fact, the Jewish word for water is yom, and what it means is like enough water there could be wind and waves, and it makes noise. So any large amount of water is yom, and it's not mayim. But just like we have a word for water, there's also a word for watery substances. In English, I would say watery substances, right, with that qualifier, right? But in the Hebrew, the word mayim means watery substances. It doesn't mean water.
Well, yeah, that could be like mercury.
Yeah, mercury is a mayim, sure.
Yeah, a water-like substance, but it's a metal.
Right.
Yeah.
But I could share with you the Hebrew definition of mayim, although I can quote it to you just as easier. And it's waste, water, piss, semen. So that's the stuff it's actually referring to. These watery substances. You could extend it to like blood, fruit juices, those kinds of things.
Oh yeah, nothing.
Mercury.
Yeah. Nothing.
So,
ice cream. Yeah, I mean that could be the same thing.
Yeah. So in the Arabic nations, to say mayim and not talk about a fruit juice or the metal mercury is to talk about blood and relationship through semen. That is genetic relationship. That's what and it's often used to substitute the word brother or cousin. So mayim is more about human relationship than it is about oceans or lakes or rivers or streams. It's just not about. They have a different word they use for those kinds of things, that being yom. So with 8 billion people on the earth and you being a person, would you say that you're outnumbered, outweighed, immersed, dunked, let's see, submersed? What other baptism words can I use? Basically just all of the biblical description of baptism to describe you amongst the people.
Well, baptism didn't come along until the New Testament did it.
Yeah, that's true.
So what difference does it make to me? I was never baptized. I never will be baptized.
No, I'm just talking about what the words that are there are.
Oh,
and
yeah.
Never mind the tradition or the translation. What's it most likely mean? Well, if it's of that time and of those people and of those languages, which I know that it is, and the way those people used it was to say cousins and uncles and nieces and grandma. That's the way they use that. then the word mayim should be translated more like brother or sister than waters. It shouldn't be been translated as waters at all. But simultaneously, everything the text says about baptism makes sense in my actual situation, being a person amongst people. I have to count the zeros here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That's how many people could fit on the earth, Scony. That's interesting. Yeah, 8 billion people spread evenly in just the state of Texas is 4.6 people per acre, or 6.4. I think it's 6.4 people per acre. So Clockwork, does it make sense to you why I even said all that? You're muted on StreamYard if you're trying to respond, Clockwork. Yeah, Nerdy, this is actually correct. We are dipped into the people, unless you're a rodent, which means that you are dipped into the rodent group. You still end up baptized. So biblically, I could say something like, there's no sin in heaven, sin's something of the earth. People on the earth are amongst a big group of people on the earth, the waters, or mayim. They are immersed in the waters, thereby they are baptized for sin. In other words, if you experience sin, it's because you were on the earth and amongst a large group of people. So then the text would be saying, not that you must commit some act as a matter of faith and expressing publicly your religious beliefs, but that if you were on the earth, you had no choice about where you were, nor did you have control of the situation. And that situation was you were one of a big group of people who committed sins. That is a literal translation, an alternative, but literal translation of you must be baptized for sin, which is not a demand that you do something. It's just a declaration of where you were.
Hey, I just told you what religious faith I grew up in.
Yeah.
I mostly slept through the sermon. Most. When they started screaming and yelling, yeah, I woke up.
Yeah, that'll wake you up. Big fun.
Yeah.
Ruin a perfectly good kidnap.
No shit. Look, I've got an important phone call I've got to make.
You should take it.
Yeah, shit's going crazy. So I appreciate you having me up.
Thanks for coming up. Appreciate your time, brother.
No problem. I'll talk to you guys later. Hey, take care, Sammy. And look, don't fall off the end of the earth. I'm just saying.
All right. See ya.
Oh, take care, Sammy. Good to see y'all. Yeah, I gotta do
Don't
this.
be such a stranger. Yeah. Yeah, Scony, if you look at what the text says, it's so funny to me because the Christian people, they say all the right things. Like I can hear them say the important things, and the words that are coming out of their mouth are important words, but then what they make of it is nonsensical. I would be very biblically justified, easily justified to say there's no sin in heaven, sin's on the earth. While you're on the earth, you're in a large group of people that are committing sins, right? Then it's easy for me to say something like you're born into sin. Well, does that mean I was born with sin in me? All babies are born with sin in me. No, it means they're born into a place where sins happen. Well, that seems obvious. If sin is, anything that we do as an affront to each other or to hurt each other, if that's what sin means, then that's obviously going on all the time. And babies are being born all the time. So babies are being born in sin. Does that mean when your mom and dad got it on, they did something wrong? No. Does it mean there's something wrong with you? No, it doesn't. Or I could say that the only true baptism is complete submersion in moving waters. Well, yeah, that's all the right words.
Interested in you answering this.
Given the choice to take the mark of the beast in the near future or not, would you? That's a silly question. I'm a believer. Only people who are unaware of what the mark of the beast is would accept the mark of the beast. Because if you understood what it was, you'd understand the repercussions of it, and you'd reject it. So there you go. By the way, I'm an anti-preterist. I don't think any of this stuff's happened. Zero of it.
Lead me to ask, what is it then?
Microphone was a little bit choppy. Say it one more time. I'll probably catch it.
What is the mark?
Oh, what do I think it actually is? Just a belief. Just like the 144 are marked in their forehead, it's not a tattoo or a branding iron heated up in a campfire. It's nothing like that. It's just obvious what people believe. Like Sammy, try to picture that like end times actually happened. I know that's impossible, but try to picture it. Okay, so Mercury, the planet Mercury, is not where it belongs. Jupiter is a secondary star, so we're in a binary star system right here, a binary solar system. There's been the poisoning of a good chunk of an ocean, and this lake is just reeking and stinking up the whole joint with sulfur. You've already seen the arrival of heaven, the approach of hell. There was a war in the heavens, which is literally like pew 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 pew, like Star Wars. You're like, you can look up and you see Star Wars happening right there in the sky. And all that's already happened. And now you got this freak who keeps acting like Jesus, walking around with 144,000 disciples and 12 leaders of those 144,000. And then they're saying all kinds of things like, oh, this is always what we were expecting. An alien invasion of humans from an ancient Earth. You got all that crap going on, right? And the description of the situation caused me to forget what you'd said. Crap.
What is the mark?
Oh, right. Okay, so there's no infrastructure, no electricity, no pumping water, none of that stuff. Just like Old Testament living. You if the signs happened, it would like ruin infrastructure, and we'd be living like 10,000 years ago again, right? So there can't be computers reading electronics chips in that situation. That's just like, who the hell's running the energy station, right? Like if let's be super restrictive and say 50% of the people on the alien invasion went, oh crap, I get it now. It wasn't about superstition. It was about technology, and they just took heaven. Because that's it. That's all you have to do is accept that and take heaven. No big deal. Let's say 50% of the earth did that. Well, then 50% of your people that would be needed to run a nuclear power plant aren't there. Well, if they're not there to run it, how the hell you get it to run on 50%? You can't. And everything. No more car manufacturing, no more batteries, no more cigarettes. Stab me in the neck, but no more cigarettes. So it can't be a matter of technology, because we're going to be like 10,000 years ago. So people say all kinds of, RIFD chips, and they say all kinds of crap. I'm sorry, all that stuff's not going to work.
So the beast is just a metaphor.
No, I think the mark is a metaphor. I mean, it's obvious to me. All I have to do is talk to you 20 minutes, and I'll understand what you think and believe about some certain topic, whatever we were talking about for 20 minutes. It doesn't take very long. And that's just how obvious people are. So if someone were like walking around dressed in white, a singular thread white robe, professing that heaven has always been a spaceship, it's just people didn't always understand that. And he's with 144,000 dressed just like him. And there's this one guy on a big white horse. I mean, it doesn't take long to catch on, right? And he's like well fed, and his cheeks are nice and flush and fat. And he's not starving to death, and he's clean. Well, that's going to be very different from everyone else in the second half of end times who is starving to death, eating their own children, covered in dust and ashes, dressed in tattered clothes, from approximately 6 years ago. That they haven't been able to change. All they can do is, wash them with what they can find that's sort of like soap and beat it against a rock and put it back on. And that's all they can ever do because there's no Walmart, So it'd be really obvious in a situation like that first of all, they hadn't taken the ascension because they're still there on the earth. That they aren't those who are proselytizing because they're not clean, well-fed, and wearing white, and that they're part of the Antichrist or beast of Satan's system because they're not part of the apostles. So I mean, I think there'd be no mistake in this sort of thing. It's like written on their forehead.
The kingdom seems to be described as a city that lands on earth.
Yeah, that's right. That is correct. Now, I would argue a minor point that doesn't really matter is not salvific, that they actually hover at 3,000 feet and have they have small craft to go in between the surface of the earth and the ship that can't land. Just because it's not made to land anywhere ever. Yeah, so I think they have shuttlecraft, Scony. But other than that, I would totally agree with you. But I tell you what, if angels have actual wings and they can actually fly and actually carry something close to their weight, I'm going to be begging for the personal flight because that would just be really cool. Although I wouldn't refuse it because I have to take a shuttle.
I want to be beamed up like Star Trek.
There's stuff in the Bible, you could make an argument for that. Like they must have something like that. Like Jesus has flesh and he's a dude. And then in the New Testament, I can't remember the location of anything, But anyway, they're in a room and the door's closed, and he just appears there. And then at the end of the road to Emmaus, they're talking to him, and he just disappears. Well, how the hell did that happen? To Nerdy Rodent, African or European is the correct response. And then you have to scream "ah" to finish it out. And act like you're being thrown into a pit, big cliff, a chasm.
I'm guessing faster than light.
Well, this is a reference to Monty Python, the Holy Grail. And the people trying to cross the chasm, and the old magician or magic user, whatever he is, he asks them a question. They have to answer the question to cross. And this is one of the questions he asked. Only the word heaven here in the original story would have been... Shoot, what kind of bird was that? I think a swallow. And if you answered his question, I don't know, you get thrown into the chasm. And apparently, a big fall off of a cliff and you die. So, King Arthur, asks for clarity to the question of the bridge troll. He says, the bridge troll says, what's the maximum velocity of a fully laden... I think it's sparrow. I don't know. Sparrow? I can't remember what bird it was. And the king asks him for a clarifying question. He says, African or European? And he says, I don't know. And then he goes, oh, I just said, I don't know. And he gets, thrown down. That's the whole scene. And so he gets to cross having never answered a question. And that's what makes him king, of course.
It's great.
Scony, controlling the vibrational existence could have the effect of walking on water, going through walls, healing, making... Okay, then go ahead and do it. I mean, if you believe that and you're right, then because it's true and you believe it, it'll work. So you just want to film that and put it on YouTube for me. You will persuade me. I will believe you. And if you can't, then you're wrong. I mean, if you can't do it and you believe it and it's true, there's something wrong there. Do you guys think we'll be able to become a type... You forgot the number. Type blank civilization as we are now as a species. Okay, so I think you're Odin. I know that you are, as much as I can know anything, referring to the Kardashev scale of civilizations, which we are approximate. Oh, there he goes, type 2. I think in order to accomplish the Bible, you'd have to be at least a type 2, maybe a type 4 or higher. But you definitely have to be like a type 2 civilization to do what the Bible threatens. Here's what I'm saying, Scony. According to the Bible, heaven comes down from the sky. It contains a uncountable number of intelligent beings that are able to pick stuff up and move them. And these intelligent beings, they appear, and when they appear, they have a glow about them. Boy, that sounds a lot like a transporter beam to me. And that is scary to people. I imagine if we saw a real transporter person being transported, it'd freak us out pretty good. And then, there's sometimes this bright light and they disappear. Okay. Does that mean that there's something supernatural going on? I don't know. black rocks being hot in the sunlight was once supernatural. Then we discovered ultraviolet radiation. And then we realized, oh, it's the sun making it hot. That's how that works. So I think we only have scientific ignorance, and there is no actual supernatural anything anywhere at any time, including in the Bible. I don't think the Bible's claiming anything supernatural. I think it's describing extremely high technology, even compared to where we are now, where they can actually get here. Like, just the fact that a civilization could get here from anywhere that is not here is something that with our technology we can't do. Like, we're just now maybe preparing to go to Mars, but you could take a telescope and clearly see Mars from here. So these folks have to come from a distance you can't see with a telescope, right? And get here in a reasonable amount of time. I don't know how the heck you do that. So if heaven can be done, if end times can be conducted by angels, they're not talking about supernatural things. They're talking about high technology. Mom said what if they have both? Yeah, actually, that was Star Trek's answer to the problem of the space of the shuttles, that they were like always having to use this stupid shuttle scene and like write something in and make it useful, even if it wasn't useful to the story. And that was the invention of the transporter beams. So I agree with your mom. Stargates are better than spaceships. I'm not sure that Stargates make sense in reality. I'm pretty sure spaceships do. What do you think, Sammy?
I think once they had the transporter beam, they had to find more and more reasons to use the shuttle.
Yeah, they did. They like made stuff up to bring it back because people liked it.
Yeah, I forget what the main thing we were saying was, but
Yeah, Scotty, I really like this, and I hope I'm pronouncing you. You could always write the pronunciation of your moniker or actual name. If I'm saying it wrong, please correct me. Commenting, I believe everything that happens in this universe is natural. God doesn't break his own physical laws he set up. We just haven't figured it out yet. Yeah, I like that statement. I would summate that by saying science ain't finished. To put it simply, we're not done sciencing. Check out AI Shack's Tychos theory. This has the implications of the distance of stars being about 43,000 times closer and solves the retrograde problem we observe of planets and fits solarium perfectly. Okay, we used a few terms there I'm unfamiliar with, like the Tychos and solarium. I don't know what either of those things mean. However, and I would compliment you back with a suggestion. If you don't know who Halton Chip ARP, that's Halton chip, like a computer chip, ARP, A-R-P. If you don't know who Halton ARP is, give him a view, because anomalous galaxies was his polite way of saying to the scientific community, you're full of crap. This area is not expanding, and what you're watching is new physical objects that are very hot being ejected from older physical objects that are not as hot, which makes sense. Even showing physical trails between known near objects, which is what brought it up to me, the nearness assertion there. So check out Halton Arp, a digital model of our planetary system. Okay, that's what solarium is. I think using rocks to create nuclear energy is supernatural. Nope. Nope. Entropy. Concentration to lesser concentration, or radiation. Not very magical. Okay, I'm about done, Sammy. What do you think?
Oh, I was muted. Yeah,
Yeah.
I think that's an amazing conversation.
I really enjoyed it. Thanks for the idea. Thanks to you personally, Sammy, for the idea. I wouldn't
cheers
have
for
done it had
having
you
me.
not suggested it. Did I say adjusted it? Gee, what
I
was
think
that?
you said suggested.
Okay.
I heard
Then I
suggested.
remembered back at it and it seemed wrong, and I thought I used the wrong word.
Yeah, I wish I had more pushback. But,
Well, that's what I want is pushback. I mean, if I'm wrong, I should know that because I'd like to know that because I'd like to be right instead of being wrong. So weird to want to be right. Well, Odin, try hitting the link because that could change whether or not you're here.
I mean, it is pinned.
Oh yeah, it's right there. He can see it. What he was, I'm teasing him. He said he was going to join if we weren't just, but I just started saying I was going to shut it down. But the reason I was going to shut it down is because the conversation ended. Of course, if there was a new person here, the conversation might change and not end. So, up to you, man.
Ding.
I mean, altogether, I was only going to wrap it up because Sammy and I are kind of done for the day, and I was just going to have my third cigarette. Of course, if you come on, then you can carry it, and you guys can talk, and I'll come back in about 10 minutes, and you can tell me why I'm stupid, which I would appreciate.
Pushback is a nicer way.
Is this in reference to the University Veritas International? It's part of Veritas University. Lots of info on science and maths. Ooh, look at that with the proper use of the word maths. Amazing. Where are you from, Scony? Not the United States, I can say. Or else you wouldn't have wrote the word maths. Or maybe you're just from the U.S. and educated. Peace and respect and welcome. Odin 144, the Batman, which is not a lamb man.
Odin.
Hey, how you guys doing? So actually, Richard, what I was, that's the unfortunate thing sometimes when you have limited letters. So I was saying more so, not necessarily the energy itself is supernatural. I was more referring to the process is supernatural. Because the amount of energy that we can pull from those rocks, right? We had to basically do a bunch of crap to them, right? In order to get them to produce the amount of energy that we can pull from them, right? So I'm not saying the Earth itself, or doesn't generate its own nuclear energy. I'm just saying the process is supernatural, because what we're doing is that we're essentially taking something that, for example, that could happen naturally, right? That happens naturally, and we're accelerating it, basically. Does that make sense?
It does. No, well, it doesn't only make sense. It's also true in reality.
Yeah, so like I would, I would consider us taking like glass exists naturally, right?
Yeah, where lightning strikes sand, you can get a chunk of glass.
Yep. Where we're able to create glass to perform various needs, right? But we do so um, in a way that is extremely specific and unnatural,
Of course, you
right?
know what my argument against the natural nature of the inventions of man is.
Okay, for the audience, let them hear it.
Humans are naturally occurring. What they do is naturally occurring. Anything we do is natural.
Yes. I was just more so referring to how people tend to use the term supernatural, and it's largely like when you question them, it's largely because, well, we don't know how it's done, right? Or we can't do it, but something or someone is claimed to have done it, therefore it's supernatural or unnatural,
Right.
right?
Like if you'd have said to Charles Darwin, "Hey, what do you think about this?" I'm gonna use radiation in the FM spectrum to uh, and have very very specific, very small metered sections of it to where anyone on the planet could talk to someone else on the planet via radio frequencies.
He would
He'd
look
have
like
said, "You're a nut job," but that's exactly what cell phones are doing.
exactly, right? So I don't see, those things inherently. Now, okay, so to be fair, right? You can make the argument that there are animals that take advantage of the electromagnetic field, right? Like some
Sure.
pigeons, for example, right?
All pigeons, as far as I know.
Yeah, I don't know if there's a species of pigeons that exist that don't, but
Yeah,
I
I don't
share
think
the
there
same
are.
sentiments. So my idea is that okay, I think we use those words mainly because of our ignorance. And so that's why I hold a position that everything that happens within the universe is natural. Now, I think the term we should use in some situations is hypernatural or ultranatural. Now, hear me out, right? I say hypernatural mainly because, for example, like the glass, the way how we produce glass, um, naturally, yes, the earth can produce its own glass, right?
Sure.
Like you gave an example as to how, right? Um, However, those temperatures, right? You typically find those temperatures closer to, really, really hot places to the point where rocks are, molten, right?
Yeah,
And you
yeah,
don't
that's what I think.
find animals, right, creating these specific areas that generate the level of heat that would, and putting in specific materials to generate a type of glass that can give you a certain level of strength, durability, um, transparency, and stuff like that, right?
Yep.
So I think the term we should use is hypernatural or ultranatural.
No, I like that. That's pretty good.
It's just one of those things that has been like kind of mulling over in my brain because when someone asks has a conversation with me about I guess the quote unquote like miracles that happen in the Bible, right?
I would
Or
ask you to pick one term or the other though, because I think they're pretty much interchangeable the way that you're using them.
yeah, so I guess
Pick a
I'm
favorite. Which one sounds better?
okay. What does the 12-year-old in me think sounds
Yeah,
cooler?
exactly. That's an
Ultranatural.
opinion question. Yeah.
Ultranatural. I guess. Yeah, oh, mega natural. Okay, that's actually a pretty good one.
Yeah, I like that one too. Gosh,
I
I
don't
don't
know,
know. It's a
guys.
tough.
Put a vote in
That's
the
what I'm saying. It
chat.
sounds like a personal choice, but I think I see your point. There's naturally occurring glass. However, that is not the premium glass, and we can do it because of consciousness. We can do it better than naturally occurring. So
Exactly.
it's better than or hyper to the natural or mega of the natural or ultra of the natural.
So what's interesting
But isn't
too?
that the case in everything? Like it's not like we've broken physics somewhere.
I wouldn't say so. We're working within those constraints. A matter of
Yeah,
fact,
because those things are real.
yeah.
You don't have a choice.
On Missing Mod Stream, there was a conversation between Big Bad Mama and Aiden, and they were talking about where should
Prediction:
we.
Big Bad Mama destroyed Aiden.
It was well, okay, so
Because
it was
Aiden is
more
a
like a
really smart
three-way battle.
13-year-old, and Big
Okay,
Bad Mama is like 40 and just as smart.
okay, so Aiden does sound like a 13-year-old. I'm not gonna lie.
No, I'm not saying he sounds that way. I'm not saying chronologically he is that way. I mean, he's still at that stage of development. Like, he's really bright, but then he says dumb crap.
So it was a three-way battle, right? Three-way battle royale. It was
Who is the third
Mark,
party?
Mark,
Mark Reed.
Mark Reed.
Okay.
So Mark Reed, Big Bad Mama, and Aiden. So what were they arguing about? The terraforming of Mars or the terraforming of
Can't believe I
Venus?
missed this.
And Big Bad Mama's position was we should just take care of the Earth. Put all of that energy and technology in taking care of the Earth and the people on it, right?
It won't stop
Mark,
the sun from exploding.
right?
However, becoming a space-based society would be a solution to us all dying when the sun explodes.
Yeah. Mark
Marx was.
was he was more so defending Mars, colonizing Mars, right? And Aiden was supporting Venus.
Instead
Now, yes,
of Mars.
yes,
Colonize Venus instead of Mars? Why? Because it's a hell of a
yes.
lot closer?
So I actually I was leaning more. Okay, I'm gonna put it in tiers, right?
You know, it rains frozen methane there.
Let's see. Big Bad Mama was first on my list in terms of who I agreed with, then Aiden, and then Mark. Now the
wait.
reason
Why? Okay, I'm
I'm
gonna
gonna
smoke
go in
that.
there. I'm gonna go in there.
I don't know. How
So-
are you defending Venus instead of Mars? I want to hear this.
So one of the reasons why I would defend Venus is mainly because its mass is very close to Earth's mass, right?
Yeah.
The other part of it is that it generates a lot of heat, like a lot of usable energy that we can actually pump into basically terraforming the planet. And it has a lot of the carbon that it has in its atmosphere, which is what adds to its current atmospheric situation that makes it really hot. We
Am
can
I
actually
misremembering that it's raining like liquid methane there or some crap?
no, it rains. Damn it, I don't remember. But it's not cold there. It's extremely hot. Like
Okay,
the
it's extreme. I
temperature
had
is
that
like
wrong.
it.
Okay.
Yeah, it melts lead. That's how hot it is there.
Like the dark side of it will melt lead. Like it's hot.
It is the hottest planet in the solar system. Right? Now, the cool thing is that we can. It's easier for us to convert heat energy into usable energy.
Well,
Right?
heat
And
is
so,
excitation is energy.
yes, yeah, but I'm talking about usable energy, right?
Yeah.
So in a situation like that, terraforming the planet, the process of terraforming the planet, we can use the planet's energy to terraform it.
Fair enough. Why have we chosen Mars? Because it's getting away from the sun?
No, so
I got to
okay,
pee so bad. My bladder's going to explode in like
no,
3.5 seconds.
I'll talk to Sammy about something in the meantime. I do want to share this my perspective on this.
I'm really
And yes, I
enjoying it.
believe Big Mama
I
won
mean,
that argument.
you're tilting my scales. I didn't think you would, but you are.
Sammy, I don't know if you had answered my question earlier in the chat about you guys in Aussie How's your war going against those invasive toads and rabbits?
Still the same.
You guys are losing.
Yeah. Yep.
So imagine getting into like an argument. Us guys will argue about stupid shit, but whose army is better than which army? And someone just brings up, well, I'm sorry, dude, you guys have been invaded by rabbits and you've lost that war. We can't take your army seriously.
It's so cute.
They're so cute, right? Oh man. But what are your thoughts so far on what I've shared, before Richard comes back? Oh, by the way, guys, vote one. Put a one in the chat if you prefer mega natural. Put a 2 in the chat if you prefer ultra natural. Go ahead, sorry.
Yeah, no, I'm pretty fascinated by the whole thing, really. Mm, it just goes to show how vague a term the word supernatural really is.
Yep. That was always my problem with it. And it was just largely based on just us not knowing stuff, you know. So I wanted to kind of refine it to like not necessarily just say, hey, we don't know, what it is, so therefore it's this, right? Um, because at different points in history, right, in the past, like anyone could make that argument. So, well, I don't know how this works, so therefore it's supernatural, right? But that definition changes as soon as you either can do it or you now know how it works.
So what about pretty natural or
You said a natural?
pre?
Pre-natural.
Yeah.
So you got to break that down
So
for me.
so it kind of sounds like, well, is there anything that you can come up with that isn't possible? And if it's possible, we just can't do it yet. If all that makes it supernatural is we don't understand or can't do it yet, then isn't it just pre-natural? Because we haven't discovered or figured it out yet, and then it will become natural.
That's interesting. I wouldn't even know how to how do we gauge that though? Because
Yeah.
let's say, are we if let's say we create a new element. Actually, I think there's a couple of elements that we've created. Hold on, let me Google this.
Well, for example, like without your two other definitions, just using supernatural, would you have called unicorns supernatural, or did you have a different, like, are they in a different category?
I wouldn't call unicorns supernatural.
Exactly. That's why I'm the same, and so they wouldn't be pre-natural either,
Yeah.
because we wouldn't expect them to ever be natural.
I
So
just found
pre-natural, I guess, would refer to things technically possible.
I don't know, because now we're assuming, for example, that unicorns don't exist. For all we know, there might be a
Yeah.
parallel Earth with horses with actual horns, because like they've developed those horns to, I don't know, fight against
Each other, or yeah,
like
whatever.
maybe other predators. Because like it's clear that I call them grass eaters, right? They can develop horns. They do develop horns for self-defense and for getting mating rights, right? And so
Yeah.
if there is another planet that's like close to Earth that might have species that kind of went along with the same evolutionary process as us, right? Not exactly the same. I think it's possible that, you know, a horse-like creature, right? It might have the same body plan as a horse, but it just has a horn, right? We see that there are animals that can develop one or two horns. So I don't see a unicorn as being, you know, like an impossibility, basically. Now, a horse
No,
with
I don't
wings,
either.
that's
Yeah.
different. Right? Because now a griffin, I think a griffin could be possible, right? Because
Go on.
so the difference between a griffin and a typical bird is that a griffin has front legs along with wings, right? But everything else shares the same anatomy. And so bird bones are hollow, right? Which reduces the weight. And so the way how I'm looking at it is that if it has the same if it has the necessary proportions and body shape that allow them to fly,
Does it
right?
have like a feline tail?
What did you say?
Doesn't it have like a feline's tail?
A griffin? No. They have the tail of a bird. I think you're damn, I know what you're talking about. There is a version, there's like a chimera, a specific type of chimera that has specific parts, but griffins are basically eagles with
With
front
long
legs.
feet. Yeah.
It's pretty much what they are. And so if they maintain those same, the same kind of anatomy, right? Just with the front legs, then I think it would most likely make sense that they will be able to fly. Now, of course, their wing to body proportion need to make sense, mainly because, um, well, then again, I'm thinking about how much energy they would have to expend to fly, like for example, to take off. But then you have albatrosses, right? Like they just like glide.
Yeah, and it doesn't necessarily need to be all flesh and bone. It could be feather.
Exactly.
I've seen owls that their big bushy feet look like I don't know, lion's claws and something.
Yeah, that's
Weird.
interesting. kind of
There's just
reminds.
all the feathers that make it look big and fat, and then they have big, thick like, toe claws.
Yep. So I don't see any why it would be any different for griffins. And remember, it's not like in the fossil record, we've seen dinosaurs, right, that basically have front legs or like hand-like legs or whatever they call them, right? And I think
Yeah.
they have like something either like close to a beak. They just didn't have like the wings.
Yeah.
But now you run into the only issue you run into is the body plan issue and the pressures, right? Because our current body plans exist as us having 4 appendages, pretty much, or 5. I don't remember any mammal or reptilian that has 6, and the layout being two, like for example, two hands up top and a leg. Because at least if that body plan exists, right, you can have, well, technically it would be 7, right? So let me see, you have 2 hands up top, 2 legs, and a tail. Because the birds, they need their tail feathers for stability, right?
Yeah.
So I guess, how would it evolve? How would it evolve? Use it? What pressures would have to exist for it to basically evolve its right? It's either lower arms or upper arms for it to turn into wings. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like what pressures would necessarily exist for it to basically be able to do that? Welcome back, Mr. Richard, god of this channel. But yeah, I think most likely out of all of these mythical animals, I think a unicorn is probably the most probable that could come about, at least with our current understanding, and with the current body plans that we have available for animals right now,
You're
on
right.
Earth.
And if you think about it, the idea of angels makes no sense. The
Yep.
wings sticking out of their back. Like, unless they were bees' wings, that would make sense.
What if we had like bat wings? That's a mammal.
Yeah,
Well,
but it would have to replace their arms
Why replace?
because that's what wings have done. Think about it.
No, that's what wings have naturally done.
What mammal do you know has 4 legs and 2 wings?
4 legs and 2 wings.
Yeah.
Let's see, the hippodrome.
Oh, what?
They're ancient mythological creatures.
Oh,
The Pegasus.
mythological. In reality.
Yes, I was cheating. But I was just cheating for fun. Look, if we could grow a human ear on a mouse back, what say we couldn't manipulate genetics in, I don't know, another 100 years and make an actual unicorn or a winged unicorn?
But we were more so talking about those things existing as a natural process.
That's not going to happen.
Well, we're not saying like on this planet. We're just kind of looking at, okay, you have these mythical animals, right? And so I was
Maybe.
kind of making the argument that a unicorn would most likely be the one that would that would exist in a way, because the horse body plan, right, is something that we've seen that is developed naturally, right, and multiple different species has that body plan. But
Yes.
there are hooved animals that have horns that have a body plan that's close to a horse.
Sure.
So my argument was maybe on a different planet that's parallel to Earth, right? In terms of not exactly, obviously, but has enough difference to where the pressures might require those horse-like creatures to grow horns in order to defend themselves or to fight for mating rights and stuff like that. So it'll grow a
Or
horn.
I think it's closer to the theory to say it didn't kill them off.
Yeah. Like it
It was
wouldn't be
allowable.
sharp. Yeah, like
Yeah.
it wouldn't be like, so that's the way how I was kind of looking at it, just solely based on body plans. Because in order to get the other thing that was next on my list was a griffin, right? But the only problem we run into is that it would have to come from a creature that has 7 appendages.
6 or 7. Yeah.
6 or 7 appendages. Yes. It would have to have,
7?
because remember, a griffin has 4 legs, 2 wings, and it has a tail.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Well, I wasn't calling it a tail an appendage unless it was
Yeah.
prehensile. But okay, sure, fair enough.
Yeah. And so,
So, well,
sure.
we could say 6 limbs.
Yeah.
Unless it's a prehensile tail, I can't call it a limb.
No.
Maybe I'm wrong.
If we forget the tail, it's 6 limbs.
It's 6 limbs.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, yeah, that would
With
be
the
6
tails.
limbs. Yeah.
Yeah, because you can grant a griffin in all of the depictions we've seen so far. The only difference between a griffin and, let's say, an eagle, right, is a slight posture difference and the front legs, but they're super feathery, right? The wings typically look big enough to manage the weight of that body, and the bones are hollow enough and not heavy,
Right.
so they'll be able to
Which I don't know why the
at
hell
least
they say
take
that
off.
anyway. It's not like chicken bones are full of air.
Yeah,
They're full of liquids. That's not better. The hollow spots are not full of air. That's just wrong. It's not
yeah,
true.
there are people who think that. Though. I don't think there are people who think that.
Yes,
But
sir.
yeah, that's okay. That's
Wow.
interesting. But yeah, it's the idea that that they would have wings and a wingspan that would be big enough that would allow them to take flight, but maybe
Yeah.
not sustain flight long, but they would glide kind of like
Well,
the
there's all kinds of
albatross.
birds like that too. Yeah.
Yeah. So that was like second on my list.
Like all the gliding birds are not good at climbing flight. Like for instance, a turkey. It sucks at climbing flight.
Yes. Ostriches, for example, right? They got wings, but they're only really meant for eating.
The wing they eat through their wings. Okay.
No,
What?
no. I said like chicken wings.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so now that you're back, Richard. So
I was
good
Richard
thing.
the whole time actually, but go ahead.
So Venus, it
Yes.
has a lot of energy, that useful energy, right? In
Okay.
terms of building things and landing things on the surface, it would be much easier because the gravity is very close to Earth. So if we want to send things down and send things back up from the surface of the planet, right, we can do that with relative ease because we have a really good understanding of that planet's gravity already, right? Now,
Yeah, but
if
Mars
we
has lesser gravity, which means it'd be easier. in both
Kind
directions,
of.
taking off and landing.
Kind of. I'll get to that part. The size of the planet is also important because, and the mass, of course, right? Because it's able to easily maintain the new atmosphere that will come about through terraforming, just like
Okay.
Earth, right? So let's go to Mars. You are right. Mars is smaller. It's less massive, so it'll be easier for us to send stuff there and to send send stuff back up to space. Technically speaking, right? Now the
Plus,
problem.
wait, we can also see. As soon as we land, we can still see. We ain't got to grope around in this opaque atmosphere.
No, you can see on Venus.
Really?
Yeah. The color it is opaque, but you can still see.
Okay, how
It's not
far?
like it's not um um
Have we sent a probe, like a
yeah
camera,
yeah
to the
yeah
surface of
you
Venus?
can
We
Google
have.
it. Yeah, they took
Well,
pictures and
if we've
everything.
done it, you can Google it pretty much. But
Yeah.
yeah.
Um
Okay.
Now the problem with Mars is that Mars does not have a lot of useful energy on the surface if that we can use to terraform
Yeah,
the
it
atmosphere.
seems pretty darn desert-like.
Yeah. And there's not like a lot of surface tectonic activity that is taking place either. So we can't even use the volcanoes
Yeah,
because there's none.
volcanism very low there. Yes.
Yeah, right. The other part of it is that um, if we were to um, terraform that atmosphere, right, the amount of atmospheric pressure we would need to survive there, right, would be equal to Earth, right? But because you run into the problem of it retaining all of that extra mass that we're pumping in that atmosphere because its mass is smaller than the Earth. So
Yes.
basically, we would constantly have to keep pumping atmosphere into Mars in order to live there. And again, you run into the issue of, okay, where are we going to get
Well,
the
that's only
energy and the
true if
materials to do
gravity's
that?
holding the atmosphere of the Earth in place.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. There's that part too. Right. So that's part of it. The other part of it too is the soil being super fine, and how it could absolutely mess up electronics. You have the electromagnetic issue, the magnetosphere issue when it comes to solar rays and stuff like that, right? It's not as powerful as Venus's or Earth's. Venus's magnetosphere is way more powerful because, again, right, it has the same activities going on as Earth's core, right? Or the processes are identical to generate that magnetosphere, so we don't have to worry about outside rays from deadly rays and stuff like that. So we're protected there. Where on Mars, it's not as strong, so we're more susceptible. Not only that, setting up wireless communication on Mars would be probably there could be a lot of issues for local setups because again of the instability that would exist because of its magnetosphere. So that's why I am leaning more over to Venus. Now, the problem with Venus, right? And that's a fixable problem, by the way, right? Is that we would want, if we change the atmosphere, because there is water there, it's just trapped, right? And we can find ways to extract it. So even the water problem, even the water issue is not really an issue. And even if there's not enough to our liking, we could literally just haul asteroids there and just throw them in the atmosphere until we get enough to get enough moisture in the atmosphere. But the tricky thing is, the interesting thing is that Venus doesn't have a moon. And so if we want to fully terraform Venus, we would have to basically get a moon to make it like pretty much like Earth. And the moon is not small. It's very big. So it's easier for us to actually like if the Earth is going to be destroyed, right, for whatever reason or for whatever
Why do
reason,
you need a moon for terraforming?
to get like the exact same conditions as Earth.
No, I'm saying what about it would kill us? The lack of a moon. Why would we perish?
I mean, it wouldn't kill us, but I'm just saying, like, for us to get seasons and to get like non-stagnant water
We don't
and
even
stuff like
like
that.
seasons.
Some people do. There are crazy people that like snow.
That's old fashioned. Cares.
There's the so now this part I'm not 100. This part is like just purely my speculation. Just based on my rudimentary understanding, the benefits of having a moon is that it would create a normal night and day cycle, and for the purposes of obviously time tracking for local animals and plants. Not only that, the moon still reflects the moon reflects light from the sun to the earth still, right? And so some plants, right, would actually probably benefit from having that light, even though it's not as strong,
I'm
but it
willing
would
to bend
benefit
to the
from it.
plants thing. Animals, maybe not so much. And I'm not even sure that plants that need the moon are necessary to a biodome. I just don't even know that.
I
That's
wouldn't
just
say
way
they're
too
necessary.
complex.
I wouldn't say they're necessary. However, the best way, there's two things we're going to really need to um, um, to change the atmosphere there, and to because the Earth went through the current atmosphere that we have with the Earth, right? Matter of fact, let me ask you a question, right? If you were to, you have a choice. You are going to be locked in a room, right, where there's not going to be any oxygen, right? And you have the choice between picking, let's say,
I'll
1,000
take the
trees.
counterintuitive one.
Wait, what?
I'll take the counterintuitive answer because that's going to be the correct answer.
Okay. What if I said it's
It doesn't matter. It
tomato?
doesn't matter. I just know that this kind of puzzle is going to result in a counterintuitive question answer.
Yeah, but for the sake of the audience, right?
Well, okay, go ahead.
You
Sure.
have plants and you have cyanobacteria.
Yeah.
Right? Now the question is, why would we go with the counterintuitive? Right?
Because it works better, and our intuitions are often wrong.
Nah, yeah, I mean, yeah, on the surface you're right, but so it's the process of generating oxygen, the waste product, right? Plants are more complex, so they require more time and energy in general to pump out oxygen as a waste product. Where cyanobacteria, they are simpler, right? They reproduce quicker, right?
Yeah.
And so therefore they don't require as much energy either to respirate and to reproduce. So therefore they pump out more oxygen. That's how the earth got oxygenated, right? There was
Yeah, that's a theory. Yeah.
yeah. So the idea is that now they like decent temperatures, moist and water, right? And so if we can manage like mega structures of them, right? And animals that, species that are close to them, right? We don't even necessarily need to pump out as much energy to get them to oxygenate the atmosphere on Venus. And the
Fair enough.
more you oxygenate it, the more
What do
carbon
they
you remove,
eat?
the cooler.
Cyanide?
Sunlight, sunlight,
Sunlight
sunlight, and a few like base
minerals.
minerals. Yeah, it
Okay.
doesn't take much for them to survive, basically. Um, so whereas like if you were to do that on Mars, right? Again, you run into the issue of them not getting enough sunlight and temperature because Mars is colder and Mars is farther away from the sun, right? You run
I
into
suggest following the model in the book of Genesis for terraforming. And this is so complicated.
Yeah, I largely agree with Big Bad Mama. I think we should fix our shit first here before
Yeah,
we
but
go
that won't save
anywhere.
us.
I know, but I'm
It'll
just
make
saying for
life
the
here
sake of the
better for
argument.
now. Well, that's not the argument. The argument isn't whether or not we should have a good life now. The argument here in terraforming is whether or not humans should survive
Should survive. Yeah. So ultimately, I think
at
Aiden
all.
wins
I
the
mean,
argument. But I think that I agree with Big Mama on I guess a human emotional perspective, because I'm not just thinking about human existence. I'm thinking
right.
about the existence of other animals as well, and I would like to maintain that for as much as possible, for as long as possible, versus just kind of ignoring that they exist and consuming as much as possible, which screws them over, right, at the rate of how we're going, right?
Well, it's not that we kill them. It's that we don't take good care of them.
Yeah.
It's fine that we eat them.
So that's the three-way basically, and that's why I sided. Well, that's why I think Venus is better than Mars for terraforming and living there.
Okay, so admissions on my part. I did not pray before asking who. I did not pray and ask before saying who I thought would win an argument between the two of those guys. I don't know why we didn't talk about Mark Reed's position very much. I'm now more persuaded that I think you'd be right in these arguments if there's nothing else to consider, in Venus being more advantageous to our purposes than Mars is, which brings up the question in my mind: why is it they want to terraform Mars if you have all the necessary information, and why do others in the scientific community not agree with you?
So
And I don't even know what's going on with all that.
so it's okay. You ready for this one? It is the mythology of Mars that has planted that seed in our brains.
That's it.
Yes.
It's
If
very
you look at the
impractical.
if you look at the actual history behind our fascination with the stars, right? We've always been fascinated with planets,
Yeah.
but Mars took a head due to fictional writing and the idea of Martians and um, it being the next place, the idea that other species exist there, and so therefore, we should explore there, right? And so it kind of planted a seed in our brain that, hey, you know what, Mars might actually be practical, but in all intents and purposes,
Well, wait. There is a practical side to that.
for Mars,
Yes, there's a
it's
practical side to that did not enter this argument, but
okay. I'm listening.
now I'm observing it with what you've just said. There is such thing as funding, and for funding, really long term, large funding, you need public approval. Now suddenly that makes sense. Hold on, I'm just being practical about it. Now it suddenly makes sense that some fiction that is popularized in majority societies of well-developed countries, and that's means they have money, would be the one to go with, even if it was harder.
Yeah, and I mean, it would be harder, and it would be harder to maintain.
Oh, that should be fine.
But that's the thing. Like, why waste money trying to maintain a planet's whole atmosphere, right? And even warming the atmosphere and doing all
Because
that
for
extra
now, there's
stuff.
enough resources on the earth to support that, and the people who have the control over the resources have illogical thinking that they like, and you need to placate to them. That's why.
That's true, but I think it would be easier to just
I'd have beat
change
this
people's
argument. I
minds.
wish I'd been there.
Like, it's actually cheaper to just change people's minds, because the truth of the matter is, right, is that if it's farther away, right, which
Okay,
then
let me address the cheaper argument. In
okay,
what amount of time? How long would it take?
yeah, we can Google that.
Could we wait for humans to change their mind about which one's more viable and thereby get the
No.
needed support for it in time that we could do what we need to do? Is there a time crunch?
Actually, I think that it would actually be way easier to convince and cheaper to convince people to change your minds about Mars. It just requires good marketing. Let's see what he says. See, Tycho's theory shows that Mars will come very close to the Earth, in which we have known about its moons before we could see them. Martial arts. What? Were
Yeah, and
planned.
actually, yeah, we knew before we could see, and there is ancient folklore before that was ever verified, moons over both Jupiter and Mars. This is true, and there's no
Yeah,
way
that's
we
true.
should have known that.
Yeah,
In
that's
fact,
true.
it was because of the biblical story of David and Goliath because of the description of the brothers and them being introduced in size order, and then when they go out to the war, they stand in a different order, that I knew that Venus was only slightly smaller than Earth and Mars was much smaller than Earth, because that's the way the story describes them. Which things people did not know the distances. People on this earth did not know those distances and comparative sizes. They did not, but it's in the story.
All right, so it says here, if you wanted to take a one-way trip to Mars, it would take about 9 months. Okay, cool.
At present speeds. Okay, sure.
Yeah, at present speeds. Now, let's see for Venus. Venus. It would take between 3 to 4 months.
9 years, 4 months. Is that right?
No, 3 to 4 months to travel from Earth to
One
Venus.
versus the other. 9 months to 4 months. Was that the comparative?
Yeah.
Okay.
So it'll take less time to travel there, at least with our current speeds or technology, I should say.
See, here's the problem. Here's what's missing from the argument. There's a lot of people who have a lot of money and are stupid. That's missing from the argument.
That's missing from the argument. Hey, listen, man.
I'm going to take the positive assertion. There's rich, stupid people.
That's true.
As soon as you say it, it's obvious, right?
We would definitely need to come out with a bunch of movies and TV shows. They need to be well written.
Yep, you're right. Employ Hollywood. That's what they're for.
Yep. Science education would have to focus more on that, right? Because even science education is influenced by that same Mars propaganda.
Right. Oh, by the way,
right?
I'm inclined to believe the Mars propaganda is true because the Hebrew word Shema, which is the third one out, I'm sorry, the fourth one out from the center of the scene, the word Shema means came to ruin. In other words, was once not ruined.
Yeah, that's interesting.
And
And
that's the position Mars holds in that scene.
also, remember, Venus was once like Earth.
But somewhere else.
No, I mean
That's one of the theories.
it's always been her sister or brother, whichever way
Always.
you want to put it.
That's part of a theory.
It's
That's
slightly
true.
smaller, right? Slightly.
What one theory is that it was a rogue planet, that it was Earth-like where it was originally, that it became not
Thea.
Earth-like by traveling through space and got caught in its present orbit.
It was Thea that hit Earth, and the remnants of that collision that went out into space formed a moon. That was Thea.
Yeah, that's the in that theory logically necessary, only in that theory logically necessary extrastellar body. Yeah.
Where Venus. Now I don't know which one formed. I don't know if it's Earth or Venus formed first, but I think I don't know. I think I think the idea that Venus being hot as like not a reason is just crazy to me because you've seen the stuff we can do with heat energy, free heat energy, right? Like that's something, if anything, we're pretty damn close to mastering. So if we're, versus extracting energy in a
Isn't almost all of New Zealand's wealth based on geothermal energy?
I don't know, I'm not familiar.
I
Maybe
believe
Sammy
so.
knows
They
more.
take advantage of volcanism. That's why they're a very wealthy country.
Oh, that's interesting. I don't know that. But yeah,
That's what I
man.
heard.
And listen, Venus got a lot of energy in its atmosphere. It's got a lot of
Okay,
energy
I'm sold. You
volcanic.
win. People are stupid.
Yes, yes.
I agree.
So
If that was
when
the
can we
point of your
start?
argument,
When can we start? Well, the point of my argument was really to entertain you, um, between the collision between those three. Because man, listen. No, okay, I'm just gonna say if
I
Mark
have
is
to admit
watching
that's the
this,
level of stuff I have to think about to be entertained. That's true.
so Mark was sounding a little bit indoctrinated, to be fair, right? In my opinion,
Mark
the
is super
Mars,
indoctrinated, just not by Christianity.
yeah. Big Mama is more focused on not just humans, whereas Aiden is more focused on humans, human existence. He didn't care as much about the animals outside of human purposes, right? So that's why, yes, technically, I think Aiden wins, right? That three-way battle royale, right? But my heart goes to Big Mama because I don't think it's just about the humans.
Well,
Don't be species on me,
I've had
Richard.
artificial banana flavoring that was chemically perfect, and it was missing something that is very banana. And for that reason, I would say something like, you could never replace a steak. So you better preserve the cows.
Yeah.
So I kind of agree with Big Bad Mama there.
Yeah. My
By the way, best steak anywhere? Heaven.
Oh, there you go.
Like they really know how to take care of cows. No kidding. Like perfectly. It's amazing. Gonna love it.
So the I am curious though as to how they would what process. So the other, I think it's one of Jupiter's moons, the watery moon, ocean
Io.
trap,
I'm sorry,
I
Europa.
Europa. Yeah.
Yeah.
If I would actually pick even Europa over Mars.
Go and look up those travel times
No,
in
no, I'm
reference
just.
to Jupiter.
Oh yeah, yeah. I know they're like it'll be ridiculously long.
Yeah. Like
But being
Mars
there,
is like 1.5 AUs from the sun, where Jupiter is 6.
actually, yeah, we can Google
It's
that
6
now.
AUs.
Let's see here. It'll take about 6 years to travel there. It's 1.8 billion miles. Jesus.
You see what I'm saying?
But if we go there, if we do get there, right? There is a lot of water. It has a lot of minerals that we can use to sustain life. It has heat under there. The ice can actually shelter us from a lot of the solar rays and stuff like that because it doesn't
And there's
really
not as
have an
much solar
atmosphere.
rays out that far.
Well,
It's not as
Jupiter.
much. Technically has to be true.
Yeah, that's true. But Jupiter
How much? I
gives
don't know.
off its own radiation, and some of the radiation from Jupiter is dangerous to us.
Yeah, it makes electromagnetics, and there's radio frequency coming from Jupiter and all kinds of crazy stuff.
Yep.
You want to field this question?
What sort of metric is AUs? Man, I don't even know how to answer that. My brain
I
is
do.
not math.
A 1 astronomical unit, or AU, is the distance from the center of the median orbit of the Earth around the sun to the center of the sun.
I'm
That's
impressed
1
that you know that.
AU.
I used to love Fanta, by the way.
I still do.
I avoid sodas as much as possible.
Yeah, me too, but I still love it.
Yeah.
I just don't have it very often. Yeah, Fanta orange, tasty stuff. Nothing like an orange, but just the same, real tasty stuff.
So I would say, yeah, Europa would be next on my list. Even though it'll take longer to get there, it'll be easier to live there, mainly because of the existence of water and there's a lot of heat energy. But we would need like I mean, drilling down to the water would not necessarily be a problem. It'll just take a very long time, and we
What do you mean?
would.
There's ice on the surface.
The ice surface is like super thick.
No. Ice, if you warm it up, I hear.
Yeah, but the problem that you run into is the energy problem.
Take
Like,
the
how do you
radiation
power the
from
drill?
Jupiter, use it to melt ice into water.
Yeah, but it's how easy you convert the energy. Because remember the main argument for Venus being a main candidate, a better candidate than Mars, is because Venus has a lot of quickly accessible heat energy that we can convert into useful energy, right? We can do work with it. Whereas all the way out there, right, we don't have that easy access.
Bond asked which planet provides the best taco and sandwich making potential, because Bond is all about the practicum. And the answer to that question is in this solar system, Earth. And Zach asks, what's the ice made of? H2O. And what form is the ice in? Third phase solid on the outside of Europa. So it's solid H2O, or classically ice.
See, how thick
is the ice on the
the ice
surface
there?
of EUROPA?
Jeez. It's 20 kilometers thick.
20 kilometers, that's not much in miles. Bond, I only ask the important questions.
Of course.
When am I
You know-
getting a sandwich? Yeah.
It'll be
Retro boosters,
easier.
fine,
It'll be-
but when am I getting a sandwich?
I think it'll be easier to make a sandwich. No, actually, no. It'll be easier to make a taco if we were in space. Yeah. Never mind. You win that one, Bond. It'll take less energy.
I don't think that attractive structures are anything but a sign of plenty of resources and time. And I think that the reason heaven is so extravagant is to show exactly that they have unlimited time and resources.
Be careful, Richard. Somebody might say you're pushing heaven propaganda.
Oh, definitely.
For us to not focus on taking care of the earth.
I think that anyone who makes that observation is brilliant and astute and correct. Because, yeah, I am pushing heaven propaganda. Absolutely. And no, I don't give a crap about this planet. I don't. I care about you and all of you, all the yous out there. Don't give a crap about the planet.
Well, there we go, guys. Demolished doctrine does not care about the planet. So
And I only care about 14 of the clean and 4 of the unclean animals from every species all over the planet. I only care about exactly that number of them, because the rest of them gonna die. Sorry about your dog. Gonna die. Sorry about your cat.
Okay, so let me rephrase that. So demolished doctrine only cares about a specific amount of animals, and sorry about your dog, but the planet is toasted. So yeah.
Some class 2 to class 7 Kardashev civilization of human beings is going to show up and fry the place.
There you go.
That's why an altar is made of earth, is because the earth is an altar. Now it's talking about the burnt offerings on the altar. Do the math.
Ooh, it's a lot of
Your cat
offering.
gonna die.
You know, it's funny. I was when I was a teenager, I wrote a little short story about a earthly panic where Alpha Centauri disappears.
What disappears? How's it going to do that?
So what we find out is that
It was
it's been
never there.
covered. No, what we find out is that it's been covered by a Dyson sphere.
Dyson sphere, crap.
And so, what level civilization that can create a Dyson sphere? I think it's level 2, right?
Pretty sure
Yeah.
it's 2.
And so, since they're, one guy.
Wait. A galaxy would be more than one Dyson sphere.
Nah. You just need to cover.
It'd be billions of individual Dyson spheres to cover an entire galaxy, right?
Yeah, but you wouldn't even need at
class
3,
class 2 is one sun, Dyson sphere around one sun.
Yeah, that's class 2. But that was.
I think that makes it. If they do a whole galaxy, I think that makes it class 3. I'm just correcting myself. I think that's class 3. But anyway, go ahead.
Okay. So in the stories that the short stories that the scientists were trying to figure out, like why was it that they can't see Alpha Centauri anymore? Why they can't see that star? And everyone is kind of panicking, saying, "Dude, how do we explain a whole star disappearing? And that one crazy guy said, it's simple, it's a Dyson sphere. No one believes him until, you know, the other, till a few others kind of start panicking and saying that's the only logical explanations because we didn't record a supernova,
Right.
So the only other explanation is that it's been covered by something, and if a civilization exists that's covered it, then and they're this close by, we should be getting ready. So that was.
Well, it just means we're near end times, and heaven went ahead and claimed another galaxy to prep for the invasion. That's all that means to me. Zach, since you're new here, and I just want you to know who you're dealing with. To this comment, which read, "That's such a boring, callous outlook and way engage with the world." I just want you to know who you're actually dealing with here. And just to be honest, not to be angry or mean or anything else, I just want you to know what you're dealing with. When I read that, the first things that came to my mind, that should have been a capital T in that's, there's no apostrophe. Such a boring, callous outlook and way to. The word to is missing. The word engage has an extra U that shouldn't be there with the world, and there's no period. So I just want you to know that that's the brain you're dealing with. Okay. So yes, I'm extremely insensitive. You're right. Because all I do is look at the extremely practical. That's really all I see, man. Peace and respect, Gary Baxter. Welcome back. Peace be upon you as well. Oh, by the way, observations about my personality and how empathetic I am and stuff like that. I also see those the same way I just saw that comment. And I'm not like trying to be insensitive on purpose or anything. This is like, ask Geo. He knows me in real life. Like, we see each other, we've seen each other's nose hair. Like, we know each other, right? And man, I'm telling you, this is just how I am.
You are a very pragmatic person.
Just, yeah, super pragmatic. Really. I mean, I have emotions, and I look at them and I go, well, that one's stupid. And that's impractical. What the hell is making me feel that way? And I don't really care for it. Thank you.
Yeah. Oh, I think the next candidate is hold on. It's Europa.
Geo, the Alpha Centauri thing, that was a fictional story he wrote in his youth. Right, Batman? You're not under the impression that Alpha Centauri is not visible. You were writing a story.
Yeah, that was a story I wrote.
So you just pulled a war of the worlds on Geo. He thought this was a news broadcast, and you were under no such impression. Yeah. Okay. Hey, it happened to my grandma. No kidding. On my dad's side, he was born 3 days later.
But why did Zach make that comment?
Which comment?
That's such a boring, callous outlook and way to engage the world.
Oh, that comment. Gosh, I'm not Zach. I could make some guesses. They'd probably be wrong. This is true except for the purposeful part of eating cockroaches. If I eat them, I'm unaware. Oh, I do know who my dad was. I met him. So that part's inaccurate too.
Well, I am glad that I changed your mind or perspective on the planetary.
No. I said I'm leaning more toward. Don't get cocky.
Okay. You know what? I'm
Don't
gonna
be too
ask
self-assured
Aiden.
here.
I'm gonna ask Aiden if he would be willing to team up in a debate so we can debate Mars versus Venus, which is better for terraforming
Team
and
up
living
against
long
who?
term.
And with whom?
I don't know, Mark and a Mars supporter, a Martian, as we'll call him.
A Martian, yeah. A Martian enthusiast. Not actually a Martian.
You know, I wonder
What is
what
that?
kind of
A sympathizer, a Martian sympathizer. That's the right term, right?
yeah. I wonder like what kind of intellectual ad homs can we throw there? It's like, bro, what you think that your little red dirt is gonna do anything, bro? That doesn't even make sense. You can't even plant anything there properly. Where are you gonna use poop to fertilize your
Red and dirt. The red clay. Adam. You could use a segue of the color and consistency of the surface of Mars to accuse them of being a Bible believer.
Oh, there you go.
Like an old-fashioned
notes.
Bible believer, it doesn't make any damn sense.
Well, you think the first Martian name is Adam? Huh?
Yeah, probably. Yeah. I mean, if you get them upset enough, you appear to win the argument, even if they had better arguments.
Right?
That's what Jill does. Jill just says things trying to provoke someone to get them upset, so it looks like he won. That's his entire tactic every time. Horrible arguments. Let's see. Boring because it's inherently limited. It accepts and likes. Dang. Hold on a second.
Mm-hmm.
Boring because it's inherently limited. It accepts and likes the limit. Callous because you lack empathy and don't care. Sound about right. I was being mean. I was being descriptive. I wasn't being mean. I was being descriptive. Yeah, I don't think you're mean. I still wish you'd use proper punctuation and stuff though, because I'm not even sure I understand what that meant, bro. Like, look, this is the way I look at it, Zach. You're a human being. I can tell because you're typing in a side chat, and that means you deserve some amount of respect, right? So how about if you respect yourself and take the time to type what you actually mean, and like in our language? Because I'm not kidding you. I can read about 1/3 of that. And the rest of it, I can't figure out what you mean. So please, like, take the time for punctuation and stuff, okay? Okay, capital letters, I don't know. I don't care. I can figure those out. And besides, I retort with Geo. Richard's an old bastard curmudgeon who eats cockroaches. Yeah.
I haven't heard that word
What do
in
you
a
think
long
of that?
time.
What's that?
And the curmudgeon, the way how they say it in Jamaica is curmudgeon.
Curmudgeon.
Yes, that's how they pronounce it.
Okay.
Let's see here.
These fellows on screen have known me long enough that they're well adjusted to exactly what I am. And if they had a problem with it, well, they wouldn't show up here.
That's true.
I mean, there are distinct things I'm good for and distinct things I am no good for. Like, if you're a woman who wants to cry on a man's shoulder, I'm not your guy. I'm not that guy. I'm just
Come
not.
to Batman. He'll simp for you.
Probably. I mean, you're a real sweetheart. I'm not. I'm just not. My youngest sibling at age 51 started transitioning to the opposite sex of male. Now, I'm the guy that drove her to the hospital 2 hours away and waited for the appointment to be done to get the top surgery and drove her back. But I'm still calling her her. Okay? I will not think of her as male ever. That's not going to happen. Was I supportive? Yeah. Did I do what I thought was appropriate at the time for the person because I care about them? Yeah. But there's a line in there where I'm just going, no. Oh, you're asking for their opinions on you. Well, that's different than their opinions on me. I don't know. What do you guys make of Zach in the 3.5 seconds of your life you've known Zach?
I have no idea.
That's what I think.
He seems to be trying to get to know you in a maybe a slightly adversarial way. I don't know.
I don't know. And that was not father, it was brother. My youngest sibling, not my youngest child. I didn't have any kids that lived. I helped raise a lot of other people's kids, about 9 of them. But nope, none of my own.
Let's see here. Yeah, I mean, you can't. I think everyone is going to have a line as to like how far they'll go in showing support.
Sure.
You know.
So I keep going, my brain keeps going back to this and rereading it and trying to figure out the rest of it that I couldn't figure out before.
I could
Boring
take a
because
shot.
it's inherently limited. Yep. I want to stick to what the name of this channel is, which is Demolishing Doctrines, referring to ancient churches who believe in the supernatural because a long time ago, and that's the traditional part, people didn't know what, that is, they had no technology, supernatural was versus something that's just very advanced and you can't understand.
We're calling
And I
it
think all these
ultranatural
ancient
now.
religions, ultranatural, that the ultranatural happens as an improvement of consciousness onto the natural, but it doesn't defy physics. And I think the ancient scriptural stories are not talking about the defeating or bending of physics. It's just stuff they didn't understand because they didn't have that development yet.
Gio says at least use periods.
You feel my pain. I mean, it's just really hard to read that stuff. Like just use commas. Just use commas for everything, but stick a comma in there.
I am totally enjoying this, by the way.
Yeah, me too. Yeah, I want this channel to be about one topic. And look, I've done and studied other stuff. Okay, and a lot of stuff is really, really interesting. Like I'm really into machining, right? But I don't talk much about machining on this channel because that's not what I created the channel for. I created this channel out of shock that as an anti-theist, things could be written in ancient religions that are true in reality and only recently discovered. That was ancient, recently discovered. Peace and respect. Claudia Vlasic. Probably screwed that up. I apologize if that was an affront. I gave it my best shot. Please feel free, and you would help me a lot if you would write the English pronunciation of that, and I will try to remember how it goes.
So, Richard, kind of sticking on the whole science propaganda thing. So I've recently one of my favorite YouTubers actually and science communicator is Sabina. damn, what's her name again? Sabina something. And one of her main pet peeves right now is that science has kind of stagnated, where what you find now is that you find more practitioners, scientists, engaging in writing papers to secure funding versus actually engaging in practical experimentation.
It's become too theoretical instead of proven.
Yeah.
I agree. And we're now like experimenting in theories that are based on theories that are based on theories that are based on theories that aren't shown to be true.
What I think the theory, a matter of fact, that has been receiving a lot of funding apparently is the what do we call it again? The string theory. It's supposed to be unifying classical theory and come on, brain work.
I thought it was class. I thought string was a meshing of classical and membrane.
No.
Am I wrong?
Classical. No, it's supposed to be a theory of everything that would explain classical theory with not atomic. Damn it, quantum theory.
Classical and quantum. Okay, fair
Yes.
enough. Short interruption. Cody Vlasic, like the pickle, he says. Yeah, it's not really a Jesus channel because as an atheist, I was the atheist. I actually looked into the words Jesus Christ, and what it means is that that he's christened to announce, he's the announcer, that Jehovah is salvation and that he is not. So you'll never hear me saying a profession like Jesus Christ is salvation, because that is self-defeating. It's like saying Jehovah is salvation and I'm salvation. Well, what is he, Mike Tyson speaking of himself in the third person there? That doesn't make any sense either. That was not something people did. So do I believe in Jesus? Yeah. Not the way Christians normally do. Do I believe the Bible? Yeah. Not the way Christians normally do. And I spend a lot of time on my channel asking people to come in and support their position, and I support mine. Or they can come in and just attack my position, because I ain't scared.
Position,
so that's
people,
what this channel is about.
Person.
Yeah, positions, not persons. Right. I didn't say that on purpose, but you're right. Rational conversations that actually lead somewhere are not about ad homs. It's just not. So yeah, Cody, you might find me saying things like ancient religions are not describing the manipulation or the breaking of physics, but it's only talking about spaceships full of human beings. That's something I would say.
Mr. Cody wants to come in because he has proof of everything he says.
Great.
Well, come in, brother man. You will have the floor.
Absolutely, positively. And here's how you do that. You go to the top of the chat that you've been typing in. You use your left click button on the yellow banner that reads Demolish Doctrine Richard Madsen. A link will pop up just below that. And when you pop that link, please be sure that you have a camera. Sorry, but people do unreasonable things. I have to test you. Make sure you are who you say you are. And a set of headphones so we don't listen to echo all the time, because echo sucks. But if you have a camera and a set of headphones, and even if you only have a phone, it's absolutely fine. You can come in the show. And I'm going to ask you to use the camera at first until I verify you're not trying to do something nasty to us. And then after that, you can turn the camera back off before I bring you up. I'll give you opportunity for all that. And more than that, I can promise you two things from myself. Here's the two things I'll promise. When you speak, I'll hear and listen and try to understand. And then the second thing I'm going to do is try to respond in a way that makes sense. And you are at least by the same name. And if you bring up camera, Cody, I'm going to ask you to make an upside down peace sign on your forehead. Because who the hell does that?
What's up, Midnight?
Hello, how are we doing today?
Going to need a little bit. By gosh, that's a real human. Upside down peace sign. You can shut your camera back off if you like, Cody. 5, 4, 3, 2.
I wish we can
Welcome,
switch this.
Cody. Peace and respect and love. Midnight Sparkles.
I wish we can switch this camera around. I don't think we can. But you guys ever seen a book like this? Let me see if I can find it.
That it looks a lot in style like my 1537 Matthews, but I can't make out what it reads.
It's a half hour. It says half hour with the servants of God, with comprehension of the history of the Catholic Church.
Okay.
It's from 1889.
Well, it's older, yeah. I guess so.
And the thing I told you about Jesus Christ being a transgender daughter is actually in there.
Jesus Christ being what?
A transgender daughter.
A transgender daughter. Okay, it's an interesting assertion. And how would I show that's true?
Well, it talks about it a little bit in the Bible too, also. In
Okay, where
Isaiah
would I
chapter
find that?
45 and 40. Isaiah chapter 45 and 47.
Isaiah chapter 45 and 47. That's 2 chapters. Can you help me out with some specifics?
Verse. Find Isaiah.
I mean, just so we're not sitting here looking for something all day long.
Well, it says what it asked God what is he be begetting. If it was a male or female, man would ask God what he made.
So that was Jeremiah. Did I get that right?
No.
Jeremiah what?
Isaiah.
Okay, hold on a second. Sorry about that. Isaiah, and I'm looking for where?
Chapter 45.
45. Okay.
It talks about how he was forming the clay, and it says, "Shall the clay say to the potter, what are you doing? Or what are you making? Has no handles. Who to anyone ask a father, what are you begetting? Or a woman, what are you giving birth to?"
And I want to share a screen so everybody can read it. Can you tell me what verse that is you just read from?
9 and 10.
9 and 10. Thank you. Okay, awesome. I'm just going to bring that up for everybody. So, I mean, not everybody has a Bible. Not everybody cares to own one, you know, if that seems fair.
I got like 100.
Really?
Yeah. My oldest one's from 1943 and it's written by Pope Leo the 13th.
Okay, so Isaiah 45:9. Woe unto him that striveth with his maker. Let the potsherd strive with the potsherds of the earth. Shall the clay say to him that fashioneth it, what makest thou? Or thy work? He hath no hands. Okay, so here's a few things that I know by the way the King James translated this, and you probably know this too. If there's a word in here that's italicized, it's not in the original text,
Yeah,
right?
King James is the worst version they use. It has the most verses out of it and the most books taken out of it from the original.
What version would you have me use?
I use the New American Standard Revolt Edition.
That's the NASB 20. Is that the one?
New American. I don't know if it's 20 or
NASB 95.
I have to go. Actually, I can't even look because my fucking the New American Standard Revolt Edition.
New
I think it's from
American
like 20.
Standard. It looks like the closest I can get is NASB 95. That's I
That's
don't have
fine.
every option. Okay.
Mhm.
Although it makes no difference to what I was about to say. So, like, so if it's in italics, it's not part of the original text. Like this word right here, the. That's not there, right?
Yeah.
And I know that what was the other thing I was going to point out? That it, also the entire thing is I mean it's literally a translation, and when you enter sir,
all about the
yes,
translations from the original.
that's correct. You are correct. And when you interject like any kind of a conjunction, that conjunction that you interject in there with like the one right here, that's going to be flavored by what the person already thinks, right? So that's what makes it a translation instead of a transliteration, you know?
I don't know the word transliteration. What do you mean by that?
Okay, a translation is idea for idea, and that's what's trying to be
No,
expressed.
the second one you use, the translation.
I was about to. I'm going to ask
Yeah.
you for a little patience. And a transliteration would be word for word instead of idea for idea.
Like from the original.
Yeah, like if you just read the definitions, that would be a transliteration.
Oh.
Okay.
Yep.
So your point in bringing this up to support the idea that Christ was born female and was trans.
Yeah.
So what is it you see here that I just do not see?
I'll go to verse 10, maybe.
Okay. Woe to him who says to a father, "What are you begetting?" Or to a woman, "To what are you giving birth?" Go ahead.
And if they questioned if it was a male or female, they wouldn't have questioned God.
If it was male or female, they wouldn't have questioned God.
Yes.
Okay. So what I saw in verse 9 was it was a claim of righteousness and power, saying you have no right to ask.
Exactly.
Right?
You have no right
and
to
then
ask.
I see in verse 10 a continuation of that same idea. And in the modern English, this is like, you got problems if you say to a father, what's your offspring going to be? Or if you say to a wife, a woman, a mother, what are you giving birth to? Because you don't understand it's a human. Like it just follows that a potter makes vessels of clay and humans give birth.
Yes.
So to me, that's
And
what it's saying. What am I missing there?
everything, the mystery with the mysteries within our Bibles. It's something they just took out, that man took out to hide from us.
Okay. Do you understand the logical fallacy of saying it's missing and I can't show it to you?
Well, if you go to chapter 47, it talks about it more.
Okay, well, let's do that.
But you kind of have to read most of the scripture, because it says, "Come down and sit in dusk, virgin daughter of Babylon. Sit on the ground, dethroned daughter of," I don't know that word. "No longer shall you be called dainty and delicate. Take the milestone and grind flour. Remove your veil. Strip your skirt. Bare your legs. Cross the streams. Your nakedness shall be uncovered, and your shame be seen."
Right?
If it were just a vagina, what would she have to be ashamed of?
I think people are naturally modest because of society. Babies learn it as they grow up, and all babies are absolutely not shamed at all. But because there's like these social constructs of like covering yourself up and everything else is rude, everyone is ashamed to walk naked in public. No one likes that. I mean, except for the occasional person who shows off. But on average, people don't like. People have nightmares about, male and female have nightmares about being naked in public.
Yeah, but I'm saying if it were just a vagina, there wouldn't be there'd be no shame.
There seems to be.
That's because the Adam and Eve thing in the back at the beginning, when they had to cover it up.
Well, I'm not sure where it began. But I know that when I was 14, 13, 12 years old and all I see was people fully clothed, I used to look at National Geographic pictures of people that were barely clothed. And I know there was a difference.
And in that book I showed you from 1889, it talks about Mary giving birth to a creature.
Do you not agree that human beings are creatures?
Yes, but it wouldn't say creature. It would say a son or a daughter.
Really? Because I mean, as far as I understand, there's like 3 forms of beings. Like there's inanimate beings like a rock, and then there's vegetable beings like a tree, and then there's animal beings like a human, and all creatures are animal beings. So I don't see why there's a problem with calling any animal a creature. Unless you could tell me why that's a problem.
Oh, it's not a problem. I wouldn't say it's a problem, but it's just in the translations, they hit a lot of things.
They hid a lot of things. Well, I'm sorry, but that's going to be an argument from silence. You know, even if it was in the original text, but you can't show it to me.
No.
And Isaiah's obviously like Old Testament, and all you'd
Well-
have to do is like bring that up for me in Tanakh, and I would admit that it was taken out for the Christian translation, the American translation and such. But I don't see that in Tanakh. Can you at least like find me a Jewish scholar that agrees with you?
I feel that all religion and text were just made to separate the people. Well, they were made to bring us all together, but it just separated us. I wish I had I wish I had the Tanakh. It's pretty neat. I was in one for a little bit, and it reads from left to right, not right to left.
What reads from right to left, not left to right? I'm sorry.
The Tanakh.
Yeah. Hebrew reads from right to left. That's a fact.
That was pretty interesting when I got into one of those books.
Well, some languages read up down. You know,
That's crazy.
so
I knew that.
okay, so like the word virgin right there is a feminine passive part. And someone's phone exploded. Do you
I
have
put my
something you have
phone
to
in.
tend to,
Need to
Cody?
charge.
Okay.
I had to charge.
So the word that was virgin right there is a feminine passive participle of an unused root, meaning to separate. And as an example of that is like separate a virgin from her privacy or virginity. By continuation, a bride who consecrates a marriage. You know, but it can be used figuratively to mean a city or a state, or a maid or a virgin. Okay, so they chose to translate that virgin, and that's okay. But I'm not sure it's what was the other key word you were centering in on there. Throne. Oh, daughter of the Chaldeans.
Yeah, that's the word. That's the word I couldn't say.
Okay.
It says, then you go down. It says, "Your nakedness shall be uncovered, and your shame be seen." In verse 3.
Okay, that pretty much means daughter. No choice there. Chaldeans. And this is something Christians often don't do is look for things like this. What's a Chaldean? A clod breaker. So this is in reference to soil and like having to till the soil and plant seeds and stuff like this. That's what breaking clods means. It's a gardening reference.
But it says,
go ahead. Go ahead, Cody.
"Strip off your skull and bare your legs." In verse 2.
Okay, hold on a second. Let me bring that up. Veil, strip off the skirt, uncover the leg, cross. Okay, so I mean, like you, I'm seeing all this feminine, right?
Yes.
Now, when you read this, you believe it's talking about Christ.
I believe that, yes, it's talking about Christ and him being a transgender.
Yeah, I got you. Okay, and you get that from the next verse, which is talking about the Redeemer, the Lord of hosts, his name, the Holy One of Israel, right?
Yes.
But the transition is right here. I will take vengeance and will not spare a man. So it went from your shame will be exposed to nobody will escape it to here's the one who will carry it out. So I see a clean, easy, understandable transition in the ideas right there.
I'm the one to carry out these truths.
What's that?
I'm the one to carry out these truths.
You're the one to carry out these truths.
Yes.
Well, I'm going to ask you about that in a minute. But what I see right here preceding that is the wife bride and her being exposed, and that she is the one which the millstone is used several times. The idea of milling on the earth is used several times. The idea of a veil and a skirt and being stripped of them is used several times. The idea of crossing the rivers, which is going from one leg to the other leg, across the pudenda or most private parts, that's used several times. Your nakedness will be uncovered, like Adam and Eve are naked in the garden, used several times. And the idea of being exposed or shamed or changing your mind about things several times within the text. But this always refers to the bride wife or the body of Christ, the people, never the Christ itself. So since the Bible never uses these kinds of words to describe Christ, I'm trying to figure out why you are.
Ask me that question again.
Since the Bible never uses those terms, uses them frequently to refer to the people, never uses them to refer to Christ, why do you think that's not referring to the people?
Because I've been led by Spirit, and she has showed me a lot.
Okay, do you believe that, since you believe there are spirits, and I do, do you believe there are spirits who tell lies? Cody.
Yes. Sorry, my brother came in for a second.
That's okay. I'm happy you have a relationship with your brother. That's great. So if it's true that spirits can be lying to us, and that all things should be tested, and it's also true that the Bible says that, and it's also true that these terms are often used meaning the people, and it's also true that there's a transition of judgment in verse 47:3, and it's also true that it talks about the Redeemer and him carrying out those judgments and exposing those problems. You'd have to say something like Christ is both the bride and the groom, and that he's exposing himself in order for him to be female.
Or transgender.
Or transgender. But do you think this is Christ exposing himself, and that is the judgment? Do you think the judgment is Christ exposing himself?
I don't.
Am I the only one that sees that's logically necessary for the argument? Am I the only one that sees that?
Reveal and expose, could they be similar enough to be expose might have a different connotation than reveal?
In the Hebrew, there's a good chance that those words are semi-interchangeable.
Mm-hmm. But I mean, if I say that I exposed myself to a child or I revealed myself to a child,
yeah, one's grandpa saying boo and the other one's perverted. Yeah,
right. So that's what I'm saying. When you use the word expose, there's a connotation of nakedness, which in effect is like, Noah was in his nakedness. Yep. Right. And they covered him up. Maybe he was doubting God. Maybe the flood went on for so long that he started to question some things. Right. And maybe they had to say, we got you, still believe in this. God is real. And that's what the two brothers were buoying him or something. I don't know.
Also, exposing a man's nakedness or knowing a man also can mean, it basically means knowing his wife.
Oh.
The wood used to build Noah's Ark can only be found in Florida.
Can or cannot be found in Florida? Can be found?
Can only be found in Florida. Can
only be found in Florida. That's interesting. Is it a local expression that there's something called what was the name of the rodent? Crap. Somebody help me. Noah's Ark, name of the rodent wood.
Something with the
gopher. It was gopher.
There we go.
Yeah, so in Florida there's a tree they call gopher tree, gopher wood.
I guess I just seen a video about it last night.
Can I tell you what and Odin here just pointed out a different Hebrew idiom. That I can show you that the idea of it being wood is a recent interjection, and to the idiom to the Hebrew people of a gopher is something that takes up permanent housing and won't leave, which, by the way, is true of gophers. So in our language, that should read permanent housing, not gopher wood.
So Odin, I'm sorry to interrupt,
What?
but just some clarification, Odin. You said to know a man's wife. Do you mean know carnally, or to know as in familiarity, or is that
Carnally.
Oh, that's
Figured
not
that.
good.
This is why, that's part of the reason why Moses, for example, describes, damn it, I think it's Shem, the Canaanites as being descendants of Shem, because he was, in the context he was talking about the Canaanites, was in the context of them basically sleeping around with their, their family members, pretty much. So that's where that connection, that's when he made that connection, basically.
Did the Mossad agent leave, or he dropped his package and left, or?
Wait, what?
I didn't know we had a Mossad agent. Everyone who's been on panel is still on panel.
Okay. Well, you lost somebody.
What? Oh, Midnight Sparkle dropped himself.
Oh, okay.
He does that. He comes and goes and plays video games while paying half attention because he gets bored too damn easy because he's really bright and weird. It happens. Mm-hmm. Okay, so Cody, I actually don't see in the text support for your argument. It would have helped if Isaiah was talking about the potter and the clay, like the other verse. If there was something to connect the two together. So I think what's happened there is a connection that doesn't exist, except for that it's talking, from the perspective of God or the Father in this case, and that the Father has a Son, the Redeemer, the Lord of Hosts, also known as the Holy One of Israel, amongst, I don't know, like 60 other names. And that's the only way you could put these together. But just because the Holy One of Israel is the one who wreaks vengeance does not make him the people who are exposed. I mean, how can he be both the one who was doing the exposing and the one who got exposed?
Lord of hosts.
Yeah, the Lord of Hosts, the Holy One of Israel, Isaiah 47:4. The next following verse.
That combines the Trinity, right?
Yeah, well, it's the Father speaking of the Son. Yeah, so
in the Holy Trinity, right?
yeah, that's fine.
That just when you said that, it clicked in my head. Sorry.
So, I mean, what do you think of the argument that it's two different people being spoken of here? There's one to be exposed and one doing the exposing.
Could I bear the mark of the host?
Could you bear the mark of the host? I
bear the mark of the host.
Yeah, I'm starting to catch on that you think you're the Christ.
I know I'm the Christ.
Okay, well, I think that's inaccurate. And frankly, to be honest with you and try to be a brother to you, I think that's delusional. And I really recommend that you get help on this topic.
You see the mark right here? Can you see the mark by chance?
I see someone's left hand.
Yeah, that's in my left hand because I'm the right hand of God. I wish I could send pictures. I so wish I could send pictures.
Look, you seem like a really nice guy, but can I point out something about the Bible concerning your revelation right now? Could you please tell me if you're the Christ? How, Cody? Seriously,
this just doesn't come from the Bible, though. I've done research in the IFA religion, Muslim religion, then African religions, and all kinds of things. It comes from my research.
So will the Antichrist. I mean, I hate to tell you, the Antichrist is going to be well versed in religions too, so that doesn't show something. Okay. But here's what I suggest: if you believe the Bible is true, and if you believe you are the Christ, hold on. And if you believe you are the Christ, then you should be coming as a thief in the night. In other words, you should never say it.
Well, I'm putting it out there. I like to provide people with the truth.
So my question is,
I'm trying to save
where-
everybody and bring everybody together in peace.
right? So Cody, Jesus didn't come to unite; he came to divide rightly. Father from son, mother from daughter, and mother-in-law from daughter-in-law. Indeed, household from household. But your buddy Jesus, right? You came to unite. You came to do you're the antithesis of what Christ himself describes himself as, right? So can you square that circle for me? I'm not trying to mock you. I would like let's process this information out.
You got
Let's
a
expound on it.
Facebook by chance?
That's a good idea. I think his camera just froze because his picture just froze. And that may have been because he was disconnecting.
Or maybe God just rebuked him.
Well, I think he was a really nice guy, and I mean more than one thing by that.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I
don't disagree.
But I mean everything that goes with the word nice when I say that. And I think he's doing his best to say things that he believes are true. I don't think he's a liar. Okay. But I want to be nice to people who are being nice. And that's about the best I can do. Like our poor brother Wesley Curry. He just does not have that ability. And I will not kick a man in a wheelchair. I just will not do it. I just think that's wrong. So he had his time and he left. And that's that. Let's see. We have another difficult name. Marcello Taravalli. Hope that was close. It looks Italian to me. Take care, Marcello.
Ciao, arrivederci.
Cody, you're welcome to come back up, but I have to tell you that the people here are not going to believe that you are the Christ, and they're going to try to talk you out of it. Now, they're probably going to be real nice, okay? I mean, I'm going to try to be nice to you because I don't think you're a liar. I think you believe what you're saying, but I also believe it's not true. Okay, guys, I need a cigarette. What are we doing? Batman, take over.
Yep, I'm here.
Generally, take over.
Okay. Yeah, you sound like you definitely need a cigarette after that one.
So here's the interesting thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
You know, to Cody's point, there were many that were skeptical that the Messiah was the Christ, right? They were so skeptical to the point that they put him to wood. They nailed him to wood, a tree, and they did likewise in very many horrific ways to those who would not renounce what they accused them of being a lie, that Christ was crucified, was dead for 3 days, ended up resurrected, and walked with them for a period of time. And these men, instead of rejecting, or instead of continuing to quote unquote tell a lie, went to their death insisting that what they said was in fact true. But the fact that men will find fault in anyone that claims to be something that they don't believe that that person is not lost on me. And I guess I'm taking a long way around to say that I have empathy for a man who says he is something and other people say there's no way that they see that person is that thing. With very few exceptions, the Christ being one of them. So,
yeah, I mean, I would have actually liked to hear more of how did he come to his conclusion. I don't know. I think he had plugged in his phone earlier, so I don't know if it wasn't charging and it died, or what. But I would be interested. He's the first person I've ever met in any way directly that holds his current position. So it would be interesting to see how he comes to that conclusion.
I think David Koresh had some similar illusions, didn't he?
Who? I don't think I'm
Da-
familiar with that name.
David Koresh, Waco.
Waco. I'm
Yeah,
still
so-
drawing a blank.
So Waco was in Waco, Texas. It was a compound, a religious compound, in which under Janet
Oh!
Reno and Bill Clinton. Okay, now you're okay.
Yeah.
And
Interesting.
after a while, he had. Yeah, I mean, it's so. And here's the thing with communes. Here's the thing with socialism. Everyone will say, "Well, oh, communism is socialism. Everyone's equal. We're all just, like the guy with the funny little mustache. He was an everyman's man. He was fighting for the common man." Yeah, I'm guessing that the guy who's in the trenches in World War II had a very different wine cellar to the one in the Eagle's Nest, in which the guy with the funny little mustache eventually or allegedly took his own life. So even it's like the Animal Farm, right? All animals are equal, but some are more equal than others.
Yeah, I remember that book.
I never read it, but I mean the quotes seem to be self-explanatory almost. So even in the perfect model, and I've presented this quandary, I've presented this paradox that human beings are simultaneously the solution and the problem. So how do we rectify that?
Do you mean in regards to, like, I guess, the general issues that we have as a species, or in relation to, I guess, like self-delusions and stuff like that?
Well, I mean, we're simultaneously the solution and the problem, right? Meaning all the problems that humans have can be traced back to something that one human is doing to another, or one group of humans is doing to another group of humans, and so on and so forth, right? So, but if you're the problem, you also have the capacity and the wherewithal to also be the solution if you apply certain tools or thoughts or does any of that make sense?
No, it makes sense. I mean, if you start the problem, that means the idea is that, or the ideal or expectation is that you should be able to fix it, right? So I think that is inherently intuitive. How true it is, I don't know, because, for example, I think the runaway effect of social media and its effect on young people, and how it's affect them forming relationships, how they value other humans, all that stuff has basically been deteriorated, or it's being eroded away. But again, how do you fix that? Well, you have to take away the thing that is eroding those things away. Okay, well, if you take those things away, you're going to be infringing on the rights of the people who want it, and the rights of the people who own those things. Right. So it has to be a situation where, as a collective, we would have to basically be fine as a collective to deprive ourselves of certain things that we enjoy and cherish.
Right. So, all right. For instance, Brick. I don't know if Brick's wanting to come up or not, but I don't know. I don't know if anyone's able to bring him up if he does decide to come up, or if he might be in the basement right now.
Sammy, do the thing.
So the interesting thing is that I've heard him say often that we should give the crazy guy in the corner just a little bit more time to express himself, because it might take a little bit more time to express himself. Now, I've also proposed this before. Let's take something I think we could all agree most people would applaud, want to maintain in their life: liberty, i.e., freedom or freedom of speech. Different liberties. But I'll just say liberty, as in the sense of I don't want to be a slave, in the conventional sense of what slavery might entail. Not, most of us might be wage cucks. An argument could be made that we're all kind of being marketed right now, like stock. The world, the trade. What is it? The stock exchange.
Yeah.
The Wall Street. It's a stock exchange. I mean, that's basically what they called humans that they used to sell as chattel. And so, what's up? There's Brick. So it's interesting to me that I think we can all agree that liberty is something that everyone should be allowed to have. But what happens when, to your point, and if I hopefully, and I'm not straw manning it, hopefully I'm engaging what you said in good faith, or at least that's my aim, is what happens when somebody's liberty becomes a massive problem for the rest of society, i.e., like the movie Menace to Society back in the early 90s, I think it was. Right. So like when somebody becomes a menace to society, their liberties, i.e., make asylums great again, perhaps need to be implemented so that this person's liberty doesn't infringe on everyone else's ability to live free and without having to look over their shoulder, without getting shanked on a subway or, God forbid, worse. So how do we balance that? Because that almost sounds like socialism a little bit, right? Like, for instance, ad populum, or an argument ad populum. Like, well, the majority want this. Okay, well, that's two wolves and a sheep voting on what's for dinner. That in itself could be dangerous. So how do we protect everyone's liberties, but still be able to adjudicate that this person over here is a problem for society and is a menace and needs to be dealt with in a particular way, and still maintain their ability to have some semblance of rights?
I mean, I think Jesus actually answers that question. In that I think we should ground everything we do in love and justice, right? And so the way how I look at it is that, okay, sure, even though you might love this guy, this crazy guy that went around and do a bunch of heinous things, right? You wish he wouldn't have done those things, right? That's the love that exists. But at the same time, right, you want the family or the person who has been wronged to receive some kind of justice. And so the balance is, at the end of the day, is, for example, prison. And depending on how heinous the crime is, right, it could be a death penalty. It's going to largely depend on the society, but at the end of the day, I think you probably know the term equal weights and balances, basically, right? That needs to exist. The punishment needs to fit the crime. So a dude, for example, who a banker who's did some scheme and he robbed like $1 billion and stowed it away somehow, right? He's affected 20 million people, right? Versus like a bank robber who robs a bank, he guns down the teller, right? His reach is not as big as the owner of the bank, right? Because the owner of that bank, because of his actions, now these people who might, a couple thousand people who are dependent on their money for food and medication might end up dying as a result, right? He typically gets less time in jail than a person who's, engaged in robbery and taking of a life, because it's more direct. Where the other guy, even though he's affected more people, it's more indirect, and so as a result, he gets a lighter sentence. So intuitively, that's not going to make sense to us, and so this is where I think, at least, Um, we have to figure out the balance between those things, and until we get the balance done properly in a satisfactory way, right, we'll always have that sense of injustice always existing in most criminal justice situations and social situations.
But so who gets to decide what balance is? I was in the army with this guy. We used to call him Sammy. I'll leave it at that. Really super highly intelligent dude, but everything in his room, because we'd have to. He was a specialist. Everything in his room was slightly off, like it was not feng shui, but like because his head was like this a little bit. His head was always kind of to the side a little bit. So like everything, his 3-drawer chest was off, his furniture, everything was off, just off a little bit. And you'd walk in and you'd see it right away. But to him, it was in balance. So again, we got to be careful about what we call balance. For what balance is for me might not be balance for Brick or Richard.
Sure.
So we go back to a societal norm, a
I think
societally acceptable thing is going to necessarily infringe on what other people think is right or balanced or right. So how do we? And I think your answer
we can,
is the Bible. It's Jesus.
yeah. I think the Bible gives us a pretty good standard and blueprint we can go off of, right? Because at the end of the day, you have to view every life as being valuable, right? And so if it's a situation where sure, the bank robber, right? The bank robber with a gun, I should say, right? Is his life more or less valuable than the CEO of the bank who, robbed, millions or thousands of people that caused a lot of deaths, right? And the truth of the matter is that his life inherently isn't more valuable, right? However, his impact on society is more valued. And so because of that, his sentence is going to be lower because again, he's going to have better lawyers and and all of that stuff, right? And there are going to be people who are going to be like, well, he didn't kill people directly, so how could we hold him responsible? But then you run into a hypocritical situation where you can look at a guy like Stalin, right? All of those millions of people that he gave orders to deport and to basically kill and starve to death, right? He's ultimately held responsible for all of those people's deaths, right? But why is it that a man, the CEO, right, who indirectly caused those deaths due to his greedy action, right, which is no different than a Stalin who just wants absolute power and control, right? Why is he treated differently? You
Okay,
see what I'm
so
saying?
tell me where I'm thinking about this poorly. As always, there seems to be two hidden assumptions here. It seems that we're assuming that law is based on morals, when I believe law is based on protecting money. And so those punishments in that order do make better sense if protecting money is the point. Whereas if morality is the point, then they're askew. Now, what does that say to me? That says to me a second hidden assumption, that you're a moral person and you think everyone else is.
For me, it's I'm not necessarily arguing from that perspective. I'm mainly arguing from the perspective of like the equal weights and balance, and they are the way how the justice systems, not system, right? Systems are set up is that they're there to favor certain lives over others, and that's largely
Yeah,
lives
the lives that
that
own money.
that has more resources or more
Yeah.
pull on society. And so until we fix that, right, which to me starts, starts with the idea that all human life inherently, at least on a base level, is equally valuable, and that value changes based on the how how much how much of a detriment that one single human being has been to society on a whole. And so the way how I'm looking at it is that the CEO of the bank who embezzled billions of dollars that caused thousands of people to die or starve to death or whatever, right, should get a heavier sentence than the thief who robbed the bank down the road for a couple $1,000s, but he ends up killing someone directly with his gun. But that's not how our society works. He's
So,
most likely going to get life in prison. And the other
so
guy's going to get a slap on the wrist. Go ahead, Brick. I'm sorry.
yeah. So for me, it works like this, right? So we're talking about morality, right? And we're talking about philosophy, ideology, what's reasonable, and we're always looking at this from a man's perspective. Probably the highest we can get is the 30,000 foot view. If we could get to the 35,000 foot view, we'd be God, right? So from the 35,000 foot view, I can't say that this is it, but my perspective from the 30,000 foot view looking up is that even my highest degree of morality does not reach that 35,000 foot view. Therefore, the most moral guy you could ever meet, it doesn't matter, right? So for me, when I look into the scriptures, what I try to find is that 35,000 foot view. I'm never going to find it. I'm only going to find at least maybe a degree of it. What I have found is that peace is the end of all matters. So when it comes to life, okay, every single portion of life, whether in man, in child, woman, in animal, in plant, down to the microbes, it's all life. It's all equal. And why is it equal? Because it's equal to him. Because it's coming from the source. Therefore, he alone has the right to choose what to do with it. So when I look at the judicial system, right, men are trying to be judicious the best they can, even at the 30,000 foot view. That's difficult because you do have to weigh these things. You do have to put them to whatever balance you can put them at, whether it's morality, ideology, these things. The thing about freedom, the thing about liberty, owning property, having possession of your own life, the gift that you've been gifted, not by man, but by God. Those rights that are encompassed, life, liberty, the pursuit of happiness, these ideologies. If they are rights, if we accept them as rights, unalienable, and they were gifted to us, if they exist, they didn't come from man. They came from God. The God of where? Well, if there is a God, he would be the God of everything, nature, right? If the God of nature exists, he is going to be able to be judicious over all. Therefore, regardless of the judiciousness of man, perhaps he sees it a little differently. My life is not more valuable because I haven't committed some crime against man. It's more valuable, likely, this is just my perspective, because I have pleased the Father, the Creator. It's got absolutely nothing to do with what I have done that is wrong. It's actually probably more likely got to do with what I have done that is good. Faith without works is dead. Now, we do need faith, but works is necessary too. And what is works? Works is not a negative, it's a positive. We can gain his favor by doing good. And if we choose to do poorly, or if we make a mistake, that's what the forgiveness is for, and the faith as well. And so, yes, at times it's going to be very difficult for us as men to be judicious and say, in society, we're kind of gauging what you've done with your life, and we find it to be evidently heinous, and we're going to send you to the chamber or to the chair or whatever you want to call it. That is not our decision. I'm not for the death penalty personally. The cages, for me, it's for the monstrous. And the only reason is because I don't want them going out and doing monstrous things again. Not because of the crime that they've committed, but because they could do it again. So it's not the punishment, it's the prevention of decent folks being harmed. Because when we're talking about harm, we're talking about a physical act. I know Jess and I just talked about this. It could be mental, it could be. So with a physical thing, like you actually touch somebody or take their stuff or something like that, the words that somebody says, they're just words. Crazy guy in the corner, he comes out of the corner because we say, okay, it's your time to speak. We might give him an extra, minute or two. We all get our proverbial 2 minutes. The guy that's stoic and can just take it all in and not have to worry about saying too much, he might even sacrifice his minute. But that's because he can handle it. And he's wanting this other individual to be able to air his grievances. Maybe he's got more grievances. And it's tough, man, because we have a reckoning where we're warring even within ourselves. And so that judiciousness, it's not for us, but we're looking up and seeing judiciousness coming down. That's my perspective.
Okay, I appreciate you sharing your perspective. I mean, I don't think you're saying anything all that different than me, because my premise was, we should ground a lot of these things in, mainly the love of humans, right? And treating people as being equal in, whichever manner, regardless of the situation, and being treated equal and being equally valued, at least in my perspective, means that even if you do commit the same crime under the same circumstances and intention, then you should get the punishments that would be associated with that, right? If any punishment is levied. Just because you have more resources or access to more resources does not make you exempt from from any consequences that exists, basically, as a result of you committing a heinous crime.
So just a quick slight understanding, perhaps this might be a better reason why I'm saying what I'm saying. So again, going back to the punishment part, right? I want to see discipline. Discipline is not the same as punishment, right? Discipline means that it's a training, whereas punishment means that we're sentencing you. So that's kind of the difference there.
So I think you would agree that the vast majority of people have trained their children or kids, right? Most of us have been trained how we can exist in society in a peaceful way.
No. Most people are not. Well, I mean, even Jesus said himself, none are good. And parents, especially these days, it's getting worse.
I'm
right?
not talking
They're
about
not.
being perfectly good. I already know that. No one is perfectly good but God. I get that. But I'm talking about existing within a society and how humans are supposed to treat other humans, right? How
certain
you treat them.
societies.
Okay. So with that in mind, right? We understand do's and don'ts. And I mean, you can, even if you want to make a biblical argument, right? You can say that, God has written his law and his commands on our hearts. So our conscience has ways to help guide us on how to treat other humans, right? And so if you
Exactly.
do something bad, but let's say you did it bad, but you didn't get caught, right? And you see the sadness, you know that sadness, that other person or that pain that other person experiencing is not good, but you not caring, right? And you going and engaging in that same activity again, right? Or taking what's not yours, including lives, right? That is immoral, and you know that it's wrong. So with that in mind, right? Whatever justice that would be allotted to you after being caught by your peers, right? Then it should be given equally, regardless of your stature and wealth within a society. Equal balance and equal measures.
So
Just because you're a millionaire, just because you're a pastor, it doesn't matter who you are. If your intent is the same, right? Like the criminal who robs a bank, right?
well, it
Then
becomes difficult to prove intent, right? Because and that kind of goes
you
to the
can,
point.
though. You can.
Not really. That's called a thought crime. I want to
No,
hear
no,
what
no, no.
GS has to say though.
No, I think you're conflating two things, right? You can find evidence to prove to demonstrate someone's intent. Like if a guy has been planning to rob a bank, right? He gets all of what he needs to rob a bank, right? And he records, um,
Well,
patterns, stuff like,
it
and he acts on it, right?
it's not illegal to plan. It's
No, no,
only
no. I'm
illegal
not
to
saying
do
it's
it.
no, but that's what I'm saying. I'm not. That's not the argument here. We're talking about intent. You would prove intent, right, based on the evidence that you've gathered.
So it's
That's
the
how you
crime
prove
that you're
intent.
charging him for, not the intent.
Yeah, yeah, the crime. But in order to charge him for the crime, right?
Mm-hmm.
You
You just need the
right?
crime.
No, no,
You
no,
just
no,
need
no, no, no. To determine how, like, the level of charge,
well, no,
right?
it's
You
not the
have to
level of
show
charge,
intent.
it's the level of sentence that the judge will determine, right? So if you can prove that it's a lot of intent there, like he went through months of planning, or it even goes into like unaliving somebody, it's the same principle, is that the judge is actually determining how heinous the crime was. Did you know,
No, I mean, how heinous the crime isn't the issue. So it's the difference between murder and, like, manslaughter, right? Or first degree murder, second degree,
no,
murder,
no, because
right?
there's a scale that they actually use. So it's like, so 1 to 5 is, like in Florida, is like a third degree felony. Over 5 to 15 is a second degree felony, and anything over 15 years sentence is a first degree felony. That's the way it works. So they have a scale that they use, and that's where the intent and the malice comes in. So yeah, there is a scale, but it's only used for sentencing, not for charging.
No, no, I think you're misunderstanding my point. In order for you to be charged with murder, they have to demonstrate that you've committed a murder, correct?
Well, yeah, that's the crime.
Okay. For manslaughter, right, they would have to demonstrate that, correct?
Yeah, the crime.
Okay. So if what determines, right, which is which, right, if part of that process is determining the intent,
Right. No, no.
right?
So red rum, okay, that is an intentional unaliving. Okay. That part is true. However, the other one, the accidental unaliving, is the other one. So there's only the threshold of full intent versus non-intent, right? There's not this like how heinous was the unaliving, right? So that's where the sentencing comes in, is the heinousness.
Yeah, but we're kind of going off into weeds here. But my ultimate point is that the injustice that exists as a result of sentencing, it's a lot of it is grounded in various preferences that exist
Yes.
depending on the society.
I just wanted to make
That
sure
was
that,
my problem.
yeah, it's just the sentencing versus the charging. That's literally it. Other than that, spot on.
I don't know, GS, are you satisfied with the?
Well, I
He's
actually
raised his hand 3 times. He is not satisfied.
Well, no, I don't know. I don't know if satisfied is the right word.
That's what
but,
she said.
Yeah. So I'm kind of glad Brick said what he said. Actually, well, hold on. I got to tickle him. My wife got me some Southern Comfort eggnog, and I think it went down the wrong pipe or something. And thank you for it, baby, if you're listening. So I'm glad that Brick said what he basically said, and I think you keep making really sound arguments, Odin. But I think what you're doing is you're actually strengthening what Brick was saying. In order for there to be a law, there has to be a lawgiver. In order for there to be balance, there has to be a scale. Who gets to ascribe these weights and measurements? Ultimately, these things that you're discussing, there's a higher power that gets to judge these things rightfully. Now, we, with our imperfect judgment, can have flaws without the help of the Holy Ghost, right? So it's possible that we could make a mistake. So I like that Brick was basically saying, you have to be God with that 30,000 foot view in order to be able to make these judgments without having partiality or bias, right? What I think is good might be different than what you think is good, right? I don't like raw tomatoes. You might love raw tomatoes. I like Miracle Whip. You might be a basic bitch that enjoys mayo. I don't know. But
Yeah, but remember the premise of my argument, right, is that these inherent feelings or beliefs or whatever you want to call them, right, are grounded in the laws that are written on our hearts in terms of how we should treat other humans. So it's not like we're making these justice systems necessarily, right, like on a whim, right? I'm grounding this because the fact of the matter is that the type of judgment that God is going to be giving us humans at the end of the day, right, is not an earthly judgment. Right. And
right,
so
but you're kind of gish galloping a little bit. And I'll put and pardon my interruption, brother, with respect. You keep going to a conclusion that requires basically the ability to understand what's in somebody's heart. Brick was talking about intention. We can adjudicate a crime. Here's, life's about choices. You can make the choice, but you don't get to choose the consequences. And if the consequences are laid before you and you still make that choice, you did choose the consequence, right? So meaning sans a confession, intent is one of the hardest things to prove in a court of law. You mentioned talking about little plots of evidence that might be left behind. Will you grant that you can also get set up by the government, that they could plant faulty evidence just because they accuse you of a crime, and then they find some paperwork saying you are plotting to do X, Y, or Z, and rightfully, like Brick was saying, unless you do the crime, otherwise it becomes a thought crime, right? You shouldn't be convicted for your thoughts, right? You should only be convicted for your actions that transgress into a crime, and their harm can be demonstrated on another. So, but I understand what you're saying. I do understand what you're saying.
I wasn't disagreeing with that.
But that's what I'm saying. I don't think that there was any I'll land my plane, I promise. I don't think there was any disagreement. I think there was just degrees of separation of agreements, and that I think that I am not God, so therefore I don't know a person's heart, nor will I pretend to understand what their intentions are, that because I have been wrong in the past. So therefore I'm going to be very careful before I proclaim someone's intentions are thus.
Yes, no. Don't say it isn't so. You haven't been wrong.
Never been wrong.
I mean, the conflation part to me was the conflation of judgments. That was the only thing I wanted to, I was specifically addressing, really.
Can you explain that? Because it sounded to me like you had
no, that's what I.
In your mind, you had the ability to understand that people could be rightly and not wrongly judged based on their intent. When I just demonstrated to you sans, meaning without a confession, intent is one of the hardest things to prove in a court of law, and there's a reason for that.
Yeah, I actually said that in earlier in the conversation.
But
right?
yet you kept
even then
hanging
you
your
can't-
hat on it. That's what I'm saying. You're defeating your own argument, yet you're also hanging your hat on that peg.
No. You're bringing it back. You're bringing the conversation back to a place that I'm not even addressing. Right. What I'm saying is that the conflation is between the judgment that God is going to be ditching out to us in end times, right? Versus the judgment here on earth, right?
But God also appoints those judges, does he not?
Sure, but that is not the same as a judgment that he's going to be ditching out.
How do you know? Do you
Well,
speak
yeah,
for God? I don't.
No, if he has appointed a judge, then that is his appointed judge, and he is the one who is judging through them. That's kind of the way an appointment works.
No, not necessarily, right? He can use them to pull about his means, sure. But that doesn't necessarily mean that every single decision the judge or that person makes is reflective of what God wants.
And I would say yes, it is.
And nor is it every single judge or leader that is in place is specifically picked by God.
Well,
right?
that
There's
is
no
true.
way for
Right.
us to know that,
Yeah.
right?
That is true.
So that's what I'm saying. We should.
But hold on, there's a difference
I'm
between.
going to land the plane. Just
well, no,
one
but
more.
there's a
one more
difference between
sentence.
being picked and being allowed. He allows everything, otherwise it wouldn't happen. So in essence, it's kind of a non sequitur. Go ahead. I apologize. That was
Good
very
stuff,
rude of me.
Joey.
Yeah, but so what I'm saying is that the only thing we have that is concrete for us, right, is that is his law that is written on our hearts, right? And right, how we express it, right? We're never going to be perfect at it. But it's not a reason. Not being able to achieve something that only God can do is not a reason to basically throw the whole thing out, right? Not saying that's the argument that Brick is making by any means, right? I'm just saying that flaws existing is not a reason to throw out a whole process or the benefits of it.
I feel like D-Doc's got some.
Nope, just addressing side chat. Keep going.
Oh, okay. Okay, so in reference to judges, right? So let's talk about Samson, right? So the Bible's very clear as to why what happened to him happened, right? He trusted the woman, right? And so because he went outside what he was supposed to do, what he was supposed to be, he received judgment himself, right? So when we're looking at the judgment, right, the judgment is not coming from man, right? Now he may appoint someone, perhaps, there's the judges, and then there's the final judge that he has appointed, which is Jesus. And so if you look at these appointments, if he has given direction to judge appropriately, it's because he has entrusted that, right? Now with Jesus said, it says it, right? He always does the will of his Father, right? And so when that appointment was made, it was understood that Jesus would always do that. If Jesus ever chose, and he does have a choice, to do something against the will of his Father, then Jesus would receive judgment, you know? And so this idea that the judgment doesn't come from God, that's, in my opinion, that's not accurate. However, I do understand what you're saying, that men make bad choices. And so when men who aren't appointed to be judged, but rather just to simply have discernment in their own lives and make good choices, be decent folk, right? While they're in their imperfect state, to form these massive governments to rule over the people in their own form of whatever you want to call it, slavery or commerce or whatever. It's not for us to decide what their judgment will be. So if you find that, you know, some man has, you know, embezzled like a massive amount of money, it happens to be a politician, and he gets away with it because his buddies are the politicians too, and he's friends with the judge and he paid off the judge. Well, you know, that's man's system. Man's system is corrupt because men are corrupt. Now, we do the best we can within our corrupted bodies, but to put that judgment on another man because I feel like he did something that it's got an intent there, I don't know. I can't formulate without
first of all,
being
you
God.
run into an issue where you're conflating. If Christ does well, actually, I guess it depends on your view, right? When Abraham was told to sacrifice his son, he was told by the father, right?
Mhm.
But it was the angel of the Lord that came down and told Abraham to not sacrifice his son,
Mhm.
right? Now, does it mean that their wills clash? No. Does it mean, you know, one is like, you know, they're against each other? No, because the angel of the Lord didn't receive any kind of judgment or anything like that, right? So that's the first problem you run into. The second problem you run into is that how every single situation where God judges someone, he tells them he tells them they are aware of what would happen if they do or do not do something, right? So it's not like a situation where they were acting out of ignorance in terms of God's will directly, right? And so even if God does raise up someone else to judge someone else, right? It doesn't necessarily mean that that other person, right, is an actual judge, right? They are basically just a person who's carrying out a punishment. The judge doesn't carry out the punishment.
So
So
what is an
Samson wasn't judged by God, right?
Mhm.
He reaped the
No,
benefits of
he
his
was.
actions.
Well, but that would mean that if he reaped the benefits or detriment of his actions, that would mean that he was indeed judged by God. God is the God of nature. So anything and everything we do in this life, it's you reap what you sow.
I mean, that's not always the case, clearly.
I mean, it is like you. Well, so for
I
us
mean,
here,
you just gave an example of a politician stealing,
Mhm.
you know, billions of dollars, for example, and basically getting away with it because he
well, who
has
has he
connections.
stolen it from?
People.
Really? Because from
Yeah,
what I
because
understand,
in my example that I gave, right,
Mhm.
it was the CEO of a bank who's embezzled billions of dollars for his own purposes,
well,
and
two arguments that could easily refute that. Okay,
Sure.
one, who is the ruler of the earth?
Is the ruler coming down directly to judge
No,
anyone?
no. Who's the ruler of the system of the earth right now, according to the Bible?
God rules everything.
Who's being allowed to rule over the earth? Not appointed, but allowed.
We're supposed to say Satan.
Satan.
Right. Now I
I
know
don't
D
think
Doc
it
might
like
not
that,
agree with
but
that, but that's what the
I
Bible
don't
says.
I don't agree with that either. But go ahead.
So who rules the governments of the world? Who is it that's in the air? Who's that referenced to?
I don't know, because I could make an argument to say, listen, God overruled, God is the one that ruled the governments, because if God didn't convince the US, to go in and fight against the Nazis, well, they wouldn't have been defeated.
Right. So all of the governments here's the point. When Jesus was offered to be king at that time that he was on the earth, what did he say?
He wasn't offered to be king. He was literally crowned king.
Not by the men.
He was crowned king by men.
No. He
Do you want me
refused
to
it.
show you how?
He refused it. That's the answer. He refused to be.
When did he refuse?
He refused to be. I mean, we could go to the scripture. I mean, I
Sure,
guess.
go ahead.
Okay.
I mean, you can paraphrase.
The
You could
men
tell me
came
when.
to him and asked him to be king.
Where?
So the men, I mean, I know it's in the Gospels. They had come to him and they had asked him to be the king, but he did refuse that.
I know they asked him if he is a king.
No, I'm gonna just Google it.
And
real
he
quick.
said that his kingdom is not of this earth.
That way, I just do it real quick.
Ooh, you guys are narrowing it down. I'm going to find it any minute now.
I know it, right?
I'm gaming right now, so my ass is not looking.
John 6:15, is that accurate? Of course, it's got to be in John.
When Jesus therefore perceived they would come and take him by force to make him a king, he departed again into a mountain himself alone.
So he understood that they were going to make him a king, right? Now, maybe my paraphrasing is a little off, but this is the understanding. He knew what they were coming for. They were coming to make him king of a government on the earth.
Right, which is not his point.
Which is not his point.
Right. So he understood that his time wasn't yet, and so his appointment came later, and so there's debate on when that is, right? But the point here is that it's men who are rulers of certain governments and systems on the earth, and then the one who rules the air, which is Satan. Now,
by the way, Beelzebub would be better translated as Lord of the Flyers, not Lord of Flies. Just a little side note.
Interesting. Did not know that. That's cool. That's interesting to know. But yeah, so that one, the evil one, is the one who rules the systems, the system of things, right? And so because of that, and then of course because men attempt to rule over other men, not recognizing where that authority is, if we're going to say, I'm going to go along to get along, that's fine. But if I'm going to actively participate in judgment, that's where it kind of falls through a little bit. I mean, I do understand bad choices. I do understand mistakes, right? We were once children and we become men. And then we attempt to achieve peace with our human brothers and eventually come into the favor of the Creator. That's the way I see it. I mean, I maybe I'm wrong.
I mean the problem. So I'm trying to figure out like where you're at this, right? So basically you're arguing for the idea that the authority that is given to judges, right? That authority basically comes from God or Satan?
So there is a judgment that comes from God, and
No,
through
I'm not talking. I'm not talking about that type of judgment. I'm talking about the typical everyday judicial
it's
situation.
allowed. It's not given. Well, it is in a sense because he's allowing it. So it is given, but it's because it's allowed.
Okay, who's allowing it?
The Creator.
Okay, so regardless of the results of it, right? The Creator is allowing the results of it.
That's right. That's right.
Okay, so if the results of it is that for the most part, right, it works, right? It's not perfect, but it works, right? And because we are limited, right, that's obviously part of the reason why it's not perfect, right?
Yep.
Don't you think that we should maintain it because of the maintain it? Let me add this because this is really important, and do our best to make it even better and more equal in how we
Yes.
dish out justice.
Yeah, and I do agree with that part. Yes, exactly. And so working for a better future, a steward cares for his field, right?
Yeah, I mean, Christ literally, because think about it, right? A God writes his laws on people's hearts, right? Then he comes and he says, you know what? I'm going to live it and show you how to live it, and I'm going to teach you and tell you, right, directly and indirectly, right, and deal with the nuances as to why these laws exist and how you can live them, right?
Yeah.
Like, to me, right, that is well, for one, this is part of why I kind of disagreed earlier about Satan, kind of being the one overseeing that, right? Because if the laws that's written on our hearts inform the justice system, and for the most part the justice system brings justice to those who need it, right? um you know I think it's something that comes from God, but he knows because it's not perfect, right? And he wants us to have ultimate justice at the end of the day. This is
That's
why
right.
there is going to be his judgment, where he knows all of what you did, even if you get away with it here,
Yeah.
right? He knows what went up, right? And even if you are wrongly accused, right? You will be rewarded, right? Because you've been wronged, right? He takes that into consideration. So that's my position on it at the end of the day.
Yes.
And by the
And
way,
that I
Richard, you are right about the ball thing. However, the Lord of Flies, it also comes from a derogatory thing where they saw Baal worshippers as worshiping a shit god, and freaking flies fly around shit, and that's why they call him the Lord of Flies.
Yeah, I
Because
get the reference. It's just
yeah.
inaccurate.
So with that said,
mean,
I
it
actually
still makes sense, but
I do have to go. I hopped up here because I knew
you
my
have
first
to.
I have to go
No,
help support. So
What do you mean by have to?
Richard is
well,
the
I
god
guess
of
I don't
this
have
channel.
to,
You do not
but
get
I
Okay,
to
then
do
go
tell the
have
truth.
anywhere.
You prefer to.
Yeah.
Rage
Yeah,
quit.
right.
As always, a pleasure to see you, D-Doc, Batman, Sammy, as
All right,
well.
man.
Thank you for letting me up, and GS, you guys, and thank you, chat. Even though you guys are a bunch of trolls, love you too.
Yeah, all the guys with missing chromosomes are piling in right now. to celebrate
Well,
Thanksgiving.
I don't hold disabilities against people. If they're missing a chromosome, that's just the way it turned out. I do not remember being I don't remember being an egg and a sperm and thinking, "Hey, I'd like a birth defect." So since it wasn't my choice, I assume it wasn't theirs either. What's that?
I mean it in such a way that you should know better, but you don't act better. That said, anyway, I just wanted to say that I wanted to point out that you may have been oblivious to the fact that you were having a boomer moment earlier, and I was roundly making fun of you.
Oh, really? What was
yeah,
that?
you must have been on a different screen. Your face was like right up. You were like doing this, like you're like. So I was like I was going up, get on. Anyway, it was fun. It was funny for a moment.
If I type on this one, I have to get this close.
Oh, I just thought you were being all boomer. Didn't know how cameras work.
I can be like this.
Oh, so now you're just showing off. Okay. So
Richard.
to the point of the bank robber, as it seemed to me that a lot of people get upset and rightfully so, that it seems like to be evil means to prosper. Good people get screwed. Evil people seem to rise to the top and become like Epstein or Weinstein or I don't know, any other number of Bergs or Steens that seem to be crushing in life here on Earth. Because I think that they live in the shadows. They like the shadows. That's why they're not in a rush to go back to Israel. Let's see, what did G2 say that it basically the Messiah will not come until all of the Israelites return home. And if you claim to be a Jew, why are you in America? Why wouldn't you be rushing home? Well, don't you want your Messiah to arrive?
You can get a free trip, a free aliyah, and it's called the Christian and Jew Association or cooperative, or it's something that means that. Anyway, you can look it up you can just Google it, Christians supporting Jews. They'll pay for your flight.
Yeah. I mean, why wouldn't you? Why would you stick around? If you know what I mean?
Probably
Like,
because they know that a lot of the Christians that want Israel to exist in the way it does now, which is in a warring state, they want to bring forth Armageddon.
Yeah.
Well, but that's what I'm saying. It seems like Christians want Armageddon to happen. The Jews seem to drag their feet instead of going back to Israel. So they don't want the Messiah to show up because they're too busy going Shabbat Shalom. I got a coupon.
Yeah,
well,
but
yes
the problem,
and no. It depends on which Jews you're talking about, because there's Jews working very hard to restore the temple, to make the priests clothes, but all that work is done except for the restoration of the temple itself.
Yeah, I'm being a little facetious.
Yeah, I know.
It's the same. Well, it's the same with the evangelical Christians that are like, there's entities out there that are trying to recreate They're trying to create revelation, or at least the facsimile of a revelation to fool people into thinking that the end times are here, perhaps. And
I do find it funny that they literally ignore the words of Christ, where he literally tells you, like, no one knows, basically saying, don't even try to look. But yet, or like, so we are, mofos are not even looking. They're trying to try to set the shit in motion. And it's like, I'm sorry, don't you worship a deity that you cannot control and tell what to do? So
here's
why
the part
is
that kills me about that, Odin. If God's in control and they're not, what makes you think you can force the hand of God by doing certain things in a certain order? And why, if people did it, would that convince the goy that you've got the right God if you're just people that did that? And the only thing that would turn the heathen to being a Jew in the first place is if something happened a man couldn't do.
Yeah, so it's
I look at that and go, well, that was dumb.
I mean, I look at it like this: if you're proud that you call yourself a Jew, you're proud that you're a Jew, and you know that your Messiah will return when all Jews go back to Israel, why are you still hanging out in America?
Right.
That doesn't make sense to me.
And that's the part where you're not joking.
No, I'm literally not joking. If
Right.
you truly believe your Messiah comes back when all Jews return home to Israel, why are you then you must
Like,
not
don't you
believe you're a
want
Jew.
worldwide peace? Don't you want justice to be served? Don't you want the truth revealed? Don't you want those things?
I think they like their sin, is what I think.
Pack
I
up,
think,
pack up and move next door to Gaza.
yeah.
That's the
I
only
mean,
honest thing to do in that situation.
don't sit here and oy vey me and brag and try to kvetch and try to browbeat me and try to cancel me, try to label me horrible things. Worry about you. If you
Ooh,
yourself
Yiddish
are a
word I don't
Jew,
know. Kvetch.
yeah,
What's that?
if you yourself, it's complaining, kvetching and complaining and pissing
Okay.
and moaning. It's exactly what Moses complained to God about, this stiff-necked people that just whined and complained the entire time he's freeing them. So I mean, I got questions. I know that I'm just a goy. I know that I'm below you. I get that. And you make that very patently clear to me all the time, G2. My question to you is, you got citizenship, you got a passport in 3 different countries. You brag about having citizenship in 3 different countries. And when I said, is one of them Israel, you said, what did you say? L'chaim, as you took a shot of scotch or whiskey or whatever that was. It was probably some fruity drink with an umbrella. But my point to you is, buddy, not to make this too personal, but put your money where your mouth is, tough guy. You want your Messiah? Then go move to Israel. And we can both be happy.
Is this a actual individual you're
Yeah,
addressing?
it's G2. It's
G2.
Mr. I look down at my nose at all the goy in the world, and they need to bow and scrape and ask for forgiveness for even drawing breath.
You know, it kind of
That
makes
guy.
sense. If you know the history of the Hebrew people,
Mm-hmm.
that pride and tribalism kind of makes sense because they were nomadic raiders who
Mm-hmm.
murdered people in their sleep, attacking in the middle of the night and such. And they were fairly successful at it. Just like if you get into a fight, whether you think it was a fair fight or not, if you keep coming out on top, eventually you're going to think you're a better fighter. Well, that's what happened to the Hebrew people.
It's all natural.
Well, I mean, yeah, they were really good at what they did. They were good at surviving, even prosperous, which is why they were never in mass slaves,
Yeah.
is because that's not what they were.
Do you see his response? First off, Junior. He's got a mission here. What is that? Is that to steal all the wealth from the goy? Oh, does your goiter acting up? Ooh. Why don't you go back to Israel and make the Messiah come? I would love to sleep in the next morning in heaven. Why are you dragging your feet? You're one of the natural born supreme Israelites. Go back home, brah. They're giving you a free ticket. Go. Or are you on a mission for Mossad? Is that what's going
It
on?
really literally is free. To the
Yeah, it's
recipient.
literally free. What are you waiting for,
Yeah.
dude? Save all those shekels.
In fact, not only do the Christians pay for the airfare for the person and family to get there, and the whole family, even if somebody isn't a Jew, say you're married to a non-Jew, they can go. Christians will pay for that for you. Not only that, but there's actually a following support system that gets you employment, that pays for your housing until you get employment, that gives you free food and clothing until you can do for yourself. I mean, it's a cush deal.
Yeah, go. Shabbat Shalom. L'chaim. I'd do it in a heartbeat if I could claim that I was a Jew. I'd be super happy. I'd be hop, skipping, and jumping.
Peace and respect. Welcome, Alex McFadden. Here's my question. Do you believe the U.S. is exceptional? If so, why? Yes, because every individual groups of people everywhere are all exceptional by definition. Anyone have a different answer?
Yeah. No, I don't have a different answer. I agree. It's clearly that the United States is an exceptional country because everyone and their monkey's uncle wants to come here.
Now, there's advantage to being in the United States, and it seems there is. I mean, if you take your average homeless person in the United States walking around collecting free clothes, free food, free shelter when it's absolutely needed, and you compare them to only just 300 to 500 years ago, the quality of life of people, yeah, our homeless folk live like knights.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's freaking ridiculous.
Look at G2. He's saying I've got employment in Israel. Oy vey. He's a spy. What do you know
G2,
about?
Don't hold on a second, Todd. G2, don't try to include me in your arguments. I'm not playing that.
Yeah, he's not part
You
of it.
can't. I'm not stupid. You can't drag me into this argument. I make statements that I think are true in reality, and there is a truth that there are Christians who will absolutely pay for you and your family to go to Israel. That's all I said. I didn't say you should go. Didn't say you shouldn't.
Yeah, you should do what you want. You're a big boy. You're a big American boy. You put on your pants one leg at a time, just like all of. Nope. Wait. Oy vey. I apologize. You put on your pants two legs at a time, like every super person like you has ever existed, right? Yeah. I'm just curious, Mr. Superiority Complex.
Okay,
Why
Todd.
wouldn't you?
I know that all of us on panel are going to have a better time.
All right.
If we go back to talking about like religious theory and stuff. So let's go back to that. What do you say?
Well, what's the theory that he brought up about when all Jews go back to Israel, that then the Messiah comes? Let's explore that, because that was news to me. That's why I'm reacting to it.
Yeah, there is a sect of Judaism, I from what I understand, and I'm not saying I understand it fully, that believe that they are the ones that fulfill the prophecy. Is that actually in the prophecy? Not the way that I read it. No. What they're actually talking about is not the Hebrew people, Israel, but people born on the earth who are struggling with God. And that's exactly what the word means, which is why when he struggles with God, he's renamed Israel, because he's got a new name because he's struggling with God. I'm sorry, that sounds repetitive. It's not. It's pointed. So to be born in Israel is to be born under a sign of the zodiac. So everyone has the possibility of being Israel just to be born on the earth. That's what that is. So if you're a person born on the earth during a zodiac sign and you struggle with God, you are definitionally Israel.
Yes. So I am Israel.
You are. That's
so
right.
I should take that free ride.
Apostate Sammy is also an Israelite, definitionally.
I'm going to Israel. What's with all this Jew on Jew hate?
I'm sorry. The Christians and the Jews don't understand it that way, and they won't pay for your ticket, bro.
Oh, I don't wait. Oh, I'm not goy enough for the ride. I got to be a little less goy.
You're a little less
more goy. I'm
a lot
I'm
less.
Too much goy for
You're
the
too
ride.
goyish. Yeah.
Okay. I'm too goy for the ride. Okay. Well, that sucks for me.
Yeah. Well, they've got that pride and tribalism thing going because they had to, and they had to be paranoid and hateful toward everyone or else they'd be killed. So they've got that in their culture. I'm not saying that's unfounded. It was very well founded. Like if you're part of a street gang that just goes around murdering people and stealing their crap, you think you would believe everyone's after you? Yeah, they are. You'd have to act like it too, because if you don't, you die. So it's pretty well justified. It just doesn't any longer apply.
Makes me sad.
Yeah, well,
makes
so all of us are struggling with God. All of us are in that biblical way, Israel. It has nothing to do with the tribe of the Hebrew people. It doesn't even have to do with being a Jew. Like, how many times the word Jew appear in the Bible?
I don't think it ever does. It's Hebrew, right?
That's right. It never says Jews. Jews are religion.
Oh,
it says children of Israel.
So So if I have a problem with Jews, does that make and somebody says that, how can I be a bigot against the religion, a racist against the race? And wait, what are all the names that they like to? It's like I'm a bigot and a racist all at the same time. But I thought it was a religion. So then they're saying it's exclusive. Only to people of a certain bloodline can be called Jew. Huh. I mean, I don't know the answer.
That's not true. You can be grafted in.
Well, we're grafted. The Christians are grafted in. The Gentiles are grafted into the tree.
Not
No, I'm
just the
talking about
Christians.
even in their specific practice. You can be grafted in.
Oh, you got to do what do they call it? The Kabbalah? Or no, not the Kabbalah.
I don't remember the term for it.
It's kind of like the Catholics have the.
It's a profession of faith, yeah.
Yeah. No, but
pretty
it's
much,
real.
but
It's real intense. Why don't we get G2 up here and he can explain it to us?
He's welcome to hit that link. G2, you can hit that link. I'll even moderate if you guys get too much into the weeds and start just going at each other instead of having a discussion. I'll help.
I guess he's saying we weren't grafted into the tree. I guess we've got it all wrong all this time.
Not up to him.
No, I mean, I would like to be educated. I would appreciate a good education because I don't want to be wrong. I don't wake up in the morning trying to set out to be wrong. Not that I'm a right fighter.
Actually, Alex, I would recommend that you go and look at the Hebrew Zodiac and then go and read the blessing of Israel on his 12 sons, because that's one and the same thing. The blessings are the zodiac. The signs on their flags are their zodiac. It's astrology. That's what it is.
But when Jesus said that you are the synagogue of Satan, that you call yourself Jew, but your heart is far from God and stuff, that you're only a Jew in name only, but you're a liar, that you do the bit of your father. And this is Revelation 3:9, I think it is. So I guess the word Jew, the Jew is in the Bible.
It's not Jewish. That's all they have to say.
And that's what he said. Basically, G2 says that's like some kindergarten kid stapling like some crayon little story to the back of his true and believable history.
I can see that perspective.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. I'm not criticizing it. I'd like him to come up and stand and deliver and educate. Look, I could be educated. I invited this guy. Matter of fact, the second that I let down my guard, I invited him to come up on my Bible studies on multiple occasions. The second I invited him to come up saying I wanted to learn from him, guess what he stopped doing? He stopped coming to my Bible studies. That's a little intriguing, isn't it? So you came to my Bible studies in order to sow chaos and derision and discord, but you didn't want to come to my Bible studies when you could have offered me an education. I find that very, very interesting.
Well, you do know that they consider themselves, because of the tribalism and the fear of death and those survival techniques, you do know that they consider themselves very, very exclusive, and they don't want people joining their club.
Mm-hmm. Well, then why do they come into my club and try to crap on it and move the furniture around?
Because there's nothing wrong with saying you're stupid, and there is something wrong with saying come be a Jew.
Interesting. Okay, so like if I were to tell you that there's a clip out there where G2 went oy vey, you're trying to, what did he say? That I'm threatening him and his family's lives.
How did you do that?
By pointing out that there were 109 different territories, according to a pro-Israel ADL article that was written, that they'd been kicked out of 109 different territories. And I said, if they don't watch how they behave, it's going to turn into 110. And he said that was me wishing them a death sentence, that I was threatening their very lives. Yeah, it seems a little hyperbolic, doesn't it?
Well, again, I don't want to be drug into the middle of an argument, and I'd much rather talk religious theory. But to answer that real quickly, it seems you were not speaking from your own personal power, but speaking of how a society treats a people when those people don't meld well with the rest of the society.
It's elementary, I would say. Yes, I agree.
I thought it was pretty obvious, yeah.
Yeah. But, it's a death threat, apparently, according to some people in the world.
Well, if you were paranoid because you were part of a gang, again, you would act that way.
Sounds like he is.
Well, he has a tradition of thinking of himself the way that nomadic raiders would have to think. So that's how they act, because that's the traditional way to think of themselves. The whole world's against them. Everybody wants them to die. we've got to fight super hard to survive. Those kinds of ideas. Now, it's not true anymore. It used to be thousands of years ago.
You know, I'd like to do a show sometime where I can demonstrate all the hoax hate things that have happened, where the tipping over of Jewish cemeteries here in America. They found out it was an American Jew and a Mossad agent that did it. The fact that the Triple K group that we kicked out of power because we're like, no, we're not doing that in this country. How it was actually infiltrated by people of the Oive types that wanted to march through certain cities in order to gin up that there is actually still hate in America so that they could raise money for charitable donations to the ADL and the SPLC or whatever. Yeah, this hoax hate stuff's got to stop, dude. America is the least racist country in the world. It's got to stop. Name one country that's less racist than America. I'm waiting.
You can't.
Yeah.
The only place you'll find less racism in the United States, anywhere in the world, is any people who have only one tribe. And the reason they're not racist is because there's no other people of any other ethnicity there.
Wait. What, G2? I think the context there, G2, was that if you showed up at my house wishing to do me or my family harm, I would definitely help you along your way to meet whatever maker it is that you seem to worship.
Well, yeah, if
I'm
he
more
comes
than,
to
I'm more
your
than
house,
I'm more than happy to help you on your journey to meet Jesus, who you rejected as the Messiah, and then you'll have to explain to him.
Okay, so someone commented in side chat saying the word Jew is all over the Bible. Nope. It's actually that got translated to the word Jew. What it really means is Yahuda, or we say Judah, right? And it got translated to Jew. So again, this is the lion, Judah, and it's referring to a zodiac sign. Also, the people born under the tribe of Judah or the sign of the lion. And it's not the word Jew. You'll notice this is not the word Jew. Like the word Jew in Hebrew would only have 2 letters, right? And then the vowel points. But you see this has lots of letters, right? It's not the word Jew. It's really not. I don't care what your translation says.
I just say God is good. Let's do that for a Bible study. Let's move on. I'm sorry if I made any of the Baal and the Moloch worshipers in the audience uncomfortable.
They'll be okay.
I love this guy.
Yeah, come at me, bro. I'll speak a proverb against you every time and twice on Sundays. Not you, Batman.
Dude, if I'm ever going to if I start streaming, and I really want to get people to to really want to engage me, I'm gonna get GS in my stream, bro.
Yeah, I'm almost like a kingmaker in a kind of really art-hearted way. You know? Yeah, I really am. I bring the demons. Man. The Legion just howls against me and formulates. Yeah.
Whichever way you got to bring them together.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like putting fish in a barrel, dude. I'm happy about it. We know where to chuck the TNT, if you know what I'm saying. Get them, God. Get them. Get the heathens, God. I rounded them up for you. Judge them. At your leisure, though, God. I don't presume to tell you how to operate. Forgive me. That was not cool.
They'll make the same mistakes as those evangelicals, the Armageddonites.
What happened there?
I like to call them.
What do they do?
I'm saying don't be like those people trying to tell God what to do.
Oh, look at him build.
Armageddonites.
Hold on. Look at G2 trying to build his little narrative in his head. Are you writing another Daniel Boquist fiction novel? So are you saying we're already on a battlefield, G2? Have you declared war? Is there a battlefield going on right now that I'm not aware of? Are you an enemy combatant of the United States of America? Is that what you're telling me right now? Are you going to tell me in front of the whole world that you disavow the United States of America and have considered yourself an insurgent here on my soil? Is that what you're declaring?
Well, if he is declaring that, I want him to know that
That you love
I
him.
served in the military and risked my life so that he has the right to say that junk.
I mean, it sounds to me like he's already asserting that there is a battlefield, and I'm just late to it. Am I late? School started 2 hours ago. Oh, am I late? I can break out the Kanye West freaking lyrics, dude. Don't even get me started, son. Just sit back, enjoy the education, G2. You're an absolute muppet. All right, what are we talking about? What game are you playing there, Batman? I'm playing Magic the Gathering. The Devil's Game. El Diablo.
I remember people called that in Pokemon the Devil's Game when I was growing up. It was just so stupid.
Yeah, if you're a Muppet and you know it, say you're G2. If you're a Muppet and you know it, and your Muppets tend to show it. If you're a Muppet and you know it, be G2.
It's funny too because did you guys ever look into the name behind Kal-El?
Yeah, that's Superman, right?
Superman, half of it means God. What's the cow?
So L is the God part.
The
Like
the
El Bay?
creators were Jewish men
Mhm.
or of a Jewish persuasion.
Mm-hmm.
He's supposed to be like the ideal Messiah. So when people say that Superman is like is basically supposed to be like a Jesus figure, he wasn't like a lot of people say it in a pejorative way, but that's literally what he was meant to be.
You know that Superman only went after other people from other country originally.
Yes.
Very interesting.
It was very tribalistic.
How many times has my name been said in the last 10 minutes? Can we get a calculus on that? Say my name, you gamma Muppets.
Ooh, let me turn that around on you. How many times would you have liked it to be said?
It makes my pants tight. But I like it when they say it with their voices on panels. They're like, Todd. Oh, Todd. Oh, did you hear what Todd said in his stream? Oh, Todd. Oh, my goiter keeps acting up. Oh, the doctor never has my medicine.
So actually, I got since both of you gentlemen are military men, in terms of because I always hear that the military pays like shit or whatever, right? But yet still the government sinks a ton of money into towards the weapons manufacturers versus paying active people who are on active duty better and people who are retired better. What are you guys thoughts on that? Is there any truth to that, or do you feel like you were compensated well enough for
Go ahead, Todd.
you know? Yeah, it's, for me personally, I'm absolutely grateful that I got a paycheck. I think it could have been more. I think that when I first joined the military, it was a little bit different. There wasn't as many contractors involved. That was back in '89. There wasn't as much contracting going on. Like cooks would actually cook the food, MPs would guard the gates and police the fort. You know, scouts would do a scout's job. You know, the infantry would do what the infantry did, and you know what I'm saying. Like people had a job, and the cost of living was what it was. But like now, it's like they'll take a contractor to work in the kitchen while a guy in a uniform is just going to sit there with his finger up his ass for the most part, and then they'll pay each of those people 3 times what that cook's salary would have been. So if you just, I don't know, give the guy an extra pay and get rid of the other Muppet that's now but here's the thing, it's politics, right? They'll get
what
tax
about the
breaks
benefits though?
Well, I'll get into that. So,
Oh,
but
okay.
they'll take there's a certain amount of trade-off, meaning the post needs tax breaks for being in the city, which means that if they have a contract, they get certain benefits, which means they have to apply a certain amount of jobs to the community. It's kind of a scratch my back, I'll scratch yours. I can understand that. Uh-oh, Daniel, my dog's hungry. You trying to break into my house? Uh-oh, Daniel. Uh-oh. G2, I hope you're kosher. My German shepherds don't like non-kosher food. All right, anyway, so yeah, the benefits are pretty. I'm very impressed with the benefits, and there's a reason why 20 years is what you can retirement. And if you're lucky, in my situation, you can get I think this is something relatively recent, 15-year retirement for medical if you're getting medically discharged. Right? I was so desperate to try to stay in the Army to try to reclass, even with a P3 profile. I ended up doing the full PT test on my last PT test. I was only supposed to walk like the 1.5 miles or 2 miles. I don't even know what it is because I never really did the P3 before. And I did all 3 events, and I actually scored higher than some of these 18, 21-year-olds. I had nothing wrong with them, but of course it's like a big bell curve because I'm old as all get out, right?
Yeah.
So I'll do 30 push-ups, and that'll give me like a 70 on my push-ups or something like that, or whatever it was. I can't remember. But long story short is, I didn't know that I could get to 15 years retirement. And I was like, I'm going to be screwed, dude. My body's wrecked. What am I going to do after the military? So there's a reason why 20 years is retirement age in the military, because it takes a toll on your body. Even if you're shuffling paper, I'm sure you got to do ruck marches. I'm sure you're probably jumping in and out of vehicles, whatever the nature of it is. Benefits are amazing as long as the government has money. But when the government's not being a good steward of the money and you rely so much on that government cheddar, it's another form of welfare. When that safety net gets taken out from underneath you, are you going to be able to survive? Right? So there's good and there's bad. The Montgomery GI Bill was absolute trash. That's the first time I was in. And then when I got back in again, it switched over to the post 9/11 GI Bill. Amazing. It was a great program. Really helps you out. You can get an education. You can actually even put a little bit of money in the bank, especially if you get like Pell Grants and stuff like that. You can actually kind of come up a little bit, And
what resources do you, are available for guys who like end up in like trauma, with like a ton of trauma and like mental issues and stuff like that? Do they have a lot of readily available resources for those folks, whether they are retired or not?
Yeah, I would say actually between the VA and the regular Army, depending on what your disability was and how you got out processed or when you got out processed. For me, I went through the IDES system, which was like a combined VA/regular Army kind of all combined thing. Matter of fact, I get criticized by a lot of these people that are my detractors over here because I'm leaving money on the table and not collecting full 100% disability. And they're all positive I could get up to 100% disability. But I look at it as the more I depend on the government, the more I depend on the government. And the more I become beholden to the government. So the less I can depend on the government, the better.
Yeah, you want your independence. Yeah.
As much as possible. But to their point, they're not wrong. I mean, I am entitled to this money, but again, it's an entitlement absent of duty. I did my duty, but this now is just me extracting money out of a taxpayer. So they're not wrong, but because of my moral code, I think I look at it a little bit differently and probably not rightly. I'm probably maybe what I think is me trying to not be selfish is probably more like pride. But yes, the answer to your question is there are a vast amount of programs for people that need help. The only issue I'm finding is it seems to me like they'll chuck any kind of pill that you ask for at you. And I believe that there's a sinister aspect to that because expired veterans require no more health care, if you understand what I'm saying. And a lot of these people that are on SSRIs and they're just, who knows how these things are interacting, it could spiral you out, dude. And I take one medication, that's antacid, because they would throw Motrin at you for everything. I mean, 600 or 800 gram Motrin, take 2 every 4 hours. it just destroys the lining of your stomach. So I'm pretty much on antacids, possibly for the rest of my life, although I don't take as much as I used to.
So how I always imagined it was like it was kind of like an insurance. Like they'll give you a card and you can take it to whichever hospital or practice you go to. You give them the card, and you'll get treated or get meds. Whatever deductibles you have to pay, you can pay them depending, or that's how I kind of always imagined it. I didn't know that it has to be facilities that or organizations that are sanctioned specifically by the military and the government.
Hmm. And look at what Daniel Boquist is saying. I mean, you want to talk about this guy really cares about me. He said Todd doesn't want to get mental evaluation from the VA. I went through all that, dude. I got TVI checked. I got all that stuff. So whatever you Muppets who pretend that you care about veterans and then you want to talk shit on legitimate veterans that are not only honorably discharged once, but I was honorably discharged twice, which means I raised my hand and served during 2 different declarations of war. But that yet you'll call me a coward that avoid going to war. I mean, make it make sense. Beyond that, you posers are absolute degenerates. You don't care about veterans. You don't care about anybody but your little R-slur group of misfits and miscreants and drug-addled Muppets that have to dope in order to cope with life. I'm saying put the crutch down. It's been 15 years since you got out. If you still need the crutch, you're not doing rehab, buddy. You're not trying to fix yourself. You're trying to be crutched. But yes, to your point, if you're retired, you have certain, like I got TRICARE Prime. And it is regional, meaning there are certain doctors that will take it, but it's amazing. Like if I tried to get this package on the private market, it would be through the roof. I mean, we're talking I don't know how some of these cats do it. It's probably the reason why G2 has to keep a job here in America, because he's probably crippled with debt and all kinds of other stuff and has to pay like $1,500 to maybe $2,000 a month.
Yeah, this guy.
Yeah, he probably has to pay like $1,500 to $2,000 a month just to keep insurance on himself and his cats, because he lives alone with his cats. He jerked off into a cup, and apparently some girls that are his family or whatever found him on 23andMe. And being that he's a decent cat lover, he decided to let him back in his life. The thought of putting a penis inside a vagina gives him the ick. Right, Ned Flanders? Yeah. Anyway, yeah, he and I we got a history.
Yeah, that's very clear. So I'm actually asking this because so every now and then I see a bunch of dudes. I wouldn't necessarily even describe them as being homeless, but it's clear that they got some issues, and a ton of them are veterans. Some of them, they talk about their experiences and stuff like that. But what a lot of them seem to be under the impression of is that, like, I'm used by the government and the government has abandoned me because of this and this reason, which is typically just their personal experience. And so, like, I'm I'm an empathetic person just in general, right? And so I don't know if it's a situation where, I wouldn't say they're lying, right? I don't know if it's a situation where they are not given enough information once they get out so they can get the proper resources and entitlements that are due to them, right? Or is it the government that's just shit that treats their veterans like shit? You see what I'm saying? I don't know what the truth is.
Well, I've had a very different experience from Todd. I was in from 88 to 94. So I did one reenlistment, because your basic enlistment for a heavy equipment operator, yes, a total pogue who never shot at anyone and never got shot at, as far as I know. I might have been, but I don't know it. That's what it is if you're around a real big diesel engine all the time. You don't know if you got shot at, but I know I didn't get hit.
What?
Yeah, exactly. Okay,
Yeah.
So I did a 4-year enlistment. I re-upped for 2 years because my wife got cancer And if I got out of the military, she would not be able to find coverage with an existing condition under anything we could ever afford. Okay, that just wasn't going to happen.
Mm-hmm.
So I did 2 extra years. I got out, average discharge, nothing interesting or fancy. But because I didn't go to retirement, and because I wasn't injured enough, just one ear a little bit, while I was active, I get 0 benefits. And by 0 benefits, let me describe that. I mean no benefits. I mean nothing. The VA would save me if I were dying, but I need to be dying right now, and they won't give me anything until I'm dying. So there you go. That's what the difference between serving and retiring or getting a medical out. If you got a medical out, you're good. If you retire, you're good. You just serve, you don't get nothing. That's crazy.
Hold on. So there. Okay, my brain just got kind of tied up in a knot. So there's a difference between serving and retiring. And hold on, can you repeat that, bro? I'm sorry.
Okay, here's how it goes. Let's say you're a young guy in good shape. You do your 2 years active, 2.5 years active, right? You get out, you never got hurt. This is what they're giving you, big goose egg. Let's say you were that same guy, and in that 2.5 years, you jumped out of a plane and ruined your back. And they got medical records saying your back is ruined. Guess what? Check for life. Let's say you were that same guy, you stayed in for the whole 20 or a little bit more than that years, and you retired out of the service. You're good. You're fine. The majority of people go in, get out uninjured, and get no benefits.
Oh, I see. So what are your thoughts on that, GS? Because if you're muted, by the way. If you're a part of maintaining the military society, right? Then at least from what I'm saying, I'm thinking like you served it, like you served your purpose. So it seems to me that it's just a matter of a certain amount of time you have to spend to get those benefits, basically.
It's precisely that. Yeah.
Okay.
And you kind of know going into it. It's like, for instance, in the civilian sector, if you're doing like most jobs, it's a 40 years until you can get like a pension from them, right? Because it's usually a little less demanding on your body. It's 20 years in the military, unless it's a medical discharge, in which case, for me, I was able to get retirement/medical, but I wasn't able to double dip, meaning my disability covers up to a certain amount, and then my retirement was up here. So I get this little extra bit of money. And because it's so little, I don't even have to file taxes. That's how little I basically am getting that's considered to be taxable income. I don't have to do a W-2 or anything like that, which didn't make sense to us, because we every time we went on post to get our taxes done, we were like, what do you mean? I don't know where I never received one. I don't know what I'm supposed to pay taxes on this. And so again, that's a benefit. But no one was more surprised than I was that I was considered retired at 15, because I was so relieved that I was able to get something out of the service that I did, knowing that my body was pretty much wrecked to the point where, in order to be able to try to provide for my family, I would have to have, especially benefits. See, that's the whole reason why I came back in the second time, is my wife had a great job. She worked at a hospital and she had great benefits, but the cost of those benefits was insane. So I have a lot of empathy and sympathy for anyone on the open market out there, the free market, that's trying to maintain insurance and medical for their whole family. That's insanely expensive to get anything of quality.
That's
Go ahead.
No, I was agreeing with you.
Yeah. So for me, I go ahead.
Batman, I realized I answered your original question. As an E4 with 3 dependents, I qualified for welfare.
Yep. That's a fact.
That's it. Damn.
No, E4. Yeah, if you're E4 with dependents, you can get food stamps.
That means
Pretty
I
much.
already gotten promoted twice. I was well established in my job skill in the military. I was up for becoming a sergeant, and that's as high as you can get as lower enlisted without becoming a sergeant. Is that situation? And I got paid so little, I actually started collecting welfare while active duty.
That is insane.
Thank you.
What?
Yeah, it's pretty crazy.
So okay, so now because my mind is like there's more nuances to this, right? Because now when I sit with a guy who who's a veteran and he's sharing his experience, right, and he tells me that he kind of doesn't have anything, get anything from his serving, or from his service, right? Now, my question should be next. Okay, how long did you serve? Because that's going to
Right. And what were
lead.
your injuries?
Yeah, if were you even
Now,
injured?
some guy goes, "Oh, I lost my left leg in the war and I get no benefits." That's called a liar.
Okay, I'll keep that in mind definitely.
Yeah, so that's the further point. There's a lot of dudes out there that'll say that they are something that they might not be. Just knowing that Americans, by and large, politicians say thank you for your service in order to get your vote, and then fuck off any other time. Pardon my French. And frankly, so do people like from the F3 community. Oh, they'll thank you for your service until you don't jump through the hoops that the DD 214 gatekeeper hoops that they expect you to jump through, unless you don't answer their questions like they're the freaking KGB. Which I'm starting to wonder. There seems to be some communistic similarities there. But that said, a lot of people like to thank you for your service and then crap on you the second you become inconvenient for them. That I have an issue with. That's making me become very jaded to my fellow American. Not only that, then you got the people that genuinely support the troops, but then you got the grifters, like and there are certain grifters out there that will try to take advantage of people's generosity, right?
Yeah, that's
Man, I sound really bitter, man. I went from being thankful and grateful to now I'm bitter. So I'm gonna
just being
whoosh.
bitter.
I'm gonna whoosh that out. I'm gonna whoosh that out.
On the flip side of the same coin, when someone gives, it makes them feel good as a human. There's actually like chemical releases when we give, and it's good for you to give.
Yeah.
Right. And if you give to somebody that you perceive as a vet and you feel good about that, I am happy for you. I'm also happy some poor person got money. Okay. And the only problem with it that I have at all is that they used a lie to get it, which I think is bad for them personally because they're aware they're liars. And that's bad for the spirit, and they shouldn't do it. And I don't care about stolen valor, except for the one stealing the valor is harmed by that.
Yeah, because where I used to work, if you were a vet, right, we offered a bunch of like special deals and stuff like that. Certain things we'll like even give them for free, really. And whenever I interact with a lot of these guys, and whenever there's downtime, we're sitting and we're just we're talking or whatever, they tell me about their experiences. And so the picture that was painted to me was that, hey, I'm someone who is used up and tossed aside by a government that doesn't give a shit about me. Now, some of them who had that sentiment, some of them had injuries, some of them look perfectly fine, some of them are actually doing really well, like straight up millionaires, right? But they just, for whatever reason, felt as if they did not get enough back for whatever they contributed. Now, I don't. When you say veteran, right? In my head, I'm thinking someone who experienced combat, not necessarily, It didn't occur to me that you could use the same word as a descriptor to someone who has, for example, been like worked in maintenance, vehicle maintenance, or and administrative duties, for example. Does that make sense? That never crossed my mind. So at least at least I'm more informed about the whole thing now. But the other thing, I actually wanted to ask GS this because there's this guy, this gentleman who I used to work for. He served 8 years in the military, and he is now what do you call it? What do you call him again? I guess like he works for like one of those private military
It's a contract.
organizations.
They call it a contract.
Contractor, yeah. And he's saying that, as far as he's concerned, part of the reason why he decided to go that route is because he's still healthy and he doesn't feel as if whatever he's getting back as a result of his service, because he's actually experienced combat, is not enough. So he's going to become a contractor. What do you think about that? Do you think men who serve their country should basically, go and serve money? Hello? Oh, did I get kicked?
All right, sorry, I was listening. I was letting my dog out. I don't know if you saw the message. I think that the people that make money off of war will make more money during one day of war than they will an entire year of peace. So war is big money, and for anyone that would be war fighting as a mercenary, i.e., a contractor, yeah, you can make a shit ton of money compared to doing the same job with a lot less rules of engagement and nonsense and hoops you got to jump through. That said, I don't know. Some people just like the thrill of battle. Some of us don't feel more alive than when we're in a combat zone where life and death is at every moment could be hanging in the balance.
Yeah.
Some of us feel more peace in war than we do in the rear. That's the weird thing about me. Life made way more sense when I was in a combat zone, albeit it wasn't as long of a combat zone as other people. And perhaps I didn't see as much as other people might have seen. But then again, I could have seen way worse and still had not as many negative effects. I mean, some people can see somebody break a leg and have a compound fracture with bone sticking out of it, or I mean, I'm sitting here taking a pulse of somebody that died from drinking and driving. I'm taking their pulse while my buddy's freaking sweeping blood and gore out of their mouth, trying to open an airway, and I'm feeling their pulse go away as they're dying right in front of me. Yeah, it has an effect on you, but it does. Some people could get destroyed by that. Some people can just walk that off and get to business, or some people don't feel anything at all. Some people can American History X curb stomp your face into oblivion and go sleep like a baby 5 minutes later. I mean, there's all kinds of strokes make all kinds of folks. But as far as good.
Oh, good. I was actually going to go into ask what kind of psychological benefits you've gotten from being in the military. Do you think it's a net plus or a net negative?
Well, I mean, you got to be resilient. They are constantly reinforcing resilience. They do resilience training all the time. And like I said, I mean, it's just a matter of the fabric of the person that you're dealing with. Some people can fall apart, at the slight, even a drop of blood, some dudes will faint. You know what I mean? And
that's true.
So I mean, it's about resilience training. I mean, it's like heart, dude. It's like there's certain intangibles that you either have or you don't have, and you can only train certain things to give people proficiencies, and some things either you have a penchant for it or you don't. Me, I'm not super good with working like what Richard does, working with heavy machine. I mean, I'm sure I could learn how to do it, but some dudes make it look like an art. Put me in the kitchen or put me on the battlefield. I mean, other people would be like, oh, okay, I see you're pretty good at this. You know, but mechanical stuff has not really ever been a big forte for me. I enjoy playing games, but I'm not going to be a professional gamer anytime soon.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, so the Call of Duty or anything like that. I don't really play games like that because that's what I did for a job. I don't really want to play it for a game.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I don't find any joy in it. But anyway.
What about you, Richard?
By the way, panel, have you thanked me for my service yet today?
No.
Why not?
Thank you by paying my taxes.
Thank
No, I'm
you.
kidding.
That's what I'm talking about. No, you don't be kidding. That's the exact right answer. No, these little Muppets in the chat, they're like, he goes around making sure everyone thanks him for his service. Blah 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 blah. These freaking people.
Oh man, you know, because when I saw, okay, so there was one guy, you know, where I apparently it was a mistake, you know, where the dude had one arm, to be fair, and he had a big ass, like one of his cheeks is like sunk in, from injuries, and you know, thanked him for his service. He's like, "What service?" I'm like, you know, you're a vet, right? He's like, yeah. He's like, okay, but I'm just gonna let you know, I didn't go out there to kill for my country. I went out there to fight and, you know, and kill for corporations. If I knew that beforehand, I would have never joined the military. So, I mean, you don't need to verbally thank me or venerate me. Just pay your taxes so I can get the benefits. I was like, okay, bro.
Well, I mean, and that's the longer you're out of it. Like, see, here's the interesting thing, and I'm kind of glad you mentioned that last aspect of it. And feel free to butt in anytime anyone wants to. You know, I think there's different levels of indoctrination and different systems being put into place with different generations. Greatest generation, entire school graduating classes of boys would all go down to the draft or volunteer for war at the same time. They had young men that would self-delete because they were, no fault of their own, were not selectable for the military. They were in such despair because everyone they knew was going over to fight the little guy with the guy with the funny little mustache. You know? So
Yeah.
that's
And
the
women
greatest
used to
generation.
shame men.
Well, there's that too, right? There's absolutely that too. So there was a different indoctrination, and then you got the boomers. Well, no offense, boomers, but you're selfish little pricks. At the end of the day, and you know, it's all about it's better to burn out than to fade away. They're leaving nothing for the Gen Xers, or even the older millennials. You know, they're gonna like, suck it, kid. Everything's about me. It's always gonna be about me, me, right?
Yeah.
And so, I mean, that's the irony, the funny irony of it. And then you have Gen Xers. We're basically raised by flipping wolves, latchkey kids. You know, no tether on us like a cell phone. You know, our cell phone was basically the lights getting going or starting to come on the streets. You better get home before it gets dark. You know, that kind of stuff like that, right? And then you got millennials. You got the freaking Tide Pod generation deselecting themselves out of the gene pool, doing Tide Pod challenges on TikTok or whatever the hell, Instagram or whatever the hell these Muppets were doing it on. You know what I mean? It's like, so what the hell were they being indoctrinated on? How to be morons? And then you have the Zoomers who are, I don't know, they might be akin to the greatest generation. They might be the solution, or they might still be a furtherance of the problem that, in my opinion, the millennials are perpetrating. It's a blight. Like, Zoomers can't even cope. The fact that they're expected to show up on time for a job is like too much for them. You know what I mean? Like, they don't understand how they can't call in sick 3 days out of a 5-day work day and still keep a job or lose their job. Like, well, what do you mean? Why would I lose my job? Well, you didn't show up to work. Well, what do you mean?
So what are your thoughts on the idea that because for example, I think a lot of people, both obviously, civilians
Mhm.
and veterans have made an argument saying, hey, listen, the Iraq war was clearly a war for corporations and the military industrial
Mhm.
complex,
But
right? And so those men and women weren't fighting for their country; they were fighting
Mhm.
for corporations.
well,
What are your thoughts on that?
right. So to give you the array of indoctrination, my generation, almost everyone I know knows someone that served. Right? We were very patriotic. We raised our hands. We volunteered in massive amounts. We're the be all you can be generation of in the army. Be all you can be. We do more before 9 a.m. than most people do all day. Generation commercial, right? So it's like the indoctrination of someone like me was it was honorable to serve my country. It was just what you did, and
So,
and
so
and
the reason
then
for the war that was never really something you guys as a generation really cared about, pretty much. That
it's
it's
no
just
no no
something you
no
do.
no. It's not what I'm trying to say is that we got indoctrinated with serve your country, esprit de corps, serve your country. It's about your nation. This flag. I mean, I still have all the iconography. So when someone my age, 10 or 15 years removed from the war, looks back and goes, I wasn't even fighting for my country. I was fighting basically Israel's wars. I mean, if you want to come right down to it, that's exactly what we've been fighting for the last freaking probably since World War One. If you really want to look at the machinations behind it. But history is written by the winners, and it's clear who won the war. Israel. That's absolutely clear who won the war. And I'll call anyone who says otherwise an absolute liar. The Rothschilds bankrolled the Axis and the Allies. Who are the Rothschilds?
Yep.
Wake up, people! It's right there. So when you got people like me, who were super, I bleed red, white, and blue if you cut me, looking back at what the hell, who was I serving? Whose country was I fighting for? Then you see the way we pulled out of Afghanistan. Then you see the absolute insurrection that's going on by our own government and employees by allowing an infiltration and an insurgency to happen on our own soil by NGOs that they themselves are paying to infiltrate this country. You really start to look back and go, what was I fighting for? Our manifest destiny is being given away right now. And we're going to have to go back to the battlefield. What do you think Agenda 2030 is? I mean, think about this. Agenda 2030, right? And how old? I'm 55 now. 2030, I'm going to be what? 61 years old. I'm freaking basically geriatric now. Now, if Gen X, if Gen X is the last bastion of hope to fight and to take to the fields to protect this country, millennials don't fucking care about this country. They fucking hate us. They call us colonizers, and they're Americans. Zoomers can't be bothered to go to work 3 days out of 5 and can't understand why they're getting fired. So who the fuck's going to fight for us? So Agenda 2030 is aptly named for Agenda 2030 will be the time where my old ass is going to be about as effectual on the battlefield as maybe wearing a Depends diaper for 5 days in a row is going to be effective. It's not.
So do you? I wonder what percentage of that sentiment do you think manifests as a result where they don't think the society, a large percentage of these young men, healthy young men, don't want to participate in the economy because they don't think it benefits them. I mean, in your time and when you were a young man, right? The cost of living was definitely not as high, right? Women were like women, right? So it was easier for you to find a wife being like, I don't know if you were regular or hot or whatever back in your day, but most normal most normal dudes would be able to get a girl, right, by at least their early 20s, especially if they join the military, right, because that's supposed to be like sexy or whatever, right?
It
And
is.
if not sexy, the benefits that woman will get from it, from her man being in the military, right, family
Yeah,
benefits.
we
So
call them dependopotamuses. Dependent because they're dependent. Yeah.
I saw plenty of those.
And there'll even be a lot of single women or single mothers that will try to land themselves a GI knowing that the benefits are that good. And there's some sucker dude who's probably like a 5 or a 6. Obviously, I was a 10. You could just ask my wife.
Just
Okay,
crank that,
so
yeah.
you were hot back then. Okay, we get it, G.
I mean, she'll come on and tell you, dude. She's like, she fell in love with me at first sight. She was like, Mom, wow. And yeah, I was. Now I'm a shape. I'm definitely a shape.
Okay, fair enough. But do you think it's a situation? I think it's a situation where dudes are basically just opting out of a system that's really not benefiting them. It's not benefiting them when it comes to money and cost of living, and it's not benefiting them when it comes to women, to keep it frank.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So can you blame them for not wanting to participate?
Are you talking about in society in general? No, I can't. Matter of fact, I just had this conversation with a dude. I mean, I'm not sure how old you are, if you don't mind sharing that.
Yeah, I'm 36.
You're 36.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's a little bit younger than you, I think, probably. And it's funny. It's almost, I mean, it's like there's a movement. It's called MGTOW. I don't know if you ever heard of it.
MGTOW.
Yeah, MGTOW, men going their own way. My body, my wallet. You can keep it. I'm keeping my wallet.
MGTOW is old, by the way. It's probably around 30 something years old now. So it's a little bit up there.
Yeah,
in age.
but what I'm saying is that the principles may not be calling themselves MGTOW, but it's the same philosophy. And
Yeah.
I think there's a good reason for it, because I mean, what happens, right? You got a bunch of women, and we just had this conversation in my stream earlier. We grow up. Did you not grow up being told by your father or even your mother how to treat a woman? You don't hit a
Hell
lady.
yeah.
You open up a door for her. You pay for the first date. You blah 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 blah. It's just
Pay for the first date. Where'd that rule come from? I paid for every date.
Well, exactly.
Right? Exactly.
So girls,
I got suckered.
we as young men are being taught constantly how we're supposed to treat women, right? But are women taught how they're supposed to treat men? Do they treat little girls how they're supposed to take care of their men? No, they expect you to be a
Nowadays,
traditional male, a traditional man, and let them be a modern woman. Yeah, that doesn't work, because where's the benefit? It's all pros over there and all cons over here for the most part, with the exception of having
that's
access
equality.
to eggs. Yeah, for them.
And it's funny too because the pheromones that women, for example, that they exude, right? It can actually affect testosterone levels, excuse me, in men, right? And the higher your testosterone, the more you're prone to do certain things, like, I don't know, go into the military,
Stupid things.
right? But birth control on a whole, for example, affects those cycles. So a lot of people think that birth control only affects menstrual cycle. It affects other cycles that women have. And
Pheromones.
so, yeah. And so you run into a situation where now the cycles that exist that allow men and women to coexist, right? And to, I guess, exist in a consistent way has been disrupted. For example, that's one of the aspects in how it's been disrupted, right? So now you have men who aren't motivated by, they're not motivated to do well, because one, the society isn't beneficial to them, and now two, the women don't even see them as men, really, right?
Expendable. Yeah.
They're expendable. So, and it's not that men weren't considered expendable before, but at least there would be a trade-off, right? You go into the military, for example, right? You get married, you make some babies. If you die, well, at least you pass on your genes, right? Nowadays, they want you to join the military and sacrifice your life, but you don't even get to pass on your genes. Like,
Well,
at
actually,
least at least give them that.
yeah, the irony is that 40% of men throughout history have never passed on their genetics. 40%. of men never get progeny. Now, some of them might think they have their own kids, like G2, and for example. Let me respond to good old G2 real quick because he's throwing bait out there. I'm going to respond. So he says he calls
Okay,
me.
but you have to keep my channel less than 25% your channel.
Roger that. I will do it. He says, "Don't talk out your ass, little boy." He's talking to me now. I'm with the same woman for going on 34 years. I've got 2 children that have successfully left the house. I've got 2 grandbabies that I love very, very much. I'm still with the woman that I fell in love with and committed to all those years ago. You're a single dude who has cats and I guess is not living with his family anymore, but I guess has a relationship. Are you a sperm donor? Did it just not work out? Are you a widower? Do your kids not want to be around you? I mean, you're casting all these dispersions that I don't know how to hashtag man up. Yet it seems to me like the sissy boy cat lover named G2, who may have been a guy who wrapped one off into a dish and donated and got looked up in 23andMe, decided to have a relationship with his kids, is going to pontificate to me on what it is to be a man. And you call me son. It doesn't offend me that you're a moron, but you should do better. You should want to come to this channel and actually learn and engage the premise. But because you want to prattle on like an angry, bitter ex-girlfriend, that's what you're going to sound like. So do better, G2. I invited you up on the panel so you could articulate with words, but you want to sit there in the cheap seats like a little spiteful ex-girlfriend, dude.
And G2, you are still welcome.
Yeah,
and
come
here's
up.
here's what I love about Todd. This reaction. So Dirty Varmint wrote, the word you're looking for is aspersions.
Oh, is it? Did I say it wrong?
Yep. See what he did there? He went, oh, I'm gonna take the correction. I'm gonna think about what I've been using and what the actual word is, and that I had the wrong word. That's called honesty.
Okay. So we got.
By the way,
thank you, Dirty Varmint.
I complimented Dirty Varmint the other day by basically calling him.
You're right. That's exactly what I'm looking for.
You called Dirty Varmint what?
The best adversary we can ask for, because he actually gets people thinking and questioning things, which I think is good. You know. And
I just hold on. I just wish it wasn't so easy for the guy with the least amount of Bible knowledge to be able to just go, well, I remember this passage and here it is in the Bible. It says, here's the answer to your question. So either you're just trying to poke holes in the Bible and not realize that the answer is right there in front of my eyes. And you're the one quoting the Bible in such an outlandish way with some level of expertise or knowledge or understanding of the Bible. How are you getting it so wrong?
Chew the book. Chew the meat. Eat the meat. Spit out the bones, bro.
Right, but do you see what I'm saying? Though
I see what you're saying.
I like that. I like that. I hear what he says, and it's going. Wait a minute. Hold on. The Bible talks about this. Okay, here's the passage. Here's the because it helps sharpen me.
Yeah.
But in my mind, I'm like, you're correcting me on aspersions versus dispersion, and I thank you for that genuinely. But yet, how are you not getting the Bible? Like, you should have it mastered more than me. You should be teaching me the Bible.
Well, he is trying to teach you the Bible.
Yeah, right.
And
Maybe,
I like the way Batman, the way you said that. I kind of complimented him the other day, and that's true, because you were simultaneously pointing out that he's committing a logical fallacy in that he actually takes away parts of the text that he doesn't agree with.
Yeah.
On the flip side of the same coin, when I said to him, look, you dismiss Paul as being a genuine apostle, and yet Paul is doing exactly what Christ says that Christ does. So Paul is living the life of Christ and claims to be Christ and is correcting others in what they think. Then Paul is more Christ-like than anyone else in the Bible except Christ.
Mm-hmm.
In which case, you should accept Paul.
Bro,
In
you
fact,
need to stop
revere
cussing
Paul.
at Dirty. You need to stop cussing at dirty varmint. Every time you say except Paul, you're basically cussing at dirty varmint.
No. In his defense, I made an argument the other day with him, and he said, "I'm going to have to think about that."
Really now?
He didn't just offhand reject it. He went, "Okay, I'm gonna have to go and look at that." And
He's
good
done
for
this,
him.
and he's done the same thing with me when I've corrected him with the scripture with my limited knowledge. See, this is why I'm saying, and when they criticize me, I can't take credit for this. I don't understand how I have such good recall, other than I'm trying to listen. My sheep know the sound of my own voice. So when you mock me and say that when I say I can hear God talking to me, you think I'm saying it in a blasphemy, kind of I'm a crazy lunatic way. It was Jesus lying when he said my sheep can hear and respond to the sound of my voice. They can hear my voice, right? Is that through the Holy Ghost? Is that through, how am I getting this? I can't take credit for it because it's not in my character to be able to recall stuff like that with such a limited amount of knowledge of how much I've not experienced from the Bible. So when I don't try to take credit for it. I try to give the glory to God and thank him for it. And then I get mocked for that, which is it's a weird flex. You know what I mean? It's just a weird flex.
Okay, in defense, historically, there have been church fathers, people who founded churches,
Mhm.
who argued with other people because they felt like the Holy Spirit had told them A, or I should say B instead of A. Okay, so we should be testing every word, and we should be looking at scripture and other elimination processes. We should, which is what you're saying you're trying to do, which is good.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very comprehensive book, man. And so there is a lot to gain out of its studying and discussing. So that's why me personally, regardless of which, even if someone agrees with me, right? I think it's perfectly fine to still engage in conversation because it's not necessarily sometimes about disagreeing for the sake of disagreeing. We're trying to essentially merge and figure, well, not merge, but figure out like really what it means as it relates to the reality that we experience, right? And the thing is, sometimes what we experience can inform our proclivities. So the idea for some people, for example, that the most powerful thing in existence, humbling itself in whichever way to becoming a man, to serving man, right, and giving us all these personal interactions and stuff like that, right? That's nonsensical, right? And there is scripture that you can find that could justify that mindset, right? Um, so that's the thing about the Bible. You can have it's me. I have a very pragmatic mindset, just like Richard. And I am very no nonsense, even though it might not seem that way. I'm just trying to be as charitable as possible. But a lot of the times, I'm very tempted to just say what you're saying is bullshit. But I try to be open-minded because I can learn something new as a result. I'm trying to be very humble when it comes to this type of stuff. However, um, I understand fundamentally that I'm not dealing with something that is reflective of my everyday experience so far throughout my life, and I'm not going to make a decision as to whether or not or how God can exist solely based on my inductive experience, and that's it. Right? I'm keeping an open mind, and I am under the impression that what I have is faith. There's no absolute proof for me or nothing like that. It's faith, and that's it. Right? Can I demonstrate that it's in many different ways how my faith can be, reflective of reality in one way or the other, sure, I can use my reasoning to do that, but it doesn't mean or make it true, and nor do I personally need it to be true. All I need it to do is to make sense for me as a person, so I'll be able to live a better life and be able to, um, either create a better community or make my community better or the people around me lives better. That's my approach when it comes to it. So I can look at guys like Dirty Varmint and straight up say, yeah, dude, like, I think you're vehemently wrong, but I appreciate you regardless.
Sorry to interrupt. I was saying I love you to my wife as she was walking upstairs. Something G2 doesn't understand.
I
Sorry.
thought I
I'm
was gonna
being
be like,
catty.
bro, why are you
Why am
telling
I
me you
being
love
so
me,
catty?
bro?
I'm sorry. Yeah. I don't
But
know.
yeah, that's
Incels, nothing more than incels plaguing our streets. Anyway, thanks for
but
the
yeah,
memories, G2.
but yeah,
Oh God, I'm
Richard.
sorry. This is your channel, Richard. If I cannot conduct myself, I will be asked to politely leave. I can come back in 24 hours. If I'm not able to do that, you will help me.
I would help you.
I'm so sorry. Please forgive me.
Hey, I'm
sorry.
here to help, man.
G2, I apologize. It's almost Thanksgiving. I hope you don't choke on a turkey bone. I said I hope he doesn't. Now he's going to report me to the FBI that I was making threats on him. Got such an overactive imagination. Oh, you want to try to be charitable. Have you ever seen my little thing where I'm going around slapping all the trolls? Have you ever seen my little clip? And there's one of G2 sitting there minding his own business on a phone. And it's like a female with a really kind of short lesbian type hair. And I have the caption over the head that's G2. And I just walk up to him and I slap him. And G2's like, what did I do? Exactly, Ned Flanders. Exactly, G2. You know what you did.
You said short lesbian hair. What does that even look like? I'm curious.
Are you serious? There's a wedding kit. It comes with hair that comes up in a point in the middle, and it's like a really small flat top, like a really tiny flat top, and it's shaved on the sides and thick, almost masculine, thick frame glasses and a bow tie. It's the lesbian suit. Everybody knows this.
Yes.
That's crazy. I didn't even know about this shit. Then again,
my lesbian sister showed it to me and laughed.
Oh,
because that's the way she dresses.
Okay.
If I could probably find it for you online. It's called the I need everyone at the wedding to know I'm a lesbian starter kit.
Bingo. That's it. That's the one. When you positively have to let everyone know you're Ned Flanders.
Yeah, you don't have to guess if someone is a vegetarian or a vegan.
They'll let you know.
Or a lesbian. They will tell you. They have to tell you. I don't know why it's so damn important.
This actually brings up, well, to answer your question and to bring up a particular issue with the game I'm playing Elder Scrolls Online. And recently there was this a big hubbub where they released a companion that is a gender confused person, to put it mildly.
Oh, non-binary.
Right? Yeah, and
you're them.
And what they did, right, was that they announced it as such and advertised the character as such. Now, here's the thing, right? Elder Scrolls lore has always had characters like that. Gay characters, lesbian characters, non-binary characters, whatever, right? It's always had that, right? And it was never, ever, ever none of them were ever advertised that way to get people interested in the story and the game, right? Mm-hmm. And so now all of a sudden they do this, right? And people are like, dude, we don't give a shit about whether the character is gender confused, right? Because that's not a reason for us to get the character and play. We should play it because there's a good story attached to it, right? And the developers, they're like, well, we want representation. Elder Scrolls has always have representation, sure, but the players never said no to that. They just said that you always focused on the story about the characters, not their gender or gender identity or anything like that, right? And so this is a clear attempt, right, to pander to a particular group of people to get more money, right? Because player count is down, and now you want more players to come in and support
Right.
and play the game. So now you're pandering when
Yep.
all you could do is just give us good content, right?
Well,
Make a
hold on
good game.
though. How can you call it pandering? Like, if you really thought about the percentage of the population that identifies thusly, I mean, forget about the mental illness of coming out as "look at me now." I mean, that's like a whole new orientation. Hey, look at me! I need attention. Oh, I'm this week. Oh no, I'm an airplane the next week. Oh, I'm this, that, all this other stuff. I'm not trying to mock this. I'm really not. It's just absolutely insufferable. You can be everything you want to be except for a white, straight, heterosexual Christian man. That is of the devil, according to this ideology, right? Everyone else can identify any way they want. That
Well,
said,
I get bad news for that less than 1% of the population. Mankind in this form has lived in the earth under these ideas and caused societies and survivals and built the Hoover Dam. The greatest monuments in the world built by man were built by people like this. And guess what? It worked. Odin, I know you never look at your computer screen. Would you take a look at it, what I'm sharing?
Yeah, hold on. Let me.
If it's too small to read, I'll read it to
Oh. Okay, I see it now.
yes,
okay?
yes,
It's just true, right?
That looks terrible.
Yeah, red sneakers, a red bow tie, extra thick, weird haircut, and a nice suit. Yeah.
Okay. I see what you're saying now.
So the issue is this, right? So I have the same problem with Baldur's Gate. I really love the game. It's a great game, beautifully illustrated, well voice acted, but every freaking character wants to jump your bones. All of them. Doesn't matter if you're playing a male or a female. All the males and all the females have this arc where you could try to sleep with every single one of them. And I'm just thinking to myself, dude, can I just play the game? Can I just get a little bit of the lore? Why is everything about effing and essing? Everything's about effing and essing your way across America. And to me, it's absolutely insufferable. I'm old school. Like I played freaking Dungeons and Dragons. I've got original Gary Gax paperbacks modules that are like small pamphlets that have staples in them. That's like, yeah, I got like early D&D stuff. This stuff is nonsense, dude. They're ruining games. They did the same thing to what the hell? Not Planetfall, but what's the one that came out that was like Star? It was like a real big one, and they were touting it. It was going to be great. They were going to have all these randomly generated worlds. And it ended up being just a bunch of crap. Starfield. Yeah, what a freaking waste of $60 I spent. And it's all just weird freaking woke ass ideology shoved into a freaking video game. I'm not signing up for that stuff, dude. Keep that stuff to yourself. I can go places if I want to find that. I can seek it out all over the internet. What's up, Dirty Varmint?
Hey, Dirty Varmint.
Hey, what's up?
Yeah, man. That I don't care. I've never had any despite growing up in probably one of the most homophobic countries on the planet, right? Personally, I never give a shit about what people want to do in their bedrooms, right? I didn't even care if characters were gay or straight. I just wanted a good story. But if you're making a character, it would be weird for someone to make a story where it's just about a straight man or straight woman doing everything based on their straightness. That would be fucking weird to me, right? And in the same way, it'd be weird if someone made a story solely based off of, somewhat the opposite of what that would be, right? Or adjacent. It'd just be weird to me. So it's like, I don't want that, right? I just want a good story. I want to be entertained. I want to be informed. And even if you want to inform me about a social issue, right? The story comes first. You can't get me interested in thinking about anything if I'm not even interested in the content in the first place, or if I feel like it's being forced down my throat.
Exactly. Precisely. It's like being in prison and not wanting Bubba to do what he's going to do to you.
Okay, so in all fairness, Dirty Varmint was viciously attacked.
By
And
who?
he's here to
Yeah, right.
defend himself. Let's give him the floor for a minute.
No, I don't know. I just wanted to come up, maybe have a battle of the biblical wits.
Oh,
Right on.
we're talking about G2. Can you get in? Can you get in with that?
Oh,
No,
yeah,
we're not.
yeah.
No,
Okay,
we're not.
okay.
No.
Oh wait, he must have run away. Sorry, because Dove's here.
Dirty Varmint is like, well, since we're talking about stuff being, shoved down our throats, I don't like the idea of Paul being shoved down our throats.
Yeah. You should shove him down the trash.
How dare you, sir? How dare you? How double
I
dog
really
dare you.
hate him. I hate his guts.
I'm trying to figure out why you hate Paul. Would you be more specific?
Just well, he used to persecute the Christians.
Yeah, okay.
You're not a Christian though.
Sure. I am.
Okay, so he starts out a non-believer and a persecutor of Christians.
Yeah. I don't like that.
Okay, go ahead. I'm listening.
Yeah, and so you can't gather grapes from thorns.
Well, slow down. Let's just state one thing. You're saying he can't be good if he's evil. Fine.
Well, he could he could be a brother. He could be a brother, but not an apostle.
He could be a brother, but not apostle.
Right.
And where's the ruling on that?
Oh, you can't gather grapes from thorns.
Okay, so I heard of a concept called repentance, where a person learns new things and changes his mind and becomes vice president of the United States, or other such things.
Yeah.
Okay, what's wrong with an ex-goy legalist persecuting jerk becoming an apostle? What's wrong with that?
Well, because an apostle, it means like you're a sent one, and so
does it?
Yeah, I believe so.
No, I'm pretty sure that's the word. I'm pretty sure that's the word prophet.
I'm not sure.
Prophet means sent one.
So what does apostle mean?
Picked.
Okay.
Like I apostled my nose just now.
I think prophet and apostle are like synonymous, pretty much.
I don't see the apostles prophesying, except that they speak in tongues. But that's not prophesying. That's just explaining things in someone's language that you're not familiar with.
It's just the idea that they're sent.
Sent versus picked. That would be the difference there. Do you think that which name an apostle you recognize as an apostle?
Peter? Yeah.
Okay. Where'd Peter come from?
He was a fisherman.
Fisherman.
Right.
He used to like to fight.
He wasn't a Jew. He wasn't a.
Well, he was. I believe he was a Jew. Yeah.
No, it doesn't comment. It doesn't say he's a Jew. We have to assume that. It doesn't comment. Do you agree with me that the U.S. Navy is only now starting to get rid of the stigma that every sailor is an alcoholic woman abuser and a ne'er-do-well and will park his ship in just about any port? Yeah. Okay, so that's historically what fishermen are.
Okay.
They're lowlifes. They're ne'er-do-wells.
Well, yeah, he wasn't like nobility, or he
wasn't from a nice family. Obviously, if you're a fisherman, you're low on the totem pole socially.
Oh, oopsie.
There's rumors that he was an orphan also.
So Jesus goes around and finds fishermen.
Right. But not murderers.
Oh, that's the problem. You read Paul as being a murderer.
But
Yes.
isn't Simon technically that, because he was a zealot, and the zealots did a lot of killing?
Well, there's
Yeah,
some
if you
debate.
take the historical view of what a zealot was, then yes, Simon probably would have done similar or same things.
Yeah, I mean, I guess Paul uses the word zealous and a reference to murdering people. So
Okay, so let's talk about the word death. Let's talk about the word death in the Bible. And unfortunately, we can't count on the Greek because the Greek does not refer to the original ideas, but is a transliteration. It's not even a translation. It's like word for word instead of idea for idea. Well, you and I can both grant that it's a transliteration.
what word was it?
Okay, like for instance, the Greek is a very literal language, whereas like Spanish and also Hebrew and also Aramaic is a very figurative language.
I like coffee. Hebrew.
Yeah, me too.
You brew, I Hebrew. We all brew.
Yeah, we all brew. Why is it just a one Hebrew? Okay, so that being the case, that like Greek was great for functionality, and that the Hebrew and Aramaic Semitic languages were very figurative. They used a lot of expressions.
Yeah, that's true.
You're not-
I mean, I don't know
Okay.
much about Greek, but I know that the Hebrew language there's a bunch of idioms and figurative. Yeah.
Yes, precisely my point. Okay, so we have to look for the idiom within the Greek because it did not bring that out.
Right.
Okay, so we need to refer back to the Jews of the time and the early Christians, even pre-early Christians in this particular argument. Okay, so Christianity doesn't even exist. We're talking about a Jewish culture. That's what we're talking about here, right?
Yeah.
Because the Christians came from the Jews, right?
Yeah.
Fair enough. Okay. So how do the Jews use the word death or kill or slay? How are they using it?
Is that that's a rhetorical question?
No, I'm really asking you if you understand the idiom.
Like, which idiom?
The idiom that Paul killed folks.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean,
Are you aware of the other meaning? The biblically consistent meaning, the godly consistent meaning of
we
slay.
had talked about this before, like how Samson slayed 1,000 Philistines or something.
10,000.
10,000, yeah.
10,000.
I thought it was 1,000. I don't know.
No, you're confusing David with Samson.
Okay.
But that's okay.
I mean, I think the Bible.
And what was it I was trying to show you in that argument? And have you looked and do you find it to be true?
I forgot.
Well, I haven't forgotten.
He knocked him dead, basically, with comedy or something. Or
well, it could have been comedy, but mostly, and that's the word death, is what got translated to kill or murder or slay in our language. I can bring it up right now and show you. It's the idea of being permanently changed. Now, permanently changed could happen through entertainment, through argumentation. It can happen different ways. And by the way, that's the lie of Satan or the serpent in the Garden of Eden, is he changed the meaning of the word death. Where God said your old spiritual self will die, he said your flesh will not die. Well, that's a different die. And that's the trick. Okay? So when Christians say that Paul killed folks, the Bible does not say that.
Well, kind of. I mean, he says that,
Actually,
I
no, it
persecuted
doesn't.
the way
I think
to
he
the death.
technically
And
he
says,
locks them up.
He locked him up in prisons, and then he says he went.
Yes, what does it mean by prison?
Well, like physical jail. Like he used to drag them.
Would you agree with me that the Bible calls us ignorant slaves that are imprisoned right now?
I don't know. I don't know.
You don't know if we're ignorant slaves who are imprisoned right now and God means to free us. You don't know that.
Well, yeah, I don't know if there's a verse that mentions that.
There's
Like,
not a singular verse. It's an overarching theme. Go ahead,
Okay.
Jess.
So it says slain in the spirit or slaying in the spirit is a term used by Pentecostal or charismatic Christians to describe a form. This might be nonsense.
It's in the neighborhood.
Right. So described as a form of prostration in which an individual falls to the floor while experiencing religious ecstasy. Believers attributed this behavior to the power of the Holy Spirit. Some
Yes.
who have experienced being slain in the spirit say that God used it to minister to them by his spirit in personal ways. And it's almost done. In other instances, it has been associated with the new birth, the fullness of the Holy Spirit, spiritual or emotional or physical healing or deliverance. So
Yes.
slain
Okay,
could have
so-
a different connotation.
Okay, so I'm not going to argue whether or not their experience is genuine. It's their experience. But what they're getting that from is the overarching ideas in the Bible that I'm referring to, which is why that is akin to what I'm saying. Now, if I say that Paul slain someone, that could mean one of two things. He changed them permanently away from God or toward God. It could mean either thing.
Well, what if he phrases it
doesn't
differently?
mean is it doesn't mean he stopped their brain from functioning. It doesn't mean that.
Well, what if he says it differently? What if he says, I beat women to death in one synagogue after another?
Okay, find me that verse. Find me the verse where he says, I committed violence to people, or something that means that necessarily. There is no such verse.
Well, hold on. He is a male feminist, and he did write to, meaning Dirty Varmint is. And he
I
feels
am. I'm a male feminist. What's that?
He says when
a
he got
male
he
who
got it.
identifies male but is for feminism.
Yeah,
What
so
is-
you got offended when Paul said, I suffer not for a man or a woman to teach or lead over a man, that she should be submitted in church. That's where you feel as though that they're okay. I see where your male feminist ideology is pointing to.
Okay, I don't know what that is.
I'll
but
pray for you.
whatever.
Okay. Paul said it.
Yeah,
Paul said it.
I don't like the result of that scripture, because that scripture causes
Does it hurt your
people
feminine
like you to
feelings,
just
or-
like abuse women, you know, and then try to
Okay, wait a
justify
minute.
it.
Wait a minute. Dirty Varmint, to be fair, people have justified slavery and abolished slavery using only the Bible.
Yeah,
That's
there
true.
you go.
That's true.
So my point in saying that is it's how you read it. It's not what it reads.
Okay, fair enough. But that's one reason why I don't like that verse. I
Fair
truly-
enough. But
you
but
know.
I want to know, I mean, are you giving me your absolute crux? Because you've mentioned other things before. Or is this a cumulative argument where I need to dissolve 30 different contentions?
No, I mean,
I just want to know what I'm signing up for here.
So I guess the major argument here is that since Paul was a murderer and psychopath and serial killer of women,
Allegedly.
allegedly,
Minecraft.
in Minecraft, then that means he can't be an apostle. He's disqualified.
I would agree with you. That
In
would
that
disqualify.
Okay,
In
so
that
now
state.
what I have to do is prove that he was a psycho serial killer of women, basically, right?
That would be fine. Yes.
Okay.
That would do it.
Okay, so boom, I think it's Acts 21 or something. Paul's arrival at Jerusalem. Paul seized at the temple, and then when he's seized at the temple, he gives this big speech and says, you know, I used to beat women in one synagogue after another. And then he says, I stoned Stephen to death. And then that's when the crowd ripped their clothing and said he's not fit to live. You know,
Yeah,
then
that's because the crowd doesn't know what the hell he's talking about.
He's saying that he stoned Stephen.
Where do I find this? Yes, I
I'm
know.
looking for it.
And actually, it doesn't say that he stoned him. He says he approved and something
Well, yeah,
with
he
the
was
clothing and
he was one of the chief Pharisees. So he voted. When you say I approved of his death, that means he cast his vote. Like he was the authority to cast his vote, you know, legally or whatever for Stephen's death.
Well, in fairness, you did
Was
decide to
that-
come up on this panel and question the awesomeness of Paul, so therefore I'd have to question your judgment.
Yeah,
too.
why would you say Paul's so awesome?
Hey, look, don't get into the don't get off argument. Stay on topic.
I'm just trying to trigger you a little bit. That's all. Did it
Yeah,
work?
it worked.
Okay,
It did.
so
It totally
I
worked.
guess should we go over
Where
the
are we?
Act? We're in Acts 21.
We're in Acts 21 ish. Well, ish ain't the ish part ain't going to help me.
Okay, how about verse 27? We're starting there.
21, 27. And when 7 days were almost ended, the Jews which were in Asia, when end times was almost done, those who struggle with God, who were out of their place, when they saw him in the temple, stirred up all the people and laid hands on him.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
And they said, "Men of Israel, help us. This is the man who teaches everywhere against our people and against our law and against this place."
Yeah, doesn't Jesus
Furthermore,
do
he
that?
has brought Greeks into the temple and defiled this holy place.
That's right.
So they-
Jesus talks to the goy.
Yeah, right. And so, and then they seized Paul, dragged him out of the temple. They were trying to beat him to death, and then the Roman commander saw it, and he went up and stopped them from doing it.
Wait, are you
And-
sure you're a Christian? You sound a little like Woody Allen to me.
You stop that,
Who's
GS.
Woody Allen?
He's trying to make a point. Let him make his point.
The goiter's acting up.
Yeah, the
I'm sorry,
goys are acting up over here. Come on.
My
Some
goiter.
people-
My goiter, not
And-
the goys.
So some people in the crowd.
Hold
were,
on. And they went about to kill him, and news of it, tidings, came to the
centurion.
beast, the beast of Satan, or one of his juniors, that all of the place founded in peace. That means the whole earth.
The chief captain of the band. That's the Roman centurion.
Yeah. You can keep looking at it that way. It's okay.
Well, it says in verse 32, he who immediately took soldiers and centurions ran down. Okay. And then they saw the chief captain and the soldiers. And we're getting to the part where Paul asks the captain, "Hey, is it okay if I speak to these people real quick?" And whatever. And the centurion was like, "Okay, go ahead." And so he started to speak in Hebrew, which the Roman centurion couldn't understand. And then he admits to being the persecutor. I think starting in chapter 22 is where the speech starts.
And here he calls him an Egyptian. Seems like your brain forgot that.
Are you not the Egyptian who was crazy out in the wilderness? And then he's like, "No, that's not me, dude. I'm a Jew of Tarsus."
Yeah, who's this Egyptian in the wilderness?
I do not know.
Yeah, that's right. That's because it's nowhere in the story at all.
Yeah, right.
That's
Right,
why
it's
you
not
can't
even
remember
in
it, because it's not there.
That's true.
He says, "I'm a Jew of Tarsus. I'm struggles with God from." Hold on, we'll look up Tarsus. I don't know that one. Oh, it's going to be in Greek. It's going to be literally the name of a town, unless it's got no Hebrew root. Oh, they do have a definition for it. Flat basket, or like a serving tray.
Uh-huh. But it's also
That's
the
what
name of a town in Turkey.
That's irrelevant.
Why?
Because that's not what the Bible is referring to as the actual towns. Those don't matter at all.
When he says, "I'm Saul of Tarsus," he says, "I'm a Jew born in Tarsus of Cilicia."
You know, I was just reading that and I had it on screen and was sharing it and was looking up words from it, right?
Well, yeah, but you're saying it doesn't mean a town. It's not talking about a town in Cilicia.
Yeah, it's deeper than you think.
Okay, well, that's besides the point.
Yeah, it sort of is. I'm just trying to find the place where Paul kills women. I'm just trying to find
Yeah,
that.
yeah. And then it's in verse 4 is where it starts.
22:4. And I persecuted this way unto the death. Do you know that the death is an idiom?
It could be, but not in
No, no.
case.
Take a look at every time it reads the death. The death. Not a death, not to death, the death. Look at every time it says the death. I
It's the
dare you.
same basically in English where you're saying I
No,
persecuted them
it's
to the
not.
death.
Which is how we are being greatly deserved in the Greek.
Well, like if you say
Because
we're gonna have a fight to the death, what does that mean?
that means a certain thing in our culture, yes.
Yeah, same thing as it means in right we're here when he says I persecuted this way unto the death.
No, not necessarily. What's the Hebrew idiom? What's the Aramaic idiom, the death? What's that? And why does it keep repeating?
What do you mean it's repeating?
Okay, I'll show you. The death.
I mean, he clarifies there's a comma. He says, I persecuted unto the death.
The death. 982 times. The death.
Uh-huh.
It's an expression.
Well, yeah, but it also means when he says I persecuted people to death or to the death, he's saying he killed people.
Okay. Hold on a sec. S-L-A-Y. Slay. Which is a common way that these words were translated.
It says persecute. Persecute.
What's that?
Verse 4, I persecuted the way even to the death, detaining both men and women and throwing them into prison, as the high priest and the whole council can testify about me. I even obtained letters from them to their brothers in Damascus, and I was on my way to apprehend these people and bring them to Jerusalem to be punished.
Yes.
So what he's talking about is that he
let me just ask you why it reads punishment. Why is he experiencing digital retraction from the truth of it? He did not bring them to be punished. He brought them to be killed. If you're right, he should have said, I brought them to be killed, not I brought them to be punished.
I mean, he didn't kill every single Christian he encountered. I mean,
so now there's exceptions.
He did torture.
Well, we're moving in the right direction.
I mean, it's more fun to torture them, so he just tortured them, or
why not torture them until they die, if that's your thing?
Well, yeah, but he was busy off trying to capture more people. He wasn't there executing each and every one.
Okay, now this has gotten into mental gymnastics. What you're doing,
but it does say that he used to go from one synagogue to another, beating women.
No, it does not.
Yes, it does.
It says persecuting to the death.
Well, that's just this verse. There's another verse. It's later.
I want to show you some Hebrew words. Okay, here we are in the beginnings of Genesis and the story of Cain. And it says, everyone will try to slay me. Okay? What's the actual word? It's harag, right? And what's that mean? To smite with deadly intent. Would you agree with me? To smite or strike somebody with deadly intent. That's the idea of trying to kill them, right?
Uh-huh.
And that's just obviously they'll try to kill me, right?
Yeah. They're going to try to slay you.
Okay. Now I'm going to go back to the word slay, and I'm going to get away from Genesis 4:14. And we're going to go to Exodus 32:27 as an example. Because here, the God of Israel put every man his sword by his side and go out from the gate to gate throughout the camp and slay every man his brother and every man his companion and every man his neighbor. Slay. Same translated word, right? In the English, it was still slay. Boy, that's a long. I had to pick a long one where it's going to take me forever to find it.
Hey, dirty varmint. What am I doing, dirty varmint? What am I doing?
I don't know, dude.
I'm teabagging you. Okay.
Probably something gay.
Yeah. Odine knows what this is, right? This I'm teabagging. You know what teabagging is, right, Odine? This is a good Christian practice. Teabagging you. Just imagine those are my balls and I'm above you.
No thanks.
I love you. I loved you. I love you.
Yeah, you're homosexual who loves men. I get it.
I'm so glad. I'm so glad that the Jews lobbied
Why'd the conversation turn so quickly?
I don't know,
the
because
American Medical Association to cut off my
because he knows
foreskin.
Paul's a psycho serial killer of women, and that's why he's trying to derail the conversation.
How dare you? No, I'm
Yeah,
actually.
he wants to
I'm
defend
actually-
Paul. He likes Paul because
I'm actually
he's the same
well,
way.
Yeah, I do kind of like that he told women to shut up.
I know you like that because you hate women. It's obvious.
How long have you been married? I'm just curious.
None of your business.
Ah, okay. That answers a lot.
Okay, so back on topic. I'm sorry there was a delay. So this is the word slay right here, right? It got translated slay in the English. But look, it's not the same word. It's not. It's different. This is sahat. Well, what does that mean?
Kill, slaughter.
Okay, so this actually means to give sacrifice.
Well,
okay?
to slaughter in sacrifice.
Yes,
It
to
doesn't-
slaughter in sacrifice, as in like an animal.
Right, but it doesn't mean to sacrifice. It just
Now
means-
wait, I'm just saying, is that the same word, the same definition that I just read that got translated to slay? Is that the same word?
Not quite. No.
Okay, so shachat is not the same word. I can't even remember what the other one was, but I know it was different. It had a different definition. Okay, we're going to go back to slay again.
Are you paying attention?
Here we are in Numbers 25:5. It's right next door. Is it going to be yet a different word, slay? Look, it's back to harag, the first one we looked up. Or is it? Is it a variation of the same thing? Is it the same thing? Oh, there it is, to kill, to slight, but not as a sacrifice to God, no, but just the idea to kill something.
Well,
so we're back to
kill
harag.
something, in a sacrifice or not in a sacrifice, it's still
No, it's different.
Kill.
It's different.
I know it's a different word.
Sacrifices there were, first of all, sacrifices was of animals, never of human beings.
Yeah, but it's the same in English. We got a word execute, and what does that mean? It means to kill.
Well, just tell me biblically in this verse, Numbers 25:5, Moses said to the judges of Israel, slay ye every one of his mans were joined unto Baal Peor. Okay?
I mean, the only reason it says slay is because of the Old English. That's the word they used to use, slay, but we don't use that.
Okay, well, let me just ask you, how many words were translated into slay? Because
I
I
don't
looked it up, I already know. 5.
Okay.
So hold on. You said the word
I bet you I
execute.
could name 5 words in
Well, hold
English
on.
that
Hold
mean
on.
to kill.
You said execute.
No, you hold on. I was talking to Richard.
No. It means to carry
Yeah,
out or
yeah,
to
you
put
hold
into
on.
effect a plan, an order, or a course. Of
I bet
action.
you I could find 5 words in
Produce
English
a
that
work
mean
of art.
kill, like
Perform an
slay,
activity or a maneuver. This is now we're into the
smite,
second usage. Is to
Wait,
carry out
let GS make his point if he's got one.
So the first most useful definition of is to carry out or put in effect a plan, an order, or course of action. You automatically assume that the first usage of it, even in the English language, which I will admit can be confusing, is to execute, as in to kill somebody. That's the second most common usage of it. So even you using the English word execute, there's variety in there, and it's how it's being processed.
Yeah,
right?
and the point is there's variety in Hebrew also. You have
That's
5
that's what
different
he's
words.
saying.
Right.
Okay,
I'm
so we
agreeing
all
with him.
agree that there's variety in languages. And
Yes.
words get sometimes translated, different words got translated the same, just like the word hell.
Yeah.
Right? That's actually 4 different terms all got translated hell. Right? We know this. Okay? Now my question is, how would you know the difference from the Hebrew and whether or not it's literal or figurative by the form that you're reading it in?
By the context. And the
By
surrounding.
the context. Okay, do
Like
you
if he
know that's a
uses-
problem? Do you
Well, like if he,
understand that's a fallacy to say that?
I'm just saying, like if he uses multiple of like similar words, like I beat women in synagogue, one synagogue after another, and I persecuted the church, and I put them in prison, and I did, I did all these things. He's clarifying what words he's meaning to use. He's using the exact words he means to use. He's saying, I persecuted the hell out of these guys and beat them to death and captured them and tortured them and did all kinds of crazy stuff to them.
Yeah, it's not that I don't understand your argument. I don't need it repeated 3 or 4 times. I find that very, very annoying and actually quite insulting. It's like, you might as well say, Richard, why didn't you listen the first time?
Well, yeah. I mean, how is that wrong?
Why do you think I didn't listen the first time? What have I said that makes you think I didn't understand the argument?
Well, because you're saying it doesn't mean he slayed people.
I can show you it doesn't mean that.
Please do.
Okay, so when we're talking about the Hebrew, not the Greek, okay? So quit telling me what it reads in your Bible. That's irrelevant. The question is, what of the people of those languages, what would it mean to them? Okay?
Yeah.
And what's consistent in the Bible? Okay? Now, do you agree with me there's 2 kinds of death in the Bible?
Figurative and literal, yes.
Give me more. I need more than that. I don't want to put words in your mouth.
Tell me more. Did she put up a fight?
Good. I'm sorry.
And now 3 seconds from Greece. Yeah, Dirty Varmint, use more words, so I'm not putting words in your mouth. I'm just asking you to voluntarily tell me what those things mean.
What is wrong with me? Pray for me.
You're a little bit hyper.
Well, one, you hate women. 2, you hate righteousness. There's just 2. Maybe we could.
Okay, you got your shots in. Now go back to the topic.
Okay, so what's the question?
2 kinds of death.
Yeah, okay. In the Bible, there's 2 different kinds of death. One is figurative and one's literal. One means death, like you die.
And the other one?
And the other one, it could be figurative.
Okay, you don't like definitions. Give me examples instead.
Dead.
Okay, good. GS is spiritually dead. Okay, which means he still has a heartbeat right now, right? You believe that?
Yeah.
Okay, but he doesn't understand the Bible. He doesn't understand Christ, and thereby he's misled, and thereby he's spiritually lost. He's spiritually dead. Is that right?
Well, I guess. Yeah, I'll take it back. I don't know.
Well, at least I didn't vote for Kamala Harris. So it's not all bad.
Whether
right?
it's true is not the point. The question is the way that you used it.
Yeah.
If Jesus is insulted, it's because he's not following right now. You used it as an example.
I just said, given all those things, if they were true, at least I didn't vote for Kamala, so it's not all downside, right? Yeah.
See, it's humor. Good. We're still in the conversation.
We're moving along. Good.
Okay.
So Jesus used the both kinds of death in one sentence. He said, "Let the dead bury their dead."
Correct. And what did he mean?
He meant let the figuratively dead people bury the physically, literally dead people.
No.
Fantastic.
No,
Okay,
Thank you.
That's like a perfect example. Let those who won't accept heaven bury those who perished, whose brains quit functioning.
Exactly.
Right?
Yes.
Gotcha. Okay, we're on the same sheet of music. Great. Now, how do you know which way it's being used in reference to Paul?
Because of the surrounding passages where it says, "I beat them, I persecuted them, I killed them, I tortured them." Those are all words that are similar.
Okay.
Were
you always a Christian?
Yeah.
You were always a Christian. Do you know someone who wasn't always a Christian?
Yes.
Liars don't go to heaven. You know that, right?
So keep that person in mind. Did they do things different now than they used to do then? Do they do things different now than they used to do when they weren't believers?
Yes.
Okay. So thereby, they used to be spiritually dead, and now they're spiritually alive.
Right. I wouldn't agree, but I see the point. Yes.
Okay. So So let's say me, for instance, when I was an atheist, I'll use myself as an example. I would argue with anyone on their religion, on any religion, right? And I would use arguments from Matt Dillahunty, Richard Dawkins, you list it. You name the guy that hates Christians, and I went around making those same arguments.
GS.
In fact, I would make that argument. I once made that argument against a 10-year-old. Talking about his mom's religion. Wasn't even his religion. He wasn't old enough to be religious yet, really. He's just 10.
Right.
Now, when I did that, God forgive me, when I did that, if I led that boy away from Christianity and Christianity is the truth, what kind of a service was I doing for him?
No service. A disservice.
I'm doing a disservice. And let's say I felt really, really bad about that. And I said, yeah, I didn't just argue with him. I relentlessly argued with him. I argued with him, I mean, without any respect to the fact that he's 1/3 my age, 1/8 my education. I just went at him, and I mean hard. And I told him why his mom was sweet but stupid, right?
Mm-hmm.
And let's say he bought it. Let's say he took my arguments and he bought it, and he rejected the Father, he rejected heaven, he rejected Christ, and I got him, which I meant to. I got him to reject the Holy Ghost. What have I done for him?
Nothing. I mean, well,
I did something. What was it?
Did something to him, maybe not.
Okay, what did I do to him, if you like that expression?
A form of abuse, I guess.
So you don't.
Yeah.
Let's say he bought it and he kept it the rest of his life.
Sin
separation. Through his death, what did I do to him?
Yeah, you corrupted him.
I damned him to hell.
Right.
To death.
I just damned a 10-year-old to death.
Uh-huh.
I just persecuted him to death.
Right.
Biblically. That's
he's still alive.
That's a biblically sound way to say it, is I damned him to death. I persecuted him to death.
Persecuted him to death, yeah, figuratively speaking.
Okay, now just bearing in mind that when you read something, you have your own biases. It's just part of being human. I'm not picking on you. Just know that we have our own biases. How do you know you're not reading that into the context? That he physically killed them. And he didn't just argue them into damnation.
Because he's talking to a crowd of laymen.
Which means
so
what? They'd use less technical terms and be more expressive.
Yeah,
that's what laymen do.
He's not going to be.
Wait, change your argument, because that's an argument for him being expressive. You should stop that.
Yeah, like what he's doing, he's giving his defense. He says in Acts 22, verse 1.
No, he's giving his repentance. He's giving his testimony.
Well, no, he says this.
I used to be this kind of jerk. That's what he's saying.
No, what he's saying is, listen to my defense. And then he goes into his speech. And he's saying, I persecuted the church, but then I met Jesus. And so now I'm the super apostle.
That's right. He's giving his testimony in disbelief, which is part of his testimony of changing into belief, and his repentance. That's what he's doing there. You're right.
And so since he's doing that to a group of laymen whose brothers and sisters he murdered, then he's talking about physical, literal events. He's not talking figuratively. He's not saying, oh yeah, I damned or I persecuted your 10-year-old kid because I taught him to go against God and stuff. He's just saying everyone who did worship God, I just beat them to death in synagogues.
Yeah, so did I.
I mean, physically. That's why the people were upset,
Now, you keep assuming it's physical when it's anti-biblical. For you want it to be physical.
No, because it's the surrounding passage is all about, his approach to Damascus, suddenly says a bright light from heaven flashed around me. You know, he's talking about his physical actions. I was doing this. I was here. I was there when they stoned Stephen. I held the garments of the coats of those who stoned him.
I get it. Yeah.
And so he's talking about literal events. You cannot say,
you and I are not reading different things. You're acting as if we're reading different things. We're not.
how can you
Same
say
thing.
that these are not literal events and these are figurative?
Because if it was, let's say he was a liar. Let's just entertain an idea here. Let's say Paul was a liar and a trickster, right? Because that's what you think.
Well, yeah.
Right?
That's what he said.
Okay, now, is it,
He
hold
said,
on.
I beguiled you, got you,
Hold
begot
on.
you. Okay, never mind.
I will boot you. I mean, I love you, but discipline is a part of these discussions. Okay, so if he was smart and he's trying to trick people, he should sound like the rest of the Bible. You agree? You disagree?
Yeah.
That makes sense in human nature, right? If you're trying to
he's gonna
get
try
somebody
to
to buy bonds because you got fake bonds, you
gotta
want to
sound
refer to the real bonds.
Exactly.
That's what a counterfeit is, right? So if Paul's a counterfeit, it should match the rest of the text. What's the rest of the text doing when it says this?
When it says what?
Slay people to the great irreversible change.
Bible
Slay to the death.
talks about I went around and murdered Christians. The rest of the Bible doesn't mention that because
Slay. Quit assuming that. Try to stay with me. Is it consistent with the rest of the Bible to say that people need a little bit beat up in order to change their minds? Is that consistent in the Bible?
I don't know, dude. I don't know.
All right, if you go to the gym
you
and you
do
work
know.
out, you hurt, you're damaging your muscle fibers in order to get gains in the gym, right? You're tearing something down in order to build something up.
Okay. And
Such it is with the full teacup. You have to
you're
pour
saying-
it out
so-
before you can fill it.
So when Cain slew Abel, he was just doing a workout routine. Is that it?
Actually, you want to know the truth about that story? We'll go into it. I'll do it real quick.
The word slay is used pretty consistently.
Dude,
and
it
he's
is
talking about-
consistent. Look, first of all, if the Bible's inconsistent, it reads whatever the hell you want.
Well, you quoted a passage where it said, "Go and slay your brothers, each one his neighbor,
Yes.
each one his brother." And what was it talking about?
The literal meaning of the word is to end their life.
To kill, to end their life. So when Paul uses slay, he's talking about to kill, to end their
Time
life,
out.
as being consistent.
I heard your argument. Is God the God of love?
Yes.
Okay, is
Yes.
God the God of equality and judgment and honesty and wisdom and knowledge and counsel and understanding and fear, power and conservation and forgiveness and grace? Is he that God?
Yes, I think those are all attributes of his. Yes.
Excellent. They're all biblically stated outright, unavoidable attributes of God. How is chopping
he's
off
not-
someone's head loving?
It's not.
Yeah, I agree with you. You know why? Because they can't learn things after that.
Agreed.
Because their brain stops working when you chop their heads off.
Yeah.
Now, I know that Christians like to read it like God said, go chop off heads, and that's what he meant by slay. The only problem with that is it's against every aspect of God.
No, it's not.
Really? Tell me about an aspect of God that is
Punishing
about
the
killing
wicked.
people.
Punishing the wicked. Judgment, righteousness. Those are
Judgment?
aspects.
What? You can't use righteousness there.
Well, sure you can. If you kill the wicked, that's righteous.
Let's talk about what the word righteous means then.
It's right. It's the
I mean, the rest of your arguments were bad, but that one's really not even acceptable.
I'm
Does it
loath
mean
to
right
I'm loath to try to help out Varmint, but I recall a story in the Bible, the Old Testament, where he basically said, commit genocide, absolute, raise it to the ground, not even livestock, no women, no children, no men, take no treasure.
Everything.
Yeah, that meant kill everything. That sounds
No,
pretty
it says slay everything.
right. So what does that mean?
It does.
Okay. So
what attribute is that?
Judgment.
Which no, it's not. That's a Christian tradition to say it's judgment.
Okay.
It's actually grace.
Interesting.
He is He has given them space to be wrong in the first place, and that's grace, right? And then he sends someone to correct them, and that's grace as well. And then with that correction, they are entitled to, given the ability to repent and accept him as their God and come into his
we're
house.
talking about genocide, killing the Canaanites.
No, I'm not saying I don't understand how people have been reading it.
Oh.
I'm saying that makes the Bible inconsistent with itself.
Well,
how can I say? Wait. First, how can I say? Do you agree with me? There's a statement in the Bible: God is love. Do you agree with me on that?
There is that statement in the Bible. That's correct.
What's the word "is" mean, Bill Clinton?
That we all know what it means. It means he equals.
Equals. Perfect. It's equals. Like if you flip them, love is God. It didn't harm anything.
But the statement that
It
God
means they're
is
equal.
love,
They go either way. It's the same thing.
it's a wrong statement. It's a false statement.
Yeah. So
God
when
is not love.
I tell my wife to go in the kitchen and make me a sandwich, I'm showing her I love her.
Sure you are. Yeah.
And I know that offends a
in
male
a way,
feminist.
actually,
like,
you
we
are.
all
You're trusting her to give you food.
believe you love your wife. Yeah.
You're trusting her to give you food, and that is a form of love.
and not poisonous food either.
And not kill you with it. That's right.
Exactly.
Okay. So if God is love, then he has to do the loving thing. All right.
Well, that's where
now,
you got to stop.
If you and I grant that people don't learn things missing their head, if you and I can grant that, which I think we grant, right? Then if there was a chance to teach a person something that they might repent and accept God, the loving thing for him to do was to do that thing, whatever it is, so that they don't die a non-believer. Can you and I agree on that?
Well, we can agree on that, but there was a false premise way back.
Great, you answered the question. Moving on with the argument. So if there's anything logically that can be done by God, and he doesn't do it, then he's not loving.
Okay, fair enough.
In other words, to be love, he has to do what is possible and best for the one he loves. Has to.
Well, if he is love, then he can't do anything because love is an attribute, it's not a person.
Great. We're gonna go down to the angel of God who acts on God's behalf. The angel of God has to do things that are loving to those God loves. Can we agree on that?
No. The angels don't have to do that. Unless God
then
commands
who's this actor you're talking about?
Who?
If you don't mean the angel of God, who's the actor?
Well, no, like the angel of God doesn't have to do anything, unless God commands him to. Sure. But you just kind of generalize.
You draw the line, bro. I mean, I'm letting you draw your own definitions. Who is the actor representing God in all of these
angel
verses?
of the Lord. Yeah, the angel of the Lord.
Okay, so if the angel of Lord acts in love, it has to do what is loving by God definition.
It
yes?
doesn't say the angel of the Lord acts in love at all times, and it says that be careful that you don't piss off the angel of the Lord because he will wipe you out.
I just teabagged you. I teabagged you with love. By the way, just letting you know. That was a teabag of love.
I was wondering why you were doing that.
Yeah, see, it's a teabag. See, you know what teabagging is, right? It's when you pull your balls out.
Yeah.
It's like we get it.
It's
a
metaphorical. It's a party
12-year-old joke that
friends.
little kids tell on when they're playing Xbox. Yeah.
Well, also drunk men do to each other, but that's beside the point.
But you don't know what it's like to have male friends, do you?
Okay, so look, we're getting into your bias again, where you're saying, "But I read the Old Testament."
Your male friends behave.
Yeah.
Can we go on? Yes, they did. Can we go on?
Are you kidding me, dude?
Okay.
What bubble wrap feminist world did you grow up in? Did you
did
you put each other's hairs up in pigtails?
No,
and maybe do a little sewing
That's not
circle?
how-
Did
that's
you have
not how
tea
I
and
grew up.
crumpets?
Yeah,
Yes.
That's not how I grew up.
Young males, especially in the military, are exceptionally cruel to each other. It's just a fact of life. Can we move on with the argument?
Yeah,
okay, so Dirty Varmint, you agree with me that God is love, and that's a statement.
No, I do not. I try to tell you like 10 times. That's where you're wrong. God is not love. Love is not a person. It's an attribute. It's not even.
No, I didn't say it had personage.
Metaphysical.
When
Love
did
is
you hear me say
metaphysical.
God has personage? When did you hear me say that?
You didn't say that. You didn't say that.
That's right, because I don't believe it. I would never say that.
I do believe it. And so
you think God does have personage, which means
Yeah.
3 seconds ago you were tricking me.
No,
Stop
because you
right
said
there.
you
Cut
said
low
God
right
is
now
love,
before you go any further. Are
which
you
is
tricking
an
me? Are you
incorrect
lying to
statement.
me? You say you're
God is not
Christian.
love.
Do you read the Bible? Are you lying? Are you lying?
Yes,
Are
you
you
got to
lying?
stop,
Are you
bro.
lying?
I'm getting frustrated. Love you. Got to stop. Okay, so Dirty, can you say that again, please?
I guess we disagree then. I believe God is not love. That's a false statement.
Okay, time out. Do you agree the Bible reads God is love?
Yes,
So there's another part of the Bible that you don't agree with.
absolutely. I mean, how could you?
Okay, so my earlier question, do I have to defeat 30 different premises? The answer is yes.
Sort of.
Okay, bye. I don't know what to tell you, man. I'm not going to sit here and argue with you over 30 different things.
Okay. Well, let's start with the original thing where you said that it's not talking about Paul literally beating people to death. How is that so?
Right.
It's impossible for you to read it that way.
It's
There's
not
no way you
impossible.
can do it. There's absolutely zero logic in saying
Tell
that
you
it
what, I'll
doesn't
just give you
mean
space
that.
and you just say your rant for just keep your
You've
rant.
heard the argument, and I'm trying to see how, like, show me how it doesn't mean that. It doesn't mean he killed people, he persecuted them, he put them in
Because
prison.
that's not loving.
Okay, so that's your argument. I mean, we're talking about Paul before his conversion. He was not
Right,
a
he was
loving
doing
person.
cruel things.
So he's not. He doesn't need to be loving. It's
Right,
the
that part
opposite.
was not loving. Right.
Right, and that's the opposite of loving,
Right.
isn't it? Yes. So are we in agreement that Paul did those things before his conversion?
Paul did disservices to people. It does not necessarily involve murder.
It does. It says, I persecuted them to the death.
It says the death. I pointed that out.
Yeah,
Yes.
but the
I
death
looked it up
means
for
when
you.
you
It's
die.
more than 80 times. I can't remember the exact number.
I know. Right. You typed in how many times does the
you know-
death come up, but
Farmer.
that always means dying when you die.
You know what the word
didn't
ad
show where it's
nauseum
figurative.
means? Do you know what the word ad nauseum means? Means the death. To ad nauseum.
Okay.
He persecuted
and
them
what's your point?
to ad nauseum. He punished them in whatever ways he
No,
overlorded them.
that's not what it's
to
talking
death.
about.
The death.
It's talking about they
def-
died as
unceasingly.
a physical result of his actions. That's what it's saying.
I tell you what, dirty varmint. I'm
There's no
going
way-
to state a more fundamental things with you. This is way too complex. There's no way we're ever going to get through this together. I think given enough time and patience that I don't have either one of.
Okay. Yeah.
I mean,
I don't come up and argue with you anyway, Richard.
but dirty varmint. No, I'm
I'd
happy
rather
to have
argue with
arguments with you,
GS,
but
because I know he's a scumbag.
look,
but I don't want to argue
Dirty
with you
Varmint-
because you're a decent guy. You know.
Wait,
you guys, you guys are just feeding into each other for each other's enjoyment, and I think GS is winning in the enjoyment levels of this.
I think so.
And
too.
I'd like to
I'm-
recommend Dirty Varmint you don't play into it, because this is GS's way of objecting to your argument fundamentally.
Well, right. He just kind of makes a fool of himself, and then
Yeah, I know, but
pretends like he
the
got some
joke
kind of
is to
win.
drag you into it and get you to participate. That's the joke.
Yeah, I know. I want to have a biblical smackdown between him and me and him. See who's the
Okay,
biblical.
But let's just, I know, but that's not going to happen today. That's
Right.
not going to happen today.
That'll never
So-
happen. He's too
So,
scared.
Dirty Varmint.
I've been teabagging you for the last half hour.
Try to
Yeah,
see
you've
this
been
from,
just acting like a clown instead of talking about the Bible.
try to see this from my point of view for just a second. Okay? How would, if I had as many arguments over as many years, ignoring as much of the Bible as necessary to maintain what I think it's trying to say, how would you ever argue against that?
Can you repeat the question? I mean, the way you ask questions are so. It's
Dude.
hard to answer.
Dude, you've got like everything I refer to, because you've already had time to think this all out. You apply the same mindset to and have already gotten it out of the Bible. Where does that leave me? I can refer to no part of the Bible to refute you.
Well, yes, you can.
Because
You
you
can
already
refer
hold on, because you already tossed it away.
Well, quote the real scriptures then, the true, legit scriptures. Stop quoting Paul. Stop quoting Revelation and Ezekiel and all these stupid books. Quote Jesus for once, man.
Okay.
Just try Jesus, but then you go to John.
Okay.
Oh, well, John is false, so you can't quote John.
Brother, you gave me who to quote.
Yeah, quote Jesus.
Thank you for that. I appreciate it. That's a big admission. It really does help the argument.
But
Move
that begs
forward.
the question, Richard. That begs the question.
Okay, so what does Jesus say?
Can I beg the question first? Yeah. Like, how do we determine what Jesus says versus what he didn't say? How do we determine?
Oh, gosh. What did you have to throw away from Jesus?
You just gave him a logical fallacy.
Well, I'm asking a question. How do we
do
a
logical fallacy?
What?
Look,
you gave a man.
Here's what
Good.
Here's what I think, Dirty Varmint. I think things that contain lies, like Satan and his kind, will use truths and throw a little bit of dusting of lie in there. Overall, it's just a lie.
Yeah. Just like
so
Paul's
if the
letters.
Bible is like that, the Bible's a lie. And you're saying the Bible must be like
so
that.
you're defining, you're just saying everything that's within these two covers must be all one unit. And it's not 66 separate books by 150 separate authors. It's all one author, It's like, that's stupid. It's not, the Bible's not a book. It's a library. And you can't
That's
say
correct.
that.
That's what bibliography means.
So
Yes.
it doesn't need to be consistent or whatever. Like, if there's one lie in the Bible, that means we have to toss out the whole Bible. Like, take for example, I don't know if you've ever heard of Kent Hovind, but he part of his problem is that he hates it that evolution is in the textbooks. And I agree with him. That's stupid. Like, you shouldn't put it there. It's a lie. And so he's like, the rest of the textbook is fine. Let's just get rid of that little paragraph about evolution because that's a lie. He's not just saying, oh, we should just give up on science because there's one lie in the textbook.
Well, he says, I believe
with the Bible. You can't just say, let's give up on the Bible because there's one lie in there.
He says, I believe the Bible is infallible, inspired, errant word of the living God and scientifically accurate in every detail. Eat the meat and spit out the bones. What on earth are you doing, for heaven's sake? And if evolution is true, which I think this is the quote you're talking about, there is no purpose to life. We might as well have fun. If it feels good, do it. That's do as thou wilt. That's the satanic.
Yeah,
thing.
that's not the
always
quote I'm
remember.
referring to, but,
always okay. So these are his top 5 quotes. I got to find some obscure thing that you
just have to
probably
listen
pulled
to
out of context.
Listen to Kent Hovind speak once or twice, in a debate, and you'll
Yeah.
know what I'm talking about. He says,
Okay, fair
we
enough.
shouldn't have evolution in the textbook.
Just give it a second. He
because it's
can't
not-
hear you. Clockwork, just give it a second.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, finish your point.
What I was saying was, like, in Kent Hovind's debates, he'll often say things like, evolution shouldn't be in the textbooks in the schools. Like, we shouldn't be teaching that to the kids. And he's not saying that we should just give up on science altogether just because there's one lie in the textbook. His solution is to just remove that paragraph. You print the textbook and then remove that
You're
paragraph.
just saying what GS just said.
Well, I was clarifying for, GS, who's saying, oh, I think this is the reference, and he's quoting some random quote that it's like,
Okay,
just
so
listen,
Clockwork, you had something.
Oh, hey, look, there are different disciplines of science. There's medical science. There's astronomy, or fuck, I can't even say it now. But there's like studying space, astronomy. That's a different branch of science from medical science. The two do not really overlap. Okay,
Correct.
So there's evolutionary science. Okay, it's a hypothesis. It is an ongoing hypothesis. If you have proof to prove it, well, you further the theory of evolution.
Right. And that's a perfect analogy that I'm talking about. It's like Paul's letters are a hypothesis, and the rest of the Bible is like the science textbook. And just because his hypothesis is stupid and wrong and a lie, we can just throw that out. We don't.
Okay.
It doesn't mean we have to give up on all science. Just
Dirty
because
varmint.
there's
Yeah,
one line
stop
in the book.
repeating yourself.
Well,
Especially
is
when the
that
channel
true,
host is
Richard?
trying
Is
to
that
talk to you.
true?
Especially when the channel host is trying to talk to you, who loves you and is your friend. Please don't just keep repeating yourself. Okay.
Well, I'm asking you, is that true?
So all analogies do fail, and I understand that. Can you please tell me why a textbook written by mankind should be comparable to the Bible? Just put those things together for me.
Because they both books and they both have truth in them and lies in them also. And you know,
okay, so it's
your
not
logic
the inspired word of
that you have to throw out the entire Bible just because there's one lie.
you
that
would
is
have to
not
throw out the whole
logical.
Bible because it's supposed to be a work of God, not supposed to be
No,
a work of
it's
man.
supposed to be this. Really,
Okay, just tell me what you think. Is it a work of man or is it a work of God?
it's a work of man, obviously.
I don't know why you even believe it.
Well, because there's the truth in it. I told you. You know,
show me one truth in it.
The earth was flooded with a global flood.
Really? Where's the evidence of that?
Just look, I guarantee you, just look outside right.
Just look at the trees, man.
Yeah, just look outside.
I'm in a highly developed area. I can't just
okay.
look outside. Go ahead. I'm
Okay.
listening.
So I'll make a prediction because that's how we do science, right? Science enables us to predict things. And I predict that every single one on this panel and in the chat could go outside right now and look down at the ground and they're going to see a little round pebble. And that's proof that the whole globe was flooded because those pebbles were rounded by water.
Hold on a second,
That's
Dirty
why they're
Varmint.
round.
Have you ever owned a stone tumbler?
Yeah, exactly. Have
A
you
stone
ever put
tumbler?
a rock in a stream?
So you're saying that there was somebody.
Hold on.
Okay,
Hold on. Clockwork, just a second. Unless you just want to make the point for me.
Well, do you think that somebody tumbled all those stones?
Hold on a second.
No,
Clockwork,
go ahead. No,
you
no,
want to do
look.
it? Okay.
Look.
Okay, so I know a jeweler. He's got a rock tumbler. It's just sand with a little bit of water in it. That's the whole thing. And a motor that turns a drum with the sand in it. Just sand.
And water.
And a little bit of a lubricant. Yeah.
It has to have water.
Yeah.
Okay.
And it can take a very dull stone and in about 5 to 10 minutes put a polish on it that is like high gloss.
Mm-hmm.
And we know there's sand all over the planet.
Right.
Yeah. There's beaches and there's oceans and there's waves and there's a natural sand tumbler right there.
Yeah, that is a natural
Right.
sand tumbler. Okay, so why is a small, even if it was perfectly round, why is that evidence of a flood? Like we see it happen in small streams and in little bitty places.
Right. We see it everywhere, covering all the face of the whole earth. And that's
I
why
know
I
what
can
you're
predict. That's why I have the power of prediction. I can predict that you can go out and find one right now because it's everywhere. And that's only possible through a global flood.
Hey, DD, he's talking about the K2 boundary where the asteroid hit and left a layer of fucking black. I had a friend that was a geologist, okay? There's a layer of black that, yes, does go all the way around the planet. That's where the asteroid hit and burnt everything up. I mean, science. It's not that hard. You have a hypothesis. Well, you have a hypothesis, and you either prove or disprove the hypothesis. Usually it's disproven.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So Dirty Varmint, to your hypothesis, can you show me the difference or what I should expect to see in a difference between lots of small locations of water moving rocks and a worldwide simultaneous movement of all the rocks? What would the difference look like?
Hey, I'm gonna shut up and let Alex answer
Yeah, I
this.
don't know.
Hey,
Good-
Alex,
good question.
welcome in for this. Yeah, whatever.
Okay, so your evidence that you just said your prediction is flawed because either one of those processes would have done it.
Well, wait a minute. But then you have to go into probability. Which process is more probable to have happened? And if you go around and look and you find a round rock in every square inch of the earth, and you say, well, that's as a result of individual events, small events that happen here and there. But that doesn't explain why they're all over the entire face of the earth.
Unless
There had to
weathering
be.
happened all over the earth.
So it's
And
more
by
probable.
the way, you don't find those where things don't move, like on ice caps. Under ice caps, you don't. There's not round rock there. There's only jagged rock.
Okay, but why is that?
Because it can't move.
Yeah.
That's because
Which
like
a
the
worldwide
glaciers-
flood would have floated the ice, by the way.
Okay, yeah. Actually, no, there would be no ice in a worldwide flood.
Well, don't even get me started on the heat problem. If you want to grant the heat problem, you got all kinds of problems.
What's the heat problem?
The heat problem is the amount of friction that would be caused by that much water falling to the earth in that amount of time. It's called the heat problem.
Richard, why is the sky blue? Why?
Why? Because white light refracts most easily through water perceived as blue by, sensing equipment.
Why? Why? He's like a 4-year-old kid.
Why?
Every time you answer one question, he moves the goalpost and asks a different one.
No. Look, a good answer raises 5 different questions. So you're looking at
Thank you.
Now, how does that logically make sense? Can you explain that to me? I'm not saying you're wrong.
Hey, look, paradoxes exist.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I think Clockwork's right. Rebuttals are often longer than the actual assertion. I mean, almost 100% of the time. Like, just go review a video. It'll take you 5 videos to review all of one video, or 5 times as long.
So if peace is the end of all things, and peace is a good answer, and if a good answer should be the end of the questioning, otherwise you're moving the goalpost, and even though you get the answer to the question you're asking, and even though you get a good answer to that question, you're begging 5 more questions. It means you keep moving the goalpost.
Well,
your answer is being.
The goalpost was, does the Bible contain any true facts?
Well,
And
sure.
I gave an example, and Richard's arguing against it. So let's just go with a simpler one. Like it says, the sky is blue. Is that a fact? Is that a true fact that the Bible?
Wait, it also says the sky is red.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Your eyes.
It
and
says
your
camels exist, Richard.
Okay,
Is that
can I
a
give
true
my answer,
statement?
or are you going to cut me off when I make a good point?
So I can't really
Well,
hear you. If you
we
could
have
turn
to
your
give
mic
Dirty
up.
Varmint. We have to give Dirty Varmint the benefit of the doubt because his hearing is not as good as his microphone.
Well, fair enough. Fair enough. Hey, look, I can
just so you
lean
know.
over. I can lean over into my microphone, but I do have a ring in my ears that I kind of try to ignore. But sometimes it does get in the way. So yeah, I know about it's tinnitus. No, not tetanus. That's lockjaw. Yeah, tinnitus. Yeah, it's a ringing in your ears that's perpetual.
That's correct. But Clockwork, if you could make your argument for Dirty Varmint.
Oh, Dirty Varmint? What was his look? I've got sidetracked and derailed, and yeah. What was the original question?
Well, okay, so I'm saying that we should believe the true parts of the Bible, and then Richard's kind of saying, well, if there's one lie in the Bible, how can you trust any of it? And I'm trying to just figure out a way I can convince him that yes, you can trust the true parts, even though there's some lies in it, just like a textbook.
Okay, gotcha.
Let me be more specific, though.
Yeah, go
Let
ahead.
me be more specific. What I really like from you, Dirty Varmint, it's parts of the Bible that are provably true that mankind cannot have written.
Well, none. There would be 0.
Yeah.
Okay, so you don't think the Bible is what I think the Bible is?
Well, what do you think it is?
I believe it is the inerrant, unchanged, and absolute true word of the God concerning this earth.
And your viewpoints would be consistent with that viewpoint. Like if that's true,
Yeah, I'm super consistent.
then your logic would follow, you know? Like you would have to say, oh, there's no contradictions. You'd have to accept Paul and things like that.
Yes.
But your premise is false. It is not the inerrant, inspired word of God, blah, blah, blah. It's not that. And that's why everything that follows logically from
that's
that
fine.
is also
I get that argument, and you're that's logically sound. Tell me what it is.
okay. Well, Paul's false. The Book of Revelation's false. That's what it is. That's the true argument.
Ha! Got it.
Okay, now
Oh,
when
yeah,
we
yeah.
do that, how do we know the true parts? The subtle things, not the obvious things like there's
Right.
water on the ground and the sky's blue.
Well, that's the question I asked you earlier. How do we determine what Jesus said versus what he didn't say? How do we do that? That's
Well, according to you, you
the
can't.
$1 million question. Yeah, sure, you can.
Yeah, rocks
can't.
around, therefore Paul's a heretic. Roger, got it.
What?
Rocks around, therefore Paul equals a heretic. Got it. Your logic
Well, that
is
wasn't
flawless.
That's right. It's flawless.
Go on.
I'm all hopped up on tea, guys. I haven't had tea in a long
He
time.
distracts me. I don't know what we were even talking about a second
You're
ago.
talking about nonsense.
You
bro.
do that every time. You're like, we're getting into a good discussion, then you say some random weird thing. It's like,
Dude,
now I forgot.
You need to buy stock in merry-go-rounds. That's what you need to buy stock in.
You know, that was a good joke. That was good. I like that.
Can you all hear me all right?
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, no, look. If you're red, green, blue, colorblind, what color does the sky look to you as an average person sees it? Average being, we all see, the red light is at the top of the stoplight. It's a stoplight. And the green light means go. Well, what if they look different to you? What if they're not red or
That's
green?
why they're always. That's why the green's always at the bottom at a stoplight, so it's always in the same location. Yellow's always in the middle in the United States.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I get what you're saying, Rex. Like the issue, and like Einstein mused on this too, is that how do I know your red is the same as my red, right? The color itself only exists in your mind. The wavelength exists outside of your body, but the color doesn't.
Well, yeah, if somebody hits you with an infrared laser, it's going to burn your skin, whether you see it or not. I'm just saying. Yeah. You're going to be like, oh, goddamn stormtroopers. Where the hell did they come from? Yeah.
Yeah. But Alex is talking about the qualia. Like if you cut open someone's brain, there's no picture of a horse there. But in someone's brain, they definitely have a picture of a horse.
Yeah.
But the reality of horse and the experience in the brain of horse is two very different things. And I think it's a good point. And Alex, why were you bringing that up in light of this conversation?
Oh, I was just clarifying, but in general, I'm a trained biologist, and I was just curious further your thoughts on biology. Like I stumbled across this stream randomly on the front of my YouTube, and I don't know, y'all are like not within my bubble at all, right? You're a very different people.
Are
than
you
I
a
am.
biologist or are you a botanist?
A what?
Which
botanist.
branch of biology?
Do you study animals or plants?
Neither. I study bacteria.
Oh.
Okay.
Oh. Okay.
That is a
But
neither.
actually, I just started a job that deals with genetic testing in humans. So bacteria, and then now just recently humans.
He's going to make the X-Men. I'm just saying.
Well,
Alex is
No, I'm not making the X-Men. I'm just curious. Why do you all disagree with evolution? Like, what are the flaws you see with the theory? I would like to be able to explain
Clockwork.
some of this.
You've got to stop Clockwork.
Yes.
I'm trying to answer this man desperately 3 or 4 times now.
Oh, fair
okay. To be fair, Clockwork is an invited guest, as you are, Alex, but he's not actually the channel moderator. That's me. So I should answer this. Okay, so there's a fallacy in what you're saying, Mr. McFadden, that all Christians deny evolution. Do you know that's not true?
Oh, I'm very aware that's not true. I'm just talking about you in particular. It seems like you don't agree with
me in
evolution.
particular, I think the Bible describes that there was an evolutionary process that was taken advantage of in theft from that evolutionary process, and those materials were put here on this planet. So it's agreeing and it's disagreeing. It's saying that an evolutionary process happened, just not here. And then what we see is steps along the evolutionary process that were necessary to terraform the planet.
And what is the distinction between those two phases in your mind?
That not everything that happened in evolution is necessary to a biodome. Some of it is kind of, I don't know, not necessary, even extravagant at times. And to create an imitative biodome from that original biodome, you wouldn't need absolutely everything, which is why we don't find absolutely everything.
No, I think, as far as I can tell, most species that have ever existed on the Earth have gone extinct.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
evolution
that's true.
is
But that's
evolution.
not the question, Doc. The question is, why is a random process not random? Why do we have 10,000 hydrosaur samples? Why do we have all of these human bone samples? Why do we have
Well, we have human bone samples because we have a long history of human life on Earth. What do you mean? Why do we have human bone samples?
no,
Can you
I mean,
elaborate on the question?
why do you have why would you have so many of the same sample? And yet the random
Why do we have
process
many humans
doesn't.
now?
What's that?
Why do we have many humans now?
No, I'm not arguing with you. I'm correcting the way you think about what I'd said because it was evidently inaccurate to what I meant.
Okay.
So I mean, I see what you're doing there, and it's fine. It's just not addressing what I'm saying. Okay, is that all right?
Yeah, I don't think I understand your question, so feel free to clarify it.
That's what I was trying to say. Yes. Okay. So I'm not saying there are no fossils. I'm not saying we don't have many fossils. I'm saying we have too many of the same fossil, and too many of a distant relative of that fossil. And in a randomized process, you would never get that kind of result because it's random.
Well, I
So
think
have you heard of the theory of punctuated equilibrium?
Yeah, Stephen Jay Gould. What about it?
Yes. Does that not address your concern?
It might. I mean, it at least helps. Do you think that's that's the most, explanatory solution is Stephen Jay Gould's punctuated equilibrium? Is that what you think?
I think that is the explanation that makes the most sense to me right now. Yes.
Oh, okay. Well, okay. That's a plausible explanation. And I'm glad you're aware of it. That's great. Which I'm not any kind of a biologist or professional or anything like that. I only studied these things because of things like the Bible. I couldn't have cared less. I'm a heavy equipment operator. Just so you know what my education is, high school, barely.
Sure.
Okay, so to say something like a punctuated equilibrium is an explanation for the obvious and evident gaps between a randomized process creating permineralized fossils, quote unquote, then yeah, I'm okay with that. Then this isn't your argument.
Oh, hey, I've got a question for you, D.
Hey, can Demolish, can you, I actually want to ask Alex a question. So you hold to
This is a quick
punctuated.
question for DD. What's the heaviest piece of equipment you've ever operated?
The physically heaviest, probably, okay, probably a track excavator with like a 30-foot arm and like a 4-yard bucket.
Okay, fair enough. Okay, sorry, I didn't mean. I just wanted to.
Those things are damn heavy. They're like 50 tons and stuff.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so I wanted to ask Alice, why is it that you decide to go with punctuated equilibrium versus gradualism?
I am compelled by genetic differences in sequencing between species. Like, if I'm remembering the last time I looked at this, there's probably species that are between 5 and 10,000 years old. You look at genetic differences between the two, and to me, that looked like to me, Stephen Jay Gould made a very compelling argument when he laid that out. As far as when you get genetic, what's the word? The rate at which genetic mutation happens for the species which we have a lot of fossils for.
So
And
is it more so? So because so from what I remember, right? The example of gradualism is that like a particular species, like I guess like horses probably, right?
Mhm.
They evolve a larger body size and longer legs over millions of years through small incremental changes, right?
Yeah.
Where in PE, let's just call it PE for now. I don't want to bite my
Mhm.
tongue. You know, like a population of like, let's say insects, they would experience a rapid burst of variation due to environmental changes or pressures. So for
Well,
example, if they
Yeah,
start to
relatively
consume,
rapid. Yeah.
yeah, relatively rapid, right? So do you not think that both can be true? Why is it typically seen as like a dichotomy?
I think, yeah, both can be true, and I think that both are trying to create a model out of incomplete data, right? Like, even and it sounds like some of you have skepticism towards the fossil record, but even if you don't, it's like widely accepted that most things that ever lived we're never going to have fossils of. Like, they just weren't preserved very well. And
right.
so you're trying to make a model from what?
No, go ahead.
Well, like,
Finish your point. No, you're right on. You were on target. Stay on
yeah,
target.
you're trying to make a model out of fundamentally incomplete data, and I think that until we find more data, I think that PE makes more sense than gradualism, but I don't think it's 100 or 0. I think there are also cases where you can point to it and say, like, yeah, it does seem gradual, and maybe some cases are like that, and some are more pushed by evolutionary stress, right? And they're more sudden than others. I've seen nothing to support the idea that everything has to run as punctuated equilibrium.
Okay, that's fair. But how do you account for situations where vastly different body plans? I know you more focus on cells, cellular biology.
No, he said bacteria, and bacteria can infect.
They're cells.
Yeah, but they can infect you.
So how would you say we would account for like a on the fossil record you'll see a burst in multiple different body plans, right?
So
Like
you're
say
talking about
the
like,
Cambrian explosion, like a lot of people like to use, right?
yeah,
Where at that point, I don't think there's any other point we've observed so far that has produced as much variation as the Cambrian explosion, from what I remember, right? So
it sounds about right. I get what you're getting, right? Like, how
yeah,
come? Yeah, and I think that from what I understand, you just have better conditions, right? Like, as I understand it, the Cambrian explosion happened because conditions exist which allowed all of these things better resources, right? Starting with high CO2 in the air. And then, but that, like, there are also conditions before that that just don't lend themselves very well to life, and life struggles more under those conditions.
Okay,
I don't know if that's an overly simplistic answer or not.
But I mean, I think it's too simplistic, because you have to take into consideration, right? Like just because the environment might be optimal for one specific group of species to thrive, it doesn't necessarily mean a ton of speciation would take place, right? Especially if we would agree that PE is a thing, right? Which means that there isn't much in the environment that would force speciation, because let's say there's not like a ton of dietary changes, uh, um, there's not like, I don't know, a change in the color of the water or whatever. You see what I'm saying?
I have to agree that if it's a premium situation for some creature, then you'd have less environmental pressures for it to change. That would make sense, right?
Well,
But that's not what you. Okay, but hear me out, right? That's not really what we see ever, right? So, for example, like on a societal level, the U.S. is the richest it has ever been, and at the same time, we have the most diversity in career paths. We have the most diversity in wealth in terms of inequality. But I see it the same way. Like, if you say the Cambrian explosion, and I'm kind of spitballing here, so consider this a hypothetical, right? Like, I don't remember the Cambrian explosion all that well from school. But like, say you start with a lot of extra CO2, then one grass figures out how to absorb that CO2, or one fern figures out how to absorb that CO2 better than others. It then starts dominating those. Every other grass now has evolutionary pressure to keep up or not. And that causes that punctuated equilibrium. That then has a downstream effect on animals. If one animal can now figure out how to eat this new fern, they have an advantage over every other animal. Every other animal now needs to adapt in order to survive.
Sure, but how is it that, but yet still, right? If that was the case, wouldn't we see more, what's the word I'm looking for? Um, there's less speciation
More of
because
a,
the animals
is it more?
that eat that
Is it less?
specific.
You said more at first, and then you switched it to less.
Yeah,
Which
just let
one
me
is it?
finish. Let me finish my point. I
Oh,
did
well,
change
okay.
my
You
mind.
can
I changed
comment
my
for
mind for a
that.
reason.
I'm just saying.
um, so let's kind of go with your example, right? So let's say let's just give it a color. The red grass finds that the current atmosphere is giving it more nutrients, so it's able to grow bigger, grow faster, and reproduce more, right?
Yeah.
And let's say red lizards, right? Or yeah, let's just call them red lizards, right? They realize that eating those grasses is going to allow for them to reproduce more. Oh, okay. It's going to allow for them to reproduce more, and grow bigger, right? Which would mean that they would become the dominant species. Not necessarily in terms of just like physical size, obviously, right? But because they have
Yeah.
more food available to them, right? They'll be able to multiply more, right?
Yeah.
So since it's a situation where they're able to multiply more and grow bigger, right? Why is it that we see such a large variety of speciation versus versus basically the opposite?
You see both. You see situations where one species will come to completely dominate an environment, and then everything after that starts from that point, and you end up with like a much thinner gene pool, or you end up with much lower speciation, much lower species count. And then it does happen the other way too, where those red lizards, they start eating a lot more of the grass because more of the grass is red, and the other species are able to adapt successfully and continue that competition before they get completely wiped out. And that's how you get the explosion of speciation. I think both happen throughout history.
Well, if the red grass isn't favorable to the other species, right? Especially in terms of nutritional value. I mean, at that point, they're not going to be able to.
Not really, but yeah. Hey, look, what happened to Australia when they took rabbits there to kill the fucking frogs? And yeah, they had to build a fucking rabbit fence all the way across the country.
Clockwork, I love you. What the hell are you talking about? You're
Well,
way
he's
off
talking
topic.
No, it's an invasive species. He was
I was
talking
going to
about.
say, yeah, you're describing an invasive species, Batman.
Yeah.
Yeah. If all of that grass then becomes dominated by a species that only one animal can eat, then yeah, that's exactly what happens. You see that all the time with invasive species.
Not
kill
necessarily.
all of the predators of that, right?
Not necessarily, right? A species. Clockwork. Let me talk.
Look, you've been talking. Can somebody else speak, please? Please.
I
Okay.
think
Well, actually, I don't want anyone else to speak, including myself, and I've been quiet because Alex and Odin are trying to get something settled.
Yeah, and I think Odin's got a sexy voice, so I was going to volunteer my time to him. So go ahead.
Let me see if I can get my train of thought. Okay, so I don't like the invasive species argument or the assumption, right? Because the assumption is, right, first, the grass, which is the base, is at the bottom of the food chain, right? That is benefiting more with a new atmosphere, right?
In this assumption, yeah.
Yeah, in this assumption, right? Now, the red lizard, who already eats that grass, right? More of that grass is now available to it.
Yeah.
Right? So it eats more. It we're assuming it doesn't have a lot of predators, right? Even if it does have a lot of predators, it would be able to reproduce more because it has more energy to reproduce. So eventually it would become dominant. I completely agree with that. The part that I have issues with, right, is that these other species that are clearly not benefiting as much from the red grass, right? How is it that we account for speciation? Because I can understand, like, if that red lizard has a orange cousin, just kind of just throwing that in there as an example, right? And the orange cousin doesn't get as much nutrients from the red grass, right? Then it's going to lose out on the competition and eventually die out. Would you agree?
Yeah. Yep. In some cases, absolutely. And in other cases, what you see is that this random process of mutation will cause some of those orange descendants to be a little bit better at eating red grass than the parents were, and that can put them back on the right trajectory as far as being able to eat that grass. You see that all the time in species that we've been able to watch since we've been intelligent and scientific humans. We've watched this play out.
Yeah,
I do this all the time
definitely
at work, right? You get mutations that cause improvements. Those improvements carry on to continue having kids. It's like, and sometimes that doesn't happen and they die out, right? If they get to reproduce. If it's too sudden, or if it's too severe, or if it's too much of a disadvantage, you're right, like you get extinctions. If it's not, then you can get speciation, in which you adapt to your environment, you get different situations that are able to take advantage of the new niche.
Gosh, that was a great conversation. Batman, I just need you to tie back to why you think this is an argument for your religious stance.
Oh, I wasn't making an argument for my religious stance. I was.
I'm gonna kick you. What the hell are you doing? Are you just
then? What the hell was that fucking 2 hours about?
Yeah, that's what I just figured out. That they're just having an interesting discussion amongst professionals. Welcome to the Continued Education Center. No,
Okay,
we're
so
supposed to be arguing for how the Bible is plausible.
Okay, so I'll see if I can abide by the rules, right? It would tie with my religious ideals in that evolution, the process of evolution, is it seems deliberate in its purpose of creating or maintaining multiple species on the planet, and how it accounts for extreme changes in the environment is by one maintaining a large variation, right? And through random
Are we going
chance, right? It can allow for some species to
to
develop ways to survive in a new environment.
it's
Okay,
environmental
and
pressure.
Clockwork, because Clockwork's just dying back there. Go ahead, man. Take the floor.
Hey, look, it's environmental pressure. Where did life come from? I don't fucking know. But we adapt to the environmental pressures around us. You know, be it people, places, or things, or the weather, or whatever. We adapt or we die. That's
So
how it is.
so when since Clockwork is in the room, now we're under a different type of environmental pressure.
Well, fair enough. If you want to see it that way, go ahead.
Okay, so perceptions that could be wrong, and it's at least interesting, I think, in theory. Alex McFadden, everything you say seems to be hedged in a very professional way, which makes me suspect that you've had a good deal of higher education, which makes me think that you're not full of crap when you say you're a professional in the field. So you seem like genuine professional in the field. And persons like yourself, a little bit rare in these circles. What brings you to, at least at first, a channel that is perceived as standardized Christian?
To be honest with you, I had no intention of seeing this channel. It popped up on the front of my YouTube, and I was, I don't know what struck me as towards curiosity, but I started listening to it just to see what folks who are not like myself think like. Folks who are not in my bubble, folks who think very differently about the world than I do.
Right on.
And just decided to hop in the chat when evolution came up because I'm a very strong believer in evolution. And I feel like I can defend that pretty well.
Wouldn't the correct thing to say is that you're a strong believer in the process of evolution?
Okay. The very first organism was algae, right?
Not necessarily, but maybe.
I don't know about that.
Close enough. I mean, we're going back to the Big Bang here of life. So, yeah.
I mean,
an amoeba, maybe.
Could be viruses. Who knows?
Well, fair enough.
Look,
I got in a fight with somebody. I believe viruses are a life form. And they were like, no, they're not. I was like, yes, they are. Because they infect your cells and reproduce using you. They're a parasite. So a parasite is a life form. Okay? There you go. Bam. There's the next subject. Let's argue.
Clockwork, that's really that's the word you need to define there is not, moving, reproducing. Reproducing is not the question there. You guys, whoever you talk to about that, you need to both define the word life.
There you go.
That's the tricky thing. What are characteristics of life? That's what you need to agree on.
Yeah.
I decided to come up with my own definition of life because the current one is insufficient and I would say species.
I don't know. I try to keep it real simple, like manipulates its environment. And what's an animal? Animal has a gut tube. I mean, just damn basic as you can get.
Water
I can
manipulates
share my
its environment,
definition.
but water is not alive, right? Like you say, water causes erosion.
Is it?
You're
What
right. I
is
need
the
to order.
building
I need to
block
add
of life?
something that I tell you. How about Alex? How about to its own means? Manipulates to its own means. The water doesn't get a benefit from eroding stuff.
Hey, it's doing its thing.
What do you think?
It does what it does.
Doing its thing, not the same as to its own benefit.
Oh, not a conscious effort. No, I mean,
It has to be a purpose, some kind of purposeful effort. Like, yeah, tree roots move dirt, but they're not moving dirt because they want to move dirt. They're moving dirt because the root got thicker and longer.
Yeah, trying to get to more nutrients.
And that's because it's trying to get to more supplies so that it can continue to live. Yeah.
Well, I had to get my shit tank cleaned out because a tree had like rooted in it, and they were like, "We've never seen this before." And
Yeah,
I was like,
I don't know what inexperienced people you got to come look who said that's never happened before. That there are. I'm just trying to tell you, Clockwork. There are special materials and hundreds of them to prevent that thing, which means necessarily there have been people who noticed. Then there have been people who tried things to see if they'd work. Then there have been things that worked. Then there were manufacturers. And then there were variations of manufacturing. And you've got more than 30 different brands that block that. And or the person who said, I've never seen this before is, I don't know. But there's something wrong there.
Why are you gonna call Clockwork out like that?
Hey, look.
I didn't call him out. I called out his worker. Hire someone else next time.
Hey, look. Well, it was
Bet
a
it was a
young.
millennial. It was a millennial, wasn't it?
It was a
I've
young.
never seen this before. Yeah, well, everyone else has.
Can I?
I got a
So I
question,
found
Alex. I'm sorry. go ahead.
Sure, but before you ask it, I just want to. I found it online what I was taught in school about what biologists typically constitute life as. And there's 7 categories, and it's why viruses are considered controversial as far as whether they're living or not. The first is, like you said, demolish, movement, right? All living things move stuff around in some way. Second, respiration. Living things make use of energy, and they break it down to their own benefit. Third is sensation, meaning they respond to things in the environment. Fourth is growth. All living things assemble materials to grow and repair themselves. 5, reproduction. They can all make imperfect copies of themselves. 6, excretion. They all remove byproducts of their metabolism. So when they're breaking things down into energy, they get rid of things that they don't want anymore. And then 7, nutrition. They all incorporate new materials from the environment into their body. Like we do it via food, plants do it via, gas exchange. And those are the 7 things. And viruses don't hit all 7 of those, right? Viruses, they can't reproduce their DNA without a host, even though parasites can.
Yeah, they're parasites.
Do you agree that's a little bit speciesist? That
If I may. Look. All right, it's about to be Christmas. Mistletoe is a parasite.
Yeah.
It can't grow without a host, but it's still alive, right?
But the distinction.
There's no distinction.
There's one distinction. There's one distinction. Yes, I'm not saying viruses aren't parasitic. I'm saying the distinction with a virus is that it can't duplicate its DNA at all without a host. Mistletoe can make eggs, like egg cells. Mistletoe.
Well, that's what the fucking they drop.
Mistletoe, they get resources from their host, but they don't reproduce with their host's reproductive mechanism. You know what I mean? Like they actually split up their own DNA. They're the ones who are making imperfect other mistletoe. But viruses can't do that.
I've got a last question. Is a virus or a bacteria spread by human contact?
Is a virus or bacteria bred by human contact?
Spread. S-P-R, spread.
Oh, yeah. Yeah,
okay.
Absolutely.
Is that not a life form?
I think, but there are lots of things that spread through human contact that aren't life form. That can't be enough of a definition on its own. I can,
Fair enough. I'll shut up.
Okay, my turn.
Wait. I have to say, it just seems like everybody's taking advantage of Alex's education.
Oh,
I got no problem with that.
How?
You okay
How,
with that?
Richard?
How?
I'm perfectly
You're
fine
trying to
with that.
continue your college course that you quit halfway through. Clockwork is trying to define life. What do you mean, how?
A matter of fact, I actually okay, I did say what I said a while ago as somewhat of a pejorative, but I do wholly believe that our definition of life is very specious, and that it's basically grounded in our biases, and it doesn't take how life could exist in other ways, right? So if we were to let's say branch out and we see something that somehow meets like 4 or 5 of those specific criterias, right? Like we would just basically say no, it's not life. Like I wouldn't, I don't hold to that position.
I mean, I got you, Odin. I saw that episode of Star Trek too. But I want to know if Alex is actually enjoying the conversation, or if he just feels like he's getting pumped for information. You are enjoying yourself?
Yeah.
That's
I wouldn't
it's
be here
relatively
otherwise. I would just
important, you
leave.
know. Yeah. Okay. All right. Fine. I'm gonna go smoke a cigarette. You
Okay.
guys pump him, use him, toss him away
There you
like a
go.
dirty rag. I don't care. Whatever.
We won't blow up the channel. Okay, everybody porn bomb now. Do not fucking do that. I'm just joking.
Porn bombers don't come here, bro.
Oh, fair enough.
All right, so Mr. Alex, I came up with my own definition for life, and somewhat of a brief explanation as to why I have that definition. Now, it is purposely somewhat vague, but I'll explain why I came up with this definition. You ready?
Sure.
Okay, so I describe it as a teleological grouping of parts made up of matter that work together to perform one or more tasks to achieve a goal or goals. Right? So now what go ahead.
So let's see. In that case, how do you define a goal?
All right, that's a good question. So the core goal of life is to increase or maintain its high energy state by maximizing the usage of the production of entropy that exists around it, or that might be a part of it. So basically, it's existing in a high energy, low entropy state, right? When it's alive, right?
Yeah.
Where when it's dead, it's basically switched around, right? Low energy, high entropy state.
Yeah.
All right. So let's say, using that definition, keeping that in mind, let's say we take one of those Boston Dynamic dogs, right? Or 2 of them, right? And we program it to stay out of danger, right? It's programmed to move around and experience the world, and we slap like like a really good battery on it, along with its whole body's essentially kind of like a solar panel, so it's very efficient in absorbing sunlight, right?
And it'll indefinitely stick around.
Yeah, it'll indefinitely stick around, right? Now the question is, right, would that be considered life, right? Because here's the thing, it's not going to be able to reproduce.
Yeah.
It's not it's not producing any waste product, right? And it's the environmental pressures is not going to be changing its circuitry, so it won't be evolving,
Yeah.
so to speak. So is it considered life?
I lean towards no. I think
Are you saying that
like
because
a
of your
pretty
bias?
I mean maybe, but I think that it doesn't make sense to call something life if it can't it can't change in any way over time.
So talking about changing over time, do you think changing over time would necessitate that there would be an improvement in the organism or degeneration in
definitely
the
not.
organism? It's just a change.
No, one of the first things that I studied in university when I got into a lab there were these plant parasitic nematodes. So they're little worms that infect roots of plants in cornfields. And what we noticed was that it seemed like these guys had become parasitic and much more parasitic than before. And it turned out that they had duplicated their entire genome. All of their genes were duplicated, but seeing duplicates of everything. And then half of like for every time we sequenced, the breathing genes and the really, or not the breathing genes, but the really core metabolism genes, the ones that are keeping it alive, you'd see one good copy and one copy that had, become deleterious, that had degenerated. And you'd never expect that when that part of the genome is super critical to the worm, right? Like if you've got, say, like a gene that's conserving or consuming sugar and turning it into a waste product, that's like crucial to your life. You don't expect that to deteriorate, but we were seeing one copy that was, one copy that wasn't. And then you would go to the parasitic genes, the ones that are enabling it to infect the root. And those ones are both highly preserved. And from that, like among other ways to analyze it, we figure out that, yeah, go ahead.
I'm a little unintelligent, so when it comes to science stuff, so I got to take it in small bites. But so you're saying that there is one thing that seemed to have been preserved is that which would necessitate its ability to exist, which would be to infect the root, right? Well, that stayed constant. Is that what you're saying?
So they had like all of their genes duplicated, and just in those duplicates, it was only the parasitic ones that kept and stayed preserved. The ones that were crucial to life in the first place, they weren't preserved with the duplication. And so it's like those duplicates no longer had the pressure that was going to kill these nematodes off if they were mutated, right? So they had the freedom to mutate those without dying.
Right, but the parasitic nature of the nematode is precisely what allows it to survive. So the independent things would be weakened in their importance, right? I mean,
yeah, sorry. When I say the things that are crucial to survive, I mean like on a minute to minute level. Like these nematodes are not always inside a root, right? They infect a root when they want specific foods, but like I'm talking about more like genes that like if you didn't have this gene working, you would die within a few minutes, right? Just things that are fundamental to your breathing. And the things that if they were messed up in your genome, you would never make it to birth. You would just die before anyone ever realized you were pregnant, kind of thing.
Okay.
So those kind of genes were not preserved, but the ones that enabled the parasitism of the root, those ones were preserved in both copies. And I didn't get all the way through it because, I graduated university and I moved on to other stuff, but we were heading towards the conclusion that, yeah, it did duplicate its whole genome as like a quick and dirty way of becoming a better parasite. But to what you're saying, that doesn't always mean necessarily improvement. I've heard this analogy of spandrels where, you've got these buttresses in buildings, right? These archways. And they make these arches deliberately, and maybe evolution has a process that's specifically going for one thing. But then you've got these spaces in between the arches, and those are there even though nobody specifically put them there, right? They're made there by the effects of the things around it that were more intentional. Sorry, my cat's settling down on a bag.
What's your cat's name? What's your
his name is Link.
What?
Link, like the video game character. He's got 3 dots on his nose, so I called him Link.
I thought it would have been the missing link. Oh,
right.
An evolutionary.
No. He's a.
That's what I would name him.
So I mean, let's as an evolutionary person, why are there still monkeys if we evolved from monkeys?
Because we didn't evolve from monkeys.
You are a branch.
And matter of fact, we actually have more in common with yeast than DNA wise than we do with monkeys. Isn't
Hey,
that a
look,
little strange?
we share half our
So
DNA with a banana. So, I mean, there's that.
No, but I mean, if
So I don't think that that's true. I don't think we have more in common with yeast than monkeys, but I think we can pretty easily trace our ancestors with monkeys by the fact that we have so many similar genes and the small mutations we have that other animals don't have, right? It's like, why do we have the same thousands and thousands of differences in our genes that monkeys also have that many other animals don't?
You're talking to a geneticist. So, yeah.
well, I mean, that's an argument to authority. What if he's wrong? I mean, there's what do they say? Oh,
Well, what if we're all wrong about
You
it?
can do these explanations for you
I
can
mean,
do
why-
these experiments
why
yourself for
can't we be
free.
wrong?
Like I can send you to the website. You can look at these genomes
Hey,
yourself.
yeah,
If
Joe-
you don't trust that, then you can make a lab and you can sequence DNA yourself.
Okay,
It would
so-
take you, a few years to go through school, but you can do
Couple
this
of
yourself.
million
Nothing will stop
bucks,
you.
yeah.
Right. So
No, not even millions. You can do it for thousands of dollars. You could do this experiment yourself. It's not an argument from authority at all.
All
Oh, really?
Let me look at.
Really? Okay. Look, I have
Yeah,
to.
go look up go look up NCBI Blast. There's a software tool called Blast, and you put in any DNA sequence you want, and it will find you the closest matches to that DNA that are in its database, right?
I have
But
to
if
go.
you
Look, I have
Yeah,
to
it's
go
just-
talk to my pot plants right now. Look, things might change a little bit around here. I'm just saying. Just saying.
So like so I'm just trying I'm trying to process this because I think a lot of the times like someone that would have an argument that I'm an evolutionist, not a creationalist, so to speak, would kind of have a bone to pick with God. Now I'm not sure if you've established that. Do you believe in the Bible or?
I do not.
Okay, so here's the interesting rub here, in my opinion, and I'm not trying to. I'd rather steel man you than straw man you because
Sure.
look, I'm ignorant
Likewise.
to I'm ignorant to a great many things. So I guess where would you attribute values to if eventually we all came out of fish and crawled onto the ground and developed and turned into frogs and then created spines and all kind like when a smaller fish gets eaten by a bigger fish, is there like a fish tribunal to get to the bottom of the Scooby-Doo mystery of this outrage?
Well, if there is, then we're not looking in the right places.
But my question might
No,
be a
yeah.
little more snarky than I'm intending it to be. But if another human does whatever he wants to another human, where would the moral outrage come from? It's just a bigger human. It's just a bigger human exerting its will over a weaker human.
Yeah,
Oh,
and
that
you're
does not ever. Never happened.
yeah, we never see that. But
Well, I'm not saying we don't see
you
it.
have
The key component would be clockwork, would be the moral outrage associated with it. And if you believe that we all just evolved from fish and nature is brutal and it just happens, then where would the outrage be? Where would the sense of justice or injustice come from? Go ahead, Alex.
So we're not the most social species. I don't think so anyway.
I don't know
And,
that that's necessarily answering my question, but like where would your
I'm-
sense
I'm-
of outrage be if
Let him get to his point.
if
before
I kick
we
if
talk over
for instance, I'm not saying I would do this, but if I were to kick your door in right now and if I were to help myself to your TV, take a swig of your milk without pouring into a cup, right out of the jug and then put it back and then walk out, who would you appeal to? Why would you be outraged? Or would you try to stop me? What if you weren't capable of stopping me? Would you just let it go and say, I'm just glad I didn't get swallowed by that big fish? Or
What the hell?
go ahead, Alex. I'm just curious.
in a very realistic scenario, I would say that I would probably not try to stop them.
Okay.
Like, I'm big, I'm strong, but I'm also not trying to die.
Right.
Like, I don't just stay in my living room armed. So if somebody walks into my house, I don't know if they're armed. I'm not. And then I'd probably go to the police.
Okay, so but then why would you appeal to the fish tribunal? Because a bigger fish just swallowed a smaller fish. Where does that morality or that sense of injustice come from if we're all just from fish?
Are we talking hypothetical or?
No, this is his worldview. His worldview is we evolved.
You're assuming his worldview.
Is that not your worldview, Alex?
My worldview is that we evolved, yes.
Okay. From what?
Yes.
Into what? And
From
you just said you don't
what?
believe in the Bible, so I'm trying to figure out where you get your sense of morality from.
What scares me is the notion that you don't think you would have a sense of morality if not for God.
Okay.
Yeah.
We can
That
we
worries
can-
me more than the other way around. What
can-
worries me so much is the notion that
Mhm.
this book is the only
Right.
thing keeping you from killing other people.
Well,
Do
I
you
can
really
say
believe
that
in your heart of hearts that if
well,
God
hold on,
didn't
I-
exist,
well,
wait,
hold
hold on. If we
Go ahead.
didn't, if we proved tomorrow that God didn't exist somehow, and I don't think you can, but let's say if you could, if you prove tomorrow God didn't exist, do you feel like you would be perfectly comfortable going and killing people?
I mean, I kind of already did it for a job.
No. I mean your neighbors, whatever things you currently consider immoral.
well,
If tomorrow
it
you found out
depends.
God didn't exist,
Well,
you would be
see,
fine doing any of that? Because I wouldn't.
That was a classic dodge from GS.
No, it wasn't a dodge at all because he actually moved the
fucking
goalpost.
was. He asked you
You're right. GS,
Hey,
I did kind of dodge.
He never did answer my first premise, and if you weren't interrupting me, Clockwork, I would have said we can.
Hey, look, I'm interrupting.
I know
everybody.
you're into
I'm
your
sorry,
cups. So
DD.
I'm dealing with other spirits right now. I get it. I understand. Go ahead, Alex.
Gotcha.
So I think that fundamentally what I'm thinking of is empathy. Like that's where I'm getting my values from, and I don't know where that comes from.
So
I don't know.
where do you think observing nature you're into? And again, that's a perfectly fine answer. I'm not trying to nail you to a cross like they did to Jesus. I'm just trying to explain to you that it seems to me that how could you measure empathy if have you not observed nature? It's brutal. I mean, I just
there are also places
I
in
just
empathy
lost
in
some
nature.
chickens. I just lost some chickens to a dog attack, and I discovered one of my chickens was out in the field, and the crows were pecking the hell out of it. That's life, dude. And the other you know what the other chickens did? They eventually came out and they started to come back towards the roost. And although they might have been startled, life goes on for them. I didn't see them huddling up, trying to figure out, swinging chains and, burning torches and holding pitchforks to go out and get the dog that attacked them.
Fair enough. Hey, look, I had a neighbor. Do you know skunks will eat chickens?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. They're like weasels. They're a part
Okay,
of the
somebody
weasel.
find a way to defend Clockwork now.
To offend them or defend?
Defend.
Defend him.
Hey, look.
I don't think he needs to be defended. He hasn't said
Clockwork,
anything.
you got to be more on topic than that. Come on, man.
Okay, Alex.
I've heard you do better.
So listen, I'm loving this engagement. I really hope you're enjoying this. I really, really do, Alex.
I am.
Okay.
Yeah, it's fun, man.
Because I'm learning from you a great deal, matter of fact. But I would just like I'm a young Christian, Alex. I'm really young. So you might have a chance of convincing me in the error of my ways, but it's like if I've got my manual over, I'm not talking to you, Rex. I'm talking to Alex.
Okay, fair enough. I'll shut up.
No, hold on. No, you can talk, but so I've got this book over here that I call a manual. You've got all the textbooks written by a man that you trust based on your observations, based on your experimentation, based on your studying to show yourself approved onto your professor. But I study the Bible to show myself approved unto God. And if that manual is functional and works for me because I work it the way it was intended to be worked, and I have an experience that it actually does work for me, that's why I became a Christian. Then and you're over here saying I can replicate this textbook, but why do you accept one book written by man and reject another book written by man? What's your empirical data, reason, and evidence that my book is in error and your books are the ones at your university are correct?
The difference is falsifiability.
Okay.
Right? Your book, you you are not going to find areas in which it is false. Like Demolish earlier said, you believe that the Bible is an unerrant word of God. Is it inerrant or unerrant? I don't know. But you cannot find faults. You cannot find places where you find it wrong. And feel free, if I'm wrong in that assumption about you, generally, feel free to say so.
No,
But if
I'm
you,
perfectly
yeah,
fine with you. You're exploring the topic. You're not going to offend me. I promise you. You're not unless you're
okay.
purposely
So
in your heart.
the reason that I trust my book more than yours is that my authors are willing to concede when they're wrong.
Right. Okay. For example, a DSM has on what it's on its 5th version now.
Yeah. And
Okay.
for example, we've talked about concepts in evolution that didn't come out until after Darwin died.
Okay.
We didn't just say Darwin's got evolution and we're done with it. We kept iterating on it. We kept looking for better and better ways to explain our universe. And I just don't see that out of the Bible. And I understand why you go with that. You're like, well, the Bible has already laid it out for us perfectly. There's no need to iterate on that.
Well,
but I
no,
don't see it that way.
I think
Or,
it's.
sorry, I don't mean to put words in your mouth.
Well, I think it's the way we apply things that might be inerrant, or the way we interpret or understand things. There might be a blind spot to that, and I've seen Christians in the name of Christianity do some horrible stuff.
Absolutely.
So,
and
yeah.
and same in the name of science too. Like science is definitely not immune from ethical issues.
So for instance, and listen, I'm going to be very, very careful, and I would encourage you, Alex. I'm not sure how familiar you are with the content and content creators and some of the no words we shouldn't be saying. We'll go TikTok friendly version on this. Well, the DSM recently has been changed, that there was a certain lifestyle that was called or considered a mental illness or a body dysmorphia. And now it's not being called that. It's being labeled something different when it was widely accepted to be one thing. And you kind of already answered my question, where evolution can be regressive as well as progressive, right? Or it can be in the form of stasis, right? So it can kind of be stagnate or stay still, right? So
yeah.
So how I'm trying to understand how a book that once rightly proclaimed something to be a mental illness, which clearly is a mental illness, was widely accepted for a long time until lobbyists got their hands on it, and then pressure was brought to bear, like a lot of the books that you would complain about religious, different sects would do different things and would punish people for believing certain things. So it's very similar, very parallel. So criticisms can be applied evenly across the board, religiously and scientifically. We can concede that, right? Okay. So
I don't think it was correct in the first place. I think it's more correct now. But
so you think it's not a mental illness that someone would be fighting with their biology?
Whoa.
I'm not convinced of that. No.
Okay. I mean, I'm not. I believe that you believe what you're saying, and I look at it like this. I couldn't imagine being, let's say, I couldn't imagine being attracted to my wife, and the world telling me that I'm not allowed to be attracted to my wife. That would seem like an utter torture to live through.
Well,
yeah.
When is the
and
world?
The thing is, wait.
Yeah.
Okay, hold on. So, if you acknowledge that your attraction to your wife is not your own decision, does that change at all for people who are attracted to the same sex?
Well, I don't think you. Well, that's one of those things. When did you realize you were attracted to women? I don't know. It just always was, right? So when did you realize you were attracted to boys as a boy? I don't know. I just always was. How can it not? That ruler should be applicable the same way. Now, there's a difference in my line of thinking is because society says it's not an appropriate thing based on doctrine. And this guy's name is Demolished Doctrine, if you haven't noticed.
I know what DD.
So you know what I'm saying? I'm not saying it's right or wrong. I'm not trying to ascribe a morality to it necessarily. I'm not trying to appeal to the Bible or not appeal to the Bible. I'm saying I could not imagine being trapped in a body that didn't feel like my body. I couldn't imagine the torture that
That's
would be.
you. That's your perception.
No, that's me being empathetic. Clockwork.
Yeah, I know a lot of trans people. They deal with that.
Said it. Yeah.
Right. I'm being empathetic, Clockwork, and I feel like you're missing it. No,
you're looking at
help me out, Richard.
Just a second. Generally, take a break.
Fair enough.
Clockwork. what was Clockwork? What was generally specific trying to say there? I want you to steel man his position and see if we got it right.
Oh man, look.
Just in your own words, what was he trying to say?
That if you don't feel comfortable in your body, fucking God has cursed you somehow. That's what I heard. That's what I heard.
Okay. No one else heard that, and he doesn't think he said that.
Okay, fair enough.
Positive,
So
I didn't say that.
what should we do? Okay, I know.
Yeah,
What
it
should we
was
do
a
about that Clockwork?
It was a understanding. I'm sorry.
Roger that.
Apologize again. No, go ahead.
He said he was sorry. That's good enough.
No, so again, I'm in a very empathetic spirit right here, if that makes any sense. I could not imagine.
Untrackable, would you please give me an upside down peace sign on your forehead just to prove you're a real human right now? Thank you, sir. You can turn your camera back off if you want to. Give you 5, 4, 3.
I like that. I like that blazer, by the way. Nice blazer. So, Alex, I think you understood the spirit of what I was asking, right? Like, I can't imagine being in a body that I couldn't identify with. That would feel torturous to me.
And
right?
I know many trans people who did find that torturous.
Right. So,
Yeah.
I mean, what would that do to your? I mean, just can you imagine like waking up from the in the Matrix? You come out of the pod like Neo, and everything you thought was real turns out it wasn't real. I mean, you'd either think you're either entering a mental illness or you were just exiting a mental illness, right?
Yeah.
So that's what I would equate living in a dysmorphic kind of paradigm of what is considered to be normal versus abnormal. Does that make sense?
Sure. Yeah.
Okay. To say that something has never existed in the history of mankind is not to say that it's, I don't know, wrong or it's just not the norm. I'm not trying to cast a dispersion on it per se. I'm not trying to cast a judgment on it. I'm just saying that you have, to your point, the way you translate the way somebody is expressing themselves, it seems to be open to interpretation, seems to be open to empathy or a lack thereof, right? Like, so if it's a rigid society, like for instance, there's some societies that'll chuck them off of tops of buildings. There's some societies that will want to include them in every aspect of life and bring them to the table, right?
Yep. And I think they should.
Yeah. Okay.
But I'm now wondering if perhaps we're talking about different things, because I just looked it up and gender dysphoria is in the DSM-5 as a condition. And I'm not sure what change you're referring to.
But the newest edition is DSM-6.
6, right. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It changed it.
I see. I didn't know the DSM-6 came out.
Right.
It's either in process or out. I'm not sure either. I'm not in that line of work.
Yeah, they're thought policing people that call it a mental illness, and that's why I'm trying to be very careful.
But that wasn't your point. That was an example.
It was just an example of that. Here's something that was widely accepted and understood, and suddenly, due to pressure, societal pressure, is now being changed for better or for worse. I'm not going to pass a judgment on it one way or another. I'm just giving an example of how this has not been a perfect one-to-one accepted. All right, now we move on. This is established science. So what is the proof that overturned the belief that it was dysmorphic, body dysmorphia, i.e. a mental illness? What empirical data has been demonstrated to prove that past finding was no longer valid?
Okay, wait. Now give it a minute. Jesus, man, you popped it up. Okay. Fair enough. I have to do this. And then, hey, watch your copyright. I'm just saying, watch your copyright.
I'm already ready to remove it because it's a song by a band that was popular 30 years ago.
Oh, well,
I'm hoping you'll make this relevant.
Well, I mean, it's mental health.
Bang your
Okay, that's not.
head.
Sorry, that's just not good enough. Sorry,
All right,
Breck.
fair enough.
That's
Okay.
just free word association. It wasn't the point of what they were saying.
We can come back to it
Okay,
later,
so
Alex, if you want.
He's
no,
just had too
I'm
much to drink,
perfectly
and
fine talking
sometimes he
about
has to go. And I'm not trying to be rude to the man. He's just not on topic. Sorry, guys.
It's fine. I'm looking it up now, and the changes the DSM-5 made, they changed the name of it from gender identity disorder to gender dysphoria, and then they deleted the part that was subtyping it by sexual orientation. So they were saying there's not a distinction between there's no distinction between like gay trans people and straight trans people,
Right.
or gay and lesbian trans people.
So
It's
the
the same
key word that was changed in it was the thing that made it a disorder. Order and chaos, order, disorder. Do you see what I'm saying? So it was the proclamation that it was not sorted and orderly. It was chaotic and jumbled. And that gave it a negative connotation that hurt people's feelings. So therefore they had to change the way that they talked about it in order to give it a different bow tie.
Sure, if you want to take issue with that, that's fine. But
no, I mean, is that not what happened? Where's the word disorder? They removed it, right?
Yeah.
So all the great thinking minds called it a disorder at one point in time, and due to public and political pressure, suddenly it had to get changed because it hurt people's fifis, and we needed puppy petting circles and color and crayon stations. You know,
but at the same time, though, you would admit that what I just described, what actually is in the DSM-5, is not at all what you said happened. What you said is that it got removed from that, and it was formerly seen as a disorder, and now it's not. But the fact is, the fact is that within the DSM-5, it is still listed with negative effects and recommendations for how to treat it.
Yes, but the word disorder was removed.
To me, that's inconsequential.
No,
that's way less important to me than the fact that it didn't get removed from the DSM-5.
Right. Is it in order?
Guys, you'll forgive me, but it seems like, GS, your overall point was something the difference between manuals written by men and your beliefs in the Bible. I thought that was your point. I don't want you guys to spend too much time on the nuance of the most recent desk manual. Okay?
I would agree with that.
Sure.
So my question follows: why do you give credence to this book over here that has been written, adapted, changed, and molded? And I think you already answered it. Your statement was because they can admit that they were wrong.
Yeah.
Okay.
And even if individuals don't admit they were wrong, overall, new ideas come up, and the community tends to accept them as right when they are.
Right. So I put forward that in the Bible that I don't think the error is in the Bible. I think the error is in the interpretation of the Bible, meaning the error is in the application or the process by which the reader interpolates or interprets it and processes it. Okay, so the manual is perfect in my opinion. It's what man does to it in his own mind that kind of distorts it, or how a man would use it to benefit. Okay, yeah, I think we're kind of. That's why you should start reading the Bible.
I've read the Bible. I used to be Christian, but what I'm saying is, like, if I don't see a significant difference, if you think that all interpretations of the Bible are imperfect, then to me that does not help me as far as having a perfect guide in front of me.
That's not exactly what he said.
Fair.
It's not exactly perfect. I mean, it's not way off. He didn't say the original texts that were translated into our language are wrong, or even that the translators did a poor job, or that they were dishonest in some way. But instead, I think, and correct me where I'm wrong generally, what you're saying, and I would agree with this, by the way, is that there are as many Christians as there are people who believe in Christianity. There's that many sects. That everybody reads it slightly differently. So you can agree with that. Okay.
I fully understand what generally is saying. Then, I didn't misinterpret that.
Okay,
at all,
sorry.
I think. What I'm saying is that if you've got a billion Christians who all have a billion versions of how they interpret the Bible, to me, that's not a very coherent way to say that I have a way to live. That's a
But is
billion
that
different ways to live.
right? But is that the error in the book, or is that the error in the application by the human?
See, that's what I'm saying. To me, the answer to that question doesn't matter.
Well, it
It doesn't matter to me. It's wrong one way or the other.
No, let's give him some floor space because he just got here and he's been patient. Go ahead, Untrackable.
Go right ahead.
Yeah, I would just say that the squeaky wheel gets the grease, right? So if you want to live a good life, based off of whatever book you're reading, well, read the book and live your good life. But if you want to tell, but if you want to tell somebody that they're not living a good life, hey, fuck you. How about that?
That's where I'm at. I don't try to tell people they're living a bad life unless I see that they're hurting other people. That's really it. Like if I see you denying other people rights, yeah, I'm gonna say let's do something about that. I think some people are evil, but I think if you're just trying to live your life by the Bible, you're not imposing that on other people. You're not being hateful because of it. I'm fine with that.
So,
It's just
Alex, you
not-
made a
it's not something
challenge.
that yeah.
You made a
I made a
challenge. I'm going to
challenge.
paraphrase it. I don't exactly remember the precise words you used, but it was something like, "What gives the Bible value?" Something like that. Yeah.
As a perfect text, if we all have different interpretations of it, which are imperfect, then does it
Right.
matter very much that it was perfect in the first place?
Well,
okay,
honestly, what gives your parents value? What gives any lesson that you've ever learned value? Do you trust
sorry.
it? And then where does trust come
no.
from?
As far as
You know,
lessons, yeah, absolutely, I'm with you. I got no issue with the Bible teaching lessons on morality, things like that. I'm talking about explanations from the Bible on how the world works. I should be more specific, right?
Okay. So
Like-
if we grant, I'm sorry. Go
on
ahead.
how to
You
find
had-
truth, on how to find truth as opposed to morality.
Right.
To me,
Okay.
like,
So
yeah.
it's the truth value of something. And do you agree with me that truth means that which is true in reality, like a
think that's
JBT kind of?
It seems a little tautological to me, but I'll go with it.
Well, tautology doesn't discredit the statement. It just says it's obvious, right?
Sure.
Fair enough. I just want to make sure we're using tautology the same way. Okay. So it's about whether or not it's true in reality. Now, if it's true in reality, despite however many people think whatever about it and say things that can't be true in reality, which I would agree with. As far as, practitioners, for example, practitioners of the Bible, saying things that can't be true in reality, like the defeat of physics, that sort of thing. But those opinions on it or those understandings of it don't necessarily mean that's what it's trying to portray, but that's the person's biases and how they understand it. We can agree on that?
Yep, I agree with that.
Okay. So the question becomes, is it true in any reading frame? And if in any reading frame it is true, is it then applicable to reality? Would it improve a life, make people happier, make them better to each other, things like that?
No. That's not what I mean. What I mean is, like, if I'm trying to figure out the origin of the world, why would I go to this book instead of looking at all the evidence around me besides this book?
Okay, let me answer that directly. Science has so far, not that it's complete, ascertained that the first thing that happened with this planet once it was fully formed and rather violent, that there was no life forms on it. There was no atmosphere. There were no oceans. There were no plants, simple animals, complex animals, and certainly there was no mankind. Right? But then they say that according to our studies, there was a certain process that happened over a certain amount of time, and in that process, certain things developed. First an atmosphere, then oceans, than simple life forms. I'm going to simplify this, keep it short. Complex life forms, simple plants, more complex life forms, and more complex plants, and then us, and we're a recent arrival. Okay, so if science says that, but in the reading frame that I read with of the Bible precisely says that same thing. Now, is it in super specific terms? No, but I think that it's easy to read the Genesis creation account narrative as exactly that in that order. And I'll give you one, for instance. You could ask for more or argue with it. There's a Hebrew word or and meor. Now one is the light source, and the other one is the effect of light. So one, in our language, we would say literally atmosphere, like you put lights in a certain place to get a certain effect in a restaurant. We call that atmosphere, because it's about, how light is used and the refraction of light because of the situation. It turns out the one in the Bible doesn't say the sun. It says atmosphere was first. Now, science agrees atmosphere was first, and then the rest of them just fall in order, and there's less of a translation and understanding of the Hebrew language problem. Oceans, non-preferred life forms, simple life forms, preferable life forms, non-preferred or preferable plants, preferred plants, and finally mankind. Do you see that that's, at least in the way that I'm reading it, do you see that that's the same thing?
I have a couple of issues with it. So the first issue I've got with it is that fundamentally, there's just not enough information there in the story of Genesis to recreate this theory at all. Like, if you had never heard of the theory of evolution, you would not read Genesis and come away with the theory of evolution.
I'm afraid you're cheating, sir. No, I did not read. I did not read the Bible trying to make it fit reality. That's just not what happened. What I did do is I did go word by word back to the original language and look up every single word. I did do that, though.
But what I'm saying is that you. Sorry, go ahead.
I would say that I am 41 years old, and not one single thing from the past is going to change my future. I am where I am, and it is fun and interesting to, look back. But you can look back and explain all your problems away. But what you never will do is know what you have to pick up your shoes, put them on, and go to work tomorrow. So much of this bullshit is based off of, you call it racism, you can call it classism, you can call it all the things that you want to call it. Guess what? Somebody has to go to work tomorrow, and they have to. If you think the people that are going to go to work tomorrow of all days, especially in America, give a shit about thousands of years ago? Nobody cares. Pick your ass up and get to work.
Okay,
What do I do if this is my work?
I'm not trying to be persecuting or accusing, but whatever situation, just like what you said, whatever the situation is, it is, right? So, is the situation that you've been drinking? Is that the situation? I'm trying to figure things out here. Untrackable.
Yes.
Is the reality is that you're drinking and maybe a little bit more than you usually do?
No, it's about the same as much.
Okay. Well, I'm going to ask you to please come back when you've had less to drink. Would you do that?
I will bow out, and it was good to see everybody.
Thanks for coming up, man.
Yeah, thanks for
Nice
coming.
to meet you.
Great. Okay. All right. So what I was trying to say, Alex, is not that the topic of the Bible is the creation of the planet. It's way too brief. I could not possibly say something like that, right?
Sure.
I mean, it's just a few paragraphs, really, and I
creation's
don't
very
think
short.
it's trying to really address much, right?
Yeah.
I think
And
it's just trying to give a preface and saying that this is the situation you're in right now. Is that fair?
Yeah, I think that when people make that argument, like I've talked to people who make this kind of argument before, that the Bible and science are. Yes, I have. Sure, I have.
No, you haven't. You've had a conversation that sounded similar to your ear right now.
Sure, fair enough. But I've debated Christian organizations about this. Like I've debated people with formal thought about this.
He's saying with other people he's had conversations.
No. I understood that's what he'd meant.
Oh, okay.
Is that he's had this same conversation with others, not me. I understand that. That's just not true.
Oh, you're
Why do you
talking
believe
about
that's not true?
your interpretation of what the Bible.
I'm talking about the
actually is saying.
interpretation I've been shown and how well it works, and no, he can't have heard it ever. It's nowhere in any church.
Yeah, I've never heard it either until you've talked about it, Richard. In fairness, he's not a standard Christian, is what he's saying. I go ahead. I don't want to speak for you. You do a fine job of doing that yourself.
Too often. Go ahead, Alex.
But,
you were trying to say.
Yeah, it's not very consequential to my point anyway. What I was gonna say is like that line of thinking reminds me of horoscopes, right? Where the wording of a horoscope is so broad and so vague that can be applied to almost anybody. If you tell all the Virgos and all the Leos that they're going to meet and love each other, then a lot of people are going to see that, start looking for others, and it's confirmation bias. If we make a scientific discovery, it's very easy to retrospectively go back and say, oh yeah, the Bible predicted this, but that doesn't mean the Bible has predictive power on its own, right? Like on a number of issues, I've seen people bring up that, the Bible predicts this aspect of physics, or the Bible predicts this aspect of biology or chemistry. And it's like something vague, like, like he put this on top of this rock, and it's like, well, that proves this. That's not a theory. Like
I've seen people do exactly what you're talking about. I've seen them do it. I know you're right.
Yeah, but I mean, if the book itself is just making an observation to make a point, right? It's not necessarily its purpose isn't to make any predictions in regards to the physical reality in a methodological way. Like that's not the purpose of it. Now I do understand that people can use it that way, right? And yes, we can come across aspects of a reality that correspond with various things that the Bible might mention about reality, right? However, I don't necessarily think it's fair to necessarily equate those claims that the Bible might have made to make a point, right? To like horoscopes, because horoscopes are not trying to do the same thing that what the Bible is trying to do, especially if it's trying to, like I said, right? It's saying, well, these specific animals that have these specific spots, if they reproduce together, they're going to get these specific animals, offspring of the same type, right? But it's saying that it's pointing out that reality as a part of a story that's in it. It's not necessarily saying, it's not making predictions necessarily about reality, not in a methodological way.
I tend to agree with that, right? And that's why I don't use it as a way to figure out about the world around me. I see it as a book of stories. I see it as a book of stories that are designed to teach morals. And I think it's perfectly fine if you want to live your life that way. But I don't think it's a very reasonable way to try to figure out how the world works.
I mean, sure, I don't disagree with that. But when you
Well,
say
but
how
the
the
way
world
how
works,
does
what do you mean? What do you mean? Do you mean in terms of just things that the scientific method explores, or do you mean like in a broader perspective?
that's what I was going to ask. Are you talking about materialistically, or are you talking about like mental structures when you say the world works?
I don't know exactly where the boundary lies, but I'd say pretty broadly, yeah.
Okay,
I think
so
that there are better ways, like when you're talking about how the mind works, how mental things work. I think you can do a lot better than the Bible if you're trying to figure out how the mind works. We have machines that will do a lot better than the Bible for you.
yeah, but again, you're okay. Richard just kind of muddied my waters a while ago.
I'm sorry.
So again, we're not talking about from. I'm not talking about from that perspective. Your mind is kind of set in a methodological way, right? I'm not initially. I'm not referring to that, right? We agreed that that's not its purpose, right? However, right, in terms of its usefulness in the world, right? I asked you to that question a while ago because I wanted to know: do you mean in a methodological way, or right in regards to way how like the use of the scientific method, or does it or a interaction in terms of like how we interact with each other, how we interact with the world, do's, don'ts, ons, like stuff like that.
I think that I think for everybody it should be the first, and then I think the second for me, yeah, and it does include that. For other people, I understand why it doesn't. For the societal interactions, for what ways we should live our lives, I can see why people look to the Bible for that, and that's just something that I personally don't look to. But for like you're saying, the things that cover the scientific method, I think that the Bible should completely stay out of that. I don't think we should use the Bible as any kind of source for that.
Sure, that's fine. It's not made for that in the first place. However, in terms of its usefulness, you don't think it's useful when it comes to propagating our imagination for learning how the world works, and how to, for example, how to maintain our environments and maintain relationships between humans.
No, I do not.
Okay, why do
That's
you hold that
interesting.
position?
Because I think we've discovered almost everything we discovered before the Bible was written. And I think we've discovered almost everything we need to know about how to interact with each other before the Bible was written. The Bible is
So
prescribing social norms that already existed at the time the Bible was written, which means that they didn't prescribe them.
so
Okay,
you're
well,
hold on. So you're saying that all of these different things that the Bible address, right, or suggests, right, they already existed before the Bible, right?
At least a
Now,
good chunk of
even
them.
if I even if I were to grant that, right, um, would you did all of these things agree existed in a cohesive way in a comprehensive manual?
I have no idea, frankly.
I can't recall any theological framework that addresses not necessarily just human behavior, but how we should like even treat the environment and ascribe moral responsibilities. I haven't seen anything like that,
What
especially
about in
ones that are grounded in love. right? And I think you see the result of that in terms of what Christianity has to offer for the world, right? Obviously, just like everything else, it could be used to cause destruction, but I think that it's done more good for us than bad in terms of how we treat each other as humans.
So what? Okay. Do you think so? The Bible was written. If I have my history right, I'm no history buff at all. The Bible was written after the Greek and Roman civilizations had begun, right?
The Bible is a collection of books throughout many hundreds of years, but a canon was eventually put together.
So I guess is it your assertion then that the Bible is covering a bunch of different morals that just didn't exist in those societies?
Well, it's addressing them in a methodical. It's suggesting specific ways of how humans um, um, could interact with each other in fruitful ways. Mainly, the core of everything, for example, being through love and being graceful.
But there are also things that I think are not good for how humans interact with each other that are in the Bible, right? There are things
So,
that we don't do anymore because we don't consider those reasonable ways to treat other people.
sure, but you also see that in the Bible. Wouldn't you agree?
Do I see that in the Bible?
Yeah.
What is it that I see?
Like, take for example, in the Bible, you had the old covenant, right? Now, I'm sure by our current standards, right, we would disagree about how certain things would be addressed, right?
Yeah.
And that's fine, right? But later on, right, it was established that those laws, for example, they didn't achieve a specific goal, right? And so Christ, for example, comes in, he fulfills those pretty much impossible standards, right, and establish new standards in terms of how humans should treat each other.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's not a book that's necessarily just static in nature, where it just gives a specific um, set of instructions, and then just say, "Hey, well, just stick to these instructions." Clearly, if you give it a comprehensive read, you'll realize that what it's doing is that it's exploring multiple aspects of human nature at different points throughout history. Its history, right? And it's addressing these various behaviors in many ways, so later generations can read and gain wisdom from them, right?
Yep.
And so you
But
see that through it. So how is it that a book, for example, that compels humans to be more empathetic towards other humans, get rid of the ideas of or introduce the ideas of prioritizing taking care of the poor and um,
but is that
grounding
what we
your
do?
behavior in love?
But is that what we do? Is that how Christians act? Are Christians more empathetic than anyone
Yeah.
else? I don't think so.
No,
I
it's
heard
not
you. I
even
heard you guys
necessarily.
talking about. I heard you
It's
guys
not.
talking about Jews earlier. You guys aren't more empathetic than other people. Absolutely not. What are you talking about? If
Well,
this
it's
book
not
teaches love, you
necessarily.
guys certainly didn't learn it.
Well, have
What
you?
are you
I
talking
don't.
about right now?
When you hold on. I see that's the. I think that's the button right there for you. So
Wait.
I would like
There's
to
a
clarify.
background conversation that, to be fair to Alex, he has to know. We differentiate between the Jewish people who are practicers of the Tanakh, and the false Jews who are giving those people trouble. And
That
if you hear
sounds
us
a lot
talking
like
crap
empathy.
about, if you hear us talking crap about Jews, we're talking about the false Jews that cause trouble for the actual
Well, as long
Jews.
as you figured out which people you shouldn't be empathetic to, I guess it's fine.
Well,
Well, but even
I mean, like, let me hold on. Let me give you a for instance. In the state of Israel, a person can be openly homosexual, flying a homosexual LGBTQ whatever flag, walking the street, and they're probably going to be just fine. Okay, but that's not the case everywhere on the planet.
No.
Okay, so when we're talking about the people we call real Jews, they're about acceptance of others. They're about freedoms. They're about the things I agree with. Okay, now is that a bias? Yeah, it's a bias, and I'm just have to beg your forgiveness that I think humans should have life and liberty.
So then, are you saying you're in favor of trans rights?
Yes, have been historically for some time now.
Yep.
Fair enough.
Yeah. So I would like to kind of point out the issue here, right? Where I think it's a situation where, like Richard always astutely states, that a lot of people have become Christianized, so to speak, right? Whether directly or indirectly, right? Because this is what you have to understand. The tenets in which Christianity